Chapter 1. Malicious Intent and Unjust Blame from the Traffic Police. As Li Fei drove along Liberation Avenue, he suddenly felt a jolt, as if his vehicle had been struck. A Land Rover then came to a halt directly in front of him. Before Li Fei could exit his car, 3 or 4 individuals emerged from the Land Rover, banging on his car door. "Get out, you bastard! Don't you realize you've caused an accident?" Li Fei stepped out, asserting, "I was driving normally, it was you who collided with my vehicle from behind. If we are to assign blame, it should rightfully rest upon you." A burly man, perhaps in his late 20s, approached and delivered a resounding slap across Li Fei's face. "Why are you babbling? In I Ching, my boss word is law. If it involves our vehicle, you bear full responsibility. Pay us now, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." Though seething with anger, Li Fei restrained himself. He was on a special mission, and prior to his departure, his superiors had stressed the importance of patience and discretion, urging him not to reveal his identity or purpose prematurely. Moreover, he had been dispatched due to an incident involving his superior, who valued Li Fei as a talent and wished to protect his future. In a bid to shield him from trouble, his superior had contacted an old comrade who was scouting for personnel for special tasks. This comrade had promptly arranged for Li Fei to leave Beijing for Yicheng in Huanghuai province. Little did he know that trouble awaited him upon his arrival. As Li Fei pondered how to manage the situation discreetly, the aggressors continued their tirade. "Are you mute? I'm asking how you plan to compensate for my vehicle." Suppressing his outrage, Li Fei replied, "Since this is a matter of 2 vehicles colliding, I have just purchased my car, and it bears a new license plate. My vehicle is equipped with a newly installed dashcam that recorded the incident. We can call the traffic police to resolve this, if you agree." The burly man turned to a younger companion who appeared to be in his mid-20s. "Boss, what should we do?" The individual referred to as boss was named Lei Long, the nephew of Yang Wenming, the executive vice mayor of Yicheng. Raised as Yang's own child due to his uncle's inability to have children, Lei Long had been indulged to an excessive degree. He often exploited his uncle's authority to engage in nefarious activities in the city. Just after the new year, he had gathered a few like-minded associates and set out in his Land Rover to create trouble, specifically to engage in staged accidents. Having successfully extorted money from numerous victims in the past, he saw an opportunity when he spotted Li Fei's out-of-town vehicle and aimed to seize it. Upon realizing that Li Fei intended to involve the traffic police, Lei Long's spirits lifted. "Very well, let the police come. But before they arrive, allow me to teach you a lesson about who wields power in Yicheng." He spoke. A fist struck Li Fei's face. Having just endured a slap in order to conceal the nature of his mission, Li Fei had initially chosen to endure. However, these individuals, emboldened by their perception of his foreign accent, grew increasingly arrogant. When faced with another incoming punch, Li Fei deftly evaded the blow. The assailant, Lei Long, cursed, "How dare you dodge? No one here has the audacity to evade my punches." With that, he unleashed a flurry of alternating punches aimed at Li Fei's face, pursuing him relentlessly. As Li Fei realized that Lei Long showed no signs of stopping, he could no longer bear it. Seizing the approaching fist, he grasped it firmly. When Lei Long felt his fist caught, he attempted to break free. Exerting all his strength to no avail, he then shouted to his 3 companions, Zhang Chao, Hu Guangting, Zhao Luzhu, "Why aren't you taking action? Teach this bastard a lesson." Upon hearing their names, the 3 men rushed in to join the fray against Li Fei. Recognizing that he was outnumbered, Li Fei retreated to a corner. Activating the concealed camera he carried to discreetly gather evidence, preparing for any potential framing. Believing Li Fei to be intimidated, Lei Long and his accomplices grew more brazen, retrieving several rubber batons over a meter long from their vehicle and advancing on him with the intent to strike. Onlookers along the road anxiously wondered, what trouble has this outsider stirred up with the notorious Lei Long? This is bound to end poorly. However, the spectators' concerns proved unwarranted as Li Fei skillfully avoided the onslaught of blows. The 4 attackers, increasingly frantic, continued their assault. In a bid to gather substantial evidence, Li Fei summoned his internal energy, deliberately allowing himself to be struck by one of the batons, then channeling his energy to absorb another hit to his chest. Unbeknownst to them, this 32-year-old Li Fei hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts. After graduating with a master's degree at 25, he served 4 years as a special forces operative before transitioning to a significant role in a national agency, where he had already attained a high-ranking position. Due to unforeseen circumstances involving his superiors, he had been compelled to distance himself from his previous role, ostensibly to avoid entanglement in any scandals. Just as he was poised for promotion, Fei regarded the reckless behavior of his assailants with indifference. However, in order to elicit sympathy from the bystanders and to substantiate his claim of self-defense, he intentionally allowed himself to be struck. After enduring 2 blows, Li Fei began to retaliate, seizing one of the rubber batons and delivering swift strikes to the back of the knees of the 4 men. They fell to their knees in a gesture of apparent apology before him. This spectacle was recorded by a bystander and promptly shared online. Li Fei then chose to disregard his attackers and dialed the police. After a lengthy wait of over 10 minutes, a police vehicle finally arrived. Upon seeing the patrol car, Lei Long scrambled to his feet and rushed towards it. 3 officers clad in uniforms emerged from the vehicle. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Lei Long discerned the captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Banjiao District. Traffic Police, Zhang Xiaoyu. This Zhang Xiaoyu had frequently assisted Lei Long in settling matters, and in return, Lei Long had generously bestowed favors upon him. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaoyu was well aware that Lei Long was the nephew of Yang Wenming, the executive vice mayor. Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, who reported the incident. Li Fei stepped forward and replied, "I did." Zhang Xiaoyu continued, "Name, age, ID number? Where are you from? What brings you to Yicheng?" Li Fei had no choice but to respond truthfully. Li Fei, 32 years old, ID number 130836, from Dongguan City in Beiji Province, currently residing in the capital, here in Yicheng. To market pharmaceuticals. Upon learning that Li Fei was a businessman, Zhang Xiaoyu's understanding deepened. "Could you explain why you reported this incident?" Li Fei recounted the events that transpired. Zhang Xiaoyu asked, "Are you saying that your dashcam has recorded evidence?" Li Fei affirmed, "Indeed." Without further ado, Zhang Xiaoyu opened the door to Li Fei's vehicle, took a seat, and began to tamper with the dashcam. After a brief interval, he exited the car and declared, "I reviewed your dashcam, and there is nothing on it." Li Fei realized that Zhang Xiaoyu had likely manipulated the footage, erasing any incriminating evidence. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaoyu, Li Fei's dashcam was a high-tech device capable of synchronizing video directly to his mobile phone and simultaneously uploading it to his cloud storage. Yet Li Fei chose not to reveal this truth, opting instead to observe Zhang Xiaoyu's intentions. After all, he had come to conduct a covert investigation, and testing the waters with this trivial matter was prudent. Feigning indignation, Li Fei remarked, "My dashcam was functioning perfectly. How could you have damaged it so quickly? Did you delete the video?" Zhang Xiaoyu's expression hardened. Accusing a police officer of misconduct could have serious repercussions for you. Li Fei provocatively retorted, "What consequences might a police officer face for deliberately deleting video evidence?" Zhang Xiaoyu dismissed Li Fei's provocations, feigning authority as he circled around Lei Long's Land Rover, arriving at a hasty conclusion. The Land Rover was in front, and your vehicle was behind. Clearly, the rear vehicle bears full responsibility and should compensate for all damages to the Land Rover. Li Fei recognized that Zhang Xiaoyu had already compromised his impartiality. With a cold smile, he challenged, "Officer, could you possibly retrieve the surrounding surveillance footage to ascertain how these 2 vehicles collided?" Zhang Xiaoyu denied Li Fei any opportunity for rebuttal. "I have stated my decision and will not repeat myself. That I will issue a traffic accident identification report declaring you at fault. You may settle privately and negotiate compensation, or if you disagree, you may pursue litigation at the Banjiao District People's Court. My determination stands as is. Should you contest it, you may, in accordance with the regulations on the handling of road traffic accidents, submit a written review application to the higher traffic management authority within 3 days of receiving the accident identification report. However, I can assure you that once my report is issued, no one has succeeded in overturning it." Li Fei let out a cold laugh. "So, according to your reasoning, as an outsider, I must obediently comply with your demands. Am I to pay whatever sum you dictate, regardless of the veracity of the situation? With merely your word, I could be unjustly accused. Is that correct?" Zhang Xiaoyu, with an air of arrogance, retorted, What? You dare to challenge this? I am offering you a chance to settle this privately. Should we fail to reach an agreement, I shall proceed to issue an accident report without hesitation. At that moment, a bystander interjected, "Wait a moment. I have a video of the two vehicles colliding, with recordings from before and after the incident. You cannot wrongfully accuse anyone." Chapter 2. Refusing extortion, vehicles vandalized, and individuals assaulted. Upon hearing that evidence had been provided, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. He had already viewed the footage from the dashcam, which he had subsequently deleted. Should anyone else present the video, the fact that he had clearly favored Lei Long would be exposed, and if it were to circulate online, it would spell disaster for him. Zhang Xiaoyu feigned nonchalance, stating, "Oh dear, why did you not mention the video evidence earlier? It would save us the trouble of establishing facts without any basis. Now let me have a look." He took the bystander's phone. Li Fei observed that the individual offering the video evidence was a woman, likely in her early 30s, with a northern accent, presumably from the capital. She smiled at Li Fei when she noticed him looking, but remained silent. Zhang Xiaoyu intended to delete the video from this phone as well, but was apprehensive that other bystanders might have recorded the incident. Thus, he addressed the crowd of onlookers. "If anyone else has recorded footage from that moment, please show it to me, so we can establish the facts." Indeed, two honest bystanders produced their phones. "I was taking selfies and didn't realize I had captured the collision between the two vehicles," one of them explained. Zhang Xiaoyu feigned gratitude as he accepted the three phones, instructing them to locate the videos for reference. However, he permanently deleted all the footage from the three phones, clearing the recycle bin as well. He then returned the phones, asserting, "I have reviewed the content, and you are all mistaken. There is no footage of the collision on your devices. Remember, providing false evidence to the police can lead to legal repercussions." The first woman who testified for Li Fei's behalf turned pale, exclaiming, "You actually deleted my video?" Zhang Xiaoyu retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. I found no such video on your phone." The two bystanders, witnessing Zhang Xiaoyu's unreasonable behavior, felt dissatisfied with the deletion of their videos, but, recognizing his authority as a police officer, chose to remain silent. Zhang Xiaoyu then addressed Li Fei. "You should negotiate a private settlement with Lei Long. If that fails, I will issue a determination document." Li Fei, perceiving Zhang Xiaoyu's evident bias towards Lei Long, responded with a cold smile, "I neither acknowledge your determination, nor am I inclined to settle with the Lei Long you speak of." Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Zhang Xiaoyu turned to Lei Long, saying, "Did you hear what he said? I will return to issue the determination document shortly. You may discuss how to proceed in the meantime." With that, Zhang Xiaoyu departed with two police officers. Lei Long pulled out his phone and made several calls. "Bring me 2 large hammers. I will send you the location." The woman who had testified for Li Fei approached him and whispered, "They plan to vandalize your vehicle. What do you intend to do?" Li Fei replied, quietly, "Let them do as they wish. I will only gather evidence. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in documenting this." The woman responded, "I will. If it is convenient, could you share your phone number with me?" Li Fei noted that this woman possessed an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not an ordinary citizen. Upon arriving in a new place, before I could even settle in, I found myself entangled in a troublesome affair. Eager to gather some insights, I share my phone number with the woman before me. After saving my contact, she dialed my number and my phone rang. She introduced herself, saying, "This is my number. My name is Qiao Fei. What is yours?" I replied, "Li Fei." Noticing that my number originated from the capital, Qiao Fei suddenly exclaimed, "You are Li Fei?" I inquired if she knew me, to which she responded, "Let us discuss that after we resolve this matter. I'll treat you to a meal." I nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lei Long and his companions, observing our hushed conversation, could no longer contain themselves. "You two, are you thieves? What nonsense are you blabbering about? Hurry up and compensate me. If you refuse to pay, I will smash your car." I asked Lei Long how much he demanded. He replied, "You can look it up online. My vehicle is a Land Rover Range Rover, with prices ranging from $1.428 million to $3.358 million. Let us settle on the minimum of $1.42 million. The repairs will cost me tens of thousands. Pay me $500,000 and we'll consider this matter closed. Otherwise, I'll just destroy your car. I'll have you locked up." I discreetly recorded Lei Long's threats with a hidden camera and countered, "If we cannot reach an agreement, we can both take this to court." Why resort to vandalism? You do realize that deliberately damaging someone else's property is a criminal offense, don't you? Lei Long arrogantly scoffed, "Destroying property? You're utterly absurd. In this city, even if I ruin your possessions, what can you do about it? Do you think anyone will take your case? You're naive. I'm not the one committing a crime here. In this territory, if you're a dragon, you must curl up for me. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. Now tell me, will you pay or not?" I responded, "It was your vehicle that intentionally collided with mine from behind and then blocked my way. If anyone owes compensation, it should be you to me, not the other way around." Lei Long, pointing at me in frustration, retorted, "Fine. You're something else. I've never encountered anyone who refuses to pay. Let's see if you're tougher than you talk." At that moment, a vehicle approached, and 7 or 8 young men, ranging from their 20s to 30s, emerged. 2 of them wielded heavy hammers, while others brandished knives. Seeing his reinforcements arrive, Lei Long commanded, "Smash that car to pieces, and deal with this insolent outsider." The gang began to demolish my vehicle with hammers while I stepped aside, recording the entire incident with my phone and miniature devices, uploading the footage to my cloud storage and email. Xiao Fei also captured this scene on her device. After thoroughly wrecking my car, they even slashed the tires with knives. The vehicle lay utterly incapacitated upon the road. After demolishing the car, Lei Long and his entourage brandished machetes and clubs, intent on assaulting Li Fei. Onlookers could see Xiao Fei's concern for Li Fei, yet he merely exchanged a reassuring smile with her, dismissing the gravity of the situation. As Lei Long and his men commenced their attack, Li Fei, having gathered sufficient evidence, began to retaliate. Born into a lineage steeped in traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts, his family had perpetuated their skills for over a millennium. Coupled with his 4 years of experience as a special forces soldier, where he had faced death countless times, Li Fei exhibited no fear in combat. Indeed, Xiao Fei witnessed Li Fei's fearless defiance against the onslaught of numerous assailants, ultimately turning the tide and vanquishing his attackers. After subduing Lei Long and his associates, Li Fei sought to retrieve his suitcase from the wrecked trunk of his vehicle, which had been rendered inoperable due to the extensive damage. Resorting to one of the machetes wielded by his assailants, he pried open the trunk and extracted his luggage. To his surprise, Xiao Fei approached and insisted, "Let me take that. I'll place it in my car." Recognizing the sincerity in her demeanor, Li Fei relinquished the suitcase to her. Xiao Fei carried his suitcase to a nearby sedan, opened the trunk, and deposited it inside. Meanwhile, Li Fei made a call to the authorities after a brief wait. A police car arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, the officers inquired, "Who called in the report?" Li Fei responded, "I did. Lei Long and his group have rendered my car a total loss. This constitutes willful destruction of property, although the vehicle's value is modest. It amounts to over 200,000. I hope the officers will ensure justice." The responding officer's expression darkened upon hearing Lei Long's name. He surveyed the scene and asked, "Did you take them all down?" Li Fei replied, "They sought to harm me. I was compelled to defend myself, and I have video evidence to substantiate my claim." The officer, a member of the Banqiao District Public Security Team, was led by Deputy Captain Zheng Enqing, who was familiar with Lei Long due to his previous offenses. Under the guidance of Yang Wenming, the executive deputy mayor, Zheng had often turned a blind eye to Lei Long's transgressions, fostering his audacity in the city. However, upon witnessing the destruction of Li Fei's vehicle, Zheng understood the complexity of the situation, particularly with the damaged property still present. Aware of Lei Long's connections to the deputy mayor, he approached him, demanding, "What transpired here? I require a reasonable explanation." Lei Long began fabricating a narrative. "We were driving peacefully when this man collided with my vehicle from behind. Officer Zhang Xiaoyu from the traffic division has declared him entirely at fault and is demanding compensation. Yet, instead of complying, he used his strength to assault us, leaving several injured, though we'll need a medical examination to ascertain the extent of their injuries." Zhang pressed further, "And what of this vehicle?" Lei Long, unperturbed, countered, "We were left with no choice but to vent our frustration on his car. We were provoked. We strongly demand that the suspect who injured us be taken into custody." Zhang Enqing approached Li Fei once more, stating that the accounts he provided were inconsistent with what Li Fei had said, and requested that they accompany him to the precinct to give a statement. Both Li Fei and Xiao Fei noticed that upon seeing Lei Long, the officers had deliberately sided with him. Xiao Fei attempted to take out her phone to provide evidence, but was silently deterred by Li Fei's gaze. Li Fei then inquired, "Officer, may I add you on WeChat? I would like to share some evidence with you." Zhang Enqing, reluctant to add Li Fei as a contact, replied, "Just find a way to copy it for me." Li Fei responded, "I can first show you what happened at the scene." He proceeded to open a video on his phone. Unexpectedly, Zhang Enqing snatched the phone from Li Fei's hand and deleted the video without hesitation. Observing this, Li Fei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Have you deleted my video as well?" Zhang Enqing feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about? I haven't seen any video on your phone." Li Fei retorted with a sneer. "Oh, really? Then what will your next steps be?" Zhang Enqing replied, "I will conduct an investigation. Please provide me with your information: name, age, occupation, and ID number." Li Fei answered in a manner similar to how he had responded to Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Enqing was aware that the real issue lay with Lei Long. He had seen the truth in Li Fei's video, yet he could not support this outsider and had to stand by Lei Long. However, since it was Li Fei who reported the incident, he stated, "Very well, I will note down your information. I hope you do not leave Yicheng City for the time being and remain available for our summons." At that moment, Lei Long picked up a machete from the ground and suddenly swung it towards Li Fei's back. Xiao Fei, who had been watching, was about to warn Li Fei, but to her astonishment, Li Fei seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly dodged and retrieved his phone from Zhang Enqing's grasp. As Zhang Enqing instinctively moved forward after losing the phone, he found himself exactly where Li Fei had just been standing. Lei Long's strike fell squarely on Zhang Enqing's head. Chapter 3. He strikes at you with a knife. You ought not to dodge. Lei Long had delivered his blow with such force that it split open Zhang Enqing's skull. Immediately, brain matter mixed with blood spilled forth as Zhang Enqing collapsed. The situation escalated dramatically. The police officers who had accompanied Zhang Enqing were rendered utterly dumbfounded. "What do we do now?" Lei Long, realizing that his intended target had not been Li Fei, but rather Zhang Enqing, was struck with terror. He had thought that his strike would only leave Li Fei with a superficial wound, a display of his own prowess to instill fear in the people of Yicheng City. He was not concerned about the repercussions from the police, believing his uncle would protect him. However, he never anticipated that Zhang Enqing would take Li Fei's place, resulting in this fatal blow. At this moment, Lei Long was gripped by fear. After all, a life was at stake. If he had killed in private without witnesses, he could have relied on his uncle to smooth things over. Yet, under the bright daylight, with the vast heavens above, so many eyes were upon them, and some even recorded the scene. Particularly, Xiao Fei stood to the side, capturing the moment clearly on her phone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lei Long attempted to flee, only to be seized by Li Fei, who hurled him before the other two police officers. "Why aren't you taking action to apprehend the suspect? A life has been extinguished, and yet you stand idle." The two officers, seemingly jolted from their earlier shock, comprehended Li Fei's words. They understood that failure to act would constitute dereliction of duty, regardless of the individual involved, be it Yang Wenming or anyone else. They could not remain passive in the face of such overt criminality, especially with so many witnesses present. The two officers, named Deng Wan and Duan Ming, swiftly produced handcuffs from their belts and secured them on Lei Long. After handcuffing him, Deng Wan immediately contacted Deputy Director Yao Wanli of the Banqiao Police Station's Criminal Investigation Division to report the unfolding events. Upon hearing the news, Yao Wanli promptly briefed Director Wan Shan, who subsequently reported to the Municipal Bureau and then directly to Executive Deputy Mayor Yang Wenming. Upon hearing the news, Yang Wenming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He instructed Wan Shan to arrange for the arrest of the outsider, ensuring he was detained in a holding cell akin to his nephew, insisting that the outsider must bear responsibility while seeking a way to absolve Lei Long. Before long, Wan Shan and Yao Wanli arrived at the scene in person. Li Fei sensed their ill intentions and, while their attention wavered, discreetly passed his phone and the hidden camera to Xiao Fei. She promptly stowed them in her bag and observed how the authorities would handle the incident. Huanghuai approached and ordered that Lei Long be taken to the police car, instructing the officers, "Cuff this outsider and escort him away." The onlookers quickly dispersed, warned against disseminating information regarding the incident. Anyone found sharing details before a conclusive determination by law enforcement would be treated as instigating trouble. Yao Wanli and Wanshan had arrived after receiving a report over the phone. Thus, they were not fully cognizant of the situation at hand. The officers had overlooked Xiao Fei's presence, allowing her to observe without disturbance. As Li Fei was taken away by the police, he refrained from contesting his situation. Unfazed by the potential for wrongful accusations, he aimed to witness how Yishur City would address the matter and how it would treat him. He permitted them to place the handcuffs on him. Several officers pushed Li Fei toward the police vehicle. He cast a glance at Xiao Fei, this chance acquaintance whose background remained a mystery to him. Yet, at this critical juncture, he could only choose to trust this woman willing to vouch for him. He had entrusted his belongings and phone to her, and he had memorized her number, promising to reach out once he was released from custody. However, he felt compelled to signal something to her before his detention. As he was being escorted to the police car, he suddenly tilted his head skyward and exclaimed, "Wow, what a vast network." A police officer struck Li Fei across the face, exclaiming, "What the hell are you shouting about? Get in the car quietly." Li Fei cast a glance at Xiao Fei, who nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Li Fei's shout, Xiao Fei immediately grasped his intention. Understanding Li Fei's subtle hint, Xiao Fei realized that in order to clear his name without revealing her identity, the only way to unveil the truth was through public exposure. The most effective method would be to disseminate the authentic video to the masses, thereby exerting pressure on Yicheng. At this juncture, one might wonder, who exactly is Xiao Fei? Allow me to introduce her. Xiao Fei has been appointed by higher authorities to assume the role of the new secretary of the Yicheng Municipal Committee. This decision came in the wake of a tragic incident during the Spring Festival, where the previous secretary, Tang Tao, was struck down by a vehicle, resulting in fatal injuries. The driver fled the scene, and despite the passage of 2 weeks, the traffic police had yet to identify the perpetrator. Following Tang Tao's untimely demise, the higher-ups were incensed, as this marked the 4th abnormal death of a municipal secretary in Yicheng. Consequently, a decision was made to parachute a candidate from above to assume the position. Xiao Fei was that chosen candidate. She is a special talent cultivated by the higher authorities, having graduated from university at the age of 21. She enlisted in the female special forces and served for 2 years before participating in the civil service examination, securing a position as a civil servant in a township within Sanjia City, Beiji Province. Due to her outstanding performance, she was promoted to deputy township head the following year. And by her 3rd year, she became the township head, eventually rising to the position of township secretary in her 4th year. In her 5th year, she was elevated to deputy county head, followed by a role as deputy secretary of the county committee in her 6th year, and then county head in her 7th year. By her 8th year, she had attained the position of county secretary. It can be said that Xiao Fei's ascent has been extraordinary, as she has consistently been promoted as a special talent, bypassing the usual tenure requirements of 3 years for upward mobility from a lower to a higher position, or 2 years from deputy to principal roles, though 3 years is often the norm. As a special talent, she could be promoted every year. Xiao Fei was directly selected from her role as county secretary to serve in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, where she began at the level of deputy division chief. Originally, she intended to diligently fulfill her duties there for several years, but due to unforeseen circumstances in Yicheng, under the directive of Secretary Hua, the higher organizational departments and the Discipline Inspection Commission jointly recommended a suitable candidate to take on the role of municipal secretary in Yicheng. They proposed Xiao Fei. Having served as a special forces soldier for 2 years, Xiao Fei possesses considerable self-defense capabilities. Moreover, her dedication to her work has kept her unmarried, and her commitment to daily exercise ensures that she is not easily harmed by the average assailant. Considering various factors, the higher authorities hoped she could revitalize Yicheng within a year, aiming to rectify the long-standing adverse situation. After receiving the notification, She was initially scheduled to accompany personnel from the provincial organization department to assume her role in 2 days. However, in her desire to familiarize herself with the basic circumstances of Yicheng, she arrived ahead of time under the guise of a tourist. Little did she expect that on just her 2nd day, she would encounter Li Fei, who had just arrived in Yicheng and was embroiled in a scheme involving the offspring of officials. Although Li Fei was unfamiliar with Xiao Fei, she was well aware of him. A decade ago, during a Special Forces training competition, Li Fei distinguished himself by securing the top position among all military special forces, thereby capturing Xiao Fei's attention, though their paths had yet to cross. When Xiao Fei later witnessed Li Fei being falsely accused by Lei Long, a lingering sense of recognition stirred within her, as if she had laid eyes on him at the awards ceremony 10 years prior. Following Li Fei's confinement by the Banqiao branch police, he remained unexamined for the time being. In a bid to curry favor with Yang Wenming, Yao Wanli prioritized questioning Lei Long, seeking to extract evidence suggesting that Lei Long was coerced and thus a victim. However, Lei Long was unwilling to divulge the truth to Yao Wanli, fabricating a story. While driving, he claimed Li Fei had collided with him from behind. He asserted that upon stopping to address the situation, Li Fei had disregarded him and, emboldened by his physical prowess, had incapacitated a group of 10 or so individuals, causing minor injuries to several. He recounted that in a fit of anger, he had intended to strike Li Fei from behind merely to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Li Fei dodged, pushing Zheng Enqing forward as a shield, leading to an unintended strike to Zheng Enqing's head. Lei Long insisted that all of this was instigated by Li Fei. Had he not evaded or pushed Zheng forward, the incident would never have transpired. Yao Wanli, perceiving a potential lead, inquired if Lei Long was indeed prepared to strike Li Fei's back, blaming Li Fei for pushing Zheng into harm's way. Lei Long, with fervent conviction, affirmed the account, swearing that if he spoke falsely, he would face divine retribution. Believing he had unearthed evidence to please Yang Wenming, Yao Wanli promptly reported back. Yang Wenming responded, urging him to diligently handle the case, promising that should he manage to exonerate or reduce Lei Long's charges, he would not go unrewarded. This year, he would endeavor to secure Yao Wanli's appointment as the branch chief, potentially allowing him to concurrently serve as deputy district chief. Emboldened by Yang Wenming's promise, Yao Wanli became increasingly invested in the case. After concluding the call, he personally accompanied the criminal investigation team leader to interrogate Li Fei. Upon entering the detention center, Li Fei found himself targeted by a dozen inmates, who were incited to confront him after the surveillance was deliberately disabled. At the command of the cell leader, they prepared to assault Li Fei. He calmly advised them against such actions, asserting that they would not prevail against him, despite the cell leader's dismissal of Li Fei's warning. Urging the group to proceed, the reality unfolded as Li Fei had predicted. The assembled men were no match for him. In a display of restraint, he managed to subdue them all without inflicting harm, ultimately proclaiming with a smile, "We are all detainees. Why make it difficult for one another?" The cell leader, anticipating a show of authority, was instead humbled by the outcome, fearing retribution from Li Fei in the future, and quickly declared, "From now on, you are the leader of this cell. We shall follow your lead." Li Fei addressed him, stating that he would not engage any further, expressing his discontent, and requesting that they refrain from causing him any more trouble. In the realm where might prevails, the head of the unit dared not provoke further conflict. Just as the situation within the unit had begun to stabilize, Yao Wanli personally arrived to interrogate Li Fei. In the interrogation room, Yao Wanli bluntly inquired, "Li Fei, confess honestly, why did you evade when Lei Long aimed to strike your back, pushing Zheng Enqing to the forefront instead?" This led to Zheng Enqing's fatal injury. Li Fei retorted, "Are you implying that when someone attempts to stab me, I should remain passive and allow it to happen?" Yao Wanli responded, "Precisely. In this case, had you not dodged, you would have merely received a superficial wound to your back, which, while painful, would not have been life-threatening. However, your evasion resulted in Zheng Enqing taking the blow, which is where the error lies. His death is a consequence of your actions. Thus you are implicated in his murder, and we must charge you accordingly." Furious, Li Fei exclaimed, "What sort of twisted logic is this? Yao Wanli threatened. Insulting the investigating officers only exacerbates your situation. I have recorded this. Li Fei glared at Yao Wanli. Are you attempting to fabricate charges against me? Yao Wanli replied. You must admit to the deliberate murder of Zheng and Xing. Otherwise, I will ensure you spend the entirety of your life behind bars. Chapter 4. Entering the fray. Leaving evidence for a grand move, Li Fei, confronted by Yao Wanli and his associates' distortion of the truth, scoffed at their attempts to shield one another and frame him. I assure you, if you indiscriminately fabricate wrongful accusations, your downfall will be catastrophic. Yao Wanli commanded the surveillance to be turned off and approached Li Fei, attempting to slap him, only to miss and stumble slightly. Yao Wanli cursed. How dare you evade? Li Fei coldly replied, What kind of logic is this? You engage in coercive interrogation, yet prohibit evasion? At this moment, Yao Wanli, perceiving Li Fei as an easy target, shot him a fierce glare, but refrained from further assault. He turned to the officers beside him, asking, Have you searched Li Fei's belongings for any potential weapons or narcotics? Deng Wan stated, We overlooked it. When we brought Li Fei to the detention center, he had nothing but a belt, which we confiscated. Yao Wanli inquired, What about his phone? Check who he has contacted to see if he has accomplices. Duan Ming added, I recall, there was a woman present at the scene, roughly Li Fei's age. It seemed he entrusted his luggage to her. Yao Wanli scolded, Are you all fools? Such a crucial lead has been neglected. Make haste to locate that woman. Afterward, in front of Li Fei, Yao Wanli called the traffic police department, assigning them a task regarding the case on Jiefeng Road. Emphasizing that a woman was acquainted with the suspect, examine the surveillance footage to track her whereabouts, and find a way to apprehend her. Once located, arrest her immediately. Yao Wanli then instructed Deng Wan and Duan Ming to return Li Fei to his cell, stating, We shall continue the interrogation once we capture that woman. Moreover, regarding Xiao Fei, she returned to the hotel carrying Li Fei's luggage, along with the mobile phone and hidden camera equipment he had entrusted to her. She intended to examine the contents of Li Fei's suitcase to uncover anything that might assist him. Although Xiao Fei was only acquainted with Li Fei from a decade ago, she felt it was imperative to investigate his current endeavors. Upon inspecting the items within the suitcase, she discovered Li Fei's identification card and work credentials. Notably, Li Fei possessed 2 work IDs, one from the National Security and another from the Discipline Inspection Commission. The astute Xiao Fei immediately grasped the implications of this discovery. She swiftly packed away the suitcase, taking all of Li Fei's belongings, and meticulously applied her makeup, donning a large mask to conceal her identity. She then hurried downstairs and exited the hotel. Subsequently, she hailed a taxi to seek a real estate agency, aiming to rent a spacious residence. After the agent's recommendations, Xiao Fei opted for an exclusive courtyard in the city, which offered parking and comprised a 3-story building. Favorably, this exclusive courtyard had recently been renovated, with all furnishings brand new and internet connectivity already established. However, the price was somewhat steep at 6,000 yuan per month, a considerable amount in the city of Yicheng. Xiao Fei requested a 3-month rental, but the agent raised the price. For short-term rentals, a minimum of 20,000 yuan for 3 months was required. Xiao Fei inquired if this included the agency fee. The agent hesitated briefly before affirming that it did. Despite finding it expensive, Xiao Fei recognized the necessity of securing a discreet location, both for Li Fei's sake and her own. Resolutely, she agreed, adding, I have a request. I wonder if it is feasible. The agent prompted her to share her request. Xiao Fei articulated, I can register with my identification at your agency since it's a short-term lease, but I hope you will refrain from posting my rental information online. I wish to keep my whereabouts undisclosed. The agent, eager not to lose the business amid the current challenging real estate climate, readily consented. Acknowledging the short duration of the lease made online registration inconsequential. Thus, Xiao Fei directly transferred the funds to the agency, foregoing a formal contract. The agent was quite agreeable to this arrangement, as securing the payment was paramount. He handed over the keys to Xiao Fei. She remarked, Just 1 key is sufficient. I will replace the lock on the main door, and upon my departure, I will return all keys to you. The agent acquiesced, understanding that it was customary for tenants to change locks for security reasons. Xiao Fei then took a taxi to a supermarket, where she purchased bedding and toiletries, and called a locksmith to replace the old lock. Once everything was settled, Xiao Fei retrieved her laptop and commenced her work in the new rental. She examined the hidden camera that Li Fei had provided, connecting it to her computer to transfer all data. She also downloaded videos recorded on her phone, successfully restoring even the footage that had been deleted by the traffic police through her adept manipulation. Such technical tasks posed no challenge for Xiao Fei and Li Fei, both of whom hail from a background of special operations. Xiao Fei meticulously organized these video files, utilizing software to create a coherent short drama, complete with narration, albeit altered by the software. Thus emerged a short video titled, "When Officials Encounter Extortion and Fail, Do They Frantically Smash Cars and Assault People?" While the police turn a blind eye. Having completed this, Xiao Fei made a phone call. "Arctic Rose, I need your assistance. I will send you a short video along with the title. Can you make it go viral online at the quickest pace possible?" Arctic Rose chuckled in response. "My dear sister, if I cannot manage such a trivial task, how could I still be regarded as a prominent figure in the media industry? Rest assured, I have stakes in platforms like Daily Headlines, Douhua Video, and Weishi, and my sister's work as editors there. I can certainly instruct them to handle it." "Very well," Xiao Fei replied. After arranging these matters, she concealed Li Fei's belongings and mobile phone, locked the door, and returned to the hotel. Just as Xiao Fei entered her room, she noticed several police officers following her inside. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Fei remarked, "You arrived quite promptly. Who dispatched you?" Yao Wanli sneered. "Oh, so you were aware we were coming for you? Does that mean you already know the purpose of our visit?" Remaining composed, Xiao Fei responded, "Please enlighten me. Are you from Municipal Bureau or the district office? What is your business with me?" Yao Wanli, eyeing the stunning Xiao Fei with a lecherous gaze, thought to himself, "This woman is extraordinarily beautiful, standing at 175 meters. Her figure is simply breathtaking. How delightful it would be if I could have her." The way Yao Wanli leered at Xiao Fei made her feel disgusted, yet she maintained her cold stare, waiting for him to speak. Yao Wanli queried, "Are you unaware of the charges against you?" Xiao Fei coldly inquired, "Then pray tell, what exactly are my alleged offenses?" Yao Wanli asserted, "You are in cahoots with Li Fei. He is suspected of murdering Zheng Enqing and maliciously colliding with another's vehicle. Not only have you provided him with false testimony, but you have also safeguarded stolen goods. Surely, you cannot deny this." Xiao Fei retorted, "What false testimony did I provide for him? Do you possess evidence that implicates me in such deceit? Moreover, do your accusations not weigh upon your conscience? As for Li Fei, I merely encountered him today. We had no prior connection. You claim he maliciously crashed a vehicle. Have you viewed the footage from the scene? You assert he murdered someone. Do you have factual ground for that? I would argue it is you who is attempting to frame him." Seeing that Xiao Fei was unyielding and defiant, Yao Wanli contemplated that subduing her would be best achieved by overpowering her. With a feigned smile, he stated, "This matter is not for you to decide, but for us, the investigators. If you cooperate, perhaps I can extend some leniency your way. However, should you continue to resist, the consequences will be severe, and you may find yourself detained in a holding cell." Xiao Fei scoffed, "Oh, is your authority so vast that you can indiscriminately imprison individuals without evidence?" Yao Wanli replied, "Have I not already informed you? The evidence is at my discretion. What evidence is required will depend on my mood. If you're willing to cooperate with me, perhaps I might grant you mercy. However, if you refuse, the outcome may be quite unfavorable." Xiao Fei discerned that this Yao Wanli was courting peril and deliberately inquired, "What must I do to secure my release?" Yao Wanli instructed the accompanying officers, "You all wait downstairs for my call." The officers, aware of Yao Wanli's avaricious and lascivious nature, knowing he had risen through sycophancy, silently exited the room, ensuring to close the door behind them. Xiao Fei regarded Yao Wanli as one would a performer at a circus. Once the others had departed, Yao Wanli asked, "Please tell me your name, profession, and identification number." Xiao Fei replied coldly, "I have nothing to disclose." Yao Wanli retorted, "That's acceptable. However, should I confine you to a detention center? Do you comprehend the experience that awaits you?" A throng of deranged women could disfigure you beyond recognition. Surely, you wouldn't wish to endure such a fate? Xiao Fei remained composed, stating, I am indifferent. I merely wish to know what you desire from me to ensure my release. Yao Wanli replied, It is quite simple. As the deputy director overseeing cases, the initiative rests with me. If I declare you guilty, I can unearth incriminating evidence against you. Conversely, if I declare you innocent, I can also procure sufficient evidence to exonerate you. Xiao Fei scoffed, Oh? So it is you who decides the guilt or innocence of others. Yao Wanli replied with self-satisfaction. One could say that. Xiao Fei remarked, I see now. You can distort the truth, obfuscate reality, and disregard facts at will. Is this the enforcement environment in I Ching? Yao Wanli, with a feigned smile, countered, Let's not speak so harshly. The reality of society is such, at least within my purview. Curious to ascertain Yao Wanli's true intentions, Xiao Fei pressed, Yet you still have not articulated the critical issue. What precisely must I do to satisfy your demands for my release? Upon hearing Xiao Fei's repetitive inquiries, Yao Wanli approached the bed and sat beside her, draping an arm over her shoulder. Xiao Fei felt a wave of revulsion, but refrained from resisting to gather evidence. Yao Wanli, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Fei's phone was positioned beneath the hotel television with the video function activated, grew emboldened by her lack of resistance and let his hand wander toward her chest. Chapter 5. Unveiling the Plan. Stirring the notables of Kyoto, Xiao Fei merely brushed aside his unwelcome advances without overreacting. Yao Wanli, sensing that this woman might not dare oppose him, became increasingly brazen. I have but one request. Fulfill it, and I shall absolve you of any responsibility. Xiao Fei, fully aware of Yao Wanli's intentions, feigned ignorance and asked what condition. Yao Wanli, with a smirk that belied his true nature, replied, Accompany me once, that will suffice. Xiao Fei, pretending not to understand, queried, Accompany you in what manner? How shall I accompany you? Yao Wanli, grinning mischievously, teased why of course fully disrobed. What other manner of companionship is there? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei felt she had gathered sufficient evidence and provocatively stated, What if I refuse? Yao Wanli believed that Xiao Fei would be somewhat reluctant, so he took the initiative, murmuring, How could you possibly disagree? As he forcefully pushed her onto the bed, intent on misconduct. At this moment, Xiao Fei resolved not to indulge Yao Wanli any longer. She forcefully shoved him away, approached the television, and deactivated the recording function on her phone. Turning back to face him, she inquired, Is your desire merely to possess me? Yao Wanli, oblivious to the tumultuous emotions concealed beneath Xiao Fei's calm exterior, responded, Possessing you? That implies mutual affection. When I am satisfied, so are you. And that is the true essence of well-being. At this point, Xiao Fei could no longer contain her fury. She raised her hand and struck Yao Wanli's face with a flurry of slaps, causing his molars to loosen. This was still her restraint. Otherwise, he might have lost all his teeth. After delivering the blows, she seized Yao Wanli and propelled him towards the door, flinging him outside before swiftly closing it behind her. Xiao Fei retrieved the recorded video and sent it to Beiji Mei Gue, instructing, Please disseminate this, accompanied by the message I crafted for you. But ensure my face is obscured. Beiji Mei Gue replied, Understood, sister. Upon your return to Beijing, you owe me a lavish feast. Xiao Fei chuckled, Rest assured, if feasible, I shall also find you a suitable boyfriend, one who will surely meet your expectations. Beiji Mei Gue laughed, Sister, spare me. You're already in your 30s without a boyfriend. How can you even consider matchmaking for me? Focus on your own situation first. Enough chatter. I will promptly edit the video and hand it over to our friends for publication. After sending the video, Xiao Fei turned off her phone, fully aware that Yao Wanli would not let the matter rest easily. She decided to hide her phone for the time being. Finding a plastic bag, she placed her phone and the key to the small garden room into a safe valve in the bathroom, securing the lid tightly. After using the restroom and washing her hands, she heard a series of urgent knocks at the door. Knowing who it was, she calmly opened the door. Yao Wanli entered, accompanied by several police officers. Xiao Fei retreated into the room and asked, What do you intend to do? Yao Wanli exclaimed, You are courting death. I intended to have a private discussion with you. Yet you assaulted an officer, leaving my face bruised and my teeth loose. Xiao Fei replied with a smile. Who struck you? If I recall correctly, it was you who, desperate for my company, knelt and slapped your own face to win my sympathy. However, I have no interest in you. You harm yourself and then attempt to accuse me? Yao Wanli cursed. You are talking nonsense. It was you who hit me. Xiao Fei countered. If you insist that I struck you, then provide me a reason as to why I would do so. Yao Wanli faltered. You simply refused to take responsibility for your actions. Xiao Fei retorted, I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I bear any responsibility? Yao Wanli declared. You and Li Fei are in cahoots. Xiao Fei scoffed. Such absurdity is utterly tiresome. Yao Wanli commanded his subordinates. Cuff her and take her away. First, send her to the detention center. There is no need for further discussion. The mere fact that she assaulted an officer is sufficient grounds for criminal detention. 2 police officers approached and placed handcuffs on Xiao Fei. She offered no resistance, instead smiling as she followed the officers. Yao Wanli personally escorted Xiao Fei to the detention center, where he arranged for the female inmates to confront her, instructing them to be as brutal as possible. As Xiao Fei was led into the cell, Li Fei caught sight of her through a small opening in the door. His heart sinking. How could she have been captured as well? He instinctively called out, Guard, I have something to say. Hearing Li Fei's voice, Xiao Fei understood he was inquiring about her situation. Deliberately raising her voice, she declared, You officers are acting unlawfully. There is no evidence against me. On what basis do you detain me? Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt reassured. Xiao Fei was signaling that she had hidden her belongings. Once inside the detention center, the female inmates, having received a covert signal from the guards, encircled Xiao Fei with the intent to assault her. Xiao Fei warned, I advise you not to be swayed by the guards into attempting to harm me. I assure you, should it come to blows, you will find yourselves outmatched. I harbor no desire to injure you. It would be wise to reconsider your actions. Some of the older inmates, who had also been wrongfully detained, hesitated, while a few of the younger ones, fueled by defiance, chose to attack. However, they quickly realized their folly. In the presence of Xiao Fei, they were akin to children squabbling with an adult, each swiftly subdued and rendered speechless, gazing in terror at the striking woman before them. Xiao Fei, not wishing to hold a grudge, remarked, We are all in the same predicament. Why inflict harm upon one another? Would it not be better to support each other? I propose we share our grievances. I will take note, and should I find a way to assist you upon my release, I shall do so. Li Fei, in his cell, similarly jotted down the circumstances of each individual. It is worth noting that each detention room is equipped with writing materials for inmates to draft reports or confessions, as well as study notes. While Li Fei and Xiao Fei sought to understand the situations of their fellow detainees, 2 videos rapidly surfaced online, titled Government Officials Engaging in Extortion, Recklessly Vandalizing Cars and Assaulting People, Police Officers Turning a Blind Eye, and Deputy Director's Unlawful Conduct Threatening Innocence. The first video immediately went viral, with various forums eagerly sharing it. Viewers hastily downloaded it to their phones and disseminated it widely on social media. The second video sparked a similar uproar. These 2 videos were dubbed sister pieces by netizens, and an overwhelming wave of public outrage erupted from across the nation, condemning the officials of Yicheng for their lawlessness. Some even unearthed the murky circumstances surrounding the inexplicable deaths of the last 4 municipal party secretaries, sharing these revelations in the comments section below the videos. Within an hour of their release, the comments section exploded with activity. Even more remarkably, thousands of local media outlets across the country began to circulate the videos, leading to a nationwide outcry, particularly among the local netizens of Yicheng. A cacophony of discontent resounds. Such is the state of Yicheng, where a vast interest group has formed a convoluted web of relationships. Its members encompass not only officials but also capitalists who collude with one another, draining the livelihoods of the common people. The tentacles of this interest group extend not only to the provincial level but reach directly to the capital. It is evident that Yicheng requires drastic measures. With these officials protecting one another, the lives of the populace shall forever remain bleak. We implore higher authorities to investigate this matter. These two videos have stirred the leadership of Yicheng, particularly Mayor Yao Zheng, who was alarmed by the comments beneath the videos. He promptly instructed the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee to convene an emergency meeting of all standing committee members at 6 o'clock that evening in a small conference room. Just as Yao Zheng finalized these arrangements with Secretary Li Xiuquan, he received a call from the provincial level. Provincial Secretary Zhao Huiwang personally inquired about the situation in Yicheng. What is going on? The matter concerning Tao remains unresolved, and now there's this uproar. Are you attempting to create trouble for the provincial committee? He urged immediate action, warning that failure to address the issue satisfactorily would result in consequences for the leadership of Yicheng. Yao Zheng broke into a cold sweat. I have already arranged for the standing committee meeting to discuss the management of public opinion online. Zhao Huiwang replied, do not limit your focus to merely addressing online sentiment. It is imperative to deal with some inappropriate officials. Otherwise, public outrage will not abate, and the sooner, the better. In the capital, Discipline Inspection Secretary Zheng Hao summoned Deputy Secretary Liu Jinsha and Quan Xinghua to his office. Zheng Hao remarked, you both have seen the videos circulating online. Have you not? These two clips are quite intriguing. One features Li Fei, whom we dispatched to covertly investigate for the inspection team, now detained in a detention center. The other showcases Qiao Fei, who is set to assume office, also imprisoned. How do you propose we handle this situation? Liu Jinsha inquired. Both Li Fei and Qiao Fei are in detention. Is this information reliable? Zheng Hao responded. Have you perused the comments beneath the videos? It is unlikely to be baseless. Quan Xinghua added, it appears to be true. I attempted to contact both individuals, but their phones are all switched off. Under normal circumstances, these two exemplary talents are always reachable, and they would not simply turn off their phones without reason. However, I believe we need not intervene. Rather, we should allow the situation to unfold. With their capabilities, this should not remain confined for long. In fact, I view this as an opportunity. We are slated to inspect Huanghuai province soon. Though not publicly announced, the circumstances surrounding Li Fei and Qiao Fei may provide insight into the depths of the situation there. I suggest we refrain from interference and monitor from the sidelines. Zheng Hao concurred, acknowledging, indeed, their identities cannot be disclosed at present, and our involvement would be inappropriate. Let us follow Quan Xinghua's advice and allow the situation to develop. The three leaders reached a consensus. Let the situation unfold. As Quan Xinghua returned to his office, calls began to flood in. One is the minister of the organization department, Qiao Dongliang. Nugua, I came across two videos online. One of them, despite the face being obscured, I could recognize my daughter Qiao Fei from her voice and figure. What on earth is going on? Nugua smiled and replied, Minister Qiao, do you truly believe that Xiao Fei would be someone to suffer losses? Don't you find the release of this video rather suspicious? Rest assured, Xiao Fei will be fine. Qiao Dongliang remarked, I know she will be fine. I simply find the situation in Yicheng quite outrageous. Nugua assured him, do not worry. Secretary Hua and Secretary Zheng have already taken care of it. The two videos stirred the concerns of numerous influential figures in Kyoto who supported Li Fei and Qiao Fei, as well as a certain individual who aimed to exploit Li Fei's leadership amidst an investigation to undermine him. After viewing the videos, he instructed his secretary, inquire with Zhao Huiwang about what is truly happening. This is not the outcome I anticipated. Chapter 6. Do you really think you can dominate everything? The standing committee meeting of the Yicheng Municipal Party Committee, presided over by Yao Zheng, was convened promptly, aside from a military member unable to attend for specific reasons. The attendees included Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Deng Wanchao, Discipline Inspection Secretary Liu Guoyang, Organization Minister Wu Jianhua, United Front Minister Yi Yanhai, Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Wang Jinping, Propaganda Minister Li Li, Secretary General Li Xiuquan, Executive Vice Mayor Yang Wenming, and Deputy Mayor Zhao Jiwei. Recently, the sudden car accident of Municipal Party Secretary Tao had sparked public discourse and skepticism, with even ordinary citizens expressing disbelief over the unexplained deaths of 4 consecutive secretaries. This matter had already become a national topic of discussion, and just as the chatter had not yet subsided, these two videos emerged. plunging most members of the Yicheng Municipal Party Committee into a whirlwind of public opinion. From the videos, it was evident that an individual named Lei Long deliberately rammed a Land Rover into a Passat from behind, subsequently maneuvering the Land Rover to obstruct the Passat's path. Miraculously, the traffic police deleted the footage from the Passat's dashboard camera, wrongfully attributing full responsibility to the Passat owner and insisting on private settlement. The owner of the Land Rover, Lei Long, audaciously demanded $500,000, clearly engaged in a scheme of staged accidents and extortion against the Passat owner. After deleting the footage, the traffic police left, and when Lei Long's associates could not reach an agreement with the Passat owner, they summoned 7 or 8 individuals to violently assault him, vandalizing the Passat and slashing its tires, rendering it a total loss. Despite the Passat owner's call for police assistance, the arriving officers arrested him on the pretext of having injured the group, disregarding his claims of self-defense. It was evident to all from the footage that the Passat owner was merely defending himself. Yet, the police chose this course of action solely because the owner of the Land Rover was the nephew of a city leader. During the meeting, Yao Zheng inquired of Wang Jinping, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, "How do you intend to quell this situation?" Wang Jinping, upon hearing Yao Zheng's question, retorted, "Shouldn't you be asking Mayor Yang Wenming how to resolve this matter?" Yang Wenming found himself unable to decline when Wang Jinping directly placed the responsibility upon him. While he could argue that this matter did not fall within his purview, the individual at the center of this issue was his nephew, Lei Long, who had often misused Yang's name for nefarious purposes. Yang Wenming remarked, "This matter cannot be solely attributed to me simply because Lei Long is my nephew. After all, public discourse is the realm of the propaganda department, while case handling falls under the jurisdiction of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. I am merely a relative of the involved party. Furthermore, this issue pertains to the entire city of E, and it would be inappropriate for me to assume responsibility. According to protocol, I should recuse myself." Seated among them, the United Front Work Department head, Huanghuai, cast a disdainful glance at Yang Wenming, nearly retorting that if Yang had not indulged his nephew to such an extent, Lei Long would not dare engage so brazenly in extortion, culminating in an act of violence. The video clearly depicted the owner of the Passat attempting to evade confrontation, although there was a moment that suggested a slight contact with Zheng Enqing. The footage did not substantiate it. Regardless of the circumstances, Lei Long was the perpetrator, and Zheng Enqing was the unfortunate victim. Huanghuai was acutely aware that among the standing committee of the E-City Committee, individuals such as Yao Zheng, Deng Wanchao, Liu Guoyang, Guo Jianhua, Li Xiuchun, and Yang Wenming were all loyal to Provincial Secretary Zhao Huiwang. These seasoned members, having been gradually promoted locally, were considered local factions. Their unity would make it challenging for the opinion of the city party secretary to gain traction. Conversely, Yao Zheng's views could easily prevail, although their discussion appeared collaborative. It was, in truth, a maneuver to deflect responsibility. Upon hearing Yang Wenming's statement, Yao Zheng turned to the propaganda minister, Li, inquiring, "Minister Li, do you have any strategies to address this wave of public sentiment?" Li, not being aligned with Zhao Huiwang, but rather with Governor Jing Yunliang, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at Yao Zheng shifting the focus onto her. However, she understood the dynamics at play, often abstaining or following the majority's lead during standing committee meetings, with abstentions being more common. Li furrowed her brow and replied, "Mayor, I have reviewed the origins of these 2 videos, and they all trace back to the capital, with several emanating from official media accounts. This could prove challenging to manage. Traditionally, the only recourse is to pay for their deletion." Yao Zheng glanced at Yang Wenming and said, "Very well. I shall allocate $1 million to you for public relations efforts. Find a way to have everything removed. Let us first mitigate the impact." At this moment, Yao Zheng was unconcerned with the expenditure, focusing solely on ensuring he could justify his actions before Zhao Huiwang, indifferent to the opinions of others. Li responda, "Mayor. Regardless of how much you provide, I cannot guarantee the complete eradication of the impact. We are in an era of widespread public discourse, where everyone acts as a media outlet. Many have downloaded the videos to their devices before sharing them. What means do I possess to compel the masses to delete these videos? Upon hearing Li's remarks, Yao Zheng's expression darkened. Secretary Wang, please inform the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Qin Yuhai, to expedite his arrival at the meeting. He has 5 minutes. Wang Jinping promptly dialed Qin Yuhai. Hurry to the small conference room at the Municipal Committee to attend the Standing Committee meeting. You have 5 minutes. Qin Yuhai was convening a meeting with the leadership team of the Municipal Bureau, with Wan Shan, the director of the Banjiao District Branch, also in attendance. Their discussions were centered on strategies to mitigate the impact of online discourse on the public security system of Yicheng, rather than addressing how to deal with the perpetrators or those who fail to enforce the law impartially. Instead, they were focused on ways to present a united front to silence individuals such as Li Fei and Xiao Fei. Upon receiving a call from Wang Jinping, Qin Yuhai instructed everyone to brainstorm solutions while he attended a meeting at the Municipal Committee. Meanwhile, the members of the Municipal Standing Committee awaited Qin Yuhai's arrival in silence. The Municipal Public Security Bureau was merely a few hundred meters away, and Qin Yuhai arrived promptly. Upon entering, he greeted the seated committee members, then chose a spot in the back row. Yao Zheng spoke up, "Come to the front. I want to ask you about your thoughts on calming the current online sentiment. Do you have any plans?" Qin Yuhai replied, "We are also holding a meeting, and the consensus is to dispatch our police force to locate the individuals who posted online. Those who refuse to delete their posts will be apprehended directly." Yao Zheng nodded and addressed the assembly. "Does anyone have any objections to Comrade Qin Yuhai's plan?" Silence ensued. The local faction of Yao Zheng had already expressed their support, and others were reluctant to assume responsibility. Noting the absence of further comments, Yao Zheng continued, "Since no one has a better solution, we shall proceed in 3 steps. First, the publicity department will swiftly coordinate to delete the videos. If funds are required, let Mayor Yang Wenming approve the expenditure. If 1 million is insufficient, then 2 million, and should that fail, we shall consider 3 million, 4 million, or 5 million, ensuring all videos are deleted to mitigate the impact. Second, for those still unwilling to delete the content after contact from the publicity department, Qin Yuhai, you will arrange for police forces to travel nationwide to apprehend them. Third, we will intensify the interrogation of the 2 individuals involved, Li Fei and Xiao Fei, to secure confessions, which will then be disseminated online to alter the narrative surrounding the videos." Seated quietly, Yunhai suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. "What are you doing? Are you recklessly squandering public funds? Do you not care about the consequences? You casually talk about spending 3 million or 5 million. Have you all watched the videos? Surely, you know the truth. Do you think throwing money at deleting posts will silence the masses? Can you control the sentiments of the citizens nationwide? You cannot simply suppress one issue only for another to arise. How much public funding do you have at your disposal? Furthermore, it has been explicitly stated that spending money to delete posts is prohibited. Are you unaware of this? And you intend to send people to arrest those who posted the videos? Who do you think you are? You may hold power in Yicheng, but try apprehending individuals in the capital. I dare say, should you attempt that, the ensuing wave of public opinion will be far more fervent. Are you going to arrest people from People S Daily or Xinhuanet? What grounds will you have? They merely published a video grounded in factual evidence. I am utterly appalled to be associated with you. It is truly disgraceful." Following Yunhai's scathing remarks, he promptly exited the room. Upon realizing something amiss, Yao Zheng quickly called out to him, "Minister Yu, please do not leave just yet. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them at the meeting. Come, sit down and share." Yao Zheng personally guided Yu Yunhai back to his seat. Yu Yunhai was affiliated with Geng Guangming, the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, who was not on good terms with Zhao Huiwang. Hearing Yu Yunhai's harsh words, Qin Yuhai felt a surge of indignation. However, being merely a deputy mayor and director, he felt compelled to remain silent, his face flushed with frustration. Yao Zheng, maintaining a cordial demeanor, inquired, "Minister Yu, do share your thoughts and opinions freely." With a fierce glare, Yu Yunhai retorted, "Do you truly listen to what I say? How many times have I spoken in the standing committee, and how many of my suggestions have you adopted? Even the words of 4 successive mayors have gone unheard. Haven't they?" Yao Zheng's expression turned a shade of green. Yu Yunhai was digging into a particularly sensitive topic. Yet, he could not afford to show anger at that moment. Minister Yu, please do express your opinions, he urged. Yu Yunhai challenged. Are you genuinely willing to listen? Silence ensued, until Yao Zheng replied, as long as it aids in resolving our current public relations crisis, we will certainly listen. Yu Yunhai continued, very well, I shall speak. As the saying goes, it is more effective to address the root of the problem than to merely simmer down the surface. Seeking to delete posts is akin to putting a lid on boiling water. The only way to quell online discourse is to swiftly and severely address the individuals implicated in the video and to publicly announce the outcomes under the auspices of the municipal government and police department. Once netizens see the consequences, their emotions will naturally settle, and the online uproar will dissipate. This serves not only as an explanation to the public, but also to our superiors. Calming public opinion is akin to the great Yu managing the floods. We should seek to guide rather than suppress. Yao Zheng, after hearing this, found it to be quite reasonable. He glanced at Yang Wenming, who was part of his faction and had consistently supported Yao Zheng in his confrontations with the newly appointed mayors. Yao Zheng's gaze seemed to convey, Yang Wenming, you heard Minister Yu's words. They carry weight. It now rests upon you to decide whether you are willing to sacrifice your own nephew to quell the public outcry. Yang Wenming, his face stern, remained silent but shook his head in dissent. Yao Zheng then turned to Qin Yuhai, asking, Mayor Qin, what is your perspective? Qin Yuhai candidly replied, to be frank, this incident involves Lei Long and Zheng Enqing. Yao Wanli has been overly ostentatious. Why resort to such methods publicly? It would indeed be inappropriate not to take action, as our municipal office has been facing criticism as well. At this juncture, Lili interjected, I believe Comrade Yunhai has a point. This approach is far preferable to having our publicity department squander resources hiring individuals. Not only does it violate regulations, but if this matter were to be exposed, it would spark yet another wave of public scrutiny. Yang Wenming then voiced his disagreement. I cannot concur. Until the truth is ascertained, we cannot arbitrarily penalize individuals, nor can we wrongfully accuse the innocent. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunhai banged the table, exclaiming, disregard my previous statements as mere drivel. Do you truly believe you can shield yourselves from the truth? You will come to regret this. Many committee members glared at Yu Yunhai in anger. With a cold smirk gracing his lips, Yu Yunhai exited the room. Thus, the meeting was abruptly adjourned, cut short by Yu Yunhai's fury. Upon observing the lack of consensus among the crowd, Yao Zheng, noticing the imminent departure of the individuals, called out to Yang Wenming, Wang Jinping, and Qin Yuhai, urging them to convene in his office for further deliberation. Chapter 7. The Outrage of the Big Shot. Immediate release among the more than 10 members of the Standing Committee of Yicheng City. The majority aligned themselves with Yao Zheng, as they were all intertwined with substantial interests in Yicheng City, thus opposing the municipal party secretary. This opposition culminated in the tragic demise of the first secretary, Huanghuai, who was fatally attacked with a knife on his way home from work. Huanghuai had been appointed by the province of Huanghuai, and days after his death, it was reported that the perpetrator, a mentally ill individual, had drowned in a reservoir. The second secretary to face opposition, Yuan Beichao, succumbed to poisoning. It was alleged that a female staff member from a municipal hotel, dissatisfied with Yuan, had laced his meal with poison. Yuan, who had only been in office for just over a month without securing proper accommodation, tragically died while residing at the municipal hotel. The ensuing investigation concluded that the female staff member, harboring societal grievances, had intentionally poisoned Yuan, and shortly after his death, she took her own life, thereby closing the case. The third secretary, Ming Zhongyan, met with disaster 6 months into his tenure when a sudden fire erupted in his residence, leading to his untimely death. The cause of the fire was attributed to outdated wiring in his study, which ignited papers, and the matter was left unresolved. The fourth secretary, Tang Tao, who had been appointed directly from higher authorities, was notably cautious, often accompanied by a secretary or driver. However, during an inspection of a shantytown redevelopment, he was struck by a vehicle on a major road devoid of surveillance, and the driver fled the scene, leaving the perpetrator unidentified. These incidents illustrate the profound depths of corruption and issues within Yicheng City. Nevertheless, the Standing Committee, united under Yao Zhang's leadership, failed to elevate him to the position of municipal party secretary, leaving Yao in a state of discontent. His frustration stemmed from his belief that he had been personally promoted by provincial secretary Zhao Huang, questioning why he was obstructed from ascending to the role of secretary. When he sought an audience with Zhao, he was dismissed by Zhao as secretary, who conveyed that the secretary had no time to meet him and would notify him when the opportunity arose. Due to the incident involving Huanghuai, Zhao Huang was reluctant to appoint Yao Zheng as secretary. The subsequent death of Yuan Beichao amplified Zhao's apprehension, further dissuading him from endorsing Yao. Ironically, the more Yao Zheng attempted to exert influence, the more opportunities eluded him. Yet, Yao remained convinced that despite Zhao Huang's refusal to appoint him, the secretary would not allow him to come to harm, emboldening him to act with increasing audacity. The previous 4 municipal party secretaries met their untimely demise, all under the directive of the provincial committee to control the narrative, forbidding any media from disseminating information without proper verification. Consequently, only those within the system and a select few citizens of Yicheng were privy to these events. However, this time the situation is markedly different, though not monumental. The repercussions are profoundly detrimental. Yao Zheng summoned Yang Wenming, Wang Jinping, and Qin Yuhai to devise a response strategy. Once the 3 were seated in Yao Zheng's office, and the secretary had poured tea before quietly exiting, Yao Zheng initiated the discussion. Now that it is just the 4 of us, let us brainstorm how best to address this matter. Wang Jinping interjected, in my opinion. We should entrust this issue to Qin Yuhai. Regardless of the methods employed, our primary objective must be to suppress the public discourse. Yang Wenming Gonjuret Stating. I align with Secretary Wang's perspective. We cannot afford to be lenient with external influences. Are we truly unable to subdue these 2 outsiders? Qin Yuhai appeared perturbed. Esteemed leaders, I am willing to take on this task, but I have 3 stipulations. Yao Zheng prompted, speak freely. We are amongst friends. No need for subterfuge. Qin Yuhai articulated. The first condition is that to quell the public outcry, we must apprehend the individual responsible for the posts. My inquiries with the cyber monitoring team revealed that aside from the capital, there are over 1,000 locations nationwide from which these messages originated. Identifying each one will necessitate a significant deployment of police forces and personnel from various districts, requiring an estimated budget exceeding 5 million. The second condition is that to absolve Lei Long, we must ensure that Li Fei admits to intentionally throwing Zheng Ensheng under Lei Long's blade. But I will need to employ certain tactics, and you must consent to bear the consequences should complications arise. My third condition is regarding the audacious Yuan Hai, who poses a risk. You must devise a means to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Yao Zheng furrowed his brow. The funding issue can be managed. But the second condition is your own affair, but does not necessitate our endorsement. The third, however, seems more complicated, as Yuan Hai is a provincial cadre. Before Yao Zheng could elaborate, Yang Wenming interjected, if we cannot escalate these matters to the provincial level, we should leave it to Jiui to handle. The group shared a tacit understanding. They were all well acquainted with Jiui's methods. Yao Zheng refrained from further comment, as Jiui had often assisted him in less than savory dealings. Just as the discussion progressed, Yao Zheng's phone rang. It was a call from the provincial office. Mayor Yao, I must inform you that Li Jingxian, the chairman of Jinghai Pharmaceuticals, has just contacted Secretary Zhao. He expressed concerns after seeing online reports of their sales representatives being mistreated in Yicheng. He demands their immediate release. Otherwise, Jinghai Group will pursue a relentless vendetta against Yicheng. Furthermore, he indicated that they would mobilize all resources to uncover and publicize the nefarious elements and the mysterious deaths of the 4 previous municipal secretaries. Although Secretary Zhao asserted that the unusual deaths of those secretaries are unrelated to your administration, he fears that if Jinghai Group truly commits to this course of action, it would spell disaster for both Huanghuai Province and Yicheng. We hope you will release the individuals at once. Yao Zheng cautiously inquired, does Secretary Zhao mean that we must release them? The voice on the other end of the line retorted, Do you think I am issuing a false decree? Secretary Zhao implies that you should not allow a trivial matter to unearth issues that ought to remain concealed. If that happens, no one will be able to safeguard you. You must determine your own course of action. With that, the call ended abruptly. This conversation took place on Yao Zheng's mobile phone, and his voice resonated throughout the room, allowing several individuals to overhear. It transpired that following the viral sensation of a particular online video, Li Jingxian, chairman of the Huanghuai pharmaceutical group located in the northeastern part of Beiji province, had also viewed this video upon his secretary's prompting. After watching, Li Jingxian chuckled. What task has Xiao Fei undertaken this time to get himself captured? I shall inquire further into the situation. Li Jingxian is indeed the father of Li Fei. The Li family has resided in Xinchuan County of Luan City for over a millennium, dedicating generations to martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine. Several decades ago, they established a business that produces traditional Chinese medicine based on ancestral recipes and their own innovative formulations, gaining international acclaim as their enterprise flourished into the now renowned Huanghuai Group, which ranks among the top 100 enterprises in the nation. Li Fei was born into such a family. Although he inherited the family's martial arts and traditional medicine practices, he pursued a degree in computer networking technology at university and later studied law in graduate school. After graduation, he sought to enlist in the military for personal growth, a decision that Li Jingxian supported, hoping his son would gain valuable experience. Unexpectedly, Li Fei not only became a special forces soldier, but also distinguished himself through commendable performance during secret missions. After several years of service, he requested to retire and return home to assist his father in managing the family business. However, the military and national authorities were reluctant to lose such talent, asserting that while exemplary entrepreneurs abound, exceptional national talents are scarce. Thus, they assigned Li Fei directly to work within the Ministry of State Security. Upon learning of his son's capture, Li Jingxian, though confident in Li Fei's abilities, was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding his city. This city had previously approached Huanghuai Group about establishing a branch, but after conducting private investigations, Li Jingxian grew wary of the mysterious deaths of 4 consecutive city party secretaries. In a place where even the city secretary could be undermined, he doubted the viability of business operations and chose not to pursue discussions further. Li Jingxian then called Beijing, stating, Minister Liang, I must inquire how Xiao Fei ended up capturing East City under your jurisdiction. Minister Liang Yongqiao of the Ministry of State Security replied, Chairman Li, Xiao Fei has been temporarily reassigned to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. As for their arrangements, it is not within my purview to question. Perhaps you might ask Secretary Quan Xinhua. Liang Yongqiao found himself in a predicament, as a certain bureau chief had been reported and was now under critical scrutiny from the disciplinary inspection team. Given that this bureau chief had a close relationship with Li Fei, the sudden reassignment of Li Fei to the commission allowed him to evade scrutiny at a crucial moment. Liang Yongqiao was aware that Li Fei's family possessed an inexhaustible fortune, ensuring that financial troubles would never beset them. However, he believed it implausible that Li Fei should be entangled in the affairs of others. Liang Yongqiao held firm to the conviction that the innocent would clear their name, while the guilty would reveal their own corruption. Thus, he refrained from delving further into the matter. It was the direct superior of Li Fei who made a call to Quan Xinhua, resulting in Li Fei being temporarily reassigned, thereby evading the impending controversy. Yet, this development remained undisclosed to Li Jingxian. Inquisitive, Li Jingxian sought out Quan Xinhua's contact number and placed a call. Upon realizing he was speaking to Li Fei's father, Quan Xinhua responded, Director Li, it is fortuitous that you called regarding this matter. Allow me to explain. Li Fei was selected as part of our inspection team by Secretary Jinghua and Secretary Zheng, and he will serve in this capacity for 3 months, during which his identity must remain confidential. We are aware of the situation, yet we cannot interrogate it under the auspices of the Discipline Inspection Commission. We believe that with Li Fei's capabilities, he cannot be contained by Yi Cheng. However, should you harbor concerns, you may inquire discreetly with Zhao Huang in Huanghuai province under the pretense of him being your salesperson, but please do not publicly disclose your relationship with Li Fei. Li Jingxian, astute as he was, comprehended Quan Xing's intentions. He promptly dialed Zhao Huihuang's number as provided. Upon answering, Zhao Huihuang inquired about the purpose of the call. Li Jingxian explained that Li Fei was a salesperson for their group, sent to Huanghuai province to assess the investment in establishing a branch factory. He expressed his astonishment that Li Fei had been apprehended, asserting that the video evidence clearly demonstrated the malicious actions of corrupt officials intent on extortion and harm. How can my personnel be detained in such an environment? How can I trust investing in Huanghuai province under these circumstances? Zhao Huihuang, recognizing that the incident involving Li Fei jeopardized the overall investment climate in Huanghuai, took the matter seriously. Director Li, rest assured, I will take care of this immediately and ensure their release. It was under these circumstances that Yao Zheng received a call from Zhao Huihuang's secretary. Yao Zheng was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation had stirred the ire of influential figures across various sectors. He turned to Qin Yuhai and stated, "Let us first release Li Fei and Xiao Fei." Yang Wenming interjected, "Didn't the call specify only Li Fei's release? Why must Xiao Fei be included?" Yao Zheng, already irked by the order from Zhao Huihuang's secretary, flared up at Yang Wenming's inquiry. "You have a pig-s brain. With Li Fei's situation resolved, what justification remains for detaining Xiao Fei? Are we to await orders from higher-ups? Qin Yuhai, you go and release them at once." Chapter 8. Depart. Summon your leaders. Qin Yuhai rose and made arrangements for several trusted aides to come over. In his office, Chief Liu Pingyan of the Criminal Police Brigade arrived with a few officers. Qin Yuhai instructed them directly, "Go to the City No. 1 Detention Center and release Li Fei and Xiao Fei. Before releasing them, contact Yao Wanli from the Banqiao Sub-Bureau. Regardless of what he says, you must proceed with the release. Afterward, inquire about his thoughts. If he has no particular concerns, arrange for surveillance on Li Fei and Xiao Fei. If he does have thoughts, hand the matter over to him and ensure he reports each step back to you." After Liu Pingyan acknowledged with a sound, he departed with his entourage. In Yao Zheng's office, upon seeing Qin Yuhai leave, Wang Jinping took his leave as well, saying, "Mayor, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." This left Yao Zheng and Yang Wenming alone in the room. Yao Zheng inquired of Yang Wenming, "Please provide me with a candid assessment. How do you wish to handle the situation regarding your nephew, Lei Long?" Yang Wenming furrowed his brow, confessing to be frank, "I currently lack any viable ideas. However, I am resolutely opposed to my nephew facing execution or an indefinite prison sentence. As you're aware, I am unable to bear children, and my only family is my sister's household. I regard this nephew as my own flesh and blood. Should he perish, my hopes will be dashed." Just as Yao Zheng was about to respond, the telephone on the desk rang. He hurriedly answered, "What?" "The Provincial Public Security Department wishes to oversee the matter of the online video." "Very well. I will arrange for cooperation on your end. When do you anticipate arriving?" The voice on the other end replied that they required a conclusion within an hour before they would withdraw. After hanging up, Yao Zheng turned to Yang Wenming, stating, "You have heard. The provincial authorities are sending personnel to supervise this case. Your nephew's safety appears grim. You should prioritize your own safety and not wait until this matter entangles you. Should an investigation be initiated against you, the repercussions would be severe, affecting many others as well. If necessary, it would be wise for you to conceal yourself. I will assist you in managing the remaining issues, but you must be prepared to sacrifice your nephew." Yang Wenming gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. I shall proceed as you suggest. I will engage in attracting investment." Though he spoke of attracting investment, he was hardly in the mood to venture out. This was merely a hint to Yao Zheng. Should the Provincial Public Security Department seek him for inquiries, Yao Zheng could claim that Yang Wenming was out attracting investment, thereby stalling the investigation. Yang Wenming cleverly drove himself to his secluded villa near the Banqiao Reservoir, believing that few knew of its existence, not even his wife. Once concealed, Yang Wenming called his sister, Yang Wenwan, saying, "Sister, the situation with Xiao Long has escalated. It is no longer just a city matter. Even the provincial authorities are involved. The provincial secretary has personally called Mayor Yao Zheng, insisting that Xiao Long confess. I am unable to safeguard Xiao Long any longer. If I continue to protect him stubbornly, I may end up in peril myself. I have temporarily hidden away. If anyone inquires about my whereabouts, please inform them that I am engaging in investment attraction, but the specific location is unknown. Yang Wenwan wept. If you can no longer manage this, what will happen to Xiaolong? He is currently at home. Should I help him escape? Yang Wenming replied. Is there somewhere he could go? He must not travel too far. If you have a place for him to hide, that would suffice, but do not disclose to those who come looking that it was your idea for him to flee. Yang Wenjuan sobet, eat understand. It is all your fault for spoiling him. His ruin is a result of your indulgence. Yang Wenming retorted, how can you speak so? I merely feared for Xiaolong's well-being. My affection for him was genuine. You must handle this as you see fit. My phone may be off for a while, so please refrain from calling me in the coming days. I will find a way to reach you if there is any news. At this moment, Yao Zheng found himself alone in the office, feeling increasingly anxious. The public sentiment online was spiraling out of control, with some individuals directly mentioning his name in the comment section. If he did not act swiftly to remove the online videos, the situation would become increasingly detrimental to him. Yao Zheng called Li. Minister Li, please find a way to inquire if we can negotiate with those official media outlets to have the videos taken down. We are willing to meet any conditions they may impose. Li paced anxiously in her office. The emergence of this online controversy left her feeling utterly helpless, which undoubtedly disappointed the provincial leaders regarding her capabilities. Her chances for promotion seemed bleak unless she managed to quell this public outcry. She acknowledged that Yu Yunhai's words were quite pragmatic, yet Yao Zheng was inclined to heed the opinions of Yang Wanming and Qin Yuhai. The lack of expression from others led to an unprecedented outburst from Yu Yunhai, who seldom spoke at the standing committee meetings, but now erupted in fury. However, Li hesitated to approach Yu Yunhai, should any of the others discover this and report back to Yao Zheng and the others. She would find herself in an untenable position. If targeted by Yao Zheng's faction, not only would she face isolation at future standing committee meetings, but she might also suffer the same fate as the 4 municipal secretaries. When Yao Zheng insisted that she take action to mitigate the public sentiment, Li replied, I agree to head to the capital immediately to coordinate with those individuals, but I require funding first. Otherwise, I cannot proceed. Yao Zheng responded, I will arrange that. Select a few individuals to accompany you to the capital for public relations. Once the major media outlets remove the content, the smaller outlets and self-media will follow suit, allowing Qin Yuhai and the others to handle the aftermath. Li added, however, Mayor, I must express my opinion. Although I do not often communicate with Yu Yunhai, I believe his perspective on managing online sentiment is the most effective. If we address the issues surrounding Yao Wanli and Lei Long, the situation will likely cool down. Yao Zheng concurred. Let us proceed concurrently. I've already spoken with Yang Wenming. Meanwhile, Chief Lu Pingyan of the Criminal Police Department was unaware that the provincial department had intervened and was dispatching personnel. After receiving orders from the bureau chief, he executed the command. At the Banqiao sub-bureau, he encountered Yao Wanli and listened to his viewpoint. This matter largely hinges on Mayor Yang Wenming's opinion. After all, he is his own nephew and regards him as a son. Lu Pingyan was direct. Let us set aside other matters for now. The order I have received is to release Li Fei and Xiao Fei immediately. After their release, I would like to hear your thoughts on how to proceed. Yao Wanli retorted, what is the chief's opinion? Lu Pingyan was displeased with Yao Wanli's response. What do you mean by that? I expect you to provide input, because you're the one who apprehended them. If you want my opinion, then simply hand the case over to me. Yao Wanli hurriedly explained, Chief, that is not what I meant. I wish to follow your guidance. Lu Pingyan replied, stop with the pretenses. Just tell me how you intend to handle Li Fei and Xiao Fei. Yao Wanli remarked, my video has also been uploaded online. I wish for this woman to acknowledge that she has manipulated images and videos from the internet. Only with her admission can I evade the onslaught of public opinion. Otherwise, I too shall become a casualty of this online discourse. This is the essence of my thoughts. Lu Pingyan then comprehended the intent behind his superior's directive to communicate with Yao Wanli. Yet, the order to release the individuals had been given, and it was imperative to comply. If Yao Wanli sought answers, he would have to devise an alternate approach. Lu Pingyan responded, we must first release them. And what you do afterward is a matter of your own strategy. I neither endorse nor oppose it, nor will I interfere. I remain uninformed. Yao Wanli inquired, could I possibly take charge of the release? Only in this manner can I gain the initiative. Lu Pingan deliberately placed Yao Wanli in a position of obligation, stating, originally, it was my duty to facilitate their release. However, since you have requested it, you shall undertake this task. But once they are released, you must inform me of every subsequent action you take. Yao Wanli, perplexed, replied, did you not say you would not interfere or have any knowledge of it? Lu Pingan explained, you simpleton, in public, I profess ignorance and non-intervention. Yet internally, I must be privy to all your movements. Do you not grasp this unspoken rule of bureaucracy, or are you merely pretending not to? Yao Wanli refrained from elaboration. I understand. Rest assured. I hope the captain will speak favorably of me at the city bureau's meeting. Lu Pingan, satisfied, replied, very well, you may proceed with the release. Yao Wanli was reluctant to release them. If Xiao Fei remained in custody, he could conduct further interrogations. If necessary, he would resort to coercive tactics, believing that no woman could withstand his methods. However, his desires diverged from those of others. In the realm of politics, regardless of right or wrong, individuals always acted in their own interests, perpetually seeking to expose the faults of others while neglecting to scrutinize the legality of their own actions. With no alternative, Yao Wanli had to comply with Lu Pingan's command. He selected several trusted subordinates, instructing them to monitor and track the released individuals meticulously, ensuring they documented every word and action. This conversation transpired on the afternoon of the following day. Yao Wanli arrived at the detention center to personally escort Li Fei and Xiao Fei out. Although Li Fei and Xiao Fei were unaware of Yao Wanli's motives for releasing them after 24 hours, it was evident that someone had intervened. As they were called from their separate cells, fellow inmates reminded them, brother, remember what I told you. You must help me. Sister, do not hold a grudge against us. Once you are out, please find a way to assist us. Yao Wanli glared and shouted, what the hell are you all babbling about? If they dare to collude with you after leaving, we will arrest them again. Silence. Li Fei retorted, you, the police chief, are being utterly unreasonable. Why deny them the right to speak? Are you afraid they will expose your secrets? Or have you wronged them? If not, why threaten them? Yao Wanli ceased to engage with the individuals in the cell and addressed Li Fei with a fierce tone. Do not presume that your release signifies your safety. As long as you remain in Yicheng, I can apprehend you again at any moment. Li Fei deliberately provoked Yao Wanli. If that is your stance, then why should I even bother to leave? I might as well stay here to avoid your arbitrary rearrest. Yao Wanli was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Fei replied, I mean I want to go out, lest you unjustly seize me again. Yao Wanli, unwilling to allow Li Fei to linger, responded, all right. I merely spoke in jest. Do you truly not wish to leave? If you choose to remain, that is your decision, but it does not concern me. I will report the facts as they are. So, will you leave or not? Li Fei retorted vehemently, get lost. If you want me to leave, send your superiors here. Yao Wanli realized he had stirred trouble once more. Chapter 9. A turn of events. The director apologizes. Li Fei's refusal to leave left Yao Wanli at a loss. He resorted to calling Lu Pingan. Captain, Li Fei refuses to go. I am at my wit's end. Lu Pingan, upon hearing this, recognized the predicament. Typically, detainees, upon learning of their impending release, are eager to exit the detention center. Yet Li Fei was an anomaly. This situation could only arise from two possibilities. Either the individual was entirely innocent and wrongfully detained, seeking an apology or compensation, or he possessed significant connections that rendered the local authorities powerless. Regardless of the scenario, it posed a challenge. Allowing someone who had been unjustly detained to depart without resolution would necessitate an explanation. Lu Pingan promptly reported this situation to Huanghuai. Huanghuai had just received a call concerning Li Fei from a friend in the capital. Director Qin, I heard you apprehended someone named Li Fei in Yicheng. This is causing quite a stir online. I must advise you, if you wish to avoid imprisonment, release him immediately. Do not inquire about Li Fei's connections. I will not disclose that information. Moreover, this conversation must remain confidential. I'm doing this as a favor. Consider you assisted my son with a matter in Yicheng last year. Do not delay. Handle it swiftly. As Qin Yuhai contemplated the unfolding situation, the narrative conveyed through the online videos was unequivocal. Li Fei was indeed innocent. His friend, Hu Yufeng, a division director within the Ministry of Public Security, hailed from Dazhong City in Northi Province. Last year, due to a relative's involvement in a case related to illegal fundraising in Yicheng, Hu Yufeng had reached out to Qin Yuhai, who took the matter seriously. Although Hu Yufeng held a lower rank, his influence was considerable, and it was prudent not to offend him. Thus, at Hu Yufeng's behest, Qin Yuhai had facilitated the release of his relative. Hu Yufeng, owing a significant favor to Qin Yuhai, meticulously reviewed a video circulating online that depicted an incident in Yicheng involving the police. Upon recognizing Li Fei in the footage, he recalled their past collaboration on a case alongside comrades from the National Security Bureau, with Li Fei being his partner at that time. He understood Li Fei to be an exceptionally upright individual, unlikely to act recklessly, and coming from a well-off family, which endowed him with a strong sense of national loyalty and a pursuit of fairness and justice. It was evident from the video that Li Fei was in Yicheng for a crucial secret mission, and the local police's apprehension of him would be tantamount to courting disaster. To repay his debt to Qin Yuhai, Hu Yufeng conveyed his concerns. Upon receiving Hu Yufeng's call, Qin Yuhai took it seriously. Although he was unaware of Li Fei's specific background, the mysterious nature of Hu Yufeng's communication suggested that Li Fei's connections were likely significant. Just as he was relieved to have arranged for the release of both Li Fei and Xiao Fei, Lu Ping reported that Li Fei was unwilling to leave, which alarmed Qin Yuhai. "Very well, I shall go personally," he declared. Driving to the detention center, Qin Yuhai was promptly greeted by the director upon his arrival. In the director's office, he inquired, "Who was it that came to release Li Fei?" The director replied without hesitation. It was Deputy Director Yao Wanli from the Banjiao Subbureau. Qin Yuhai pressed on. "What did Yao Wanli say to Li Fei?" The director explained, "I accompanied him during the release, while the detainees were bidding farewell to Li Fei, implying their desire for him to meet their families and assist in their early release." Yao Wanli's demeanor was quite unfriendly. He remarked, "Don't think that just because you are being released, everything is fine. As long as you are in Yicheng, I can apprehend you again at any time." This infuriated Li Fei, who retorted, "If that is the case, why should I even leave? I might as well stay here to avoid being caught again, as you just suggested." Consequently, Li Fei berated Yao Wanli and refused to exit, stating that if they wanted him released, their superiors should come in person. "This is the situation at hand." Qin Yuhai, exasperated, muttered, "Yao Wanli has reached the end of his tether. He truly lacks foresight. Very well, I shall accompany you to secure the release." Arriving at the cell door, Qin Yuhai instructed the guard to open it and personally enter the room. Li Fei lay on the bunk, seemingly in deep slumber, and did not stir even as the door creaked open. The guard informed Qin Yuhai, "The one lying down is Li Fei." Upbrucking Li Fei. Qin Yuhai stood at attention and offered a salute, saying, "Comrade Li Fei, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Yicheng Municipal Bureau. The actions of the sub-bureau were haphazard and unjustly implicated you. I am here to escort you out." The guard added, "Li Fei, our bureau chief Qin has personally come to apologize." Upon hearing Qin Yuhai's respectful address, Li Fei finally rose, shedding his blankets and springing to his feet. He took note of Qin Yuhai, who appeared to be around 50 years old, possessing a robust physique and a commendable demeanor. However, deep down, I still harbor doubts about him, as the previous 4 secretaries of the Yishur city all met with untimely deaths, and he has failed to solve a single case. It is highly probable that he is connected to those individuals. Yet, since he has shown deference and there is no incriminating evidence against him, I am merely creating difficulties for Yao Wanli." Li Fei gazed at Qin Yuhai and inquired, "Are you Vice Mayor Qin Yuhai, concurrently the director of the Municipal Bureau?" Qin Yuhai replied, "Indeed, it is I. I apologize for the inconvenience you have endured." Li Fei countered, "So, you are aware of the grievances I have faced?" Qin Yuhai responded, "I am generally aware of the situation. We will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness moving forward." Li Fei stated, A malevolent individual has murdered another accomplice police officer and framed me for it. Can you address this? Aren't you afraid that Yang Wenming will create trouble for you? Qin Yuhai said, Comrade Li Fei, some matters are better discussed outside. This is a detention center, and I cannot provide explanations here. I hope you understand. Upon entering, Li Fei had nothing but a belt, which was now returned to him by the guard. He fastened the belt around his waist and deemed it sufficient. As he stepped out of the cell, an idea struck him. That woman seemed to be detained here as well. He remarked, Director Qin, there appears to be another person. You wouldn't be releasing me alone, would you? Qin Yuhai was not naive. Although Hu Yufeng had only mentioned Li Fei, it was evident that Xiao Fei was implicated due to Li Fei. If Li Fei was released, Xiao Fei should also be freed. He said, I apologize. I completely overlooked this important matter. Allow me to escort you to retrieve her. Qin Yuhai personally led Li Fei to the female cell, where he found Xiao Fei. I sincerely apologize, Comrade Xiao Fei, for my lax supervision of subordinates that has caused you distress. I extend my apologies on behalf of all officers. It was evident that Qin Yuhai did not regard Xiao Fei with the same seriousness. Although he offered an apology, it felt more like a mere formality. He addressed Li Fei with respect, while referring to Xiao Fei in a more casual manner, a distinction that did not escape Li Fei's notice. Xiao Fei looked at Qin Yuhai and said, Given your police uniform, you must be the head of the municipal bureau? Qin Yuhai, dismissing her words, replied, Yes. I am here to escort you out. Let us go. Xiao Fei turned to glance at the women in the detention room and said, I shall leave first. I believe that if you are indeed guilty, you should take responsibility and strive for rehabilitation. If you are wronged, rest assured that the state will not neglect you. Just wait. Li Fei and Xiao Fei were led by Qin Yuhai to the entrance of the detention center, where he asked, Where are the two of you headed? Shall I accompany you? Li Fei responded, No need. Thank you, Director Qin, for personally facilitating our release. You may leave. We will take a stroll. Qin Yuhai felt his task was complete and deemed it unnecessary to linger with these two individuals whose backgrounds he did not fully understand. After a show of humility, he drove away. As Li Fei and Xiao Fei walked out, Xiao Fei whispered, Did you see? Someone is monitoring us. Li Fei replied, Yes, I noticed. There are 8 individuals disguised in various roles. We will devise a plan to shake them off shortly. Both of them, having backgrounds as special forces operatives, possessed a keen awareness of their surroundings. The two conversed in hushed tones as they made their way outside. Xiao Fei remarked, Li Fei, I saw you receiving an award on the Special Forces podium when I was in the army. I was in the audience at that time. Li Fei was taken aback. What? You know me? Xiao Fei chuckled. I knew you from the army, but regrettably, you do not know me. Li Fei softly inquired, And what about now? Xiao Fei smiled. This place has ears. There may be listening devices everywhere. Follow me to the home I have prepared for you, and I shall explain everything in detail. Li Fei replied, All right, I will heed your guidance. Xiao Fei teased. Does that mean you will listen to me now, but not in the future? Li Fei sensed the underlying message and awkwardly smiled. What brings that up? Xiao Fei stated, We cannot simply walk back, can we? Let us take a taxi. It's also a good opportunity to retrieve our belongings. Li Fei laughed. My pockets are empty. What will we use to hail a cab? We won't beg on the streets, asking passers-by for a bit of fare, will we? Xiao Fei replied, No worries. I had a few hundred yuan in cash when I entered, which was kept safe by the detention center and returned to me upon my release. Li Fei smiled. That's good. With provisions in hand, one feels at ease. Let us flag down a cab by the roadside. Soon, a taxi approached, and Xiao Fei waved, prompting the driver to stop. Where are you headed? The driver inquired. Xiao Fei replied, To the Yicheng Hotel. Upon entering the vehicle, they discreetly glanced back and noticed the same individuals had followed closely behind. Arriving at the hotel, Xiao Fei asked the front desk, My room, 309, had its key taken by the police. Could you assist me in opening the door? The receptionist responded, That room has been occupied by new guests. Everyone assumed you had been taken by the police and would not return. Before the receptionist could finish explaining, Xiao Fei interjected, No need to elaborate. I merely wish to retrieve my belongings. You may settle my account based on my stay and refund any excess deposit. Reluctantly, The receptionist led Xiao Fei and Li Fei to room 309. The female manager knocked on the door, and a voice from within asked, "Who is it?" The manager replied, "This lady stayed in this room the day before yesterday. She is here to collect her belongings." The occupant attempted to close the door, saying, "There is nothing belonging to anyone else in our room." As they began to shut the door, Li Fei forcefully pushed it open, exclaiming, "Why are you prattling? We are simply here to retrieve our belongings. Why won't you let us in? Are you engaged in illegal activities in there?" The occupant hastily clarified, No, but it is my room, and if I do not wish for others to enter, you cannot intrude. Otherwise, it is unlawful." Ignoring the occupant, Xiao Fei proceeded to the bathroom, lifting the lid of the valve to retrieve her phone, Li Fei's hidden camera, and the room key. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard muffled sounds emanating from the bed. Li Fei stepped forward, lifting the covers to reveal a young girl bound and gagged. Xiao Fei swiftly removed the towel from the girl's mouth. The man, sensing the precarious situation, attempted to flee, only to hear the girl exclaim, "Quick, apprehend him. He is a villain." Li Fei advanced and seized the man, who unexpectedly drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged it towards Li Fei's abdomen. Chapter 10. Under Threat. The director implies a need for silence upon returning to the hotel to retrieve an item. Li Fei encountered an absurd incident. The assailant, silent, attempted to stab himself with a knife, prompting Li Fei to swiftly evade the blow. However, the man, propelled by excessive force, lost his balance, and, in the process of dodging, Li Fei failed to notice that the front desk manager, witnessing the man brandishing the knife, instinctively sought refuge behind Li Fei, believing it to be a safer option. Unbeknownst to her, as Li Fei dodged, the knife plunged directly into the chest of the front desk manager, a truly unwarranted misfortune. Fortunately, Xiao Fei, after retrieving her mobile phone and hidden camera, activated them to test their functionality, unaware that the hidden camera would capture the entire scene. Upon realizing he had stabbed the manager, the assailant tried to escape but was swiftly brought down by Li Fei's kick, which disarmed him. Li Fei then placed his foot firmly on the man's chest. At this moment, Xiao Fei had already dialed 120 for an ambulance and subsequently called 110 to report the incident. Upon learning of a kidnapping and homicide case, the police arrived promptly within 5 minutes, led by Liu Pingyan from the Municipal Criminal Police Unit. Liu Pingyan, upon seeing Li Fei and Xiao Fei, expressed his confusion. "You are not." Before he could finish, the paramedics arrived, followed closely by the hotel manager. Once the doctors had carried the injured manager away, Liu Pingyan continued his inquiry. "How did you come to be here?" Xiao Fei responded, "Why do you question our presence here? I was residing in this room prior to being detained by your officers. I did not check out. Yet the hotel assumed I would no longer stay and allocated my room to another guest. I returned to collect my belongings and unexpectedly stumbled upon a kidnapping case. When we discerned something amiss, we attempted to restrain the suspect, only for him to brandish a weapon and stab. Li Fei managed to evade the attack, but tragically, the knife struck the front desk manager who was hiding behind him. That is the situation. Perhaps you should first question the victim lying on the bed." Liu Pingyan initially took several photographs of the bed before untying the girl. He then stated, "You all must accompany me back to the criminal police unit to provide a statement." Li Fei and Xiao Fei exchanged a nod of agreement. Liu Pingyan glanced at the handcuffed man and involuntarily inhaled sharply as the man attempted to communicate, only to be silenced by Liu Pingyan's glare. This exchange did not escape the notice of Li Fei and Xiao Fei. Thus, the man who had wielded the knife was taken away in handcuffs, escorted by 2 officers, with Li Fei and Xiao Fei trailing behind, all boarding a police vehicle. Upon arrival at the Municipal Criminal Police Unit, Liu Pingyan arranged for individuals to take statements from Li Fei, Xiao Fei, and the kidnapped girl, instructing them to leave their contact information and remain available for further inquiries, advising them not to depart from the city of Yicheng for the time being. Li Fei and Xiao Fei departed with the young girl. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered Qin Yuhai. Qin Yuhai had rushed over after receiving a report from Liu Pingyan, particularly intrigued by the fact that both Li Fei and Xiao Fei were involved in apprehending the suspect. It struck Qin Yuhai as too coincidental. He had just personally released the 2, and now they were entangled in yet another case. Observing them with a girl in a suitcase, he inquired, "What are you up to?" Li Fei replied, "This girl is a victim of kidnapping. The criminal investigation team has completed their statement and allowed us to leave while awaiting further summons. We had no choice but to depart." Qin Yuhai felt an unsettling sense of irregularity. How could they simply allow the victim to leave? At the very least, they should wait until all evidence was collected. However, he held his tongue, reasoning that Lu Pingyan must have had his reasons. Consequently, he gestured for the trio to proceed and ascended the stairs. Arriving at Lu Pingyan's office, Qin Yuhai inquired about the case details and subsequently asked the other officers to leave. Seeking a private conversation with Lu Pingyan, why was the victim and witness allowed to leave so hastily? Lu Pingyan replied in a hushed tone, "Director, you are unaware of who the perpetrator is." Qin Yuhai probed, "Who is it?" Lu Pingyan responded, "Tu Honggang." Qin Yuhai was taken aback. "What? Tu Honggang? How is he still in Yicheng? Wasn't he supposed to be gone by now?" Lu Pingyan explained, "I have yet to interrogate Tu Honggang. I first spoke with those three to ascertain the true circumstances before proceeding." Qin Yuhai insisted, "Then take me to see Tu Honggang privately." At that moment, Tu Honggang was confined in a detention room within the criminal investigation team, locked in an iron cage in a basement. Qin Yuhai descended to the basement, only to find it empty. Approaching the cage, he demanded, "Tu Honggang, are you seeking death again? Why did you kidnap someone?" Tu Honggang responded, "Mayor Qin, it was not my intention to kidnap her. She defied me and intended to report me. What was I to do?" Qin Yuhai pressed, "Who is she?" Tu Honggang replied, "She is Su Jiayao from Jiangxi province, a friend I met online. We have been in a virtual relationship for 3 years. She came to Yicheng this weekend to meet me. I had been in the southeast province, but I lied to her, claiming I was in Yicheng to avoid raising her suspicions about my identity. I instructed her to book a hotel upon her arrival, assuring her that I would return promptly from the provincial capital. When I arrived at the hotel, I sought to engage with her, but she outright refused. In my desperation, I bound her, intending to subdue her first before proceeding. Unexpectedly, someone knocked on the door, and fearing discovery, I attempted to escape. That meddler tried to apprehend me, and in my bid to flee, I acted out, inadvertently stabbing the hotel manager who stood behind him with my knife. That is the situation, Mayor Qin. You must save me." Qin Yuhai retorted, "Save you? Enlighten me on how I am to do that. Kidnapping constitutes a serious crime, as does intentional harm. According to my inquiries with Lu Pingyan, the female manager at the front desk was stabbed in the chest, specifically on the left side near the heart, and it is highly likely she will not survive. How do you expect me to save you? I had intended for you to remain hidden for a few years before returning. Who instructed you to come back now? The personnel from the provincial department will arrive shortly. At this moment, how can you ask me to rescue you?" Upon hearing that Qin Yuhai was unwilling to assist him, Tu Honggang became agitated. "If you do not help me escape, I will reveal everything regarding the arrangements I made with you. If it comes to it, I'll take a few down with me." Qin Yuhai was infuriated by this threat, fully aware that Tu Honggang was the arsonist responsible for the death of Meng Zhongyuan. Should he carelessly speak out, the consequences could be catastrophic. An idea of silencing him immediately took root in Qin Yuhai's mind. Yet he suppressed his intentions and feigned comfort. "Do not be agitated. While I cannot personally intervene, I will arrange for others to assist in exonerating you. Please wait here. I will send someone to you shortly." Seeing the shift in Qin Yuhai's demeanor, Tu Honggang mistakenly believed his threats had been effective. Little did he know that his own menacing words would lead to his demise. Returning to Lu Pingyan's office, Qin Yuhai's expression was grim. Lu Pingyan, noticing his distress, inquired, "Director, what did Tu Honggang say?" Qin Yuhai replied in a hushed tone, "This man is on the brink of madness. I fear he may resort to hanging himself, just as reported in that news story online." Lu Pingyan's face hardened in shock. It was evident that Qin Yuhai was contemplating silencing Tu Honggang. The threat posed by Tu Honggang to Qin Yuhai was palpable. Lu Pingyan, being a protege of Qin Yuhai and a steadfast ally, though surprised, felt compelled to heed his words. Their fates were intertwined, bound together in both fortune and misfortune. Lu Pingyan nodded in understanding. I'll check on him shortly to ensure he does not take such drastic measures. The implication was clear. He would attend to this matter immediately. Qin Yuhai added, once the results of the inspection are available, please inform Zhai Fian, who oversees criminal investigations of the Municipal Bureau. Having said this, Qin Yuhai hastily departed in his vehicle. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Xiao Fei, accompanied by Su Jiayao, were riding in a taxi, attempting to shake off their pursuers. Although the taxi driver was skilled, he remained oblivious to Li Fei's intentions. Li Fei then suggested, "Master, may I drive for a while?" The driver, puzzled, responded, "Why?" Li Fei, unable to divulge the full truth, replied, "There's no need to ask. I'm doing this to prevent an accident with your vehicle. Trust me, it's for the benefit of us all as well as for you." Feeling uneasy, the taxi driver suggested, "Perhaps you should switch to another vehicle. I won't charge you for the fare." Li Fei insisted, "There's no time. If we change cars, things will worsen for you. Trust me on this." The driver, drenched in cold sweat, unwittingly pulled the car to the side of the road. Li Fei exited the passenger seat and switched places with the driver, fastening his seatbelt before swiftly driving away. The vehicles trailing them alternated positions, taking care to avoid detection by Li Fei in the lead. Due to this circumstance, Li Fei was granted an opportunity. He navigated the bustling streets and narrow alleys of the city in a taxi, swiftly evading his pursuers. In a secluded alley, Li Fei halted the vehicle, disembarking alongside Xiao Fei and Su Jiayao. Xiao Fei generously paid the driver 500 yuan as fare. Upon noticing their generosity, the driver intended to leave, but Li Fei called out to him, "Please do not rush away. The traffic police may soon locate you and inquire about where we disembarked. You must tell them the truth. I witnessed it as well, and your vehicle is equipped with a dash cam. However, remember, you are unaware of our activities, and you should relay that to them as well. This way, you shall encounter no trouble. Do you understand?" The taxi driver seemed to grasp the implication and drove off. Li Fei, Xiao Fei, and Su Jiayao exited the alley through another opening, hailing a different taxi. They instructed the driver to take them to a location saved by Xiao Fei, near an exclusive courtyard. After settling the fare, they exited the cab and hastened to the entrance of the courtyard. Xiao Fei unlocked the main gate with a key concealed within her phone case and retrieved a set of keys hidden beneath refuse in the yard to access the house. As soon as they entered, a loud knocking reverberated at the door. "Open up." Li Fei and Xiao Fei exchanged startled glances, fearing they had been tracked down. Chapter 11. The Murderer Hanged with Shoelaces? Xiao Fei instructed Li Fei and Su Jiayao to remain inside while she approached the door. Upon opening it, two women in their 30s stood there, prompting Xiao Fei to inquire, "Who are you?" The elder of the two replied, "We have just received a directive from our superiors to conduct a census of tenant information for rental properties. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Xiao Fei responded, "I am not a tenant. I'm the cousin of the property owner, Jia Huanghuai. My cousin and his wife, Zhao Linghua, are working in Beijing. I am merely passing through to retrieve some items for him." Xiao Fei had previously gathered information about Jia Huanghuai from the agency and knew that his employment in the capital had been arranged by his uncle, whose daughter was named Xia Fei. Thus, she stated, "My name is Fei Xia Fei." The community committee was aware of this situation, but had never met Xia Fei. Given her assertion, they recorded the information and departed. Returning indoors, Xiao Fei remarked, "It seems these individuals will not desist in their pursuit of us. Having lost our car, they resort to this method of investigation. This city is indeed complex." Xiao Fei returned Li Fei's phone and hidden camera, along with a suitcase, stating, "You will stay here for the time being. I have rented this place for 3 months. Li Fei realized that his secret investigation was intended to last 3 months, and he was surprised by Xiao Fei's foresight. Did she somehow know of his mission? Xiao Fei, observing Li Fei's contemplation, smiled and said, "Do not harbor any doubts. I am still unaware of your purpose. My acquaintance with you began in the military. Might you enlighten me?" Li Fei glanced at Xiao Fei, then at Su Jiayao, and gently shook his head. Xiao Fei discerned that Li Fei's identity was confidential. She then addressed Su Jiayao, saying, "Young lady, for the time being, you shall reside in the adjacent room. Without our consent, you must not venture outside. It is perilous." Once conditions permit, we shall escort you to the high-speed train. Su Jiao, perceptive and aware that the two were about to discuss matters she ought not to overhear, replied, "All right, I wish to rest in that room for a while." After Su Jiao retired to the bedroom, Jiao Fei gestured for Li Fei to ascend to the second floor. The two found themselves in a study on the upper level. Jiao Fei spoke first. "Since you are not at liberty to disclose information, I shall refrain from pressing further. Judging by your character and your conduct in the military, although I'm unaware of your exact role, I can surmise that you have come here on a mission. Therefore, I shall be forthright. I too am on a mission, albeit one that will soon be made public. I have been specially appointed by the Organization Department and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to serve as the secretary of the Municipal Committee in Yicheng. My purpose is to ascertain the situation here, and I arrived a few days early to familiarize myself with the environment. Little did I anticipate that this place would be so enigmatic, and the pressure I face is considerable. I hope you can discreetly assist me during my initial period in office." Upon hearing this, Li Fei chuckled. "So, you are the esteemed secretary here. I must say, you ought to exercise utmost caution. The fates of the previous 4 secretaries were quite dire." Jiao Fei replied, "That is precisely why I seek your assistance, the renowned soldier." Li Fei sighed. "I cannot fathom the rationale of the higher-ups for assigning you, a woman, to navigate such treacherous waters. This place is far too hazardous for you." Jiao Fei, taken aback, retorted, "Whom do you look down upon? What of being a woman? If I were inept, would the higher-ups have sent me here? Will my father have consented?" Li Fei, suddenly sensitive to the mention of her father, inquired, "Your father is?" Jiao Fei, unreserved, responded, "My father is Qiao Dongyang. You must keep this a secret." Li Fei comprehended. "So Minister Qiao is your father?" Jiao Fei herself could not quite grasp why she divulged such information to Li Fei. Perhaps it was her long-standing admiration and affection for him that compelled her. As the adage goes, beauty admires heroes, and this was undeniably true. Li Fei was once the foremost among special forces. Over the years, Jiao Fei encountered numerous suitors and was often introduced to potential matches by relatives and friends. Yet she perceived that these admirers merely sought to leverage her father's status for their own ascent. None of them met her standards. Now, encountering Li Fei unexpectedly in the place where she was to assume office rekindled those feelings, though she was uncertain of his personal circumstances and dared not inquire, causing her cheeks to flush. Jiao Fei thus resorted to a somewhat ambiguous statement. "Since I have a request of you, I must, of course, be open with you." This remark left Li Fei at a loss for a response. She hastily attempted to alleviate the tension, saying, "If you are unwilling to assist me, it matters not. I am unlike you. My life is my own, whereas you have a family to consider, and I cannot allow danger to befall your wife." "I understand." Jiao Fei's words were, in essence, a subtle attempt to gauge Li Fei's feelings. Li Fei, being astute, discerned this immediately and responded candidly, "It's all right. I too am single." This revelation brought joy to Jiao Fei's heart, for it signified that she might have a chance. Her years of waiting had not been in vain, though she chose to keep her excitement in check. "So, does this mean I still have a chance?" she inquired. However, Li Fei suddenly sensed something amiss in her statement. "What chance? I'm afraid I don't understand." Jiao Fei's face flushed deeper. "You silly fool. Let me be clear. During my time in the army, I greatly admired you and regarded you as an idol. Throughout these years, whenever others introduced potential partners, I always measured them against you. Now that you are single and we are no longer young, I wish to pursue you. Is that acceptable?" Li Fei was taken aback. "You want to pursue me? This is rather sudden, isn't it? Just because we happen to meet in Yicheng? You are quite the romantic. But I am merely an ordinary worker. Since you have been forthright, I shall not hide the truth from you either. After my discharge, I joined the National Security Agency and have now been assigned to the Central Discipline Inspection Commission. Secretary Hua and Secretary Zheng have tasked me with leading an inspection team specifically for Huanghuai province, and I am currently conducting a secret investigation for 3 months. Once my covert inquiry concludes and the inspection team is formally established, I will appear as a primary member. I never anticipated that upon arriving in Yicheng, I would encounter such matters, nor that someone would wish to pursue me. Should I agree or not? Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Jiao Fei chuckled. So, does that mean I can treat our relationship as if you have already consented? Li Fei replied with a smile. To be honest, your declaration was quite unexpected. Yet the idea of dating a municipal secretary does have its appeal. However, Jiao Fei pressed. However what? Li Fei continued. My rank is merely that of a department head, while you are already at the bureau level. Do you not think there is a disparity between us? Jiao Fei responded earnestly. Even if you were just a clerk, I would still choose you. I do not regard you by your rank, but by the person you are, fulfilling the wish I held during my time in the army. From the moment Li Fei saw Jiao Fei vouching for him, he was captivated by her grace. While others sought to evade responsibility, Jiao Fei not only defended him, but also consistently supported him. Through her words and demeanor, Li Fei had already developed a fondness for her. With her direct confession, he found himself willing to embrace it. Very well, I accept. Henceforth, I shall be bound to you through thick and thin. After I pass your trials, you may take me home as your husband. At that moment, Jiao Fei was in high spirits, amused by Li Fei's words. Agreed. It is settled then. Li Fei then said, now we must discuss serious matters. Jiao Fei replied, please go ahead. Li Fei elaborated. The situation surrounding Su Jiayao may serve as a catalyst. Did you notice Lu Ping'an's expression upon seeing that man? It was evident they were quite familiar with one another. This suggests that the man may be a protected habitual offender. I surmise that once this man is taken away, there are two possible outcomes. He may either escape or resort to suicide. In simpler terms, he will either be released or eliminated. Jiao Fei's countenance became grave. If your analysis is correct, does that imply that danger lurks everywhere in I Ching? Li Fei remarked, since you have chosen to be my girlfriend, I must protect you. To be frank, they might intend for you to become the fifth target. Therefore, we must mentally prepare ourselves to turn I Ching upside down. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to move, facing peril at every turn. Jiao Fei responded, I have considered this. Since the leadership has entrusted I Ching to me, it signifies their confidence in my capabilities. I cannot betray their trust. Li Fei advised, prepare to engage in battle. Externally, we must present ourselves as strangers. Do you understand? I am merely the head of the Jinghai Group's office in I Ching, just a business representative. Jiao Fei agreed, understood. What should we do next? Li Fei instructa. We need not take any action. They will seek us out. Please make haste to copy the video you secretly recorded at the hotel onto a drive and deliver it to me. I shall pay a visit to the city bureau and simultaneously find a storefront to hang the sign for my office, providing us with a cover. All right, I will take care of it, Jiao Fei said. She swiftly copied the video onto a drive, added her WeChat to Li Fei's phone, and sent the video to him. Li Fei took the phone and drive and departed. Upon arriving at the Criminal Investigation Division of the City Bureau, Li Fei handed the drive to Lu Ping'an, who, however, showed little interest. What you have given me is of little utility now. The suspect, Tu Honggang, has hanged himself in the detention room. Li Fei's prediction had come true, prompting him to inquire, how did he hang himself? Lu Ping'an replied, with his shoelaces, he hung himself in the steel bar window. Li Fei questioned, can shoelaces really be used for such a purpose? Lu Ping'an suddenly realized something was amiss. What is your profession? Why are you inquiring about the case? Li Fei clarified, I am merely a businessman, peddling pharmaceuticals. However, this matter pertains to me. Am I not entitled to be informed? Lu Ping'an stated, the results of the case will be announced. There is no need for you to pry further. Li Fei pressed on, Chief, may I ask about my vehicle? It was vandalized by Lei Long and his gang as part of a scam. I wish to know how the Bureau is handling it. Lu Ping'an responded, for that, you must consult Director Qin and Yao Wanli from the Banqiao Sub-Bureau. Li Fei inquired, is Director Qin in his office? Lu Ping'an replied, you want to pick someone up from the hall. He should be back soon. Wait, why am I telling you this? You want to find Director Qin? Li Fei remained silent and walked away. Seeing Li Fei heading towards Qin Yuhai, Lu Ping'an hurried after him, fearing he might speak indiscriminately to the provincial officials. Just as Lu Ping'an was about to catch up, he spotted Qin Yuhai approaching with 7 or 8 individuals. Li Fei glanced at the group, and suddenly one of them approached him. Li Fei, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the speaker, Li Fei quickly responded, "Ah, a familiar face. Director Liu, do you still remember me, the pharmaceutical vendor? How did the medicine I recommended work for you? Quite effective, I trust?" The man addressed, as Director Liu paused, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, indeed, that medicine is produced by your company, isn't it?" Upon witnessing the familiarity between Li Fei and the individuals from the provincial department, Qin Yuhai felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Chapter 12. If you do not protect me, I shall report you. This Director Liu, known as Liu Chaohui, was a comrade of Li Fei from their days in the Special Forces, and they shared a close bond. During their service, when Li Fei held the position of squad leader, Liu served as his deputy. When Li Fei became platoon leader, Liu was his second in command. And when Li Fei ascended to battalion commander, Liu took on the role of deputy battalion commander. After transitioning to civilian life, Li Fei joined the National Security Bureau, while Liu Chaohui was assigned to the Public Security Department of Huanghuai Province. Even after their respective transitions, the two maintained regular contact. Liu Chaohui, aware of Li Fei's position within the National Security Bureau, nearly let slip crucial information upon their unexpected meeting. Fortunately, Li Fei adeptly averted disaster with a timely response. Liu Chaohui hastily inquired, "Why are you here instead of managing your business at home?" Li Fei replied, "The group has tasked me with exploring the market in Yicheng City and assessing the investment environment in several counties." He added, "Unlike you, who are preoccupied with official duties, I'm merely a hired hand. What brings you here?" Liu Chaohui sensed the weight of Li Fei's last question and casually responded, "There has been significant public concern in Yicheng City, possibly linked to other issues. The department leaders dispatched us to investigate." "Oh, wait a moment," Liu suddenly recalled. "You must be the individual from that video, right?" Li Fei feigned nonchalance. "Indeed, that's me. My car was damaged by Lei Long, and I currently have no vehicle. I came to inquire with Director Qin about when I might receive compensation from Lei Long's family." Observing the camaraderie between Liu Chaohui and Li Fei, Qin Yuhai quickly interjected, "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter for you today. Please return home and await my call." Qin Yuhai was keen to prevent any further interaction between Li Fei and Liu Chaohui, fearing they might conspire and unearth sensitive information. Li Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Chaohui before addressing Qin Yuhai. "Director Qin, I have another matter to discuss. What is the status of the suspect who kidnapped individuals at the hotel? And what of the female manager at the front desk who was stabbed?" Qin Yuhai felt a tightening in his chest. Li Fei's mention of the case was tantamount to provoking an issue in front of the provincial officials. However, he could not remain silent, as doing so might imply deliberate concealment. Thus, he responded to the individuals from the provincial department and Li Fei. "The case is still under investigation. The female manager unfortunately did not survive. The suspect hanged himself in the holding cell. We are preparing to hold the custodial staff accountable. But we have yet to address that amidst accommodating the leaders from the provincial department. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain the full details of what transpired at the hotel." Li Fei stated, "Since you have mentioned it, I shall provide you with evidence." As he spoke, Li Fei handed a plate to Qin Yuhai. "This is the video from the scene of the incident. You may have it authenticated for its veracity. This time, let us not repeat the actions of those at the Banqiao police station. When I showed them the dashcam footage, they deleted the video to protect the criminal suspects. They also erased all mobile recordings provided by bystanders, all in a bid to shield each other, acting as a protective shield for nefarious forces, exonerating those engaged in scams and extortion. They even went so far as to murder a police officer and try to shift the blame onto me, questioning why I sought to evade when he attacked me with a knife. It truly opened my eyes. Surely, Director Qin would not stoop to such depths?" Qin Yuhai felt a flush of heat rise to his face. Unable to express his anger in front of the official from the provincial department, he replied, "How could I be like those individuals? Rest assured, we will enforce the law impartially." Li Fei continued, "If we are to uphold the law impartially, then please collaborate with the provincial officials to thoroughly investigate how the suspect managed to hang himself with his shoelaces." After saying this, Li Fei waved goodbye to Liu Chaohui and departed. This left Qin Yuhai in a state of alarm, his heart racing and his complexion pale. Observing silently was Lei Yu, the head of the provincial inspection team, who discerned that Li Fei was not an ordinary individual. He could not be merely a drug salesman. This warranted a private inquiry with Lu Chaohui later. Yet he noted the change in expressions of both Qin Yuhai and Lu Ping'an. Once Li Fei left, Qin Yuhai hurriedly invited Lei Yu and the others to the reception room, where he personally brewed the finest tea. He also called upon Executive Deputy Director Song Zhanxing to accompany the provincial officials. Handing over the plate that Li Fei had given him, "Please assist in reviewing the case details while I report to Mayor Yao." Arriving at Yao Zheng's office, Qin Yuhai recounted Li Fei's comments before the provincial leaders, concluding, "This Li Fei is troublesome, and so is that Xiao Fei. I believe they are not to be underestimated. We cannot simply allow the provincial department to investigate. If issues arise, we will all face dire consequences." Yao Zheng frowned. "What do you suggest?" Qin Yuhai remained silent, gesturing with his hand across his neck. Yao Zheng replied, "This matter must be handled with caution. Releasing Li Fei is an order from Secretary Zhao Huiguang of the Provincial Committee. Should anything happen to him, I cannot fathom the consequences." Though aware of Hu Yufeng's warning, Qin Yuhai insisted, "I understand." Li Fei himself stated that he is merely a salesperson from the Beijing Hebei Pharmaceutical Group, here to establish an office in Yicheng. No matter his prowess, he is just a corporate employee. In the realm of governance, what significance does a large corporation hold? Yao Zheng stated, "As for this matter, I have neither heard nor known anything about it. Whatever you decide is of no concern to me. Let me make that clear." Qin Yuhai felt a twinge of discontent. "Whenever you, Yao Zheng, ask me to handle something, it always comes with an implication. Should complications arise, you will evade responsibility. This time, I must find a way to bind you to this." Qin Yuhai said, "Very well then, I shall take my leave." Certainly, Yao Zheng was keen to avoid further complications. The recent troubles of several secretaries had already drawn the attention of the higher-ups. Should another incident occur, not only would his aspirations of becoming the secretary of Yicheng be dashed, but he might also find himself under investigation. Given that the provincial department had begun to oversee the public cases exposed in Yicheng, it was essential to deal with Yao Wanli and solve the Lei Long case. After Yao Zheng resolved to take action, his secretary approached him with an update. "Mayor, another message has surfaced online. Yicheng is now actively soliciting crime leads and evidence regarding Lei Long, and an email address has been provided for submissions. I checked with the Cyberspace Administration, and the source appears to be in the capital." Upon hearing this, Yao Zheng immediately instructed, "Go to the petition office and retrieve all materials related to reports on Lei Long's involvement in organized crime. Bring them back to me." Yao Zheng's secretary, Wang Xinxiang, was astute and quickly grasped Yao Zheng's intentions. Rather than waiting passively for others to gather evidence against Lei Long, it would be far more prudent to take the initiative. If others were to exploit Lei Long's case to unveil the darker aspects of Yicheng, it would be better to decisively eliminate the threat, sacrificing Lei Long to conceal the city's secrets. Before long, Wang Xinxiang returned with a substantial stack of documents. Observing the volume of undistributed reports, Yao Zheng surmised that the executive vice mayor, Yang Wenming, had orchestrated their suppression at the petition office to prevent them from being processed further. This was fortuitous. With Lei Long already facing charges of intentional injury leading to death, alongside extortion and other offenses, a prompt investigation into these new materials would not only satisfy the provincial committee and government, but also address the concerns of the public online. Although Yao Zheng had previously discussed the matter with Yang Wenming, to avoid any potential fallout, he had Wang Xinxiang contact Yang Wenming's secretary, urging a swift response from Yang. Upon receiving the call, Yang Wenming's secretary quickly reached him. Despite having gone into hiding, Yang maintained communication with his family and secretary, who possessed his confidential phone number. Soon after, Yang Wenming called Yao Zheng. "Mayor, is there an urgent matter?" Yao Zheng replied, "Mayor Wenming, things are spiraling out of control. The provincial inspection team has arrived at the municipal bureau, demanding an investigation. The released Li Fei and Xiao Fei have presented new evidence against Lei Long, insisting on strict action. Otherwise, they will escalate the matter to the Ministry of Public Security. Furthermore, There are individuals online inciting further chaos. In the capital, an email address has been publicly shared for collecting evidence against Lei Long and his protectors. Just now, Qin Yuhai informed me that Li Fei is demanding immediate compensation for his damaged Passat. Here's my thought. Your nephew cannot be protected any longer. We must find a way to avoid a death sentence and seek a reduction in prison time. If we continue to shield him, we risk being ensnared ourselves. What do you think? Upon hearing Yao Zheng's words, Yang Wenming recognized the reality of the situation. He too had seen the public announcement soliciting evidence against Lei Long online and sighed, "Very well, I concede. Mayor, you handle it as you see fit. I am loyal to you." The final words of Yang Wenming carry multiple meanings, and of course, Yao Zheng understands. The phrase "I am your man" appears simple, yet it encompasses a plethora of implications. Essentially, it signifies that both Yao Zheng and I are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. I may sacrifice my own nephew, but do not overstep your bounds. I am well aware of your affairs, and should you push me to the brink, I too shall ensure your downfall. Simultaneously, Yao Zheng ought to exhibit some loyalty. For many years, I have followed you, facing numerous trials on your behalf, and you must find a way to mitigate Lei Long's charges. Yao Zheng comprehended Yang Wenming's sentiments. Civilization. Who are we to each other? We find ourselves in a predicament. The public discourse online is overwhelming, and unless it is quelled, we shall all be scorched by the flames. It is not merely Xiao Long at stake. Even Yao Wanli must be sacrificed. Yang Wenming replied, "Mayor, it is up to you to decide. I am currently engaged in attracting investment from outside and cannot return immediately. Please assist in providing some explanations." After conferring with Yang Wenming, Yao Zheng promptly instructed his secretary to summon the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Lu Guoyang, and the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Wang Jinping, to his office for discussion. Minutes later, Lu Guoyang and Wang Jinping arrived. Yao Zheng laid out the complaint materials brought by Secretary Wang Xinxiang from the petition office on the table, stating, "I have called you both to deliberate. I just spoke with Yang Wenming, and his nephew must be sacrificed. The deputy chief of police in Banjiao district, Yao Wanli, must also be sacrificed. Let's first navigate this hurdle. What do you think?" Lu Guoyang nodded. "It seems we have no other choice. I will directly summon Yao Wanli. We can work on him together." Yao Zheng suggested, "You should go to the Banjiao district sub-bureau and speak with him in person. He is aware of the severity of the accusations regarding his misconduct towards women and the alleged rape, yet he has failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. You must ensure he is thoroughly convinced. Wang Jinping, your task is to expedite the capture of those involved with Lei Long in the car crashing incidents, treating them as part of a criminal gang. Otherwise, we will have no way to account for this." Wang Jinping nodded and left with Lu Guoyang from Yao Zheng's office. When Lu Guoyang found Yao Wanli in Banjiao district, he engaged in an earnest discussion. However, Yao Wanli immediately erupted. "I refuse to comply. This matter warrants at most a disciplinary sanction. Why should I bear criminal responsibility? If your leaders insist on pursuing this course of action, I will expose your involvement in the deaths of 4 previous municipal party secretaries. Are you attempting to sacrifice me to save yourselves? If you do not protect me, I will reveal all your misdeeds." Lu Guoyang was taken aback. Chapter 13. What a desperate act of self-preservation. Is human life so valueless? Seeing Yao Wanli attempting to evade accountability, Lu Guoyang furrowed his brow and gestured to a few individuals behind him. The members of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission swiftly approached, restraining Yao Wanli, first confiscating his communication devices, and then escorting him down the stairs. Yao Wanli lashed out with profanities. "I to follow you like a dog, only to be treated this way? Who among you has not erred? None have committed mistakes less grievous than mine. Why do you fixate solely on me?" Lu Guoyang wore a look of profound gloom as he instructed his subordinates to escort the individuals away, directing them first to the city's disciplinary inspection education base. Meanwhile, Wang Jinping and Qin Yuhai were on the phone, urging him to swiftly apprehend everyone involved with Lei Long in vandalizing vehicles and staging accidents. Qin Yuhai entrusted this task to Lu Pingyan, insisting he bring the individuals back without delay. For Lu Pingyan, this was hardly a challenge. He was well acquainted with these individuals and even had their contact numbers. It was thus a simple matter for him to call each one, urging them to promptly convene at the criminal police team within half an hour. Indeed, it was quite effective when Liu Pingyan spoke to them within 30 minutes. All those who participated in the incidents with Lei Long had gathered. With a smile, Liu Pingyan addressed them. "My apologies, everyone. But following discussions among the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee and government, we can no longer conceal the matters involving Lei Long and your involvement. The Provincial Party Secretary has issued a directive, and the online discourse has escalated to a point where we must take action." A young man with bleached hair inquired, "Boss Liu, what does this mean? Are we all going to be detained?" Liu Guoyang replied, "Indeed, everyone present will face consequences. Lei Long is already in custody, and if he cannot evade this, neither can you. Do you think you can escape this predicament? However, rest assured, since this case is under my purview, I will strive to advocate for leniency, aiming for each of you to be released in about a year." An older individual protested, "I neither participated in staging accidents nor in vandalizing vehicles. Surely I cannot be implicated as well?" Liu Guoyang retorted, "If you appear in the online footage, none of you will escape this. Even if you did not take direct action, you are still a member of the group. Otherwise, I would have no means to report back to my superiors. I advise you all to heed my words. I will look after you, should anyone defy my guidance. I assure you, no matter how far you flee, I will bring you back. Do not test my patience." The group dared not challenge Liu Pingyan and resorted to pleading. "We hope Boss Liu can be lenient. We will cooperate." Liu Pingyan responded, "That is more agreeable. However, formalities must be observed. I must present you before the provincial department personnel as part of the process." In an effort to prevent this situation from escalating, Yao Zheng shifted his stance from initially protecting Yang Wenming's nephew and Yao Wanli to sacrificing a few individuals to appease higher authorities. Shortly after Liu Guoyang and Wang Jinping departed, he personally arrived at the municipal bureau to meet with colleagues from the provincial department. Upon seeing Yao Zheng's arrival, Lei Yu expressed his respect, saying, "Mayor Yao, what brings you here?" Yao Zheng smiled, "The leaders from the provincial department are here. How can I not come? Thank you for your hard work, comrades." How was the situation unfolding? Lei Yu glanced at Liu Chaohui, signaling him to exit. Liu Chaohui understood that Lei Yu was indicating for him to seek out Li Fei for further information. After leaving the municipal bureau, Li Fei visited a real estate agency near the municipal party committee, inquiring about available commercial properties for rent in the vicinity. The agency asked Li Fei the size of the property he required, to which he responded, "Approximately 50 square meters will suffice." The real estate agency informed Li Fei that there were 2 commercial properties located directly opposite the municipal committee of Yicheng. The ground floor spaces were well positioned and tastefully decorated. Previously operated as a liquor store, which had vacated due to business difficulties. However, the rent was rather steep, amounting to 20,000 per month. Upon hearing the location, Li Fei promptly declared, "That's the one. Let us proceed with a deposit and 6 months' rent." The agent responded decisively, "That's fine, but the agency fee equals 1 month's rent and must be paid up front." Recently, Li Fei had received a generous transfer of 10 million from his father, allowing him to spend freely, provided he refrains from accepting any favors from others. In essence, Li Fei was not financially constrained. Rather, he pursued social responsibility and fairness. He was indifferent to the agency fee. "All right, take me to see the property. If it meets my expectations, I'll sign the contract and make the payment immediately." The agent guided Li Fei to the storefront opposite the municipal committee, and he was quite pleased with the premises. Without hesitation, he signed a contract and paid a total of 160,000, which included the deposit, agency fee, and first month's rent. Conveniently, just 20 meters to the left of the storefront was an advertising company, and Li Fei instructed them to install a sign for him. He also requested assistance in purchasing office furniture, including desks, chairs, and a sofa, entrusting the keys to the advertising company before departing. As soon as Li Fei left, he received a phone call. "Boss, where are you?" He recognized the caller as Liu Chaohui. "Chaohui, how did you reach me? I cannot disclose my identity at the moment. I'm currently operating as a representative of my Family S pharmaceutical company," Li Fei replied. Liu Chaohui continued, I figured as much. I'm calling from outside, and I wanted to inquire about the video involving Yao Wanli attempting to assault a woman. It would be helpful to have some context before they report back." Upon hearing this, Li Fei recounted the details of the incident to Lu Chaohui, even disclosing Xiao Fei's identity, as they had been close comrades during their military service, capable of entrusting each other with sensitive matters. Lu Chaohui comprehended the situation. "So, you plan to conduct an undercover investigation here for 3 months? Is it in collaboration with Xiao Fei?" Li Fei replied candidly, "Not exactly. The leadership has not informed me of any such arrangements. I merely encountered Xiao Fei when she came forward as a witness during the incident. I did not know her prior." Lu Chaohui remarked, "This is intriguing indeed. It seems you both arrived in Yicheng only to find yourselves in custody. The political climate here appears rather murky." Li Fei responded, "What has transpired is merely a sudden incident, yet it has already unveiled the corruption within the local political atmosphere. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. As I delve deeper into the investigation, further truths will surface. Regarding Lei Long's matter, I need your assistance in ensuring strict oversight. They must face severe consequences, and I aim to expose their misdeeds." "Rest assured, boss, I know what to do," Lu Chaohui assured him. Upon returning to the meeting room at the city bureau, Yao Zheng had already briefed Lei Yu on the situation. Subsequently, Lu Pingyan brought a group of approximately 10 individuals before several officials at the provincial department to deliver a report. These individuals had colluded with Lei Long to engage in extortion, and upon failing, resorted to vandalizing a vehicle. All suspects have been apprehended, and we shall expedite the case to provide the public with a satisfactory resolution, as well as an explanation to the drug dealer, Li Fei. Lei Yu inquired, "What about the deputy chief of the sub-bureau who forcibly assaulted her? How has that been addressed?" As his words resonated, Lu Guoyang approached. "Allow me to update the comrades at the provincial department regarding the situation. Deputy Chief Yao Wanli of the Banqiao sub-bureau, during the investigation of the extortion and vandalism incident, encountered Xiao Fei, who testified against Li Fei. According to him, he sought to investigate in Xiao Fei's hotel room, where he was incapacitated by a drug administered by her, leading to inappropriate actions. Presently, Yao Wanli's case is being escalated by our city's Discipline Inspection Commission and Supervisory Commission, and we have obtained a preliminary understanding of the circumstances. He is currently under our control as we proceed with further investigation and verification." Upon hearing this, Lu Chaohui queried, "In your opinion, does Yao Wanli's conduct constitute a disciplinary violation or a criminal offense?" Lu Guoyang was momentarily taken aback by the question. "This?" Lu Chaohui replied, "Regardless of whether Yao Wanli's actions towards Xiao Fei amount to forcible indecency or attempted rape, they breach criminal law and fall outside the purview of the Discipline Inspection Commission and Supervisory Commission. Since you have the authority to escalate the matter, we at the provincial department should also pursue an elevated investigation to ascertain the factual circumstances, transferring the investigative authority of Yao Wanli's case to us, given that he is a deputy chief and a police officer, thus within our supervisory jurisdiction." Qin Yuhai expressed his discontent. Alternatively, why not assign the case to our city bureau? I can arrange for the city bureau's supervisory team to take over this matter. Lu Chaohui disagreed. "I find that inappropriate. Given that Yao Wanli's case has sparked widespread public interest, and considering it has been entrusted to us by the provincial leadership, I believe it is best handled by us." In truth, Lu Chaohui was not fiercely contesting for jurisdiction. Rather, he sought to gauge the response of Yicheng City to this incident. If Yao Wanli's issues were substantial, they would naturally resist transferring him to the provincial department. Conversely, if the matter were trivial, there would be no need to retain him. However, the reality was clear. Both the Yicheng City Discipline Inspection Commission and the Municipal Public Security Bureau were reluctant to hand Yao Wanli over to higher authorities. Lei Yu glanced at Lu Chaohui. It was he who had previously suggested Lu Chaohui reach out to Li Fei to gather information, indicating Lu Chaohui had likely uncovered some truths, hence his insistence on transferring Yao Wanli to the provincial department. Observing this, Lei Yu did not impede Lu Chaohui. He too wished to discern Yicheng City's stance on Yao Wanli and the underlying reasons for it. as Lu Chaohui remained resolute in his intent to take Yao Wanli away. Lu Guoyang excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom, returning only after a brief interval. After Lu Guoyang exited, Lu Chaohui raised a troubling inquiry. When we arrived, that Li Fei mentioned an incident in which a man had abducted an online acquaintance in the same hotel room, harboring nefarious intentions. Upon being discovered by Li Fei and Xiao Fei, the assailant attempted to flee, but when apprehended, he brandished a weapon, inflicting a fatal wound on the female manager at the front desk while narrowly missing Li Fei. Following his capture, this individual tragically committed suicide using shoelaces while in your custody. We would like to examine the scene and simulate the hanging process. Is that permissible? This request left Qin Yuhai and Lu Ping'an utterly alarmed. If the provincial supervisory team were indeed to investigate, it would spell trouble. Qin Yuhai quickly replied, I will make a call to ascertain the current whereabouts of the body. He had anticipated that the provincial authorities would raise this issue, and prior to reporting to Yao Zheng, he had arranged for someone to incinerate Tu Honggong's remains at the mortuary, thus erasing any evidence on the corpse, making it easier to concoct a defense. Qin Yuhai feigned a phone call on site, and due to his prior arrangements, the call connected swiftly. Could you inform me where Tu Honggong's body is currently stored? What? It has already been cremated at the mortuary? Very well, I understand. Lei Yu's expression darkened. Your efficiency is remarkable. Director Lu, perhaps you should conduct a simulation at the scene. At that moment, Lu Guoyang's phone rang, and he answered. What? Yao Wanli has committed suicide out of guilt? How are your guards failing in their duties? You will face consequences upon my return. Lu Guoyang's phone call was intentionally staged, akin to Qin Yuhai's earlier act. Lei Yu's countenance shifted. What a convenient suicide. Is human life truly so expendable? Chapter 14. Xiao Fei's humiliation. Even the security guards exude menace. The actions of Yicheng City thoroughly infuriated Lei Yu. Another suicide. I demand to know the particulars surrounding Yao Wanli's demise, and I expect a reasonable explanation from the Yicheng Public Security Bureau. Lu Chaohui fanned the flames. Your arrangements are rather thorough, aren't they? A person who hanged themselves with shoelaces was swiftly cremated. What is being concealed here? Just as we discussed elevating Yao Wanli's case for further proceedings, he commits suicide. Are you attempting to deceive us with mere ashes? Shall we expect yet another sudden turn of events? When you release Li Fei and Xiao Fei from the detention center, will you instruct them not to leave Yicheng City? If so, please convey to Xiao Fei that we need to speak with her. I sincerely hope you do not end up telling us that Xiao Fei has also met with a fatal accident. Upon hearing this, Yao Zheng, Qin Yuhai, and others were struck with terror. The officials from the provincial department possessed an astute understanding of the situation, discerning the underlying complications. It appeared that Xiao Fei could not be allowed to perish. Doing so would render accountability impossible. Should the higher-ups become enraged and dispatch capable personnel to investigate. Utilizing this incident as leverage, the political landscape of Yicheng City could descend into chaos, potentially claiming numerous lives. Yao Zheng, Qin Yuhai, and Lu Ping'an could hardly fathom that Li Fei had come to entrap them. At present, they merely perceived him as a mere pharmaceutical dealer. Indeed, the individual dispatched by Qin Yuhai to surveil Li Fei sent a message. Li Fei has rented 2 storefronts opposite the municipal committee to establish the office of Jinghai Group in Yicheng, and the sign has already been hung. At this moment, Qin Yuhai felt a weight lift from his heart. Since Li Fei has invested over 100,000 in rent, he must be a drug dealer, and there was no need for further concern. However, it is said that this Li Fei single-handedly defeated more than a dozen men, including Lei Long, indicating he is quite a formidable fighter. Therefore, it is prudent to observe Li Fei further. If he continues to resort to violence in Yicheng, I shall find a way to eliminate him. No matter how powerful a businessman may be, he cannot contend with me, the director who holds the power of life and death in Yicheng. Ray noticed the change in Qin Yuhai's expression after he glanced at his phone and exchanged a knowing look with Lu Chaohui, nodding in acknowledgement. Yao Zheng, oblivious to Qin Yuhai's actions, was preoccupied with appeasing Ray Yu and others. Rest assured, Director Ray, we will uphold the law impartially and will not allow similar incidents to occur again. Lu Chaohui, ever the provocateur, quipped, let's hope you have the final say, especially since 4 secretaries of Yicheng have met mysterious deaths without the provincial department intervening in the investigations, leaving everything unresolved. Yao Zheng was displeased with Lu Chaohui's remarks, but found himself unable to refute them. Resorting to an explanation, those matters were handled according to the directives of Secretary Zhao from the provincial committee. Upon hearing Yao Zheng mention Zhao Huiwang, Lu Chaohui realized he could no longer engage in a verbal sparring match with Yao Zheng. It was evident that Zhao Huiwang was likely Yao Zheng's backing, and there must be a reason why Yao Zheng was not appointed as the municipal secretary directly. As for the prohibition against the provincial department investigating the deaths of Tang Tao and his associates, there were certainly underlying issues at play. This situation could not persist unchecked. The higher-ups must have begun to lose faith in Huanghuai province, particularly Yicheng. Since their superior was already in the field, these matters could not remain concealed from him, and he must act as a capable ally for his leader. Lu Chaohui addressed Ray Yu, Director Ray, let us first retire to the hotel to await the arrival of Xiao Fei from Yicheng, and then we shall gather more information. Yao Zheng inquired of Qin Yuhai, have the accommodations for the provincial leaders been arranged? Qin Yuhai promptly affirmed, it has been arranged at the Yicheng Hotel. I will accompany them there. Turning to Ray Yu and the others, Qin Yuhai stated, Director Ray, please follow me. In terms of rank, both Qin Yuhai and Ray Yu held equivalent positions as deputy department heads. Qin Yuhai was the deputy mayor and director, while Ray Yu was a member of the provincial department's party group. However, Ray Yu represented the provincial department, whose head is concurrently the deputy governor, thus possessing a higher rank. Consequently, Qin Yuhai could not treat him as anything less than a superior leader. Ray Yu and his entourage proceeded downstairs, utilizing the police vehicle they had brought to follow Qin Yuhai to the Yicheng Hotel. Once everyone settled into the hotel, Qin Yuhai excused himself, stating he would go to contact Xiao Fei. Just as Ray Yu gathered everyone in a room to convene a meeting, Lu Chaohui approached him and whispered, please hold off on the meeting for a moment. Grant me a few minutes. Thunder looked at Lu Chaohui with confusion, but nodded in agreement. Lu Chaohui, a capable subordinate, was highly valued by Thunder, who generally took his opinions into account. When Lu Chaohui arrived at the door, he closed it and switched off the lights in the room, drawing the curtains tightly, plunging the space into darkness. He activated his phone's camera, meticulously scanning each corner of the room, and soon detected 2 green lights beneath the computer monitor at the bedside. Lu Chaohui sent a message in their group chat. There is a miniature camera in the monitor. Please speak cautiously. He then utilized a mobile application to scan for wireless signals and identified a listening device concealed within the bedside telephone. This information was promptly relayed to the group through WeChat. Thunder was incensed. How dare Qin Yuhai monitor personnel from the provincial department? However, he masked his fury and instructed Lu Chaohui to turn on the lights. Intentionally addressing the computer monitor, he stated, Comrades, our purpose in visiting Yicheng is to uncover the truth behind the online public sentiment. Now, Lei Long has been detained, and those involved in extortion and vandalism have been apprehended. The deputy director, Yao Wanli, who is implicated in sexual assault, has also committed suicide. Our next step is to investigate the cause of Yao's death to ascertain whether it was indeed suicide or a murder to silence him. If it is the latter, certain officials in Yicheng may be concealing significant secrets, but that does not fall under our jurisdiction. Any leads we discover must be reported to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. For now, we need to meet the key figure, Xiao Fei, to gather insights. On the way back to the hotel, Lu Chaohui briefly informed Thunder of Li Fei and Xiao Fei's purpose in Yicheng. Thunder insisted on utmost confidentiality, warning that Li Fei could be in grave danger. It was only after Thunder learned of the situation and noted Lu Chaohui's discovery of surveillance and listening devices that he spoke deliberately, to avoid alarming anyone. Thunder shared a few words before dismissing the meeting, allowing everyone to return to their respective rooms. Many invited Lu Chaohui, Director Lu, why not join us in our room for a moment? Lu Chaohui understood their intent was to have him assist in checking for surveillance and listening devices. And he humorously agreed, "Sure, just prepare some tea for me." Consequently, Lu Chaohui discovered miniature cameras and listening devices in each room, while everyone pretended to be oblivious, carefully monitoring their words and actions. After arranging for Thunder and the others to settle in at the hotel, Qin Yuhai returned to the city government with Yao Zhang. As they passed the entrance of the municipal party committee, Qin Yuhai instructed the driver to slow down, observing the two storefronts directly across the road that indeed bore the sign for Jinghai Group's Yicheng office. He also noticed Li Fei tidying up inside. Back in the office, Yao Zhang turned to Qin Yuhai and inquired, "What are your plans for facilitating a meeting between Xiao Fei and Thunder?" Qin Yuhai: "I initially intended to silence Xiao Fei, but with Lei Yu's warning, I dare not proceed as planned. I thought of intimidating Xiao Fei. Considering that Yao Wanli was deceased, there was no need to persist. Additionally, I could offer her some compensation to encourage her to remain discreet. Moreover, we are still unaware of Xiao Fei's true intentions, so I must inquire further before proceeding. Yao Jingdao, you go ahead and take care of your matters. Just inform me of the outcome. I sense something amiss." Qin Yuhai assured him, "Rest assured, there will be no issues. I will handle it." After Qin Yuhai departed, he retrieved the phone number left during the release of Li Fei and Xiao Fei and dialed Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was currently organizing the findings from her recent investigations into written material for future reference upon her appointment. Suddenly, she received a call from a local number and answered, "Hello, may I ask who is calling?" Qin Yuhai replied, "I am Qin Yuhai, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I would like to discuss a matter with you in person. Please come to the city bureau." Unbeknownst to Qin Yuhai, Xiao Fei was to assume the role of municipal secretary in Yicheng. Had he been aware, he would have refrained from addressing her with such an authoritative tone. Xiao Fei, seeking to gain insights, did not yet hold the position of secretary and was merely a visitor until the higher authorities formally announced her appointment. Thus, she paid no heed to Qin Yuhai's tone and readily accepted. Xiao Fei informed Su Jiayao, "I'm stepping out for a while. Please ensure your safety at home." She then hailed a taxi, heading straight to the hotel where she had previously stayed, as her vehicle remained there. After settling the taxi fare, she approached her car, but the security guard at the hotel entrance stopped her, demanding payment for parking. Xiao Fei presented her hotel receipt. "I parked here while I was a guest. Why am I being charged now?" The security guard responded, "You have checked out, so you must pay for parking." Not wishing to engage in further debate, Xiao Fei inquired, "How much is it?" The guard casually stated, 300. Xiao Fei countered, "In your establishment, external vehicles are charged only 20 yuan for a day's parking. My car has been here for 2 days while I was a guest. On what grounds do you demand 300 yuan? The guard, noticing that Xiao Fei's vehicle bore out-of-town plates, was deliberately targeting her. This security guard, Su Yilei, was a relative of Qin Yuhai. Due to his advanced age and lack of education, he struggled to find employment and had sought Qin Yuhai's assistance in securing a job. To avoid familial discontent, Qin Yuhai arranged a position for him as a gatekeeper. Little did he know, Su Yilei exploited his connection to Qin Yuhai for extortion at the hotel, demanding 100 yuan for a parking fee that should only be 20 without issuing receipts. As a consequence, the hotel manager had previously warned him to cease such practices, as they could adversely affect the hotel's reputation. To the manager's dismay, Su Yilei threatened, "If you complain about my collecting extra fees, just remember that you harbor numerous prostitutes here who disturb guests by knocking on their doors around 10 at night. Why don't you address that? I have video evidence of those women, or shall I have my relative Qin Yuhai come and investigate?" The hotel manager found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the opportunity to inform Qin Yuhai about the situation, as he could not allow Su Yilei to jeopardize the hotel's business. Sensing the manager's helplessness, Su Yilei grew bolder in extorting travelers, which explained his demand of 300 yuan from the out-of-towner, Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei scoffed internally, pondering the lack of cleanliness in Yicheng. Even a security guard dared to extort money. She resolved to implement reforms once she assumed her position. Nevertheless, she instructed the guard, "Please issue me a receipt for the 300 yuan, clearly stating it as a parking fee, and specify the duration of my parking." To her astonishment, Su Ilay erupted with foul language, retorting, "I'll give you a receipt when pigs fly. Pay up now, or I'll charge you another 300 yuan for an extra day." Though Xiao Fei refrained from stooping to the level of a mere security guard, she could not tolerate the insult. "Mind your language. Why do you resort to cursing?" Unexpectedly, Su Ilay became even more audacious, stepping out from the pavilion, yanking open Xiao Fei's car door and reaching for her chest. Enraged, Xiao Fei exited her vehicle. Su Ilay seized a nearby small fire extinguisher and hurled it at her head. Chapter 15. I Ching ignited by public opinion. Xiao Fei, a former Special Forces soldier, had maintained her fitness regime even after years of retirement. As Su Ilay swung the extinguisher towards her head, she adeptly dodged, yet the extinguisher did not relent, crashing against her windshield with a resounding shatter. This dramatic scene was captured on the phones of a young couple nearby, who were also attempting to leave, but were confronted by Su Ilay demanding 150 yuan for parking. When they refused, he barred their exit, prompting them to angrily return to the courtyard to confront the hotel manager. At that moment, Xiao Fei was obstructed by Su Ilay, who insisted she pay 300 yuan, drawing the couple's attention to the unfolding situation. They had been recording the altercation from the outset, capturing various angles for evidence. Upon witnessing the shattering glass, Xiao Fei deliberately called her husband, saying, "Darling, I'm being bullied at the entrance of the hotel where I stayed. Please come quickly to rescue me." This was a strategic move to ensure others heard her, as she believed it more prudent for her husband to address the issue, considering her future role there. Her initial intention was to gauge the situation while being extorted for parking fees. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed the matter entirely, regardless of whether it was 300 or even 3,000 yuan. She would either have returned the car and called the police or paid to resolve the issue. However, her attempt to assess the situation backfired, resulting in both insult and damage to her vehicle. If one were to report the incident to the authorities, it would undoubtedly become evident to others, tarnishing their reputation. This was the very reason why he deliberately addressed Li Fei as husband to confound onlookers. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Fei refer to him in such a manner, Li Fei was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Why did Xiao Fei call him that? Even if he had acquiesced to her advances, it was far too premature to speak of marriage. Why was she calling him husband? This was certainly peculiar. Li Fei utarat. "Wait for me," before abruptly hanging up and mounting an electric bicycle parked by the roadside to hasten his arrival. Within mere minutes, Li Fei reached the scene, where Xiao Fei recounted the entire sequence of events. She then implored him. That couple recorded everything. "You must retrieve their evidence and ensure that my video does not circulate in public. I'm heading to the municipal police station. Qin Yuhai has summoned me. I need to ascertain the situation." Upon hearing Xiao Fei's whispered words, Li Fei called out loudly, "Dear wife, you go about your business. I will handle this matter." Xiao Fei blushed and departed, seeking a taxi on the roadside. Li Fei chose not to confront the security guards, allowing them to act with impunity. Instead, he took the couple by the arm and led them into the courtyard, inquiring as he walked, "Where is your vehicle?" The couple, bewildered as to why he was ignoring his wife's car and focusing on them, instinctively pointed towards their own vehicle. Li Fei insisted, "Come, let's go to your car. I need to discuss something with you." Uncertain of Li Fei's intentions, they were reluctantly guided to their vehicle. Once inside, Li Fei queried, "Were you also extorted for parking fees?" The couple shared their ordeal. Li Fei nonchalantly replied, "As for your parking fee issue, I will resolve it without you spending a single penny to leave. However, I kindly request your assistance if you would." The male inquired, "What help can I offer you?" Li Fei responded, "You recorded a video on your phones, did you not? I ask that you send it to me and then delete it completely. In return, I will give you 500 yuan and I will sort out your parking fees." How does that sound? The female questioned, "Why do you want us to delete the recording? Shouldn't we provide evidence for your wife?" Li Fei explained, "You may not realize that should you upload that video online or show it to others, there are two possible outcomes. First, you might be apprehended by the police under false pretenses. Second, you could find yourselves in grave danger, potentially facing harm. Remember, I am acting in your best interest." The couple, now terrified, exclaimed, "But this is a society governed by law. How could they dare?" Li Fei replied, "Do not be naive. If the law were truly upheld, the security guards would not be extorting parking fees. Time is of the essence. Hurry now, as I still need to deal with both my wife's vehicle and your parking fee issue." With that, Li Fei produced 500 yuan from his pocket, cash he had withdrawn for his business dealings. The young couple, somewhat perplexed, accepted the money and handed their phone to Li Fei. Li Fei scanned their WeChat QR code, added them as friends, transferred the video to himself, and then completely deleted the videos from the couple's album. After completing the task, Li Fei returned the phone to the couple, instructing them to drive to the main gate and wait for him to open it, assuring them that he would handle the rest of the matters. The couple obediently drove to the entrance. At that moment, Su Yilei noticed the couple arriving in their car, and the husband, called over by another woman, stepped out of the vehicle. Li Fei approached Su Yilei directly, demanding that he open the gate to allow their car to leave first. Su Yilei erupted in anger, questioning Li Fei's authority and asserting that he had no right to dictate terms, urging him to reflect on his own standing. Ignoring Su Yilei's outburst, Li Fei entered the security room, located the power supply for the surveillance cameras at the gate, and promptly disconnected it, plunging the monitors into darkness. As Su Yilei attempted to enter the security room, Li Fei seized him, pulling him outside and forcibly taking the remote control for the gate. The gate swung open, allowing the couple to drive away, followed closely by several other vehicles. Su Yilei shouted in outrage, claiming that Li Fei was in serious trouble for allowing vehicles to leave without paying the parking fee, insisting that Li Fei would have to compensate for the losses incurred. In response, Li Fei struck Su Yilei multiple times, causing spectators to tremble with each impact, their reactions mirroring the rhythm of applause. After dealing with Su Yilei, Li Fei dialed the police, providing details of the incident. The authorities arrived swiftly, with Deputy Director Ma Xiaohua of the nearby Jiefang Street Police Station inquiring about the situation and the events that transpired. He asked where the vehicle owner was. Li Fei explained that the owner had been summoned by Qin Yuhai to discuss matters. He elaborated that the owner, believing herself to be a guest of the hotel, refused to pay the exorbitant parking fee of 300 yuan demanded by the security guard, arguing that even if a fee were due, it should only be 20 yuan for a day. When the owner was late with the payment, the guard damaged her vehicle. According to legal standards, willful destruction of public or private property, particularly when significant or severe, constitutes a criminal offense, while lesser offenses warrant administrative penalties, including detention and fines, along with restitution for the victim's losses. Ma Xiaohua pressed for details, asking whom the involved party was meeting. Li Fei casually remarked that it was Qin Yuhai, the deputy mayor of Yicheng. Su Yilei quickly interjected, claiming that Qin Yuhai was his brother-in-law. Ma Xiaohua, caught in a dilemma, faced the complexity of dealing with someone associated with such a prominent figure, while also being confronted with evidence against Su Yilei's actions. Su Yilei stated, "I did not damage the car. The surveillance power here has been shut off by that scoundrel." Ma Xiaohua remarked to Li Fei, "Without evidence, it will be difficult to address this matter." Li Fei retrieved his phone, located 2 videos transferred from a young couple's device, and first sent one to Xiao Fei, then saved another in a concealed space. He proceeded to play the video for Ma Xiaohua. After viewing the footage, Ma was left speechless. The evidence was compelling. Moreover, it was serious, for Su Yilei did not intentionally vandalize the car, but aimed to strike a person's head, only to miss and hit the vehicle instead. In another video, Su Yilei was seen attempting to grab someone's chest. In light of these 2 points, extorting parking fees and damaging a windshield seemed trivial compared to the grave offenses of intentional harm and sexual assault. Li Fei was not oblivious to these implications. He simply had not had the opportunity to view the videos and was unaware of their content. Ma Xiaohua pulled Su Yilei aside and quietly advised, "You have acted impulsively today. Are you aware of what you have done? Extortion, intentional harm, destruction of public and private property, and sexual harassment. Each of these constitutes a crime. Fortunately, the charges of attempted murder and forcible molestation are not applicable here. Otherwise, you would face imprisonment. However, given the current circumstances, detention, fines, and compensation for the victim's losses are inevitable. What do you intend to do? Su Yilei, being ignorant of the law, relied heavily on Qin Yuhai, believing him to be omnipotent, thinking that such a minor issue could be resolved with a mere word from him. Showing little concern, why don't you ask what my brother-in-law can do about this? Ma Xiaohua felt overwhelmed. This situation was not easy to manage. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei arrived at Qin Yuhai's office, refraining from mentioning her experience of being extorted and having her windshield shattered at the hotel. Instead, she inquired, "You summoned me. What is the matter?" Qin Yuhai replied, "The provincial department has dispatched a supervisory team to address online issues. Currently, the man who assaulted you, Yao Wanli, has committed suicide out of fear at the municipal discipline inspection base, thus concluding your case. The provincial personnel wish to speak with you. I advise you to share what is necessary and refrain from unnecessary comments. Otherwise, not just I, but even Mayor Yao will be displeased, which would not serve your interests well. By the way, you have yet to inform me of your profession." Xiao Fei teased, "I am here seeking employment. If someone is to arrange a job for me, I thought I would come and take a look. What is the issue?" Qin Yuhai asked, "A job arrangement? Was it someone from within the system?" Xiao Fei retorted, "Why should I disclose that to you? Does it concern you? Does it relate to my victimization?" Qin Yuhai coldly responded, "As long as you are employed in Yicheng, as the deputy mayor and director, I have the authority to oversee you. Do you believe that once you start working, I won't have your superior handle you?" Xiao Fei countered, "I do not believe you, unless you distort the truth and call a deer a horse. Even then, you may not have control over me." Qin Yuhai warned, "If you speak recklessly to the provincial personnel today, I have acquaintances among them, and I will be informed immediately. Should I learn of any indiscretions on your part, you shall face severe consequences. Please consider this carefully. Now, I will take you to meet them." At that moment, Xiao Fei received a video from Li Fei, accompanied by a message indicating that the hotel security guard, Su Yilei, was the brother-in-law of Qin Yuhai. The video, evidently surreptitiously recorded on a miniature camera, captured Su Yilei asserting that Qin Yuhai was his sister's husband, with an air of unshakable confidence. Upon viewing this, Xiao Fei smiled. She promptly forwarded it to her close friend, Arctic Rose, requesting, "Please edit this, ensuring my face remains pixelated," and sent it out swiftly. Her adept friend Arctic Rose worked quickly, and within minutes, an explosive video emerged online titled, "The security guard of Yicheng City so arrogantly misbehaves because his brother-in-law is the city police chief." The previous two videos had not yet cooled in popularity when Yicheng City erupted with more sensational news. Yao Zheng soon received a report from the Internet Monitoring Office, and this time, Qin Yuhai was thrust into the limelight, facing a torrent of online criticism. However, Qin Yuhai remained oblivious to the situation, continuing to threaten Xiao Fei to meet with Lei Yu and others. Chapter 16. Xiao Fei enters the fray and encounters kidnapping. Lei Yu had already discovered Xiao Fei's true identity. Therefore, instead of speaking with her in the hotel room, he opted for a private booth in the tea house on the first floor. Upon entering the booth, Lei Yu issued an eviction notice to Qin Yuhai. "Director Qin, please return. I need to discuss matters with Comrade Xiao Fei." Noticing Lei Yu's decision to avoid the hotel room for their meeting, Qin Yuhai initially intended to stay and eavesdrop on the conversation. However, Lei Yu's insistence to dismiss him left him feeling displeased. Naturally, the tea house booth lacked any covert recording devices, being situated in the lobby, a temporary meeting place where specific targets could not be discerned. Lei Yu instructed Lu Chaohui to close the door, and the three settled down for tea. Lei Yu smiled and remarked, "Secretary Qiao, I presume you have gained quite an understanding these past few days?" Xiao Fei was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lei Yu replied, "I'll let Director Lu explain." Lu Chaohui recounted his relationship with Li Fei. Xiao Fei felt a sense of relief. "I didn't expect we were once comrades." Lu Chaohui reassured her, "Rest assured, Secretary Qiao, we will not reveal your identity. I had Qin Yuhai summon you, partly for formality and also to inform you that, based on our preliminary assessment, the waters of Yicheng City run deep and murky. You must exercise caution. By the way, those videos were orchestrated by you, correct? Since they were on the same side." Xiao Fei did not conceal the truth. "Indeed, it was my doing. I aimed to stir up the waters of Yicheng City so that I could address certain matters upon my appointment. Meanwhile, upon returning to his office at the city bureau, Qin Yuhai received a call from Yao Zheng. Old Qin, what on earth have you done? The previous 2 videos Haven Tea cooled down, and now another has surfaced. Your relative has sold you out. You'll have to resolve this yourself. Just as Qin Yuhai was about to inquire further, the head of the internet monitoring team, Huanghuai, knocked and entered, placing a phone displaying the incriminating video before him. As Qin Yuhai was on the phone, he glanced at the video and immediately erupted in anger. This wretch is tarnishing my reputation. He then spoke into the phone. Mayor Yao, I will swiftly address this matter. Yao Zheng had just hung up the phone with Qin Yuhai when his landline rang. Mayor Yao, Secretary Zhao wishes to speak with you. This marked the 3rd time Yao Zheng had received a call from Provincial Secretary Zhao Huang. Yao Zheng, what on earth is happening? Your videos are trending one after another. If another such video emerges, I suggest you prepare your resignation. With that, Zhao Huang abruptly ended the call. Yao Zheng hadn't anticipated that Zhao Huang would merely be admonishing him without further elaboration. He contemplated inquiring whether he might assume the role of city committee secretary. Yet the words eluded him. Although he was Zhao Huang as Prat G, the latter had persistently withheld the position from him, leaving a disquieting sense of discomfort. Yet he dared not voice his grievances. Once again, Yao Zheng contacted the publicity minister, Li. Minister Li, we must expedite a resolution regarding the online videos. Li responded, I'm currently in the capital, coordinating efforts to address this matter. Meanwhile, Qin Yuhai, having watched the video, was incensed and personally drove to the hotel. Upon seeing Qin Yuhai's arrival, Su Yilei, who had just endured a flurry of slaps from Li Fei, assumed that Qin Yuhai had come to support him. Brother-in-law, you must apprehend this man. He struck me. To his surprise, Qin Yuhai, in a fit of rage, delivered a few slaps to Su Yilei as well. Su Yilei, feeling wronged, protested, Why are you hitting me too? Qin Yuhai retorted, You need to promptly compensate for the damage to the shattered windshield. Right now. Whatever amount they demand. You shall pay. Otherwise, I will have you detained in the holding cell. You've stirred trouble, and now you drag me into it. Su Yilei, who typically wielded power through Qin Yuhai's influence, remained silent under the reprimand. He turned to Li Fei. How much do you want for the windshield? Li Fei replied, This issue extends beyond just the broken windshield, doesn't it? You have been charging exorbitant parking fees, even extorting travelers staying at the hotel. You demanded $300 for this car and $150 for another I let go, among countless others. You are well aware of the total amount you have extorted here. My aim is to see you imprisoned. Upon hearing that Li Fei intended to imprison Su Yilei, Qin Yuhai felt a surge of displeasure. After all, Su Yilei was his brother-in-law, and he could not allow him to be incarcerated. Thus, he implored Li Fei, Let us show some mercy. Grant me this favor, and I will ensure he compensates double. All right? Li Fei retorted, Director Qin, Are you attempting to abuse your power for personal gain? Qin Yuhai replied, Li Fei, there's no need for harsh words. You still have business to conduct in Yicheng. Cooperation benefits both parties. Li Fei aimed to provoke Qin Yuhai further, testing how he would handle Su Yilei's situation. No. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. Anyone who breaks the law must face consequences. Seeing that Li Fei was unyielding, Qin Yuhai conceded, Very well. I shall proceed according to the law. He then called the head of the public security team, Dong Qingyu. Bring your team to Iran Hotel immediately. There's a case that requires attention. Dong Qingyu arrived within minutes. Director, what is the matter? Qin Yuhai instructed, Arrest Su Yilei and take him to the holding cell. You may obtain the evidence from Li Fei. With that, Qin Yuhai drove away. Su Yilei was taken aback. His brother-in-law had allowed the police to apprehend him and confine him to the detention center. He shouted, Qin Yuhai, you scoundrel! How dare you have your elder brother-in-law arrested? Dong Qingyu, unaware of the relationship between Su Yilei and Qin Yuhai, suddenly comprehended that Qin Yuhai was cunningly orchestrating a situation for him to look after Su Yilei, who was nothing but a fool, still shouting in anger. Dong Qingyu approached and slapped Su Yilei, warning, If you dare to shout again, I will have you subjected to harsher measures. Su Yilei, cowed into silence, was dragged into the police car by Dong Qingyu's men. Dong Qingyu then approached Li Fei, requesting, "Please hand over the evidence." Li Fei replied, "Evidence? The online video serves as evidence. As for other evidence, you must investigate it yourself." Dong Qingyu countered, "The online video is edited and pixelated, cannot be utilized as evidence. It would be prudent for you to provide us with the original footage." Li Fei responded, "For this matter, you would do well to inquire with the victim." Dong Qingyu inquired, "What is the victim's name? Where can we find him?" Li Fei informed him, "As for who the victim is, you should ask Huanghuai. He is most knowledgeable." Noting Li Fei's lack of cooperation, Dong Qingyu asserted, "If you do not assist us, we will lack sufficient evidence to take action against Su Yilei. Do not claim I am not enforcing the law impartially." Li Fei retorted, "This case is under your jurisdiction. Proceed as you wish. For now, you should document the damages to this vehicle. I need to take it for repairs." Dong Qingyu pressed Li Fei further. "Since this vehicle is evidence, we must take it first to preserve it." Li Fei, perceiving Dong Qingyu's intentions, opened the trunk, retrieved Xiao Fei's suitcase, and handed the keys to Dong Qingyu, saying, "Do as you please, but remember to have the windshield repaired when you return the car to us." Dong Qingyu did not anticipate this maneuver from Li Fei. However, having made the request, he could not retract it and reluctantly accepted the keys, watching as Li Fei carried the suitcase to the roadside to hail a taxi. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei, after a brief chat with Lei Yu, left the hotel. Those observing her, unable to locate her to report back to their superiors, suddenly received a call from Huanghuai, indicating that Xiao Fei was at the municipal reception center and instructing them to discreetly extract her and privately interrogate her regarding the online video. Upon leaving the hotel, Xiao Fei hailed a taxi and soon realized she was being followed. She called Li Fei, saying, "Li Fei, how is everything on your end?" Li Fei succinctly explained the situation. Xiao Fei responded, "All right, I want to see how they handle this." "Where are you now?" "I'm being followed again." Li Fei replied, "I am in the same situation. Provide me with an address, and I shall meet you." Xiao Fei suggested, "Let us rendezvous at the convention center." Two taxis approached the convention center from different directions, with the pursuing vehicles keeping a careful distance. The two met at the entrance of the convention center, with Li Fei leading the way while pulling the suitcase and Xiao Fei following closely behind. They settled onto a bench at the side. The pursuers in the two vehicles contacted Huanghuai, reporting, "They are at the convention center. Should we take action?" Huanghuai advised against taking action in public, suggesting they find a secluded spot to discuss matters. Li Fei and Xiao Fei sat observing two groups of monitors, deliberating their next move. Li Fei inquired about her plans. Xiao Fei remarked on the lawlessness of Yicheng City, questioning the extent of their surveillance despite their ignorance of their identities. Li Fei chuckled, asserting that her 3 videos had provoked their unease and speculated that they intended to kidnap her to force a confession regarding the videos. In an attempt to manage the online discourse, Xiao Fei proposed to infiltrate their ranks to discern their true intentions. Li Fei expressed concern for her safety, fearing they might resort to extreme measures. Xiao Fei laughed, teasing him about his concern for her well-being. Li Fei affirmed his protectiveness, to which Xiao Fei responded confidently. Reassured by his presence, determined, they decided to play along with their adversaries. They placed their luggage in a secure location and sought a discreet area to part ways. They arrived at a large hotel on the west side of the convention center and requested a room from the front desk. Once settled, they stashed their valuables in hidden spots within the room, taking only their mobile phones before descending to the lobby. At the hotel entrance, Li Fei hailed a taxi and departed, ensuring he evaded their pursuers before circling back to the vicinity of the hotel. He sent a text to Xiao Fei, who promptly mounted an electric bike and headed directly to the industrial park in the west of the city. This newly planned area had well-constructed roads, but few factories, rendering it largely deserted. Xiao Fei secured her bike and feigned interest in the park as she walked ahead. At that moment, a black Passat pulled up beside her, and 3 men forcibly ushered her into the vehicle. Though she pretended to resist, she ultimately could not escape their grasp. If it were not for their deliberate intent, the 3 men would have never been able to subdue Xiao Fei, who had a background as a special forces operative and had maintained her training for a decade. Li Fei, in his taxi, trailed the black Passat from a distance to avoid detection. The Passat did not head toward the city center, but instead proceeded southwest along the ring road, eventually stopping at a venue called the Red Rose Entertainment Club. Li Fei negotiated with the taxi driver, offering to rent the car for 3 months at $15,000 per month. The driver, a man in his 30s, readily accepted the proposal, assuring Li Fei of his availability around the clock. Li Fei agreed to transfer $30,000 via WeChat up front, with the remainder to be paid the following month. The driver, named Li Yongxian, accepted the payment without hesitation. Li Fei turned to Qian and said, "Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. What do you think?" The taxi driver, taken aback, replied, "A favor? What is it?" Li Fei continued, "There is a woman being kidnapped in that black Passat ahead. Please discreetly follow them and observe where they take her, then report back to me." Li Yongxian Shukulat. "Is that all?" "No problem at all. I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. Such trivial matters are a piece of cake." Li Fei expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate it." Li Yongxian replied, "You are my employer. Assisting you is part of my duty, so no need for thanks." Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Yongxian donned a hat and observed 3 individuals escorting Xiao Fei towards the car. He pretended to be a passerby, walking ahead. Upon reaching the entrance of the Red Rose Entertainment Club, Li Yongxian feigned tying his shoelaces, squatting down to allow the 3 men to proceed with Xiao Fei. He quietly followed, discreetly recording video footage on his phone. Xiao Fei was led into a private room labeled number 1 in the club's backyard. This room was part of a single-story row of antiquated buildings, consisting of over a dozen rooms, situated merely 30 meters from the main entertainment hall. The club itself boasted 6 floors. The western half of the first 2 floors served as a performance hall, while the eastern half housed a bathing center. The 3rd floor was dedicated to foot massages, essentially a front for illicit activities. The 4th floor contained game rooms, providing gambling services to patrons. The 5th floor featured love song rooms, while the 6th floor was reserved for dancing and social gatherings. Unlike the 5th floor's love song rooms, the private spaces in the backyard were exclusive. Entry required a certain status or financial means. Behind these antiquated buildings lay a vast forest garden spanning over 100 acres, adorned with artificial streams, numerous pavilions, and rockeries, teeming with evergreen trees. The garden also included dozens of small houses, each consisting of 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom, with a distance of over 20 meters between each house. Surrounding the forest garden was a 3-meter-high wall topped with a 1-meter barbed wire fence, with several electrified strands at night to deter intruders. At the entrance to the backyard, Li Yongxian was halted by a guard. Yet from this vantage point, he witnessed Xiao Fei being escorted into room number 1. The guard inquired, "What do you want?" "This backyard is not open to just anyone. If you don't clarify your intentions, I will have to detain you." Li Yongxian glared. "Is this a realm of the underworld? I'm merely curious and wanted to take a look, and you threaten to apprehend me? Who do you think you are?" The security guard, seeing Li Yongxian's indifference to intimidation, reluctantly replied, "Please leave this area. If you refuse, I will have to call for assistance." Li Yongxian opted not to engage further, retorting, "Just say I'm not allowed in. There is no need for the theatrics." With that, he departed. Returning to the car, Li Yongxian relayed the situation to Li Fei. Li Fei remarked, "It appears this entertainment club is rather enigmatic. Let us disregard it for now and wait. By the way, you mentioned you were a soldier. A Special Forces one at that. Why then are you driving a taxi instead of having been assigned to a proper job?" Li Yongxian expressed, "My position has been usurped by someone else, bearing the same name as mine. I have been pursuing this matter through legal channels for several years. Yet no resolution has been reached. Thus, I must seek alternative means for sustenance." Upon conversing with Li Fei, Li Yongxian discovered that they had both served in the same military unit alongside Xiao Fei, albeit Li Yongxian had joined 3 years later. Given their shared military background, despite not having served in the same year, they found ample common ground for conversation. Li Fei remarked, "If you wish for your issues to be resolved, you must cooperate with me on a particular matter. If all goes well, we can address this by the first half of the year. I implore you not to question my motives. As a former Special Forces soldier, you should be aware of the necessity for discretion." Li Yongxian replied, "Very well. I shall provide you with the complaint documents I have prepared. However, I am puzzled as to why you seem unperturbed about the location of the woman I was instructed to investigate. Li Fei chuckled. Let the situation unfold a bit longer. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei, after being ushered into a room by 3 men, found herself in a space with exceptional soundproofing, rendering her unable to hear any external sounds or discern what transpires within. The leader, initially cordial, stated, Xiao Fei, please take a seat. We have some matters to discuss, and should our conversation proceed amicably, we will promptly return you to your hotel. Xiao Fei responded gravely. Are you implying that you have kidnapped me? The leader retorted. Let us refrain from using such harsh terminology. We merely request your presence for a discussion. Xiao Fei inquired. May I know your intentions? The leader replied. That information is not convenient to share. Xiao Fei insisted, if unidentified individuals forcibly bring me here, how can it not be classified as kidnapping? I warn you, if you do not reveal your true identities, I will not let this matter rest. One of the men approached and struck Xiao Fei, but she had anticipated such a move. She swiftly captured his wrist and with a forceful motion, sent him crashing to the ground. Another younger man exclaimed, assaulting law enforcement officers is a criminal offense. Xiao Fei provocatively asked, are you claiming to be police officers? Can law enforcement engage in abduction? The leader, realizing the young man's slip of the tongue, ceased further pretense, saying, we are acting under orders from the Municipal Bureau to investigate you, an individual of dubious origin. We hope for your cooperation. Xiao Fei scoffed, cooperate with you? When law enforcement resorts to abduction, it only compounds the offense. If this is not abduction, why have you not issued a summons for me to attend the station, instead of dragging me to this entertainment venue? The leader countered, you seem quite knowledgeable. Tell me, were you the one who arranged for the video to be posted online? Xiao Fei replied, I have no comment. The leading officer, known as Kai Bao, often derisively referred to as Kai Baozi, was the deputy captain of the 4th Squad in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. Kai Bao threatened, if you refuse to speak the truth, I will resort to measures against you. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Xiao Fei challenged, by what right do you intend to impose measures upon me? Are you suggesting torture? Kai Bao declared, indeed, I intend to employ coercive methods. What will you do about it? Xiao Fei retorted, if you dare to inflict such measures upon me, then I suggest you attempt it. Kai Bao, brimming with arrogance, declared, very well, I shall not hold back. With that, he produced a pair of handcuffs and proceeded to secure them onto Xiao Fei, attempting to force her down onto the ground. Xiao Fei, however, was intentionally allowing Kai Bao to succeed in his endeavor. Had she wished to resist, he and his accomplices would have been utterly incapable of restraining her. Unbeknownst to Kai Bao, a miniature camera was discreetly attached to the button of Xiao Fei's clothing, recording the entire scene of his intimidation and the application of the handcuffs, which was simultaneously transmitted to Li Fei's mobile device. Although she was now handcuffed, Xiao Fei was resolute in not allowing Kai Bao and his associates to pin her down. Rising to her feet, she began to resist. Observing her defiance, Kai Bao and his cohorts brandished electric batons with the intent to assault her. After capturing this alarming moment on video, Xiao Fei declared, I shall call the police. In truth, this was a signal to Li Fei, indicating that the time had come to alert the authorities and witness how they would handle the situation. As Xiao Fei reached for her phone, Kai Bao lunged to snatch it away, forcefully slamming it onto the ground and stomping on it, rendering the device utterly useless. I will not allow you to call the police. I am the law, he proclaimed. Meanwhile, Li Fei, stationed outside the entertainment venue in a taxi, promptly dialed 110 to report, at the Red Rose Entertainment Club, an abduction is in progress, and the victim is in imminent danger. Please dispatch assistance urgently. The call was received by Liu Pingyan of the Municipal Criminal Police Team, who had orchestrated Kai Bao's actions. At this moment, he had no intention of responding to the call, dismissing the situation entirely. As 20 minutes passed without the arrival of law enforcement, Li Fei once again rang 110. But Liu Pingyan, upon answering, dismissed the report as a false alarm, stating that his officers had already investigated and found no such incident. Following the destruction of her phone, Xiao Fei felt she had gathered sufficient evidence and ceased her pretense. She switched off the miniature camera and removed the handcuffs from her wrists. Kai Bao was unaware of how she managed to free herself. He could not fathom that during her time as a Special Forces operative, Xiao Fei had acquired skills and escape techniques, including the ability to unlock handcuffs with ease. No longer inclined to hold back, she confronted Kai Bao and his accomplices with determination. To Kai Bao's astonishment, the woman he intended to intimidate was no ordinary individual. She swiftly incapacitated all three of them. Seizing her shattered phone, she opened the door and exited. The security guard stationed at the second door noticed Xiao Fei emerging alone and inquired, "What happened to the three of them?" Xiao Fei shot him a glare, retorting, "Can't you see for yourself?" Outside, Li Fei spotted Xiao Fei's emergence and instructed Li Yong to start the engine and bring the car close to her. Casting a quick glance behind her to ensure no one was watching, Xiao Fei swiftly opened the car door and climbed inside. Li Yong accelerated away from the scene. This time, the duo did not head to the hotel at the exhibition center, but instead returned directly to their rented apartment. Upon their arrival, Su Jiao hurried over and informed them. Earlier, someone came to conduct a household registration check. Here is the notice they provided. Chapter 18, a series of explosive revelations. Uncovering another major scoop. Li Fei glanced at the notice, which was from the local police station, requiring residents to register at the precinct with their identification cards. Xiao Fei took a glance at it and said, "Li Fei, when you have a moment, please register at the police station under your name." Li Fei agreed. Xiao Fei extracted the card from the destroyed phone and took out a new one from her bag, inserting the card into it. She then directly called Lei Yu, saying, "President Lei, I seek your assistance." Startled, Lei Yu responded, "Secretary Xiao, what brings this on?" Xiao Fei replied, "Let me send you the video. You'll understand." Soon, Lei Yu received the video from Xiao Fei. After viewing it, he broke into a cold sweat. The police in Yicheng are exceedingly audacious, openly kidnapping the city's party secretary and resorting to coercive interrogation. It appears that I cannot afford to treat this lightly. Lei Yu promptly returned Xiao Fei's call. "Secretary Xiao, you haven't made this public online, have you?" Xiao Fei responded, "No, President Lei, do you have any concerns?" Lei Yu suggested, "I have a small piece of advice. While we remain in Yicheng, I will address the issues within the public security system as swiftly as possible. Once resolved, you may disseminate the information as you see fit. However, if it goes online first, it would put me at a disadvantage." Xiao Fei agreed, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest, but quickly. I cannot afford to wait." Lei Yu replied, "It's now after work hours. I will take a team to apprehend Kai Bao and the others immediately. I must uncover the mastermind behind this." Meanwhile, Xiao Fei called the bedding vendor to request another blanket, as she, Su Jiao, and Li Fei could not manage with just 2 blankets. After hanging up, Li Fei inquired, "Have you set a date for your official appointment?" Xiao Fei answered, "Tomorrow morning, the provincial organization department will send someone to announce it. At 9 a.m., there will be a meeting for department-level officials in Yicheng." Li Fei proposed, "I think it might be better if Lei Yu secretly apprehends the suspects while I take the video to Huanghuai to report the police's failure to respond to calls and see how he reacts." Xiao Fei questioned, "But it's after hours. Where will you find Huanghuai?" Li Fei assured her, "I have my ways. You need not worry." Xiao Fei ceased her inquiries, allowing him to proceed as he wished. The taxi remained in the courtyard, and Li Yongxian, understanding the protocol, rested in the car. Upon seeing Li Fei enter, he asked, "Where are we headed?" Li Fei replied, "Back to the Red Rose Entertainment City." Li Yongxian did not press further and drove off. After personally arresting his brother-in-law, Qin Yuhai returned home to inform his wife of the situation. His wife, Su Yixi, sighed, "My brother has indeed crossed the line. It's fine for him to face some hardship, but he shouldn't be sentenced. A few days of detention should suffice." Qin Yuhai retorted, "That depends on the attitude of the provincial inspection team, and on Xiao Fei and Li Fei. If they persist, the situation will be difficult to navigate." Su Yixi became displeased, stating, "I don't care. Whatever you do, you cannot allow my brother to be sentenced." Qin Yuhai remained silent, standing up to leave. Su Yixi asked, "It's after hours. Where are you going?" Qin Yuhai replied, "I have matters to attend to. I need to see Mayor Yao." When Li Fei arrived at the Red Rose Entertainment City, a storm was already brewing. But Lei Yu found himself at a loss, as Kai Bao and the others were no longer in room 1. Consequently, he had no choice but to call Qin Yuhai to inquire about Kai Bao's whereabouts and urged him to report to the hotel to inform the inspection team of the situation. Kai Bao's matter had been arranged by Liu Pingyan, of which Qin Yuhai was unaware. Upon receiving Lei Yu's call, he promptly contacted Liu Pingyan, instructing him to inform Kai Bao to report to Lei Yu. Liu Pingyan replied to Qin Yuhai, saying, "Director, Kai Bao cannot go." Liu Pingyan had intended for Kai Bao to consult Xiao Fei, aiming to extract from her the evidence that implicated her in disseminating the video, which would be used against her to quell the online uproar. However, Kai Bao had already informed him of the failed covert interrogation of Xiao Fei and revealed her formidable nature. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuhai remarked, "Do you truly believe that Lei Yu sought out Kai Bao for this matter?" Liu Pingyan replied, "If it isn't this issue, what else could it be? These events all transpired this afternoon. How did Xiao Fei relay information to Lei Yu?" Qin Yuhai countered, "Do you think that after their conversation today, Lei Yu and Xiao Fei lack each other's contact information? Tell me, has Kai Bao left any evidence in Xiao Fei's possession?" Liu Pingyan responded, "Kai Bao informed me that he had rendered Xiao Fei's phone inoperative. Even if there were recordings or videos, with the phone destroyed, no evidence would remain." Qin Yuhai replied, "If that is the case, why fear Kai Bao meeting with Lei Yu? In the absence of evidence, it would merely be treated as slander, which is a graver offense against an officer." Liu Pingyan insisted, "Director, I believe it is best to prevent Kai Bao from meeting them. What if he succumbs to interrogation?" Qin Yuhai conceded, "Very well, I shall return a message to Lei Yu." When Lei Yu received Qin Yuhai's call, stating that he could not reach Kai Bao, he recognized that Qin Yuhai was attempting to divert attention. However, Qin Yuhai insisted that Kai Bao was unreachable, and as it was after hours, there was no way to compel him. So he relented, instructing Qin Yuhai to notify Kai Bao to come to the hotel for a discussion the following day. Lei Yu returned empty-handed, but managed to communicate with Xiao Fei, who advised him not to rush and to address matters after she assumed her position the next day. Meanwhile, Li Fei, having observed Lei Yu returning empty-handed at the Red Rose Entertainment City, understood that Kai Bao and the others had departed. He had come here in search of Qin Yuhai, having discreetly placed a miniature tracker on Qin Yuhai when he went to apprehend his brother-in-law, enabling him to monitor Qin Yuhai's whereabouts at any time. He had located this place based on the tracker signal. However, while Li Fei could access any floor of the entertainment city, he was barred from entering the rear courtyard, let alone from the courtyard's main gate into the forest garden. The tracker indicated that Qin Yuhai was in cabin 20 of the forest garden. After standing for a while, realizing he had no opportunity to access the courtyard, he retrieved 5,000 yuan from his prepared bag, stuffed it into his pocket, and approached the security room at the secondary entrance, engaging the guard in casual conversation. As they shared 2 packs of cigarettes, nearly consumed, and had conversed sufficiently, Li Fei produced the 5,000 yuan and handed it to the guard. Upon seeing such a sum, the guard's eyes gleamed with greed. "Brother, what is this?" Li Fei chuckled and said, "Brother, to be honest, I am a bit curious and wish to explore the forest garden, merely to broaden my horizons. I have no ulterior motives. I hope you can facilitate my entry." The security guard, a man in his 40s, hesitated, torn between his desire for money and the fear of jeopardizing his job if caught. Sensing the guard's predicament, Li Fei reassured him, "I only wish to take a look inside and promise not to cause any trouble. Please rest assured. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Fei, affiliated with the Jinghai Pharmaceutical Group in Beiji Province. I have established an office across from the municipal committee. Should they dismiss you, you can come to me, and I will ensure you find a position far superior to this one, with a salary that will not disappoint." The guard remained skeptical. "Is what you say true?" Li Fei produced a pre-printed business card, extracting one to present to the guard. "Here is my card. It contains my name and contact number." The guard accepted the card, tucking it along with the 5,000 yuan into his pocket. "Let us go. I will escort you inside. Without a membership card, you cannot access the door." Li Fei expressed his gratitude and followed the guard. The guard retrieved a key card from his waist, swiped it at the entrance to the backyard, and the door swung open. "You may enter now. When you wish to exit, simply press the key button on the right wall, and the door will open automatically." Indeed, money possesses a remarkable allure, The guard, enticed by the 5,000 yuan, allowed Li Fei entry. As night fell, the path through the forest garden, illuminated by pink-hued lamps, cast a soft glow, creating an enchanting atmosphere that enhanced the garden's mysterious and romantic allure. Li Fei traversed several bridges and followed the path to room 20, where he found the door firmly shut, surrounded by a fence. He deftly leaped over the fence and approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen. Inside, he discerned the unmistakable sounds of a woman's moans emanating from the room. Sensing the opportune moment, he retrieved his lock-picking tools and, within approximately 20 seconds, successfully unlocked the door. This skill, honed during his time as a special forces operative and further refined through training in national security, rendered the task trivial for Li Fei. Upon entering, he noticed that the suite's door was slightly ajar. Peering through the crack, he observed Huanghuai engaged in an intimate encounter with a woman, her moans filling the air. Li Fei discreetly began recording the scene on his phone. Despite being in his 50s, Huanghuai displayed considerable vigor, continuously varying his approach. Li Fei recorded for 3 full minutes, capturing both Huanghuai and the woman's faces. As he sensed that the encounter was nearing its conclusion, he quietly retreated. Originally, Li Fei intended to confront Huanghuai regarding compensation for 2 vehicles and to discuss Kai Bao's coercion of Xiao Fei. But he had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. Li Fei no longer contemplated discussing matters with Huanghuai. With the emergence of this video, it seemed that Huanghuai's fate had been sealed. As for the issue of compensation, it would require careful deliberation, but it was inevitable. Following the security guard's instructions, Li Fei opened the gate to the forest garden and noticed the courtyard was empty. He swiftly made his way to the security room to bid farewell to the guard. Upon seeing Li Fei emerge, the guard felt a sense of relief wash over him. "You should leave quickly. Lingering here is detrimental for both of us." Li Fei hailed a taxi driven by Li Yongxian and headed directly to the exclusive courtyard rented by Xiao Fei, asking Li Yongxian to return home first and a call if needed. Upon his return, Su Jiayao and Xiao Fei served the meal they had prepared. Seeing the two waiting for him, Li Fei remarked, "It's already so late. Why didn't you eat first? Well, if I had dined out, you would have gone through all this trouble for nothing." Xiao Fei shot him a glare. "What? Is it wrong for us to wait for you? If you don't want to eat, that's fine, Jiayao, and I will eat." Li Fei smiled. "I apologize. I meant to express my gratitude for your efforts in preparing the meal and waiting for me. It makes me feel at home." Xiao Fei's cheeks flushed, and she replied with a smile, "You're dreaming. Who said we were giving you a home?" After washing his hands, Li Fei joined them for dinner, his hunger undeniable. Once the meal was finished, Su Jiayao went to wash the dishes, and Xiao Fei inquired, "Did you see Huanghuai?" Li Fei responded, "Indeed, I witnessed quite a spectacle." Xiao Fei, puzzled, asked what kind of spectacle. Inadvertently forgetting Xiao Fei was a woman, Li Fei pulled out his phone and played the video. Initially oblivious to its content, Xiao Fei's face turned crimson upon realizing what it was. How could you show me this?" Li Fei suddenly recollected that this video was inappropriate for her to view and felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I forgot you were a woman." Xiao Fei glared at him. "Humph. You did that on purpose, you rogue." Li Fei protested. "I'm wronged." Xiao Fei covered his mouth. "What are you shouting for? Are you afraid Su Jiayao will find out?" Li Fei gently removed her hand and said, "I apologize. I didn't mean to." Xiao Fei chuckled. "You did it on purpose. Let us not dwell on that. Where did you capture this?" Li Fei replied, "In the back garden of the Red Rose Entertainment City." Xiao Fei asked, "How do you plan to handle this video?" Li Fei answered, "You will find out tomorrow when you assume your position." Chapter 19. The new municipal party secretary arrives. Blocked and insulted at the door, though Xiao Fei had not examined the video in detail. She gleaned enough from her brief glimpse to discern the true nature of Huanghuai, who had threatened her earlier that day. As night fell and he ventured out to engage in dubious activities, it became clear that the cadre of Yicheng was deeply flawed. Sent from the capital, she was the harbinger of a crackdown on the corrupt local governance. However, any action she took would likely provoke fierce resistance, and it seemed imperative to gather allies in this endeavor. Otherwise, a minor misstep could render her the 5th nameless casualty. Glancing at Li Fei, Xiao Fei felt a sense of reliance and determination surge within her. She addressed Li Fei. It appears that I shall encounter a series of political battles in I Ching. You are my first ally. Our fate now rests upon you. Li Fei jested. Fear not, since you are to be my future wife. I would brave fire and water without hesitation. How about a reward? A hug, perhaps? Xiao Fei's cheeks flushed. Go away. This is no time for frivolity. Think carefully about how you will present yourself at my workplace tomorrow. Li Fei chuckled. I shall appear as the head of the Jinghai Group's I Ching office. There to voice my grievances. With that, they bid each other good night. Returning to their respective rooms, Li Fei settled down to formulate his work plan. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Li Fei rose early to prepare breakfast. After the three of them finished their meal, Li Fei took Su Jiayao to his office, enlisting her assistance for a few days, to which she happily agreed. Early that morning, Xiao Fei received a call from the Provincial Organization Department, informing her that the provincial minister, Yu Qiangbei, would arrive punctually at 9 a.m. at the Yicheng Municipal Committee, instructing her to wait at the main entrance. Lei Yu also received a call from Xiao Fei, who requested his assistance for the day. He readily complied. Subsequently, Li Fei contacted Lu Chaowei, sharing a video he had prepared the previous night, asking him to find a way to leverage it to assist Xiao Fei. Naturally, Lu Chaowei agreed without hesitation. Though their interactions seemed casual, these individuals had inadvertently ignited the fuse for a political upheaval in I Ching, signaling the onset of a fierce struggle. However, that is a tale for another time. As for Xiao Fei, she did not leave with Li Fei. Half an hour after he and Su Jiayao departed, around 8:30 a.m., she arrived at the entrance of the Yicheng Municipal Committee. Yet, when she attempted to enter, the security guard stopped her, inquiring, "Who are you here to see? You must first call someone inside. Only if they approve can you enter. Today, there is an important meeting, and without an entry permit, no one is allowed in. If you have business to attend to, you must have someone vouch for you." Xiao Fei coldly queried, "What kind of person is permitted entry?" The guard replied, "Only officials at the department level or above. As you can see, those vehicles belonging to district heads and secretaries all display entry permits issued by the city. Others must wait for someone to come out to escort them or have them call me. Otherwise, no one can enter." Xiao Fei pressed, "What if a common citizen has business here? Are they denied entry as well?" The guard retorted, "What business could a common citizen possibly have here? For grievances, they can go to the petition office. This is not the place for that. Those who come here are all officials." Just as Xiao Fei was about to reprimand the guard, she noticed Qin Yuhai approaching. He glanced at Xiao Fei without acknowledging her and quietly remarked to a woman behind him, "That is Xiao Fei, the accomplice who sent your son inside. And the person from the Jinghai office across the way is the principal culprit. As I enter the meeting, you may create a disturbance here. I shall soon send someone to take both you and this woman away. It would be best if you could work together, but remember, you must not disclose that I instructed you to do this." The security guard, recognizing Qin Yuhai, wore a broad smile, displaying utmost obsequiousness. Qin Yuhai, however, paid him no heed and swiftly made his way into the compound. The woman who had just whispered to Qin Yuhai was Lei Long's mother, Yang Wenwan, the sister of the executive vice mayor, Yang Wenming. Observing that Xiao Fei could not enter the compound, Yang Wenwan seized the opportunity to approach her, ominously demanding, "Are you the accomplice who sent my son to the detention center? You must provide me with an explanation today, or I shall make you regret ever crossing my path." Xiao Fei frowned. "Who are you? Do I know you? Why are you so uncivilized with such foul language?" Yang Wenwan, glancing at Xiao Fei, unleashed a tirade of insults. "You shameless wretch, I've heard about your collusion with your wild man to frame my son. I will not let this go." Despite her furious outburst, Yang Wenwan refrained from physical confrontation, aware of her own limitations. Xiao Fei stood at a height of 1.75 meters while she was only 1.6 meters tall. Aside from her stout physique, she did not dare to confront Xiao Fei directly. Instead, she called upon a few acquaintances, relatives of city leaders, who arrived adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of superiority. With her allies at her side, Yang Wenwan became emboldened, pointing at Xiao Fei and shouting, "You little harlot! Relying on your appearance and your wild man, You conspire to send my son to the detention center. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall tear your mouth apart." Upon hearing such vicious insults, Xiao Fei found it beneath her to engage in a verbal spat with a woman, opting instead to clarify. "Who is your son? And who are you?" Yang Wenwan, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Who am I? Let me enlighten you. My status is beyond your reach. I am Yang Wenwan, sister of the Executive Vice Mayor Yang Wenming, a civil servant in the Education Bureau. I do not even need to attend work to receive my salary. Can you compare to that? Moreover, Lei Long is my son, and you, along with your wild man, have dared to leverage the provincial authorities to unjustly imprison him. Who do you think you are to subject my son to such suffering? You believe he will be sentenced? Let me assure you, once the provincial officials depart, he will be released immediately. And you, foolish and reckless, dare to provoke us in Yicheng? Ladies, let us tear this harlot's clothes apart. I will strip you down so everyone can see what you hide." Upon hearing Yang Wenjuan's words, the group of women surged forward, intent on ripping Xiao Fei's clothes. Li Fei, having observed the situation from across the way, rushed to stand in front of Xiao Fei, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you really going to strip someone in public? Do you not realize how audacious that is? This is illegal." Yang Wenjuan, undeteret, retorted defiantly, "Illegal? Who dares accuse me of breaking the law in Yicheng?" Yang Wenwan had not finished her words when her phone buzzed with a message. Upon checking, she read a WeChat notification stating, "This man is the one who sent Lei Long to the detention center. His name is Li Fei, affiliated with the Jinghai office, and he is in cahoots with that woman." Upon receiving this news, Yang Wenwan stowed her phone in her bag and began to berate Li Fei vehemently. "So you are Li Fei? You are the one who conspired to send my son to the detention center?" Li Fei replied, "Your son attempted to extort me for 500,000 yuan, and when that failed, he vandalized my car. He has committed a crime and should bear the consequences. To this day, you have yet to compensate me for the damages. This incident is visible in the videos online. How can you still claim your son is innocent?" Upon hearing about the online videos, Yang Wenjuan's fury erupted. What nonsense videos? Can a poorly edited compilation of clips be considered credible? By the way, I heard that this video was recorded by that wretched woman. She must have released it. She is your paramour, and may you both meet a terrible fate. Li Fei warned, "Let us keep this civil. No more insults." Yang Wenwan noticed the crowd outside the entrance had grown, many of whom were people promoted by her brother, Yang Wenming, possibly attending a meeting. This emboldened her further. "Insults? You two shameless scoundrels have conspired to frame my son. I will insult you as I please. Your mother is a wretched woman to have birthed someone like you. You are both worthless, one a prostitute, the other a harlot." Li Fei, enraged by Yang Wenwan's slander against his mother, an intelligent and virtuous woman renowned in their community, could no longer contain himself. He approached Yang Wenwan and struck her face several times. "You can insult me, but why must you defame my mother?" Xiao Fei intended to intervene and prevent the violence, but Li Fei could not tolerate any affront to his mother, even at the risk of facing consequences for his actions. At that moment, onlookers began to support Yang Wenwan. "You're a man. Can't you endure a few insults without resorting to violence?" Others joined in, inciting the situation. "Exactly. Even if insulting is wrong, physical violence is unacceptable." From a distance, Qin Yuhai observed Li Fei's aggression with delight, as it finally provided evidence against the two. However, a few slaps were insufficient to make a substantial impact. He hoped for Li Fei to act even more recklessly. He sent Yang Wenwan a message. "Incite them further, provoke them to beat you. I will find a way to certify your injuries as minor, and then we can seek revenge for your son." Among the onlookers were ordinary citizens who were well aware of Yang Wenwan's notorious domineering nature. Today, she was finally on the receiving end of violence, and some even applauded. However, this was quickly quelled by others. "What are you cheering for? This is the entrance of the municipal committee. Disperse at once." The crowd of onlookers was dispersed by several arriving security personnel. A man resembling an official emerged from the courtyard and approached the entrance, inquiring, "What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? A leader from the provincial government is coming shortly. This is unacceptable." Yang Wenwan, feeling aggrieved, wept, He hit me." Li Fei retorted, Why would I hit you? I've never encountered anyone bold enough to insult my mother until you. You are the first. If I don't strike you, whom should I strike? Should you dare to insult my mother again, I will not hesitate to hit you. The official cast a glance at Li Fei, stating, You two should resolve your issues elsewhere. Do not block the entrance. If anyone finds this inappropriate, feel free to contact the police. Noticing the official did not side with her, Yang Wenwan revealed her relation. I'm the sister of Yang Wenming, the executive vice mayor. The official, visibly impatient, replied, And what of it? Yang Wenwan was momentarily at a loss for words. Accustomed to wielding her brother's influence, she could not tolerate the situation. Unable to contend with Li Fei, she redirected her frustration towards Xiao Fei, tossing her bag to the ground and charging at Xiao Fei. Chapter 20. The secretary takes the stage. They were terrified beyond measure. Xiao Fei had anticipated this move and swiftly evaded as Yang Wenwan barreled towards her. However, due to her momentum, Yang Wenwan collided violently with a large tree at the roadside and instantly lost consciousness. The official, witnessing this, rushed over, followed by Li Fei. Being from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and having learned the craft from his grandfather, was well versed in the essentials of healing. Yet, due to his public service commitments, he had little time for practicing medicine. Observing Yang Wenjuan's collision with the tree, he realized that if the impact were severe, it could lead to grave consequences. Fortunately, a cursory examination suggested she was not critically injured, but she lay unconscious on the ground. The official dialed for an ambulance, and at that moment, Qin Yuhai emerged, remarking to Li Fei, You have seriously harmed Yang Wenwan. If it is determined that she has sustained a minor injury, you will be in serious trouble. Li Fei replied with a smile, You should worry about yourself first. If things go awry, you may find that uniform no longer fits. The chief of the city bureau and the deputy mayor may find themselves in a precarious position as well. Don't try to turn this into a personal vendetta against me. Qin Yuhai retorted, Do not be so defiant. You will not shed tears until you see the coffin. With a wave of his hand, a police car arrived, and several officers approached Li Fei and Xiao Fei, stating, You are reported for assaulting another individual. You must accompany us to the city bureau. Li Fei responded coldly, To the city bureau? Your bureau seems to have a broad scope of authority. Is it really necessary to involve yourselves in such trivial matters as a couple of slaps? Shouldn't your sub-bureaus and local precincts be attending to more pressing issues? The officer, Dong Qingyu, the head of the public security division at the city bureau and a staunch ally of Qin Yuhai, had received a call from Qin Yuhai instructing him to apprehend individuals at the municipal party committee's entrance. Knowing who he was meant to apprehend, Dong Qingyu approached with the intent to take Li Fei and Xiao Fei into custody. However, Li Fei interjected, Wait, I can accompany you, but she cannot. I only met her the day before yesterday at the extortion scene involving the Thunder Dragon. We share no relation. Moreover, the act of violence is my own affair and bears no connection to her. Why would you take her with you? Dong Qingyu cast a glance at Qin Yuhai. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Qin Yuhai acknowledged that there was some merit to his reasoning. To arbitrarily take away Xiao Fei with so many officials present would not bode well. He thus addressed Dong Qingyu. Well, this woman did not engage in any violence. Let us hold off for now. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, and Yang Wenwan was lifted onto the stretcher and taken away. Dong Qingyu intended to place handcuffs on Li Fei, who chuckled, Are you attempting to frame me for a wrongful conviction? These cuffs may be easy to put on, but they're not so simple to remove. Do you recall the last time I was taken to the detention center? Are you bold enough to wager on it? Dong Qingyu inquired, What do you wish to wager? Li Fei replied, I bet that if you confine me to the detention center, you will be suspended from your duties immediately. Dong Qingyu glanced at Qin Yuhai, seemingly seeking guidance. Qin Yuhai dismissed him with disdain, a mere herbal medicine dealer. What audacity compels you to make such claims? Li Fei confidently asserted, You shall soon find out. Under Qin Yuhai's subtle prompting, Dong Qingyu indeed placed the cuffs on Li Fei, saying, Prepare to serve time once the assessment of Yang Wenjuan's minor injuries is completed. Li Fei appeared unconcerned. Very well. Let us proceed then. Dong Qingyu led Li Fei away. Xiao Fei attempted to enter the compound, but the security guard once again obstructed her, stating, You cannot enter. Xiao Fei questioned. If they can enter, why cannot I? The guard replied, they are attending a meeting. What business do you have inside? Xiao Fei retorted, I'm also here for the meeting. Before the guard could respond, several individuals nearby chimed in. You are here for a meeting? Little girl, you cannot possibly deceive the municipal compound. Today, only officials at the county level and above are attending. What rank do you hold? With a smile, Xiao Fei responded, I suppose I am at the provincial level. A bespectacled man laughed heartily. Listen to her. She claims to be at the provincial level. If you're at that rank, then I must be at the ministerial level. A girl who hasn't even lost her childishness. How amusing. Consider this. How many years of hard work does one need to reach the provincial level? Forget about jumping ranks. Even if we assume 2 years per level, how many years does it take to ascend from a regular clerk to the provincial level? Without at least 20 to 30 years of continuous advancement. Can you truly claim such a position? Do you think deception works this way? I have served as a secretary to the leadership for 6 years. You know nothing of the rules involved. Another man interjected. Earlier, when Mayor Yang's sister rebuked you, you did not dare to retort. Now you boast. If you were truly formidable, why did you not respond to her insults? Xiao Fei smiled and replied, according to your logic, if a dog bites me, must I bite back? What would I become? Her scolding reflects her own lack of quality. My silence is a demonstration of my restraint. One's actions differ based on their cultivated demeanor. Do not project your mindset and values onto others. That is truly inappropriate. The man, still unconvinced, retorted, You are merely putting on airs. At that moment, a vehicle bearing the provincial capital's license plate arrived at the entrance, prompting the security guard to hastily open the gate for its entry. Inside the car was Yu Qiangbei, the Minister of Organization for the Provincial Committee. He occupied the rear seat, while other officials from the Provincial Organization Department were seated in the front passenger position. Yu Qiangbei had yet to see Xiao Fei. In truth, although he possessed her phone number, he had never encountered her in person. It was solely due to Xiao Fei being the daughter of Xiao Dongliang that Yu Qiangbei and the provincial leaders felt compelled to treat her with utmost seriousness. Particularly for Yu Qiangbei, out of respect for Xiao Dongliang, he deemed it necessary to personally announce Xiao Fei's appointment. Upon entering, Yu Qiangbei was received by Yao Zheng and others. Yao Zheng noticed that Yu Qiangbei had come alone, which filled him with immense joy. If the minister was coming to announce the new municipal party secretary and had not brought anyone with him, could it signify that he was to be promoted on the spot? He hesitated to inquire, fearing that if it turned out not to be about him, it would be rather awkward. Thus, he brewed tea for Yu Qiangbei in the reception room of the municipal committee, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anxiety, anticipation, and trepidation. As the meeting time drew near, Yu Qiangbei, having not received a call from Xiao Fei and growing somewhat anxious, instructed Yao Zheng, You go ahead to the venue and keep an eye on things. I shall join shortly. After Yao Zheng departed, Yu Qiangbei called Xiao Fei, asking, Why haven't you arrived yet? The meeting is about to commence. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was being ridiculed by a group of men, including several bureau-level officials. Upon receiving Yu Qiangbei's call, she replied, Minister Yu, I arrived 40 minutes early, but I am stuck outside the municipal committee's gate because I lack an access permit. No senior officials have come out to receive me. They refuse to let me in, so I'm waiting for you to come and escort me. Yu Qiangbei, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. It was indeed peculiar for the municipal committee to deny its own secretary entry. He wondered why Xiao Fei had not made her identity clear. He asked, Did you not explain your situation to them to assert your identity? Xiao Fei responded, I did. But they insisted that while I may be a department-level official, they're all above that rank. I explained that I was here to attend a meeting, yet they call me a fraud. The very individuals making such claims were from the municipal committee themselves. What could I do? In reality, Xiao Fei was being quite intentional. Had she truly wished to enter, no one could have stopped her. She aimed to leverage this situation to demonstrate to Yu Qiangbei the nature of the municipal committee, thereby positioning herself strategically for the inevitable reforms she intended to undertake. If the provincial committee wished to avoid making her the fifth casualty, they would have to permit her to reshape the political landscape of the city. Without purging a faction of officials, the bureaucratic chaos could not be resolved. As a vice-provincial official, Yu Qiangbei perceived Qiao Fei's subtle intentions. At this juncture, he found himself compelled to support her, backed by the formidable presence of Qiao Dongliang. Yu Qiangbei acquiesced, stating, "Very well, wait for me at the gate. I will bring the standing committee members down to escort you." As the meeting time approached, Yao Zheng returned to summon Yu Qiangbei, who instructed him, "Gather the standing committee members. We are going down to receive someone." Yao Zheng complied, understood. A sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to invite all the standing committee members to join me in receiving a visitor. Could this individual be the newly appointed secretary of the municipal committee? Yet if so, why had they not arrived alongside Yu Qiangbei? With a heart full of questions, Yao Zheng proceeded to the venue, announcing, "The meeting will commence shortly. Please take your seats. Standing committee members, accompany me for a moment." Yu Qiangbei, along with the municipal standing committee, reached the entrance, startling the security guard on duty. "Why is everyone leaving? Aren't we supposed to be in a meeting?" The guard exclaimed. Yao Zheng addressed the guard, "Open the gate." The guard recognized Yao Zheng. Although he worked in a different building at City Hall, Yao Zheng's position commanded respect, and any guard unfamiliar with him would be deemed foolish. Outside the gate, Qiao Fei found herself the target of jeers from a group of men, primarily secretaries and drivers of city and county leaders, who had no authority to attend the meeting. They congregated at the entrance, engaging in idle chatter while targeting Qiao Fei with their taunts. Despite her reluctance to engage, some insisted on provoking a response. Though Qiao Fei remained silent, she recorded the entire encounter with the miniature camera gifted by Li Fei. Upon witnessing a group emerge from the compound, Qiao Fei recognized that Yu Qiangbei had brought the standing committee members outside. Although Yu Qiangbei did not know her, he approached her, the sole woman at the gate, and said, "Comrade Qiao Fei, I trust you have not endured too much hardship?" Qiao Fei, extending her hand in greeting, replied, "Minister Yu, I have indeed faced considerable tribulations of late, from being blocked at the entrance and subjected to coercive harassment, to being detained and tortured. The grievances I have suffered are not trivial." Yao Zheng was taken aback, realizing that this Qiao Fei was indeed the one everyone spoke of. Could it be that she was the new secretary of the municipal committee? Yu Qiangbei, upon hearing her words, sensed impending trouble. It was a significant faux pas for a newly appointed official to initiate conflict, yet given the unique circumstances in Yicheng City, one could only speculate on Qiao Fei's potential actions, which were beyond his control. After all, this cadre had not been selected by the provincial committee, but was appointed by higher authorities. Despite dissatisfaction from Zhao Huiwang, Jing Yunliang, and Geng Guangming, they had no choice but to accept her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Qiangbei swiftly decided to conclude the proceedings and leave. Knowing he could not afford to offend Zhao Huiwang or, more significantly, Qiao Dongliang. "It's all right. From now on, this is your domain, and the decisions rest with you," he conceded. As Yu Qiangbei and Qiao Fei led the way to the podium, the audience rose collectively in anticipation. Among them, Qin Yuhai, seated in the front row, broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing Qiao Fei follow Yu Qiangbei to the center of the platform. Chapter 21. During the inauguration meeting, a deputy bureau-level official was dismissed. Even a fool like Qin Yuhai could deduce that anyone seated at the center during such a meeting must hold the highest rank. With Yu Qiangbei being a provincial leader, was it possible that Qiao Fei was also a high-ranking official conducting an undercover inspection? If so, she would undoubtedly not spare him. The audience held their breath, their gazes fixed on those approaching the podium. Today, apart from Executive Vice Mayor Yang Wenming, everyone else was present, seated in a row on the platform. Yao Zheng appointed Deputy Secretary Deng Wanchao to preside over the meeting. Deng Wanchao tapped the microphone and declared, "Please quiet down. We shall now commence the meeting. Today's session is convened in accordance with the directives from the provincial committee. First, I would like to invite Comrade Yu Qiangbei, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and Minister of Organization, to address everyone on behalf of the provincial committee." Deng Wanchao, in his role as the chair, eschewed unnecessary formalities and got straight to the point. Yu Qiangbei, too, deviated from the usual protocol. In the past, Leaders would embellish their speeches with customary phrases when introducing new comrades, often stating that the recent personnel adjustments were made with a comprehensive view of the provincial work landscape, focusing on the development of leadership teams and long-term progress, and that the decisions were reached after careful consideration, thorough deliberation, and prudent study. They would emphasize the need for leaders at all levels to align their thoughts with the spirit of the provincial committee's decisions, to prioritize political integrity, uphold discipline, and consciously maintain the unity, harmony, and stability of the city while ensuring sustained and healthy socioeconomic development. However, this time, Yu Qiangbei dispensed with the usual rhetoric. Comrades, I am here on behalf of the provincial committee, following higher directives. The collective meeting of the Provincial Standing Committee has approved the appointment of Comrade Qiao Fei as a member of the Yicheng Municipal Committee and Secretary. Today, I am here to officially present Comrade Qiao Fei's appointment. The document has been delivered to your municipal committee. I hope that during the forthcoming period, under the leadership of Comrade Qiao Fei, Yicheng will strive for excellence and maintain a favorable situation of political stability, social security, and economic development. Upon hearing Yu Qiangbei's remarks, Qiao Fei felt an instinctive apprehension. It seemed evident that Yu Qiangbei held reservations about her capabilities and was not genuinely endorsing her, adopting a rather peculiar tone. The audience could also discern this nuance. Typically, when announcing the appointment of a new municipal secretary, there would be an emphasis on the provincial committee's considerable attention and deliberation regarding the appointment, along with a commendation of the appointee's past achievements in other regions, followed by a brief overview of the individual's resume. While it appeared that Yu Qiangbei personally presenting Qiao Fei's appointment was meant to confer respect to both Qiao Dongliang and Qiao Fei, the references to directives from higher authorities and the collective decision of the Provincial Standing Committee swiftly conveyed to those present that Qiao Fei had been parachuted in, rather than being the Provincial Committee's preferred choice. This revelation sparked numerous conjectures among the attendees. It was particularly telling when Yu Qiangbei emphasized the necessity of maintaining Yicheng's political stability, social security, and economic prosperity. This statement served to bolster the existing leadership in Yicheng, implying that while Qiao Fei could be appointed, she was merely a figurehead, unable to enact substantial changes within Yicheng. Although Qiao Fei grasped Yu Qiangbei's underlying message, she had become acutely aware of his stance. She recognized that he intended for her to be a mere ornament, but she was resolute in her mission, carrying a significant mandate from the central government, and was committed to pursuing her own vision of governance. The proceedings of the meeting felt irregular. Subsequently, Yu Qiangbei exhibited further unusual behavior. Comrades, I have facilitated Comrade Qiao Fei's introduction, and my task is complete. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please continue with the meeting. The individuals present, both on stage and in the audience, were utterly taken aback. What kind of rhythm was this? Typically, when one is ushered into a new position, it is customary for the newly appointed leader to deliver a speech. And only after the conclusion of the meeting, if the departing individual is unwilling to partake in the luncheon, do they take their leave. However, this occasion was markedly different. The announcement was succinct, merely a few words, followed by an abrupt departure. Qiao Fei sensed that this was a pitfall laid out for her, indicative of the Huanghuai Provincial Committee's dissatisfaction with the higher-ups, which prompted such an action. It further suggested that Yu Qiangbei may not hold her in high regard. Although Yu Qiangbei personally came to see Qiao Fei off, it was plausible that the Huanghuai Provincial Committee was deliberately sending a message to Qiao Dongliang, or the senior leadership. Yao Zheng and several other members of the municipal committee stood to bid farewell to Yu Qiangbei. Most of the individuals on the podium had vacated the area, with two notable exceptions. The Minister of United Front Work, Yu Yanhai, and the commander of the military subdistrict, Geng Jiaqiang, remained seated, along with Qiao Fei. Qiao Fei's dissatisfaction with Yu Qiangbei's actions was apparent. She acknowledged his departure, but expressed her unwillingness to reciprocate. Yao Zheng escorted Yu Qiangbei to the entrance, and when they were alone, he quietly inquired, "Minister Yu, from where was Qiao Fei transferred?" Yu Qiangbei discerned Yao Zheng's discontent and replied, "Do not inquire. It will not serve you well. I can only tell you that matters beyond the province's control are not for you, a mere mayor, to underestimate. Return to your duties and cooperate as required, but harbor no ulterior motives. If you encounter any issues, report more to Secretary Zhao Huiwang. Opportunities do still exist. With that, Yu Qiangbei departed, allowing Yao Zheng to ascend to the meeting venue. Once Yu Qiangbei had left, Xiao Fei observed the standing committee members bidding farewell and greeted the two remaining individuals on the podium with a warm smile. Subsequently, she drew the microphone closer and commenced her address. All right, comrades, if you wish to extend me, Xiao Fei, a favor, kindly refrain from further comments. Let us proceed with the meeting. Since Minister Yu has just announced my role, I am now the Secretary of the Municipal Committee of Yicheng. As I take up this position, this first meeting serves as both an introduction and a declaration of my commitment to you all. I do not wish to indulge in superfluous discourse. As a person of military background, I prefer a straightforward approach. Should I falter in my duties going forward, I welcome you to address me directly, for I shall regard you as a good friend. Your willingness to point out my shortcomings is not only for my benefit, but also for the welfare of the broader populace. Although I have just assumed office, some of you are already familiar with me under rather unique circumstances. I arrived in Yicheng 2 days ago, and the experiences of these past days are indelibly etched in my memory. I witnessed the appalling spectacle of our leaders, kin abusing their power. Some were engaged in criminal activities, while others acted as their protectors or advisors, seeking to absolve them of their culpability. As a witness, I was subjected to coercive indecency by a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Tragically, when this individual was summoned for a discussion by the provincial inspection team, he took his own life at the Municipal Discipline Education Center. If my being subjected to coercive indecency precipitated his suicide, should I not feel a profound sense of guilt within my heart? Due to my role as a witness for an individual, I found myself imprisoned in a detention center. Ironically, I benefited from his release, as I was also liberated alongside him. Furthermore, yesterday, a captain from the Municipal Criminal Police Unit, named Kai Bao, abducted me and subjected me to torture for interrogation. Upon my arrival today, I waited outside the Municipal Party Committee for over 40 minutes, yet no one permitted me entry. I endured insults and abuse, remaining silent, only to be mocked by drivers and secretaries affiliated with some comrades. I wish to inquire of Comrade Qin Yuhai, seated in the front row, about the resolution of the extortion case involving Lei Long, who damaged another's vehicle. Additionally, regarding Su Ilei, who claims to be your brother-in-law and was guarding the entrance of a hotel, upon my departure, he attempted to extort 300 yuan from me for parking fees. When I requested a receipt, he violently struck me with a fire extinguisher. I managed to evade him, but in the process, he shattered my car's windshield. I would like to know the whereabouts of my vehicle at this moment. Qin Yuhai sensed impending trouble. He had indeed employed various measures against Xiao Fei in recent days, including surveillance and detention. Internally, he lamented, "Why did you, a municipal party secretary, have to arrive in such a manner? Had I known your position, I would have acted differently." However, he dared not offer excuses. He simply stated, "I am unaware of Kai Bao's actions, but I will ensure a thorough investigation. As for my brother-in-law, I have already placed him under criminal detention. I will inquire about the vehicle and report back to the secretary." At that moment, Yao Zheng and others returned to their seats at the dais, yet they were oblivious to Xiao Fei's earlier remarks. Although Yao Zheng was dissatisfied with Xiao Fei's ascension obstructing his ambitions, he refrained from acting out, having been warned by Yu Qiangbei. While Yao Zheng and the others did not hear Xiao Fei's words, they did catch Qin Yuhai's statements. Yao Zheng did not interrupt Qin Yuhai, recognizing that it was Xiao Fei publicly challenging him. Upon hearing Qin Yuhai's remarks, Xiao Fei continued, "Comrades, perhaps my experience pales in comparison to many of yours. Yet since the higher-ups have entrusted me with this responsibility, I must proceed with unwavering determination. Therefore, I hope for your support moving forward. I understand that my age may be similar to that of some of your children, and I wish for you to treat me with the sincerity you would extend to them. While I strive to be forthright, I am not a saint. I will reciprocate goodwill. However, if anyone deliberately seeks to complicate my work in the future, I regret to say that even if I become the fifth inexplicable casualty, I will not overlook your actions. Some may deem me youthful and reckless, but I believe that as long as it serves the interests of the people and does not contravene regulations, what harm is there in youthful exuberance? From the outset, I have pledged a solemn commitment. During my tenure as municipal party secretary, I shall endeavor to elevate the economic development of Yicheng City to unprecedented heights and instigate substantial transformations in its political and social environment. As Qiao Fei spoke, she noticed Lei Yu and several individuals in uniforms arriving at the entrance, prompting her to cease her remarks. Intentionally addressing Lei Yu and the others, she said, "Please, comrades from the provincial government, step inside and share any requirements you may have for this meeting." The 6 individuals led by Lei Yu enter the room. Lu Chaohui inquired, "Is the projector in the conference room operational?" At this moment, the municipal secretary, Li Xiuquan, appeared somewhat puzzled, but instructed the meeting staff, "Please assist in turning on the projector." Lei Yu signaled for Lu Chaohui to commence the presentation, revealing footage of Kai Bao's coercive interrogation of Qiao Fei. Subsequently, Lu Chaohui played another video, which left Qin Yuhai paralyzed with fear, rendering the others present utterly astonished. Chapter 22. Utilizing Yicheng City, Titans engage in a contest. These video segments included scenes of Kai Bao's brutal interrogation, Qin Yuhai threatening Qiao Fei, and a recording of Qin Yuhai in a secluded cabin in the forest garden behind the Red Rose Entertainment City. Although the video was pixelated to obscure private areas, the faces of Qin Yuhai and the woman with him were fully visible. Following this, the financial records of Qin Yuhai's wife over the past few years were disclosed, alongside a staggering 60 million in the personal bank account of Qin Yuhai's 16-year-old daughter, Qin Hailu. It was no wonder that Qin Yuhai was left in a state of shock upon seeing the footage. Given this evidence, Qin Yuhai's downfall seemed inevitable. Qiao Fei was perplexed, questioning how the footage of Qin Hailu's substantial savings came to light, aside from the fact that the video of Qin Yuhai was secretly recorded by Li Fei. It is essential to note that this incriminating material was obtained by Lu Chaohui. After Qiao Fei provided Lei Yu with her recordings of Kai Bao's interrogation and Qin Yuhai's threats, Lei Yu was inspired to take action against Qin Yuhai. Although Lei Yu held the position of chief inspector, he was also a member of the Public Security Department's party committee, effectively a vice-ministerial level official. Lei Yu was regarded favorably by Cheng Ziyuan, the head of the Public Security Department, who concurrently served as the deputy governor and belonged to the influential Huasher faction in the capital. Xiao Dongliang, a prominent figure within the same faction, had also made arrangements for Qiao Fei's appointment as the municipal secretary in Yicheng City. Upon learning of the 2 sensational videos from Lei Yu's report, Cheng Ziyuan reviewed the footage on his phone and noted that the individual featured in the pixelated video bore a resemblance to Qiao Fei. Before her assignment to Yicheng City, Qiao Fei had discreetly met with Cheng Ziyuan at her father's behest, establishing a connection for assistance should any issues arise. Xiao Dongliang had certainly strategized for Qiao Fei's tenure in Yicheng City, with 4 successive secretaries having met untimely deaths, an outcome that remains unexplained. There was a palpable reluctance within Huanghuai province to pursue an investigation. Zhao Huiwang had persistently demanded an inquiry by the Yicheng City Public Security Bureau into these matters. Although Cheng Ziyuan had repeatedly urged the provincial committee to allow the Public Security Department to investigate, his requests had been consistently denied by Zhao Huiwang. The underlying issues were evident. While higher authorities sought to dispatch personnel from the ministry, other leaders opposed, arguing that a case lacking clear leads should remain under local jurisdiction. They contended that involving the ministry could trigger societal instability, inciting speculation and panic. Even if Secretary Hua and Secretary Zheng wished for the department to investigate, their firm decision was hindered by others' insistence. In truth, both Secretary Hua and Secretary Zheng engaged in a subtle strategy. The mere fact that some opposed the investigation indicated deeper issues at play. This led to the notion of appointing an airborne municipal secretary, allowing the newly appointed official to gather insights independently while discreetly dispatching personnel for a covert investigation. Should any leads arise, They would possess the grounds and justification to send a supervisory group to Huanghuai province. The two leaders who opposed the department's inquiry were unaware of Secretary Hua and Secretary Zhang's intentions. In an effort to maintain equilibrium, they could not persist in resisting the airborne secretary's appointment. To do so would be deemed excessive. Once the Organization Department and the Discipline Inspection Commission presented the candidate list, Secretary Hua and Secretary Zhang endorsed Xiao Fei. For the sake of his daughter's safety, Xiao Dolian's communication with Cheng Ziyuan was entirely reasonable. Although Cheng Ziyuan could not overtly support Xiao Fei, after viewing the two videos, he devised a plan to dispatch Lei Yu to East City under the pretext of supervising police conduct, thus subtly aiding Xiao Fei. Having met Xiao Fei twice and grasped the situation, Lei Yu instructed Liu Chaohui to seek evidence against Qin Yuhai. Coincidentally, Li Fei had prepared a video with blurred images, much to Liu Chaohui's delight. With this video as a foundation, should they uncover further economic discrepancies involving Qin Yuhai, they would have sufficient grounds to apprehend him. Liu Chaohui, a virtuoso of the digital realm, was once a hacker before his military service, possessing exceptional skills. Utilizing his hacking prowess, he could unearth the information he desired. By searching Qin Yuhai's name, Liu Chaohui obtained his identification number, subsequently accessing the household registration details of Qin Yuhai's family members. With this information, he infiltrated the banking system, revealing the savings and spending patterns of Qin Yuhai's wife and daughter. Upon discovering that Qin Hailu, a student, had savings amounting to 60 million, Liu Chaohui had effectively substantiated the evidence of Qin Yuhai's corruption. However, the scope of authority of the provincial department's supervisory team encompasses several key responsibilities. Firstly, it involves supervisory duties, overseeing the lawfulness with which local public security organs and subordinate police personnel fulfill their responsibilities, exercise their powers, and adhere to discipline. Secondly, it possesses the right to dispatch inspectors, allowing it to send personnel to supervise both local public security units and subordinate agencies, as well as instruct subordinate supervisory bodies to investigate specific matters. Thirdly, it holds the right to participate in police affairs, enabling dispatched inspectors to attend meetings and major operational deployments of public security agencies. Fourthly, it has the authority to mandate compliance, enabling it to order local public security units and subordinate agencies to execute laws, regulations, and higher-level directives when they refuse to comply. Fifthly, it possesses the power to revoke or amend decisions, allowing it to annul or alter erroneous decisions made by local agencies, subject to the approval of the administrative head of the public security organ. Sixthly, it has the authority to investigate illegal or disciplinary violations, addressing misconduct by police officers in accordance with the law and reporting findings to higher supervisory bodies. Seventhly, it has the right to take immediate action. If any misconduct by police personnel is observed during on-site inspections, it can take measures such as correcting breaches of decorum, seizing weapons or police vehicles used in violation of regulations, and if the misconduct is severe or obstructive, removing individuals from the scene when necessary. Eighthly, it can implement suspension and confinement measures when deemed necessary for disciplinary violations, with decisions made by the supervisory body and executed upon approval from the chief inspector. Ninthly, it can recommend disciplinary actions or demotions for police personnel, forwarding suggestions to relevant departments for legal processing. Despite the breadth of these powers, they do not extend to addressing issues of corruption. After receiving evidence from Liu Chaohui, Lei Yu promptly reported to Cheng Ziyuan, hoping to ignite the first spark for Xiao Fei upon her appointment the following day. Upon reviewing the evidence Lei Yu provided, Cheng Ziyuan recognized the gravity of the situation regarding Qin Yuhai, who had been leveraging his connections with Zhao Huihuang to maintain a FAAD of cooperation with the provincial department. As Xiang Zidong, the provincial discipline inspection secretary, was about to take a break, Cheng Ziyuan urgently contacted him. Xiang Zidong, aligned with Secretary Zhang's faction, was aware of the latter's close collaboration with Secretary Hua. Given their non-adversarial relationship, Xiang Zidong received Cheng Ziyuan at his residence. After reviewing the evidence presented by Cheng Ziyuan, Xiang Zidong hesitated to make a direct statement. Investigating a provincial-level cadre necessitated a report to Zhao Huiwang, yet the risk of being suppressed by Zhao post-reporting created a dilemma for him. Xing Zidong directly called Secretary Zheng. Upon receiving the call, Secretary Zheng listened to the report and heard that Xing Zidong mentioned it was still Qing Zuan's people who wished to assist Xiao Fei. After some deliberation, Secretary Zheng agreed, for Xiao Fei was indeed one of his own. Since the subordinates were willing to extend their assistance, it would be unjust for him, as their leader, to refrain from offering help. Consequently, Secretary Zheng promptly contacted Zhao Huiwang. Secretary Huiwang, I apologize for calling you at this late hour, but I must bring an important matter to your attention. A vice mayor from Yicheng province has been reported for severe disciplinary violations and egregious corruption, which has come to my attention. I hope you can arrange for the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate this individual without delay, lest he receives wind of it and absconds. Such a situation would reflect poorly on both our commission and your provincial committee. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiwang felt a twinge of fear. The fact that Secretary Zheng personally reached out indicated that this individual must be apprehended. However, he was unaware of the identity of the person in question and inquired, Secretary Zheng, may I know who this individual is? Secretary Zheng replied, it is Vice Mayor and Public Security Director Qin Yuhai of Yicheng. Zhao Huiwang grasped the implication. Secretary Zheng intended to take down Qin Yuhai the following day, paving the way for Xiao Fei. He found no grounds for opposition, since Secretary Zheng claimed to possess irrefutable evidence, even if Qin Yuhai was one of his own. He dare not shield him. He promptly stated, Secretary Zheng, I will arrange this matter with Comrade Zidong immediately. The Huanghuai Provincial Committee will not tolerate the existence of corrupt individuals. We will apprehend one upon discovery. As soon as Secretary Zheng hung up, beads of sweat formed on Zhao Huiwang's forehead. Was this truly an impending strike against Yicheng? He realized he could not offer protection to Qin Yuhai, nor could he disclose any information to him. Should Qin Yuhai escape, the responsibility would rest squarely on his shoulders. Thus, he resolved to sever ties. Zhao Huiwang called Xing Zidong. Zidong, are you aware of the situation regarding Qin Yuhai and Yicheng? He posed the question knowingly, as Secretary Zheng's call indicated that Xing Zidong had already briefed him, applying pressure to ensure Zhao Huiwang would not protect Qin Yuhai. Though Zhao Huiwang felt dissatisfaction towards Xing Zidong, he concealed it. Listening to Zhao Huiwang's inquiry, Xing Zidong responded, Secretary Zhao, I am indeed grappling with this matter. I intended to report to you, but hesitated to disturb you at this late hour. I did not expect your call. They were both seasoned strategists, adept at navigating complex situations. Zhao Huiwang remarked, as for the situation with Qin Yuhai, you may handle it as you see fit, but it must remain confidential. This statement served as a signal. Since you possess evidence against Qin Yuhai, I shall not protect him nor inform him in advance. Xing Zidong promptly arranged for his trusted associate, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Kong Fanqing, to lead a team to Yicheng the following day to place Qin Yuhai under investigation, advising him to coordinate with Lei Yu beforehand. This led to Kong Fanqing's arrival at the venue alongside Lei Yu today. After the presentation concluded, Lei Yu reported to Xiao Fei, Secretary Qiao, I must apologize for the inconvenience we caused by being present at the site. However, I would like to inform you that Director Chung from the Provincial Department has instructed our supervisory team to assign capable personnel to conduct a 3-month investigation into police conduct and discipline in Yicheng. Rei Yu's words were intentionally provocative, and their meaning was clear to all. Xiao Fei understood the implication. This was Chung Ziwan offering her support. We must cooperate with the provincial department's efforts. Their exchange left those on the podium, including Chairman Yao Zheng, feeling as though they had swallowed something distasteful, unable to digest it. After Rei Yu had spoken, Kong Fanqing approached the incapacitated Qin Yuhai. Comrade Qin Yuhai, in light of your serious violations of discipline and law, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee has decided to place you under double regulation. Please rise and accompany us. Yao Zheng had grasped the situation, yet he found it perplexing why Zhao Huiwang did not lend a hand to Qin Yuhai. Xiao Fei addressed Rei Yu. I would also appreciate it if General Ray could investigate the situation at the detention center. The pharmaceutical dealer who assisted me has been arrested and taken there. Please uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. I would like Director Lu Chaowei to remain and attend our meeting. Her words astonished everyone present, both on and off the stage. Chapter 23. The First Encounter. A resounding victory for Secretary Chiao. Once Kong, Fanqing, and Ray Yu had exited the venue, murmurs of speculation erupted among the audience. Xiao Fei spoke into the microphone. Please refrain from discussing this. Let us continue with the meeting. The crowd had witnessed the vice mayor and police chief Qin Yu Hai being taken away by Kong Fanqing, stirring a mix of emotions. Was this a mere coincidence or a deliberate maneuver by Xiao Fei? If it were a premeditated strategy, then this youthful city secretary, resembling a neighborly girl, possessed remarkable cunning and depth. She had caused Mayor Yao Zheng to falter publicly right after taking office, an audacity that previous secretaries would never have dared to attempt. Seated on the platform, Yao Zheng's expression darkened, and apart from Yu Yunhai and Geng Jiaqiang, the other standing committee members appeared equally grim. What infuriated Yao Zheng further was Xiao Fei's subsequent inquiry, which deepened his embarrassment. I would like to ask, why is standing committee member and executive vice Mayor Yang Wenming absent from today's meeting? Mayor Yao, did Yang request leave? Yao Zheng was unprepared for Xiao Fei to bring Yang Wenming into the discussion. He went out for investment promotion and informed me before leaving. Xiao Fei replied, that is acceptable. Since there is a report, please provide me with the signed approval documents from the municipal government after the meeting, and also inform me of the city he is currently visiting. I will verify its authenticity afterward. Yao Zheng was taken aback by Xiao Fei's blatant disregard for his authority, especially in front of numerous secretaries and district heads from various counties, as well as leaders from the city's departments. He had never felt so humiliated in Yicheng, as previous secretaries had always shown him respect. Yet this young woman did not adhere to the usual protocols. Typically, a new leader would exercise caution, observing for several months before asserting their authority. This was a common, unspoken rule in the political arena, maintaining unity and amicability before establishing a rapport. Particularly in the absence of ideological conflicts and competing interests, was not only a requirement from superiors, but also essential for lower-level units to witness cohesion among their leaders, allowing everyone to focus their energies on work. However, at this moment, Xiao Fei shattered the established norms by instigating a conflict. Yao Zheng could no longer bear it. Even if he were to report to the provincial committee, he would not concede, for he would surely gain Zhao Huang's understanding, especially since he was one of Zhao's own. Yao Zheng remarked, Secretary Chiao, you surely cannot be concerned with matters that occurred prior to your arrival, can you? Silence enveloped the room as both the audience and participants were taken aback. It was unprecedented for the newly appointed municipal secretary to clash with the mayor in front of such a large gathering, marking a historical moment. Everyone awaited Xiao Fei's response to Yao Zheng's provocation. With a faint smile, Xiao Fei replied, Mayor Yao, please do not be so agitated. I have merely heard that Comrade Yang Wenming has not, in fact, left Yicheng. If he has not departed, why would he deceive you, the mayor? Upon hearing this, Yao Zheng's heart sank. He had forgotten that Xiao Fei had arrived in Yicheng a few days prior. If Xiao Fei uncovered that it was he who had concealed Yang Wenming, it would spell trouble. Yao Zheng quickly altered his stance. Secretary Chiao, I apologize. I was unaware that Yang Wenming would mislead me. However, where is Vice Mayor Yang now? He intended to turn the tables on Xiao Fei, believing that her assertion implied she would know Yang's whereabouts, thus putting her in a precarious position. Xiao Fei, fully aware of Yao Zheng's intentions, took out her phone and made a call. Please have Vice Mayor Yang return for the meeting. The audience was taken aback by Xiao Fei's composed demeanor, marveling at her adeptness. The inaugural meeting had transformed into her first grand display of authority, setting ablaze a remarkable start. Moments later, a woman of similar age accompanied Yang Wenming into the venue. The standing committee members wished to offer Yang a seat, given his status as a member of the municipal standing committee. However, Xiao Fei interjected, Vice Mayor Yang, you may sit in the position previously occupied by Qin Yuhai. Everyone was astonished when Yang Wenming not only accepted without resistance, but also expressed remorse, saying, "Very well, Secretary Chiao. I shall heed your direction from now on." This unexpected alignment left Yao Zheng and the attending elite astounded. Had Yang Wenming truly pledged allegiance to Qiao Fei? It is worth mentioning the woman who brought Yang Wenming was named Jiang Tongtong, Qiao Fei's childhood companion. Upon graduating from university, Qiao Fei enlisted for military training, and Jiang also sought her family's approval to join the armed forces. Not only did she succeed, but she also became Qiao Fei's comrade. Although Jiang Tongtong's height did not match Qiao Fei's impressive 175 meters at 170 meters, she still stood tall. Following her military service, Qiao Fei took the civil service examination, while Jiang Tongtong sat for the same exam. Jiang secured a position in Hefang City, located at the intersection of Beiji Province and the capital, as a police officer. Over the past decade, Qiao Fei ascended to the role of municipal secretary, while Jiang Tongtong remained at the level of deputy section chief, serving as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Sanjia City, a county-level city under Hefang. Due to a case under her purview where someone sought to intervene with the bureau chief, Jiang Tongtong insisted on handling the case according to the law, leading to conflicts with the bureau chief, which contributed to her stagnation in promotion. Until now, the director has ascended to the position of deputy mayor while concurrently serving as the bureau chief, and naturally, Jiang Tongtong's favorable circumstances have diminished. Thus, upon hearing that Qiao Fei was to be appointed in Yicheng, Jiang Tongtong called Qiao Fei, expressing her desire to accompany her to Yicheng. With Qiao Fei assisting in arranging her employment, Qiao Fei consented to this arrangement. Afterward, Qiao Fei reached out to Cheng Ziyuan, hoping he would facilitate the matter, to which Cheng Ziyuan agreed. On the very day of Qiao Fei's inauguration, Jiang Tongtong arrived in Yicheng. As Qiao Fei was occupied with the inauguration ceremony and unable to attend to Jiang Tongtong, it was fortuitous that Lu Chaohui had, through hacking, uncovered an obscure phone number belonging to Yang Wenming and tracked his location. After Lu Chaohui informed Qiao Fei, due to Li Fei being preoccupied and the supervisory team under Liu unable to spare personnel, and even if they could, they were restricted to matters concerning the police. Qiao Fei assigned this task to the newly arrived Jiang Tongtong, instructing her to devise a way to bring Yang Wenming to the municipal conference room based on Lu Chaohui's provided location. Jiang Tongtong deposited her luggage at a hotel, hailed a taxi, and made her way to Yang Wenming's villa. When Yang Wenming heard a knock at the door and peered through the people, he was met with the sight of an unfamiliar beauty, leaving him perplexed about her purpose. He refrained from opening the door and inquired from behind it, "Who are you looking for? What is your business?" Jiang Tongtong, adhering to Qiao Fei's prior instructions, fabricated a tale. "Mayor Yang am Jiang Tongtong, sent by Mayor Yao to speak with you regarding an important matter." Upon hearing this, Yang Wenming recalled that his whereabouts were known to few. Yet this young woman had sought him out under the banner of Yao Zheng. If he did not meet her, and she truly was sent by Yao Zheng, it could jeopardize significant matters. Conversely, if she were not sent by Yao Zheng, given that she had come all this way, any further evasion would likely prove futile. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the thief that one attracts. Once one is marked, it is seldom a fortuitous turn of events. Thus, Yang Wenming opened the door and allowed Jiang Tongtong entry. Thanks to Qiao Fei's prior introduction and having inquired about Yang Wenming's situation during the taxi ride, coupled with her online research revealing criticisms of Yang Wenming for abusing his power and indulging his wayward nephew, even coming across videos targeting Qiao Fei, she discerned that Yang Wenming was a man of avarice and lechery, prompting her to contemplate a scheme against him. Upon entering the room, Jiang Tongtong feigned discomfort from the heat, shedding her outer garment to reveal a form-fitting autumn top, thereby showcasing her alluring physique to Yang Wenming. Captivated by Jiang Tongtong's stunning visage and enticing figure, Yang Wenming's lascivious thoughts ignited. He inquired, "How did you find me here? This place is known to no one." Jiang Tongtong, having been informed by Qiao Fei that Yang Wenming was aligned with Yao Zheng, sought to incite animosity against him. "Is that truly a challenge?" Mayor Yao is fully aware of how many properties you own and the extent of your savings, all registered under various names. Do you really think finding your location was a trivial matter? Yang Wenming, believing in the authenticity of the situation, inquired, "What did Mayor Yao send you here for?" Jiang Tongtong, with a deliberate air of nonchalance, replied, "Mayor Yao asked me to comfort you. Although he is aware of your circumstances, you are one of his own, so he entrusted me with this task." With a coy glance at Yang Wenming, she chose to remain silent, sitting quietly on the sofa. At that moment, Yang Wenming found himself captivated by Jiang Tongtong's beauty. Convinced by her insinuation that she was sent by Yao Zheng to soothe him, he could no longer contain himself. He approached her and embraced her, leaning in for a kiss. Jiang Tongtong feigned protest, saying, "Mayor Yang, you are a leader. How can you behave this way?" Overcome by desire, Yang Wenming disregarded her words, exclaiming, "I intend to have you. Let me release my pent-up feelings first." Jiang Tongtong vehemently refused, sensing his intentions. The two began to struggle on the sofa. "Mayor Yang, you cannot assault me," she cried out. To Yang Wenming's shock, he continued unabated, declaring, "Since Yao Zheng sent you to me, even if I were to force myself upon you, no one in Yicheng would dare intervene. Just listen to me, and I will reward you handsomely afterward. I do not want your money, nor will I consent to any sexual relations with you." Jiang Tongtong shouted, "Unbek no instu, Yang Wenming." While she was shedding her outer garment, she had activated the cameras on 2 mobile phones, recording the scene. Though a man, Yang Wenming found himself at a disadvantage against Jiang Tongtong's youth and agility, and she quickly managed to break free. She dashed to the door, turning off the cameras hanging on the coat rack. Donning her outerwear once more, she revealed her police badge, declaring, "Yang Wenming, Vice Mayor, you have just assaulted me. A police officer. I will expose your actions online, ensuring your disgrace and imprisonment." Jiang Tongtong retrieved one of the phones and played back the recorded video for Yang Wenming to view. Suddenly, clarity struck him. "What are you really doing?" Jiang Tongtong responded, "Mayor Yang, it is time to unveil the truth. I was not sent by Yao Zheng. I was dispatched by Secretary Qiao Fei. Today marks Qiao Fei's inauguration as the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in Yicheng, and she is currently in a meeting at the committee. Meanwhile, you, a standing committee member, are absent, engaging in misconduct within your villa. You are doomed." Unaware of Qiao Fei's ascension, as Yao Zheng had failed to inform him, Yang Wenming's fear grew as he recognized the name. "Qiao Fei? How old is she, and what is her height?" he stammered. Jiang Tongtong replied, "She is of a similar age to mine, slightly taller by 5 centimeters. She is the very one you once detained at the detention center." At this revelation, Yang Wenming realized the gravity of his predicament. He felt his knees before Jiang Tongtong, pleading, "I beg you, spare me. I will heed Qiao Fei from now on and disregard Secretary Yao. Please do not pursue my moment of folly, nor disclose the existence of this villa." Jiang Tongtong, being experienced within the system and understanding the nuances of political maneuvering, recognized the leverage she held over Yang Wenming. With the intent to aid Qiao Fei, she decided to await Qiao Fei's counsel before making any decisions. Jiang Tongtong sent a message to Qiao Fei regarding Yang Wenming's situation. Qiao Fei replied to Jiang Tongtong, instructing her to bring Yang Wenming to the municipal committee venue. Qiao Fei reasoned that, having already secured Qin Yuhai, she could not act against Yang Wenming without prior approval from her superiors. Even if she reported the situation, Zhao Huiwang would likely not consent to further actions against Yang Wenming after tacitly agreeing to the apprehension of Qin Yuhai. It would be imprudent for her to leverage her connections twice in a single day. Hence, she resolved to keep Yang Wenming under her control, inciting a conflict between him and Yao Zheng, which would ultimately serve her interests. Yang Wenming's demeanor and remarks at the meeting left Yao Zheng utterly bewildered. Chapter 24. A show of strength. The challenge begins. Yang Wenming, firmly grasped by Jiang Tongtong, dared not be reckless during this assembly. Should he defy her? Qiao Fei possessed sufficient evidence provided by Jiang Tongtong to undermine him. Observing Yang Wenming's compliance, Qiao Fei refrained from relentless pursuit. Having decided to utilize Yang Wenming as a pawn, she opted not to eliminate him just yet. Yao Zheng and others were discontented with Yang Wenming's apparent submission. Yet in such a grand assembly, none dared to openly challenge the top leader in front of junior officials. Even Yao Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment for having spoken falsely on behalf of Yang Wenming in front of so many subordinates, and chose to remain silent thereafter. However, Qiao Fei assigned Yang Wenming to the position recently vacated by Qin Yuhai, a fact known to all present, yet unbeknownst to Yang Wenming. Qiao Fei continued her address. Comrades, I, Qiao Fei, wish to reiterate my stance. In the forthcoming period, I will be conducting research across various counties and districts. I encourage each of you to visit my office for work reports post-meeting, and I welcome any communications via phone. My number is 139. After providing her contact details, she added, "Today marks my day of reporting, and I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let us now hear from the Standing Committee regarding any work arrangements. I shall not prolong your time." Silence enveloped the room. As seasoned officials like Yao Zheng acknowledged Qiao Fei's assertion, stating, "I have no work matters to discuss at this time." Qiao Fei sought opinions from each member on the podium. Noticing the lack of volunteers to speak, she nodded towards Deng Wanchao. As the meeting's host, Deng Wanchao announced, "This meeting is hereby concluded." As attendees began to rise and exit, Yu Yunhai boldly addressed Qiao Fei in front of Yao Zheng, saying, "Secretary Qiao, I would like to schedule an appointment to report my work to you when you have the time." Yang Wenming, not daring to oppose Qiao Fei at this moment, also stepped forward, stating, "Secretary Qiao, please add me to your list. I wish to report my work to you." Everyone understood that such public requests to report work were a blatant declaration of allegiance, an indication of their desire to align themselves with her and share in her fortunes. Soon after, Li Chuanxi, the secretary of Shili County, approached Qiao Fei, expressing, "Secretary Qiao, I, Li Chuanxi, the secretary of Shili County, wish to report my work to you. Please add me to your list." Wei Dakin, the secretary of Donghai County, followed suit, saying, "Secretary Qiao, I, Wei Dakin, the secretary of Donghai County, await your summons to report my work." Wei Dakin held the dual roles of county secretary and deputy mayor of Yicheng City. The secretary of the Meiyang County Party Committee, Yang Huanghuai, remarked, "Secretary Qiao, I too wish to take a number. When you have a moment, I would like to report my work in your office." Subsequently, Lu Hui, director of the Municipal Archives Bureau, Fu Hua, director of the Religious Affairs Bureau, Zhang Tianin, director of the Meteorological Bureau, Zhang Gingtian, director of the Municipal Agricultural Machinery Bureau, and Yu Lei, director of the Party History Office, also expressed their desire to report their work. Qiao Fei noted the names of these individuals and their respective departments, indicating that she would visit them for research discussions in the coming days and ask them to await further notification. It is noteworthy that only these few individuals made a point of introducing themselves. In this context, such an introduction was tantamount to openly aligning with Qiao Fei. A sensitive matter in Yicheng City. The leaders of various counties and bureaus were acutely aware that for the past 7 or 8 years, the mayor had been the one in charge while the secretary of the municipal party committee had been relegated to a mere figurehead. Over the past 2 years, for secretaries of the municipal party committee had encountered inexplicable issues, an unspoken understanding among the officials. Those who had consistently followed Yao Zheng were unlikely to proactively report their work to Qiao Fei. The timid among them, even if they wished to seek her support, would not dare to do so openly. Thus, after the meeting, it was only these few individuals who stepped forward. Among them, Yu Yunhai was notably principled, unwilling to associate with Yao Zheng's faction. During each standing committee meeting, his opinions were consistently disregarded, and he faced considerable criticism. Yao Zheng's allies effectively marginalized Yu Yunhai, making the arrival of a new secretary a potential opportunity. However, he initially intended to observe rather than express any expectations. Yet, Qiao Fei's exceptional performance during the meeting was nothing short of remarkable, a refreshing anomaly in the bureaucratic landscape. Her decisive handling of Qin Yuhai and the recruitment of Yang Wenming was audacious, a feat rarely seen in Yicheng City, where a plethora of corruption cases had previously unfolded. For provincial-level officials, inquiries raised by Zhao Huihuang typically went unresolved, and messages from the provincial committee indicated a strained relationship between Zhao and Xing Zidong. who had repeatedly sought to remove certain individuals only to be thwarted by Zhao. Yao Zheng's alliance primarily consisted of Zhao Huanghuai's supporters, including Qin Yuhai. However, during the meeting, Xiao Fei's willingness to sacrifice Qin for her own gain suggested that she possessed formidable backing and was no ordinary figure. Her discreet visits prior to her official appointment indicated her acumen, prompting Yu Yunhai to dismiss his reservations. Xiao Fei was indeed a leader worth following, leading him to be the first to express his intention to report on his work. Yang Wenming's situation was one of necessity. Meanwhile, Li Chuanxi and Yang Huawen had been sidelined in recent years during the competition for the vice mayor position, leaving them with a sense of grievance towards Yao Zheng. When previous secretaries arrived, they had sought to align with them, only to find their efforts thwarted. Initially, they harbored little hope, particularly upon noting Xiao Fei's youth, questioning whether she was merely seeking to embellish her credentials or would be a puppet figure. However, her performance at the meeting shifted their perceptions, especially her bold approach in openly recruiting supporters, a tactic that most leaders would shy away from in such a setting. Yet, Xiao Fei executed this strategy with confidence, particularly as they understood the ties between Qin Yuhai and Yao Zheng, recognizing him as an ally of Zhao Huiwan. The fact that Xiao Fei, upon assuming her role, swiftly removed one of Yao Zheng's key allies and put Yao and his associates in a difficult position was an extraordinary feat that few could accomplish. This incident also emboldened the two to seek refuge with Xiao Fei. As for Wei Dakin, despite holding the positions of deputy mayor and county party secretary, he stood in opposition to the faction led by Yao Zheng within the municipal government. Technically, the appointment rights of these three individuals rested with the provincial committee, yet they were not aligned with Zhao Huihuang's faction, thus naturally faced exclusion from Yao Zheng and his associates. Upon witnessing Xiao Fei's resolute stand against Yao Zheng, they gathered around her, seeking warmth and unity. Regarding Lu Hui, Fu Hua, Zheng Tianin, Zhang Gengtian, and Yu Lei, these were all officials appointed by the municipal committee. Their very presence indicated that they had been relegated to the sidelines. After the meeting concluded, Xiao Fei awaited the city committee's secretary general to escort her to her office. But at that moment, she could not locate Secretary General Li Xiuquan. She instructed everyone to return and prepare their reports for the following day, then took Jiang Tongtong to the municipal office. Xiao Fei first visited the secretary's department, where several staff members who had served the leaders at the meeting recognized her and promptly came over to greet her. Xiao Fei inquired, "Does anyone know where Secretary General Li Xiuquan has arranged my office?" The clerks, visibly embarrassed, shook their heads in ignorance. At that moment, the head of the secretary's department, Lu Guangyao, heard of Xiao Fei's arrival and hurried back, promptly greeting her. "Secretary, I am Lu Guangyao, head of the secretary's department. Please let us know how we may assist you." Xiao Fei glanced at Lu Guangyao and asked, "Do you know the location of my office?" Lu Guangyao replied, "I am unaware of that. The Secretary General did not inform me. The Comprehensive Department should have that information." Xiao Fei ceased her inquiries and stated directly, "Take me to the Comprehensive Department." Lu Guangyao, suddenly drenched in cold sweat, quickly led Xiao Fei to the office of the Comprehensive Department head, Jia Quanming, and knocked on the door. Inside his office, Jia Quanming was engaged in inappropriate behavior with a new female employee, Guaning Xue. He was not only groping her, but had also pulled down her pants. Just as he was about to proceed further, the knock on the door interrupted his actions. Typically, it was his subordinates who knocked, while leaders called him to report, so he assumed it was yet another subordinate ruining his moment of pleasure and shouted, "What the hell are you knocking for? Come back later." Sensing something amiss, Xiao Fei kicked the door open. What lay before her was an alarming scene. Jia Quanming was holding Guan Yingxue, her pants around her ankles, exposing her fair thighs. Jiang Tongtong, quick to react, snapped several photographs. Xiao Fei demanded, "What is happening here?" Guan Yingxue, mortified, hastily pulled up her pants and attempted to flee, but was halted by Xiao Fei's command. "Stop right there." Jiang Tongtong seized Guan Yingxue and pushed her back into the office. Jia Quanming, unaware of Xiao Fei's identity, asked, "Who are you, and why have you barged into my office?" Jiang Tongtong swiftly delivered 2 slaps, to Jia Quanming's face. "Are you blaming us for interrupting your little escapade?" Lu Guangyao quickly interjected, "This is our newly appointed municipal secretary, Secretary Qiao." Upon realizing she was the municipal secretary, Jia Quanming was left dumbfounded. I did not know it was Secretary Qiao. My apologies." Qiao Fei inquired, "Enough of the trivialities. Tell me, where's my office? Has anyone made arrangements for me?" Jia Quanming, aligned with Li Xiuquan, was well aware of the circumstances. It was indeed the office formerly occupied by Secretary Tang. "I will arrange for someone to clean it up," he said. Li Xiuquan had previously informed him that as long as it was not Yao Zheng serving as secretary, any individual taking on the role would be positioned in Tang Tao's former office. Qiao Fei, however, was indifferent to whether it was Tang Tao's office. She merely wished to ascertain its location. "What about the key?" she asked. Jia Quanming produced it, stating, "I have only one key here. The others are with Secretary Li." Qiao Fei understood that Li Xiuquan was attempting to embarrass her today. After all, Li Xiuquan was a standing committee member of the Municipal Party Committee, and the appointment authority resided with the Provincial Party Committee. Qiao Fei could not dismiss him, for they were all part of Zhao Huang's faction, and even if she reported him, he would not be deterred. Taking the key, Qiao Fei instructed Lu Guangyao, "Take me to my office." Lu Guangyao, well aware of where the former Secretary Tang's office was, led Qiao Fei and Jiang Tongtong there. Qiao Fei personally unlocked the door and found the room had been tidied. Though the furniture was rather old, a few potted plants and bookshelves appeared new, albeit arranged awkwardly. Qiao Fei paid little mind to this, and simply told Lu Guangyao, "Please arrange for me to have the lock changed." Lu Guangyao hurried to attend to this matter. At that moment, Li Xiuquan learned that Qiao Fei had directly gone to Tang Tao's former office and realized that if he did not intervene soon, the situation would become untenable. Having already demonstrated his authority to Qiao Fei, he could not allow it to persist, considering his role was directly subordinate to her. Approaching, Li Xiuquan said, "Secretary Qiao, I was so busy that I forgot to inform you where your office is. The key is still with me." He offered several keys to Qiao Fei. "No need," she replied. "I've already arranged for the lock to be changed. Please inform Mayor Yao, Secretary Deng, Secretary Liu, and Minister Guo to convene a meeting in my office to address urgent matters." Li Xiuquan, unsure of the agenda, asked, "What will they inquire about? How should I respond?" Qiao Fei replied, "We will discuss the issues concerning the head of the comprehensive section of the Municipal Party Committee office." Li Xiuquan hurriedly exited to notify the leaders, subsequently calling Jia Quanming to inquire about the situation. Jia Quanming, hesitant to report the truth, confessed, "I did not open the door for Secretary Qiao. She is upset and may seek to retaliate against me." Li Xiuquan quickly reported this to Yao Zheng, who, upon hearing, scoffed, starting the workday by targeting the comprehensive section. "Let us see if you can survive our Secretary-S meeting." "Humph. You wish to challenge me? I will make it abundantly clear who holds the reins in Yicheng." Yao Zheng first conferred with Deng Wanchao, Lu Guiyang, and Guo Jianhua before heading to Qiao Fei's office. Chapter 25. A Clash of Wills, 1 against 5. Jia Chuanming's reluctance to share the truth with Li Xiuquan inadvertently aided Qiao Fei significantly. Had Jia Quanming been forthright with Li Xiuquan, perhaps Yao Zheng and Li Xiuquan would have devised a contingency plan to counter Qiao Fei's actions. However, Jia Quanming, in his hubris, believed he could simply deny the incident, asserting that the newly appointed secretary had a personal vendetta against him and was deliberately seeking fault. After all, there was no tangible evidence. Even if Lu Guangyao had witnessed the events, he would hardly dare to oppose Yao Zheng and his associates. Unbeknownst to Jia Quanming, Jiang Tongtong had captured the moment with photographs and recorded a video using covert surveillance equipment, which began the instant Lu Guangyao knocked on the door. Yet, Jia Quanming remained blissfully ignorant of this fact. Before long, several individuals arrived sequentially at Qiao Fei's office, with Yao Zheng being the last to arrive. While they had the capacity to embarrass Qiao Fei, they were compelled to attend the secretary's meeting. Should they brazenly challenge Qiao Fei's legitimate duties on the very first day? And if Zhao Huiwang were to support them in such a matter, Xiao Fei would have no qualms about escalating the issue to Secretary Hua, Secretary Zheng, and even her father. Such behavior would be a blatant disregard for political decorum, and engaging in such defiance would constitute a grave breach of organizational discipline. If Zhao Huiwang were to intercede on their behalf, it would be tantamount to defying higher authority, a perilous move that would not be tolerated by either Secretary Hua or Secretary Zheng, leaving no room for compromise. Thus, Yao Zheng and his companions, seasoned veterans of the political arena, were well versed in the intricacies of political propriety. While they might engage in opposition in specific matters, such conduct was strictly off limits. After their arrival, Jiang Tongtong excused herself to seek out Guan Yingxue. At that moment, Guan Yingxue sat at her desk in the comprehensive department, distressed over the encounter with Jia Quanming, who had forcibly assaulted her. Should she confess any willingness to be involved with him, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and her prospects under Secretary Qiao would be extinguished. Having only recently secured her position, a dismissal would leave her unable to face her parents, let alone explain the circumstances. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she buried her face in her arms and wept. At that juncture, Jiang Tongtong knocked and entered, stating she needed to speak with Guan Yingxue privately. The personnel in the comprehensive department were unfamiliar with Jiang Tongtong, yet Guan Yingxue recognized her as an associate of Secretary Qiao and quickly wiped her tears away. Jiang Tongtong proposed they find a secluded room for a conversation. Guan Yingxue replied affirmatively, possessing the key to the conference room, and led Jiang Tongtong inside. Jiang Tongtong's visit was not orchestrated by Qiao Fei. However, following Qiao Fei's directive to Li Xiuquan to convene the secretary's meeting, and under Li Xiuquan's probing regarding the agenda, Qiao Fei had indicated they were addressing issues concerning the head of the comprehensive department. Jiang Tongtong understood that Qiao Fei intended to leverage this situation. Yet, for her to wield her sword, she required critical witnesses and evidence. Though she had already forwarded the photographs and video to Qiao Fei, Jiang Tongtong believed that Guan Yingxue's perspective was crucial. If she had been coerced, the footage would undeniably incriminate Jia Quanming. Conversely, if she were willing, the matter would likely result in internal disciplinary action at most, but Yao Zheng and his associates might not acquiesce. Therefore, Jiang Tongtong sought to ascertain Guan Yingxue's true stance on the matter. Jiang Tongtong spoke with great courtesy. Time is of the essence. The secretary's office meeting has already commenced. Specifically addressing the matter concerning you and Jia Quanming. Please tell me truthfully, were you coerced by Jia Quanming, or was this voluntary? Jiang Tongtong deliberately emphasized the notion of coercion while softening the implication of voluntariness. Even Guan Yingxue, who had only recently entered the workforce, could discern Jiang Tongtong's insinuation, and her phrasing was not in violation of any regulations, as it did not imply coercion or inducement. Guan Yingxue had already intended to shift the blame onto Jia Quanming, and upon hearing Jiang Tongtong's inquiry, she promptly responded, "It was Jia Quanming who pressured me. From the moment I began my employment, he frequently summoned me to his office, initiating flirtation from the outset, persistently attempting to possess me. I continuously refused him. Today, he once again called me into his office, forcibly embraced me. I could not escape, and he removed my trousers, intending to violate me. I was entirely coerced." Upon realizing that Guan Yingxue was on the right track, Jiang Tongtong nodded and suggested, "You should proactively go to Secretary Qiao's office and report this incident directly to him. Coincidentally, Mayor Yao and others are present. This is your opportunity. If Jia Quanming reports first, you will be at a disadvantage. Do you understand my intention?" Guan Yingxue comprehended that Jiang Tongtong was encouraging her to report the incident at the meeting, ostensibly to seek the leader's intervention, but in reality, it was a strategic move to take the initiative. The two situations, being molested and engaging in ambiguous relations with the department head, were of entirely different natures. In the former, she was a victim. In the latter, she would be complicit in misconduct. Naturally, Guan Yingxue chose the former. Meanwhile, Qiao Fei, seeing that everyone had arrived, remarked, "I apologize. I currently have no tea or secretary in my office. Had I not taken the initiative to come here, I might not have even known where my office was. And thus I cannot serve et. This statement, seemingly self-referential, was, in fact, a subtle jab at Li Xiuquan. Yao Zheng, unaware that Li Xiuquan had acted in such a manner, recognized that this idea was not his own and could not allow Qiao Fei to mistakenly attribute the misunderstanding to him, even though Li Xiuquan was part of his faction. If Qiao Fei held him accountable, it would be detrimental when she had the opportunity to report to superiors, which was against the principles of officialdom. Regardless of dissatisfaction with the newly appointed secretary, one must comply with superiors' arrangements. Li Xiuquan's actions constituted a fundamental error, and Yao Zheng was determined not to bear the blame to avoid tarnishing his political reputation. Yao Zheng looked at Li Xiuquan with some anger. Secretary Li, what were you thinking? Why didn't you arrange for Secretary Qiao's office immediately? How could you allow the secretary to find the office on his own? Please explain to everyone why this happened. Li Xiuquan was taken aback by Yao Zheng's outburst, as she had acted to defend his interests. However, faced with several individuals, she could not express her true intentions and resorted to a feeble defense. I apologize, Secretary Qiao and Mayor Yao. I had several urgent matters to attend to and intended to discuss the office situation with the secretary once he was free. Unfortunately, in the midst of my tasks, I completely forgot, and by the time I finished, the secretary was already in the office. Qiao Fei discerned that this matter bore no relation to Yao Zheng, and thus remarked, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter at a later time. The reason I have summoned all of you here is to deliberate on a pressing issue. It has come to my attention that Director Jia Quanming of the Comprehensive Department has been engaging in inappropriate conduct with his subordinate during office hours. I invite you all to share your thoughts on how we should address this situation." Yao Zheng and the others had already heard Li Xiuquan's report and believed the incident to be trivial, merely an office romance, which was hardly uncommon. However, no one spoke up immediately, as the Comprehensive Department fell under Li Xiuquan's purview, and they awaited her lead. Li Xiuquan interjecta. I am aware of the situation that Secretary Qiao has mentioned. In truth, it is not a significant matter. It seems that Jia Quanming and Guaning Xue were simply playfully frolicking in the office when Secretary Qiao happened upon them. Nevertheless, their actions did exceed acceptable bounds. I suggest issuing them a formal reprimand. After all, they are both young and have not committed any grave errors. A warning would suffice to remind them to be mindful of their behavior in the workplace. Upon hearing this, Qiao Fei recognized Li Xiuquan's intention to shield Jia Quanming, a scenario she had anticipated. With a smile, she inquired, "Secretary Li, are you certain this is the case? Are you steadfast in your recommendation concerning Jia Quanming?" Li Xiuquan affirmed, "I am certain. This is the information I have gathered, and it reflects my genuine perspective." Qiao Fei continued to smile as she asked, "What do the others think?" Deng Wanchao spoke up, "If the matter is as trivial as you say, then there would be no need for us to convene this leadership meeting to discuss it, would there? Couldn't Secretary Li handle it internally? If we are to deliberate on every minor issue, we would exhaust ourselves with endless meetings each day." Qiao Fei did not comment on Deng Wanchao's statement, but glanced at Yao Zheng. Yao Zheng responded, "Secretary Qiao, I believe Secretary Deng is correct. A matter of this nature does not warrant the attention of us senior leaders. It is sufficient to leave it to Comrade Xiuquan to manage." After Yao Zheng spoke, he turned to the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Liu Guoyang, asking, "Guoyang, what is your opinion?" Liu Guoyang replied, "Mayor Yao, I'm not fully aware of the intricacies of the situation. As the saying goes, no investigation, no right to speak. The Discipline Inspection Commission operates on the basis of evidence. If there is no evidence, Secretary Li's assertion is acceptable. However, if there is evidence, I, as the Secretary of the Commission, must adhere strictly to the facts." It was evident that Liu Guoyang was cleverly evading a commitment to any course of action regarding those under his management. He was cautious not to offend anyone, as that would bring him no benefit. Should Qiao Fei possess no evidence, the matter could be dismissed. Yet if she did have evidence, he would be wary of making a statement that could backfire. In an effort to protect Jia Quanming, Li Xiuquan interjected, "What evidence is there? I have investigated thoroughly. and it appears they were merely engaging in some playful banter. It is entirely normal for young people to joke around. Yao Zheng then turned to Minister Guo Jianhua, inquiring, "Minister Jianhua, what are your thoughts?" Guo Jianhua replied, "This does not pertain to personnel issues. I shall refrain from commenting on matters of this nature." At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. Xiao Fei announced, "Come in." As Guanyin Shui burst into the room, tears streaming down her face, she implored, "Secretary Qiao, I must bring to your attention that Jia Quanming has forcibly assaulted me today. He even attempted to claim me in his office. When I resisted, he threatened me. And as I tried to leave, he embraced me inappropriately, even removing my trousers. I am reporting Jia Quanming to the leaders here. I beseech you to take a stand on my behalf." Her sudden intrusion delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiuquan, effectively nullifying his previous statements. Li Xiuquan, visibly agitated, retorted, "Guanyin Shui, one must be accountable for their words. Perjury to incriminate a leader is a criminal offense. If you admit it was merely playful banter between you two, you may receive a reprimand or a warning. However, if this is false accusation, the consequences will be severe." Xiao Fei's expression hardened. "Secretary Li, does your assertion not sound like a threat to Guanyin Shui?" Li Xiuquan's face flushed, leaving him speechless. Xiao Fei continued, "Do you truly believe there is no evidence? Allow me to present it to you." Having already prepared the photographs and videos on her computer, Xiao Fei approached her desk, opened the files, and turned the monitor towards the attendees. Yao Zheng, Deng Wanchao, Lu Guiyang, and Guo Jianhua gazed in shock at the images and videos displayed before them, exclaiming, "How could this happen?" Chapter 26. 5 Reach an accord. The new secretary prevails. During the secretary's office meeting, Li Xiuquan had no right to express opinions, merely participating as an observer without voting power. Yet, in his efforts to defend Jia Quanming, he not only voiced his opinions, but continually sought to exonerate him. Yao Zheng and the others believed that Xiao Fei lacked evidence. Thus, they inadvertently supported Li Xiuquan. However, they were unprepared for the arrival of the victim and the subsequent revelation of the recorded footage and photographs. This left Yao Zheng and his companions in a precarious position, as Yao Zheng lamented Li Xiuquan for misleading them, leading to their embarrassment. After presenting the evidence, Xiao Fei inquired, "Secretary Li, do you still perceive this as mere playful antics?" Li Xiuquan, now incensed, realized that Jia Quanming had the audacity to conceal such information from him, effectively placing himself in jeopardy. With Xiao Fei unveiling undeniable proof and the victim herself coming forward, it became clear that Jia Quanming could no longer be protected. Any further defense would only implicate him further. Reluctantly, Li Xiuquan conceded to Xiao Fei, "I apologize, Secretary Qiao. I was misled while assessing the situation. I now defer to your judgment regarding Jia Quanming." Xiao Fei replied, "Secretary Li, please ensure that the meeting minutes are accurately recorded." Turning to Guanyin Shui, she asked, "You claim that Jia Quanming has been harassing you since you began your duties. Is that correct?" Guanyin Shui affirmed, "Yes, Secretary, I possess evidence. I have recorded several instances." Xiao Fei responded, "Since you have recordings, please share them with the leaders present." Guanyin Shui recounted a troubling encounter. Guanyin Shui, one's advancement is often contingent upon the endorsement of one's superiors. Now that you have joined the comprehensive section of the Municipal Committee office, I hope you understand the unspoken rules. If you cultivate a closer relationship with me, your section chief, I can assure you a promotion to deputy section chief within a year. You may not realize the connections I have with the Secretary General. If I facilitate your success, you will thrive. Conversely, if I choose not to support you, no amount of effort will yield results. Nowadays, who among the promoted officials has risen solely through hard work? It invariably requires someone to advocate for you. I hope you will nurture a good rapport with me. Guanyin Shui, have you pondered over what I proposed? Is it not simply to be my mistress? Aren't contemporary young women inclined towards such arrangements? Should you refuse, I shall ensure your path is fraught with difficulty. After all, I have the backing of Secretary Li Xiuquan. No one can touch me. Guanyin Shui, I have awaited your response for 6 months. Speak to me. Will you be my lover? If you do not acquiesce today, I shall not allow you to leave. I will claim you first and discuss matters thereafter. The final segment relates to an incident that transpired today. Li Xiuquan's face turned ashen with anger. Not only had Jia Quanming jeopardized himself, but he had also compromised his own standing. If higher authorities were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. After listening to Guan Yingshue's recording, Xiao Fei addressed her. Please save the audio on my computer, then proceed directly to the local police station to file a report. Jia Quanming's actions amount to coercive indecency and are criminal in nature. This is a public prosecution case. We can only address his position, while the police must handle his misconduct. Guan Yingxue complied dutifully, transferring the recording to Xiao Fei's desktop before bowing to the leaders and departing. Once she had left, Xiao Fei turned to Li Xiuquan. Do you believe you can still protect Jia Quanming? Li Xiuquan quickly responded, No, I was misled by him. I suggest we suspend him pending judicial review. Xiao Fei inquired of Yao Zheng. What is the mayor's stance? At this moment, Yao Zheng, faced with undeniable evidence, dared not support a figure of negligible significance, stating, I concur with Comrade Li Xiuquan's suggestion. Xiao Fei promptly retorted, Mayor, Comrade Li Xiuquan is merely an observing recorder. Although I value his opinion, he lacks the authority to speak in this 5-member secretary meeting. You must voice your own thoughts. This left Li Xiuquan feeling utterly humiliated. Indeed, he was only there to record. Initially, he had been permitted to speak because Jia Quanming was under his purview, and Xiao Fei had deliberately set a trap for him. Yao Zheng reluctantly declared, Very well, I propose the dismissal of Jia Quanming from public office. Xiao Fei glanced at the others, seeing Yao Zheng's stance. They acquiesced. I support the mayor's opinion. Xiao Fei added, Since we have reached a consensus on this course of action, I too endorse Mayor Yao as proposal. These words left Yao Zheng feeling dissatisfied, thinking to himself, You, Xiao Fei, have compelled me to declare my position. It appears this decision to address Jia Quanming's fate originates from me, and you merely follow suit. Should Jia Quanming learn of this, it would seem that I am the villain here. However, Yao Zheng felt as though he had swallowed a fly, disgusted yet unable to express his discomfort. Jiafi then spoke. Since everyone is in agreement, I would like to propose a candidate for the head of the comprehensive department, namely Zhang Tongtong, who accompanied me here. She is currently the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Sanjie City, Beiji Province, possessing a wealth of grassroots work experience and adept at problem solving. As a member of the Municipal Committee Office, it is imperative to align with the committee's directives. If anyone harbors differing opinions or has a more suitable candidate in mind, please feel free to voice them. The secretary's nomination for the head of the comprehensive department is typically a matter of courtesy. However, Yao Zheng, accustomed to wielding authority in Yicheng City, once again reached into the municipal committee's affairs. Secretary, I believe there is no need to recruit a head of the comprehensive department from outside our area. We have ample talent here. Perhaps I could recommend someone? Seeing Yao Zheng's attempt to interfere with her internal appointment at the municipal committee office, Jiafi sought to undermine him. Oh, I almost forgot, Mayor Yao. You are also the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, so it would be permissible for you to recommend someone on behalf of the committee, wouldn't it? This remark resonated with Guo Jianhua, Deng Wanchao, and Lu Guoyang. While Yao Zheng holds the title of deputy secretary, his internal management authority lies with the municipal government. If it pertains to appointments of officials below the division level in the municipal government, Jiafi would not intervene. However, this is the municipal committee, her domain, and does he dare to presume to take over? Deng Wanchao exchanged glances with Yao Zheng, signaling that there was no need for him to contest this matter. It is customary for newcomers to bring 1 or 2 associates. As the mayor, if Yao Zheng continues to exert such broad control, their conflicts will inevitably escalate. Given that a warning has already been issued, it would be prudent for him to refrain from further comments. Although Yao Zheng is accustomed to being in charge in Yicheng City, Jiafi's assertiveness today caused him some trepidation. If he were to clash with Jiafi over this minor issue, he would be in the wrong. The adjustment of a head of the comprehensive department within municipal committee is a matter that even Deng Wanchao, responsible for organizational and personnel matters, cannot directly intervene in. He indeed risks overreaching. Within the municipal committee, if one wishes to promote someone. Even Deng Wanchao must communicate with the secretary. This situation arose unexpectedly, and neither Deng Wanchao nor Huanghuai had pre-identified candidates. So there was no need to contest this matter with Jiafi. Observing Yao Zheng's silence, Jiafi addressed Li Xiuquan, Comrade Li Xiuquan, as the Secretary General. I would like to privately seek your opinion, not necessarily as a formal statement in this meeting. Do you have any thoughts? Li Xiuquan, having already made questionable moves regarding Jia Quanming, recognized that opposing Jiafi at this juncture, even with the covert support of those present, would leave him vulnerable. Consequently, Li Xiuquan altered his stance. I have no objections. I support the Secretary's proposal. Since Li Xiuquan no longer voiced any opposition, and recognizing this as an internal matter, Yao Zheng and his associates relented and expressed their agreement with the appointment. The group believed this matter was settled, and, as it was now noon, Li Xiuquan inquired, Mayor Yao, according to past practice, today marks Secretary Qiao's inauguration. Should the municipal committee and government host a welcoming banquet for the new leadership? Would you like me to arrange a few tables at the municipal committee guest house? Upon hearing this, Yao Zheng widened his eyes, addressing Secretary Li. Is it still necessary to seek approval for this matter? By convention, you should have arranged this early in the morning, ensuring all participants were present. Now that the personnel from the counties have departed, you should have made prior arrangements with the municipal party and government. Why are you only asking about this now? At noon, Yao Zheng spoke candidly this time. Logically, with a new secretary assuming office, regardless of personal sentiments, the public facade must be maintained to project a harmonious image. If such matters cannot be managed effectively, it would reflect poorly on Li Xiuquan, regardless of whether Qiao Fei is inclined to partake. It is essential to navigate the situation appropriately. Your inquiry now appears to embarrass Qiao Fei. While it may not matter if Qiao Fei is put in a difficult position, at the very least, you should have consulted me beforehand. Are you attempting to drag everyone down with you to shoulder the blame? The incident involving Jia Quanming has already caused enough embarrassment. If you involve us further, it seems like you are handing Qiao Fei a knife, waiting for him to report us to the provincial committee or the organization department. This sentiment was not only shared by Yao Zheng. Even Deng Wanchao, Lu Guoliang, and Guijianhua were displeased. They were all murmuring amongst themselves about the nature of Li Xiuquan's management. Qiao Fei then spoke up. The dining issue is trivial, but there is another matter on which I wish to seek your opinions. Yao Zheng quickly seized the opportunity. Secretary, please, what is it? Qiao Fei continued. Today, through the events surrounding Jia Quanming and my office, I have come to realize that Li Xiuquan is no longer suitable for the position of municipal secretary. Before Qiao Fei could elaborate, Li Xiuquan grew anxious, interjecting, Secretary Qiao, even if you are the head of the municipal committee, my status as a standing committee member is appointed by the provincial committee, and you do not have the authority to dismiss me. Yao Zheng and the others were taken aback, wondering what Qiao Fei intended. They looked at Qiao Fei in astonishment. Secretary, Comrade Xiuquan has a valid point. But Qiao Fei insisted, you misunderstand me. If I were unaware of this, it would render me foolish. Allow me to finish my thoughts. I assert that Comrade Li Xiuquan is not fit to continue in the role of secretary, which is a fact that you cannot deny. Yao Zheng and the others recognized that Li Xiuquan's actions today had indeed been somewhat excessive. They neither denied nor affirmed this, remaining silent. Qiao Fei proceeded. What I mean to convey is, rather than retaining Comrade Li Xiuquan in this position, I suggest a reassignment. Let Yi Yanhai take over as municipal secretary and appoint Li Xiuquan as the minister of United Front work. In Yicheng, the position of United Front minister holds precedence over that of secretary, does it not? Yao Zheng initially thought Qiao Fei intended to solicit suggestions for handling Li Xiuquan and to draft a report for the superiors. Hearing this proposal eased his concerns significantly. He too felt that Li Xiuquan's performance today had been lacking, so he chose to remain silent, neither affirming nor denying the suggestion. Li Xiuquan, upon hearing Qiao Fei's words, realized that a rift had formed between herself and Qiao Fei. The Secretary General of the Municipal Committee serves as an assistant to the Municipal Party Secretary. primarily responsible for coordinating the daily affairs and logistical management of the committee. If one cannot align with the secretary, the consequence may be reassignment or, in severe cases, dismissal. Xiao Fei merely suggested a positional adjustment, swapping places with Yu Yunhai. Although Li Xiuquan felt reluctant, witnessing Xiao Fei decisively eliminate Qin Yuhai left her feeling uncertain. After a brief contemplation, she finally acquiesced, saying, "I agree." Seeing that the principal party had expressed her approval, Yao Zheng and the others also voiced their consent. Xiao Fei nodded, stating, "Since everyone is in agreement, Li Xiuquan, please draft a request yourself. I will have Yu Yunhai prepare a similar application, accompanied by the minutes from our secretary's meeting and the signatures of the 5 of us. Tomorrow, Comrade Jianhua will make the arduous journey to report to the Provincial Organization Department." Just as Xiao Fei was about to adjourn the meeting, Lu Guangyao rushed in to report. "Secretary, Jia Quanming has committed suicide by jumping off a building, and he left behind a suicide note." Chapter 27. Initiating with Strategic Maneuvers. Harmonious coordination and early layout. The 6 individuals present were struck with astonishment upon hearing Lu Guangyao's words. The matter concerning Jia Quanming had just been discussed in the 5-person secretary's meeting, and before the information had even circulated, the individual had taken his own life. What was happening? Xiao Fei inquired. "Where's the suicide note?" Lu Guangyao replied, "It is in his office. We did not dare to touch it." Xiao Fei promptly called Jiang Tongtong, asking, "Where are you?" Jiang Tongtong responded, "I am at the entrance of Jia Chuaming's office." She was guarding the office. Having heard shouts in the corridor about Jia Chuaming's jump and rumors of a note left on his desk, understanding the gravity of the situation, she ensured that the note could not be removed, thus securing the office door. Upon learning that Jiang Tongtong was stationed at Jia Chuaming's office, Xiao Fei instructed, "You are now the head of the comprehensive department. You have full authority to handle Jia Chuaming's affairs. Secure the note for me and ensure no one sees it. Deliver it to me later." Jiang Tongtong felt elated upon hearing Xiao Fei declare her as the head of the comprehensive department, regardless of the circumstances. Her dear friend and comrade had shown great loyalty, promoting her on the very first day in her new position. Jiang Tongtong entered the office, folded the few pages on the desk, and tucked them into her pocket. It turned out that ever since Xiao Fei had uncovered his affair with Guan Yingshu, Jia Quanming had been in a state of constant unease, knowing that Xiao Fei would never reinstate him. He had instructed a close subordinate to keep an eye on Guan Yingshu to ascertain her next moves. Upon learning that she had been summoned to the 5-person secretary's meeting, he realized that a situation was dire. After Guan Yingshu exited Xiao Fei's office and returned to her workspace, she grabbed her bag to leave. Jia Quanming hastily pulled her into his office. Despite her attempts to resist, Jia Chuaming's strength proved overwhelming. The colleagues in the general department were well aware of Jia Chuaming's notorious proclivity for lechery. It was common knowledge that he had illicitly coerced the 2 women in the office. They were all aware of his intentions towards Guan Yingshu, yet chose to remain silent. When Guan Yingshu attempted to cry out, Jia Quanming swiftly covered her mouth, saying, "What are you shouting for? I have no intention of harming you further. I merely wish to inquire what Secretary Qiao discussed with you." Upon saying this, he released his grip, understanding his words. Guan Yingshu realized that Jia Quanming dared not impose himself upon her any longer. Breaking free from his control, she declared, "I must make it unequivocally clear that in Secretary Qiao's office, in the presence of Mayor Yao, Secretary Deng, Secretary Liu, Minister Guo, and Secretary Li, a decision was made to report your repeated acts of sexual assault against me to the police and pursue your criminal liability." With that, she seized her bag and fled. Jia Quanming, upon hearing her words, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Everything was lost. With Xiao Fei's ascension to power, he feared he would be the first casualty. He sensed that Li Xiuquan might not be able to protect him any longer. He was acutely aware of too many secrets, and if he were to be convicted, his family would suffer the consequences. Apart from the damage to his reputation, his children would be barred from entering the system, and his siblings would likely face setbacks in their careers, missing opportunities for advancement. After much contemplation, he concluded that rather than endure the humiliation of imprisonment, It would be preferable to end his life. Thus, he penned a farewell letter and took his own life. Jiang Tongtong, clutching the suicide note, made her way to Qiao Fei's office, coinciding with Li Fei's arrival. Li Fei had been personally interrogated by Lei Yu and Lu Chaohui at the detention center. After inquiring about the situation, he requested that the detention center release him. The warden initially resisted, asserting whoever detained him must come to release him. You cannot simply let him go. Lei Yu presented the necessary documentation, stating, "We are correcting illegal procedures. The release authorization comes from the provincial department. Do you dare to disregard it?" Upon receiving the release certificate signed by Lei Yu and Lu Chaohui, the warden could no longer contest and complied, releasing Li Fei and personally escorting him to the entrance of the Jinghai office. After greeting Lu Chaohui and Lei Yu, Li Fei entered to speak with Su Jiayao, saying, "I'll be up in the building across the street for a moment." In Xiao Fei's office, he took the suicide note from Jiang Tongtong and perused its contents. Yao Zheng and the others watched intently, eager to discern what revelations lay within Jia Chuanming's letter. Xiao Fei, while reading, feigned several frowns, heightening the tension in the room. The contents must have been quite significant to elicit such a reaction. Once he concluded his reading, he placed the note into the drawer of his desk and settled onto the sofa, addressing the group. Jia Quanming has exposed critical information. I hope his death does not lead to reprisals against his siblings. He has voluntarily provided details regarding the previous secretary's deaths and key individuals involved. I can only disclose this much. I expect absolute confidentiality regarding this matter. Jiang Tongtong, you are now appointed as the head of the General Department, succeeding Jia Quanming. You will be responsible for explaining the situation to the General Department, the Secretary's Office, and the Political Research Office. Furthermore, I am granting you a day off to retrieve your files from your former unit. You will officially assume your position the day after tomorrow. Jiang Tongtong remarked, I need not return to retrieve my files. I have just contacted my former organization, and they're sending someone with the sealed documents to personally deliver them to the organization department here. They informed me that personal files cannot be collected by individuals. Moreover, they mentioned that the representative would bring an official seal, allowing them to process my transfer procedures on site. A few individuals discerned that the reason Sanja City was accommodating Jiang Tongtong was simply that her transfer had vacated a deputy-level position, which the municipal bureau eagerly sought. Consequently, the service was exceptionally attentive. Xiao Fei stated, very well, from this moment on, you shall take charge of the comprehensive department's duties. Just then, Li Fei knocked on the door. As Jiang Tongtong was about to open it, they nearly collided. Upon seeing Li Fei, Jiang Tongtong paused, intending to speak. But Li Fei interrupted. Is Secretary Qiao present? Jiang Tongtong nodded and stole another glance at Li Fei before departing. Upon entering, Li Fei observed 6 individuals seated on the sofa, all regarding him with astonished expressions. Breaking the silence, Li Fei declared, Secretary Qiao, I have come to seek an explanation from your leadership. Qiao Fei feigned curiosity. How did you gain entry? Li Fei replied, the doorman is aware of my acquaintance with you and knows that I represent the Jinghai Group's office across the street. I informed him I was here to see you, and he did not impede my entrance. Were it not for your esteemed position, I would not have been able to enter. Xiao Fei continued to feign disinterest. While I may know you, it is merely in the context of witnessing an injustice against you and providing testimony. Furthermore, I was inconvenienced and had to spend a day at the detention center. Let me clarify, we are not well acquainted. I have no obligation to you. In the future, do not use my name for any dealings in Yicheng, or I will not spare you. Li Fei responded, I am merely a businessman. How could I possibly draw the attention of officials like yourselves? However, my reason for seeking you coincides perfectly with the presence of several leaders. I have 2 matters to discuss. First, my family has sent me here for investigation because you engaged with them during an investment promotion event in the capital. I am unaware of the liaison, but I have reported back to my family. Considering your previous support, they are inclined to invest 500 million in Yicheng, provided that you personally oversee the arrangements. My father is skeptical about anyone else, especially given my recent 3 visits to the detention center. He believes the business environment is too precarious. He hopes you can ameliorate the situation. Otherwise, Not only my family, but also other interested enterprises will reconsider their options. Xiao Fei recognized that Li Fei's comments were directed toward Yao Zheng and the others, deliberately responding, I have no objection to personally overseeing this. You may begin your site selection. Once you have identified the location for the factory, I will personally sign the contract with you alongside Mayor Yao. Xiao Fei understood that the primary responsibility for economic development lay with the government, and that Yao Zheng must be involved. She also realized that Li Fei's remarks indicated he harbored ulterior motives. His covert investigations might commence from this very point, necessitating Yao Zheng's inclusion. Li Fei insisted. You must grant me the green light on this matter. Otherwise, I will be expelled from any site I attempt to investigate. Xiao Fei and Li Fei harmoniously conversed. You should coordinate with Mayor Yao this afternoon to have him issue the necessary documents. What do you think? Li Fei intentionally approached Yao Zheng, saying, Mayor Yao, could you possibly grant me this green light? Upon hearing that Li Fei was there to invest, and with an amount as substantial as 500 million, Yao Zheng recognized the potential for significant political achievement and could not allow Xiao Fei to monopolize the opportunity. Thus, he stood up and shook hands with Li Fei, assuring him, rest assured, the government of Yicheng will definitely pave the way for you. This afternoon, come to my office, and I will arrange for the executive vice mayor to discuss the details with you and provide the necessary inspection documents. Li Fei graciously responded, I sincerely thank all the leaders. However, I have a second issue. My car was damaged by Lei Long and his associates, and I hope their family can compensate me promptly. Furthermore, Su Yilei has yet to repair the windshield of Secretary Qiao's vehicle, which was also damaged. And since I handled this matter, I feel responsible for its resolution. Mayor Yao, how do you suggest we address this? Yao Zheng replied succinctly, this matter is easily resolved. I will take care of it this afternoon. As for Secretary Qiao's private car's windshield issue, the government will handle that. Upon hearing this, Li Fei expressed his gratitude, saying, I appreciate the leader's assistance. I notice you have yet to have a meal. May I treat you all to lunch? Xiao Fei deliberately interjected, Mr. Li, there is no need for that. You may continue with your affairs. We public servants conduct our dealings with businesses in an official capacity. We will not accept any invitations now or in the future. Please carry on. Li Fei then turned to leave. Xiao Fei stood up and suggested, let us proceed to the scene where Jia Quanming fell. Then she offered to treat them to fast food in the cafeteria. Yao Zheng and the others felt it inappropriate to protest and rose to follow her, but each could not resist casting a glance at Xiao Fei's desk drawer. Xiao Fei noticed this subtle detail. Outside, Jiang Tongtong heard the leaders exiting, and when Xiao Fei was the last to leave, she caught Xiao Fei's eye, signaling her to conceal Jia Chuanming's suicide note in her drawer. Upon arriving downstairs, they saw several police officers examining the scene, while a woman nearby lamented loudly. It's all that vixen Guan Yingshue's fault. If you hadn't gone to the police station to slander him, my husband Jia, Quanming Wunti, have jumped. Xiao Fei shouted. What are you shouting about? Does this bring you any honor? The woman, momentarily taken aback, had been crying for a while without anyone acknowledging her. Desperate for someone to engage with, she suddenly lunged at Xiao Fei, blaming her. Zhao Jumei, Jia Chuanming's wife, in her 40s and standing at only 160 centimeters, was a good 15 centimeters shorter than Xiao Fei, who stood at 175. When she lunged, Xiao Fei paid little attention, merely shifting slightly, causing Zhao Jumei to miss and fall onto Jia Chuanming's lifeless body. The blood of Jia Quanming beneath her feet caused her to slip and tumble onto him. Zhao Jumei, filled with rage and embarrassment, attempted to confront Xiao Fei, only to be sternly warned by the inspecting police officer, if you dare to cause a scene here, I will have you arrested. Do you know who this is? She is Secretary Qiao from the Municipal Committee. What do you intend to do? Zhao Jumei, fixated on the notion that the woman before her was likely an underling of Jia Quanming from the Comprehensive Department, was oblivious to the fact that she was the municipal secretary. How foolish was this woman to think that someone who stood alongside the likes of Yao Zheng, Deng Wanchao, and Lu Guoyang could merely be a clerk? Xiao Fei coldly declared, the cause of Jia Chuanming's death must be determined by the public security authorities. I warn you, he indeed committed illegal acts, and I witnessed it firsthand. Now that he is deceased, let the matter rest. The municipal committee will make arrangements according to relevant regulations. Should you wish to cause trouble, we will have to investigate thoroughly. If it is discovered that Jia Quanming had financial issues during his lifetime, confiscation will ensue, and you shall be subjected to a comprehensive investigation as well. Xiao Fei then inquired of her companions, "Where does Jia Chuanming's wife work?" Li Xiuchunrublia. She is the director of the Market Supervision Administration at the new town office of Yaming Lake District. Xiao Fei responded directly, "If she desires to stir up trouble, let the Discipline Inspection Commission of Yaming Lake District investigate whether she is engaged in corruption or bribery. Such is the advantage of power, if you act irrationally. I possess ample means to address you. However, if you choose to negotiate reasonably, everything will proceed according to the rules." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jumei ceased her crying and left in silence. Xiao Fei consulted with the police present at the scene before proceeding to the municipal cafeteria. Although it was already past 1 o'clock, upon noticing the arrival of several leaders, the chef hurriedly prepared an array of fine dishes, only to be halted by Xiao Fei. "Are there any quick meals available?" The chef responded, "There are, but—" Xiao Fei interrupted, "No need for further explanation. It is late. Do not disrupt your rest. Just one quick meal for each of us will suffice." Meanwhile, Li Fei, having exited the municipal compound, returned to his office and asked Su Jiayao, "Haven't you eaten yet?" Su Jiayao replied, "Liga, I had a bowl of noodles nearby." Li Fei then took out his phone to order some takeout, and after dining with Su Jiayao, they departed in a taxi driven by Li Yongxian. Li Fei's destination was Haiwang Village, located beneath the new town street office of Yaming Lake District. During his time in detention, he had heard the grievances of Wang Zhanbing, a suspect detained for alleged provocation. Wang Zhanbing resided by the lake, having contracted a portion of the water surface at Yaming Lake, approximately 10 square kilometers in size. He had constructed a steel mesh dam at the junction, investing over 3 million yuan to cultivate fish, which had yielded substantial profits for several consecutive years, with annual earnings exceeding 1 million yuan. However, in the 4th year, a new enterprise was established nearby. Initially, the local villagers were unaware of the enterprise's purpose. They simply observed its construction alongside a deep trench being excavated several kilometers long, leading directly to the bottom of Yaming Lake. When inquiries arose regarding the trench's purpose, the company personnel claimed it was a waterway, asserting that the enterprise required vast quantities of water and intended to draw from this source. The use of lake water was commonplace for surrounding enterprises and individuals, leading to little concern among the local populace. Once the enterprise, Whiting Chemical Technology Company, Limited, was established and commenced production, it commenced discharging wastewater directly into the lake through an underground conduit. Initially, no one paid attention. They merely noted that the lake's water had lost its former clarity. However, since the locals consumed water from the South to North Water Diversion Project and had tap water in every household, the matter went unnoticed. With the passage of time, Wang Zhanbing began to sense something amiss. His fish, initially thriving, started behaving erratically, surfacing with their mouths agape. A few days later, a large-scale die-off occurred, culminating in the loss of all his fish, resulting in a direct financial setback exceeding 2 million. Suspecting severe pollution of the lake, Wang approached the Ecological and Environmental Protection Bureau to report the issue. The officials assured him that they would dispatch personnel to the site for investigation and sampling. Indeed, the Bureau's representatives visited, capturing photographs and videos of the floating dead fish. Wang, too, documented the proceedings. The officials collected water samples from various points in Wang's fishery before departing. Clinging to hope, Wang awaited a reasonable resolution from the Duck's Quack Lake District Ecological Bureau. However, after a week with no response, he sought answers regarding the test results. The personnel informed him that the water showed no signs of pollution, attributing the fish deaths to possibly other factors. Taken aback by this response, Wang requested a copy of the test report. "Since you claim the lake is unpolluted, kindly provide me with the testing document." The staff merely replied, "We can only relay the results verbally. The report cannot be issued." This left Wang bewildered. If the lake was not at fault, then what could be the cause? The water was evidently less transparent and clear than before. now appearing murky and emitting a strange odor. Wang found it implausible that the lake was free of pollution. He escalated the matter to the Yicheng City Ecological Bureau, sharing the images and videos he had captured. The city bureau personnel, upon reviewing the evidence, concurred that the lake's water was likely polluted. Consequently, they accompanied Wang to his fishery, where the stench of decay was overwhelming. They instructed him to remove the dead fish and bury them to prevent further contamination of the lake. Before leaving, they took additional water samples for analysis. However, after Wang had disposed of the dead fish, a fortnight passed without any communication from the city bureau regarding the test results. Unable to remain idle, he returned to the bureau to inquire about the findings. At this point, the bureau's stance had shifted. The water quality was deemed satisfactory, with all parameters meeting standards, attributing the fish deaths to potential issues on Wang's part. Unconvinced by this assertion, he demanded to see the inspection results. Initially, the city bureau officials were reluctant to provide the report. Wang, citing their refusal, threatened to escalate the matter to the municipal government for reconsideration. Subsequently, a department head emerged to elucidate that the testing report was with the leadership, who was attending a meeting and thus not at home, instructing him to return the following day. On the morrow, Wang Zhanbing returned to the Environmental Protection Bureau, only to be informed once again that the report had been retrieved but was now with the archives, and the archivist was on leave for the day, prompting him to come back another time. Consequently, Wang Zhanbing made repeated visits for an entire week, faced with a myriad of excuses. Yet he remained unable to obtain the testing report. Frustrated, he took to the Douyin platform, posting photographs and videos with a caption that read, "All my fish have perished," resulting in catastrophic losses. My investment of $3 million, coupled with over $200,000 in damages, has utterly devastated my family. I reported this to the Duck Echo Lake District Ecological Protection Bureau. Initially, they confidently asserted that the lake water must be contaminated, even taking water samples for testing. Yet ultimately, they refused to show me the report. I then lodged a complaint with the Yicheng Environmental Protection Bureau, but after sampling, they also denied me access to the testing results. After a full week of relentless pursuit, I still had not seen the report from the Municipal Bureau. There must be a hidden agenda at play. The two levels of environmental protection agencies seem to be acting as a shield for the polluting enterprise after receiving benefits. The video and images quickly stirred a significant uproar, prompting residents living near Duck Echo Lake to comment that the lake had indeed been severely contaminated. Once pristine water that could be consumed directly now bore a foul odor and had turned dark. The day following the video's release, several unidentified individuals visited Wang Zhanbing's home seeking to negotiate. When Wang Zhanbing inquired if they were representatives of the chemical company or the Environmental Protection Bureau, they replied directly, "Neither. We are from the Huanghuai Shipping Association." Duck Echo Lake is connected to the Huanghuai River, situated in its upper reaches. This area is low-lying, prone to flooding for 10 years out of every 9, rendering agriculture impossible. In 1958, Yicheng mobilized hundreds of thousands from various counties and districts to bring their own provisions and excavate the soil from the lowlands, depositing it on higher ground. This effort resulted in the creation of a vast artificial lake and extensive arable land, becoming the largest artificial lake in Asia with the longest dam, spanning an area of 300 square kilometers, equivalent to dozens of West Lakes. Due to this lake's outlet connecting to the Huanghuai River, Duck Echo Lake has served as a reservoir for the river, thereby falling within our jurisdiction. Thus, any issues here necessitate our involvement in resolution. To address your family's concerns judiciously, we have communicated with the local Ecological Protection Bureau and the chemical company to seek compensation for your losses. It is important to clarify that our facilitation of their compensation does not imply their culpability. Rather, it is because this waterway is under our jurisdiction. Regardless of their liability, we have intervened, and they are obliged to extend us a courtesy. We have negotiated a settlement of $500,000 for you, contingent upon your immediate removal of the video from the internet. This matter will be considered resolved, and you should refrain from causing them further trouble. Upon hearing their words, Wang Zhanbing queried, "What is the Huanghuai Shipping Association? Is it an officially sanctioned entity?" The leader spoke, We are a civil organization that has existed for over 2,000 years, reliant on the waters for our sustenance. This clear water river spans a width of 1 kilometer and flows downstream directly into the Yangtze River, connecting to the Grand Canal. In our city of Yicheng, we also have a dock, which serves as our base. All shipping projects fall under our jurisdiction. Our company is named Yicheng Shipping Logistics Development Company, Limited, and the term Shipping Guild is a name passed down through the ages, also serving as an abbreviation for our firm. Wang Zhanbing interjected. I only know that the lake's surface belongs to the state. You are merely responsible for the shipping and are not the masters of Yaming Lake. My issues arise within Yaming Lake, not within your shipping domain, since you wish to act as intermediaries. Let me outline my conditions. I invested $3 million and incurred a loss of $2 million. Compensation is acceptable. Their chemical plant should provide me with $5 million. I will cease fish farming, and their future pollution will no longer concern me, as I will pursue another profession. The expressions of the men darkened with anger. What? Do you intend to ask for too much? Are you disregarding our shipping guild? Are you dismissing Master Jiao? Wang Zhanbing replied. I am merely stating the facts. There is no question of asking for too much. They have polluted the lake, and my livelihood has been completely destroyed. Shouldn't I be given an explanation? You speak of giving face to your shipping guild and to Master Jiao. I do not know who Master Jiao is. But I believe that since you are here to manage affairs, you ought to be fair and just. Their enterprise is powerful, and as an individual, I cannot compete with them. I hope you can consider the plight of someone in my vulnerable position. The leader responded, You claim that they polluted the lake. But where is your evidence? Without an Environmental Protection Bureau's report, your words hold no weight. Furthermore, in a lake of this size, there are no dead fish elsewhere. Only in your vicinity are there fatalities. Why should we attribute that to pollution? Wang Zhanbing argued back. I'm the sole fish farmer by Yaming Lake. Previously, we caught wild fish there. Before the chemical plant's pollution, the lake was teeming with fish. Since the contamination began, all the fish have fled down the river, and the lake is no longer suitable for fish to thrive, resulting in their absence. How could there be dead fish? My fish could not escape, which is why they perished. Among the group, a tattooed man remarked, Do not provoke us. Offending our shipping guild will not bode well for you. I'm not threatening you, but heed our advice. Take some money and walk away. Ignoring our counsel will lead to two outcomes. One is that you may find yourself in jail. The other is that you might not live to understand how it happened. Wang Zhanbing, a man of fervor, retorted, We live in a society governed by law. You may kill me, but you will not escape the consequences. The leader countered, Do not speak nonsense. We do not engage in murder. We cannot send you to jail either. We are merely laying out the stakes for you. Even the murder of a city official remains unresolved. Do you consider yourself more significant than them? Wang Zhanbing, undaunted, declared, Then let my affairs be none of your concern. You may leave. As the group departed, one of them remarked, My words are always accurate. As anticipated, Wang Zhanbing was apprehended that very afternoon by the public security authorities on the grounds of online defamation, charged with provoking trouble, and has been detained for nearly a year. Upon hearing Wang Zhanbing's account, Li Fei realized that this entangled affair was the result of collusion among officials, businessmen, and gangsters, prompting him to seek out Wang Zhanbing's wife to gather more information. Chapter 29. I am coming for you from Wang Zhanbing's narrative. Li Fei learned about the Chaoyun gang and the enigmatic figure known as Old Nine who lurked behind it. However, the background of this Old Nine and the reason for his formidable influence remained shrouded in mystery. The notion that he could orchestrate Wang Zhanbing's imprisonment was indeed unsettling. Nevertheless, Li Fei felt compelled to first ascertain the matters concerning Wang Zhanbing's fellow inmates. Seated in a taxi driven by Li Yongxian, Li Fei arrived at Wang Zhanbing's residence by the serene shores of Yaming Lake. Upon hearing that someone had come to visit, Wang Zhanbing's wife, Peng Na, was alarmed, fearing it was yet another disturbance from the antagonistic group. However, her anxiety dissipated upon seeing that it was merely a taxi, indicating that the visitor was likely not there to cause trouble. Approaching her, Li Fei inquired, You must be the sister-in-law, correct? Wang Zhanbing sent me to convey a message. Upon hearing Li Fei address her as sister-in-law, Peng Na felt a wave of relief wash over her. Only someone with good intentions would use such a term. She promptly ushered Li Fei into their home. Once inside, Li Fei asked sister-in-law, "What is the current situation at home?" Pang Na replied, "Yesterday, representatives from the chemical factory came to see me. They insisted that if we promised not to file complaints or post videos online, they could arrange for Wang Zhanbing's return. I inquired about the dead fish in our pond, how we could continue to raise fish after suffering such a loss worth millions. They dismissed my concerns, threatening that if we remained obstinate, not only would Wang Zhanbing face sentencing, but our son and daughter could also find themselves in peril. This weighs heavily on my mind." Li Fei said, "Sister-in-law, if you could trust me, would you be willing to share where your children attend school? I might be able to lend assistance discreetly." Pang Na, feeling utterly isolated, hesitated, uncertain of Li Fei's true intentions. What if he were a spy sent by the opposition? Noticing her apprehension, Li Fei refrained from pressing her further. Instead, he retrieved a laptop from the taxi, returned inside, and connected to the internet. In a short while, using Wang Zhanbing's name as a key, Li Fei managed to trace his identification number, along with the names and ID numbers of every family member. This proficiency stemmed from his previous experience as an investigator with the National Security Agency, where, like law enforcement personnel, he possessed access to vital citizen registration information. Having studied advanced computer applications and internet technology at Huanghuai University, followed by a law degree in graduate school, Li Fei had honed his skills in internet hacking over the years. After uncovering pertinent details about Wang Zhanbing and Pang Na's children, he infiltrated the educational system's website to ascertain the children's enrollment status. Wang Shuiying, a female student aged 18 from Class 6 of the 3rd year at the 5th High School of Yicheng City. Wang Jinliang, a male student aged 15 from Class 1 of the 3rd year at the 1st Junior High School in the Yaming Lake District of Yicheng City. Am I correct? After Li Fei discovered this information, he conveyed it directly to Pang Na. Pang Na was taken aback. "How did you know?" Li Fei refrained from elaborating, simply replying, "Sister-in-law, there's no need for you to inquire further about how I came to know. Just confirm if it is true." At this point, Pang Na found no reason to conceal the truth, as it had already been revealed. She nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is indeed the case." Li Fei responded, "I shall devise a plan regarding this matter. My visit to your home is solely to inquire about the situation. Rest assured, within 3 to 5 months at the quickest, or half a year at the slowest, your family's issues will be resolved. What you need to do now is preserve the evidence." Li Fei retrieved 2 mineral water bottles from his vehicle and proceeded to the area where Wang Zhanbing kept his fish, filling the bottles with water from the lake. His intention was to bring them back for testing to ascertain whether there was any pollution. Just as he capped the bottles, he heard someone behind him inquire, "What are you doing?" Li Fei stood up with the bottles in hand and ignored the 2 individuals he saw. The pair, noticing his indifference, hurried to catch up with him and seized his arm. "You cannot leave. You must tell us what you are doing. Why are you collecting lake water?" Li Fei replied coldly, "Is it illegal for me to collect some lake water? What authority do you have to interfere?" The 2 men were quite assertive. Individuals without clarity of purpose cannot take water from the lake. "If you do not explain, we will not allow you to leave." One of them held onto Li Fei firmly, while the other took out his phone to call for reinforcements. Although Li Fei could have easily subdued the 2, the prospect of discovering their intentions intrigued him. Within minutes, 2 7-seater vehicles arrived at the lakeside, from which more than 10 individuals disembarked. The man in his 30s who was gripping Li Fei's arm reported to a man who was walking ahead, "Captain, he is taking water from the lake and refuses to explain his purpose. He seems suspicious." The man referred to as Captain, also in his 30s and named Huanghuai, was the security team leader of Huanghuai Chemical Technology Company. Huanghuai asked assertively, "My friend, please clarify your purpose for taking water. Otherwise, why not accompany us to the factory for a chat over some tea?" Li Fei, intrigued by the company, agreed. "Sure, but I arrived by taxi, so I must leave with the driver. Otherwise, he might fear I won't pay, which would tarnish my reputation." Huanghuai chuckled. "All right, but do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. In this area, you won't escape." Li Fei responded, "I have not committed any illegal acts. Why would I run? Furthermore, do you believe your dozen or so men could possibly stop me if I chose to flee?" Gu Xinhui noted that although he and Li Fei were of similar height, Li Fei had a well-proportioned physique, while he himself had a slight paunch. Yet, even so, the dozen men he led were all robust and muscular. How formidable could one individual be to dare speak so boldly? Are you quite impressive? Why not test that theory? You win, and I shall let you go. You lose, and I will show no mercy. Gu Xinhui, brimming with youthful arrogance, was unwilling to concede. Li Fei replied, regardless of the outcome, since you have invited me for tea, I shall honor your invitation. You wouldn't renege on your word, would you? Gu Xinhui conceded, very well. I'm a notable figure in the Yamming Lake area. I cannot afford to lose face. I will certainly treat you to tea, but you must first pass our test. Gu Xinhui aimed to intimidate Li Fei, yet he could not foresee the impending humiliation. Li Fei instructed Gu Xinhui's men to join him, and they set the stage by the lakeside. Within a minute, Gu Xinhui was left dumbfounded. All of his more than a dozen comrades lay sprawled on the ground, and he himself found an unexpected kick to the back of his knee, bringing him to his knees. Li Fei approached Gu Xinhui. So what do you think? I was not speaking falsely, was I? Gu Xinhui, his face a mask of terror, gazed at Li Fei and asked, Brother, which faction do you belong to? Rising to his feet, he continued, Shall we proceed to your factory? It would be best to meet the leaders there. What do you say? Gu Xinhui, a man who thrived on bullying the weak, suddenly became deferential, bowing to Li Fei. Brother, after you, please lead the way. Li Fei, unperturbed, climbed into Li Yongxian's vehicle, following Gu Xinhui into the chemical factory. Gu Xinhui intended to usher Li Fei to the security room for tea. But Li Fei was not swayed. What is this? You invite me here, yet you won tea, even let me into the company's office? Is this how you entertain your guests? Gu Xinhui found himself in a precarious situation, even as the head of security. He lacked the authority to invite Li Fei into the office. Nonetheless, he replied, Brother, please wait a moment. I shall inform the bosses. Li Fei recognized Gu Xinhui's pretense of authority and did not wish to further embarrass him. His true aim was to meet the company's owner. Gu Xinhui hurried to the office building, locating the factory's second-in-command, Li Din. He exaggerated the account, Boss, during our patrol, we encountered a formidable individual drawing water from Yamming Lake. We couldn't subdue him even with our numbers. And he threatened that if the factory owner did not meet him, he would set our factory ablaze. Li Din, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Did you inquire who he is? How audacious! Gu Xinhui responded. He claims he will reveal his identity only to the owner. Thus, I have come to report to you. Should I bring him here? Li Din, still seething, commanded, Bring him to my office. I want to see who this person is. Li Fei was escorted to the third floor of the office building, where he stood before a door marked with the title of production manager. Gu Xinhui knocked, and a curt voice instructed, Come in. Entering the office, Li Fei took a seat on the sofa without waiting to be invited. Li Din regarded him with discontent. What is your purpose here? Li Fei replied, Like you, I am here to conduct business in Yicheng City, assessing the local environment to determine a suitable location for my factory. Li Din inquired, And what is your purpose for drawing water from the lake? Li Fei explained, My enterprise specializes in pharmaceuticals, requiring substantial water resources. I sought to ascertain whether this lake's water is usable, as I have heard it has been contaminated by your chemical factory. If it is indeed polluted, I shall have to consider alternative sites. Li Din inquired, Who told you that my company has polluted the lake? Li Fei deliberately replied, Everyone is saying so in town. I also heard that your company has caused the death of others' fish due to pollution. Enraged, Li Din exclaimed, You are talking nonsense. Who dares to claim my company has polluted the lake? I will break their legs. Upon hearing Li Din's outburst, Li Fei struck him several sharp slaps across the face. Li Din, caught off guard, felt his cheeks swell. In terror, he looked at Li Fei and stammered, You dare to lay your hands on me in my territory. You're asking for death. Li Fei responded with more slaps, declaring, I am striking you. What angers me most is when someone insults my mother. If you dare to say it again, I will ruin you. Li Din wished to call for help, but the sight of Li Fei standing directly before him left him paralyzed with fear. Any attempt to reach for his phone would certainly lead to retaliation. He recalled Gu Xinhui's warning that a dozen young security guards were no match for Li Fei, and at a mere height of 159 meters, he felt utterly insignificant. With a quavering voice, Li Dan asked, "What do you want?" Li Fei was about to seize the opportunity to discuss matters concerning Wang Zhanbing's family when his phone rang. It was Qiao Fei calling. "Hey, beautiful, what's up?" He answered. Qiao Fei's voice was urgent. "I don't have time for jokes. Where are you? I need to find you urgently." Li Fei replied, "I'm at the embankment of Yaming Lake. I'll head back right away." His beating of Li Dan had been intentional. Even if Li Dan hadn't insulted him today, he would have found a way to provoke him to create an opportunity for confrontation. He hoped that Li Dan, feeling aggrieved, would leverage his connections to seek him out for clues. However, Qiao Fei's urgent call disrupted his plans. He then said to Li Dan, "If you wish to seek revenge, find me at the Jinghai office across from the city committee in Yicheng." Li Fei departed, and Gu Xinhui did not dare to interfere, taking a taxi straight back to the city. There, Li Dan summoned Gu Xinhui to his office and delivered a flurry of slaps, berating him. "Get out. From today onwards, you are no longer the head of security, nor will you be allowed to remain as a security guard. Pack your things and leave." Upon returning to his office, Li Fei called Qiao Fei. "I'm across the street. What's the urgent matter?" Qiao Fei responded, "You need to hurry and save someone. The address is..." In Chapter 30, Villains Commit Murder and Arson. Li Fei's skills save lives. Qiao Fei relayed unexpected news. She had just received a call from someone claiming to be Wang Huanghuai, the secretary of the former city committee secretary Tang Tao, who had been killed in a car accident a while ago. Following Tang Tao's demise, Yao Zheng, Deng Wanchao, Li Xiuchuan, Gu Jianhua, and others held a meeting to discuss Wang Fengyuan's reassignment to the Banqiao Reservoir for surveying work. This essentially meant a direct transfer from the city committee to a remote and desolate hydrological station. To avoid gossip, he was given the title of station chief at the hydrological station, which still retained a rank equivalent to a departmental level. Strangely, the hydrological station in Yicheng was not located within the city, but rather on the western outskirts by the reservoir, a site that had remained unchanged since the founding of the nation. This afternoon, Qiao Fei engaged in a telephone conversation with the provincial department head, Cheng Ziyuan, suggesting that Liu Chaohui should succeed Qin Yuha as the director of the Yicheng City Public Security Bureau. Once the opportunity arises, he would recommend Liu for the position of deputy mayor. As long as Liu is not a candidate for deputy mayor, the appointment of the public security director can be jointly determined by the municipal committee and the provincial department. The two have reached a consensus, awaiting approval at the municipal standing committee meeting. After hanging up, Qiao Fei contemplated how to navigate the standing committee, given the current circumstances. Even if he managed to rally support from Huanghuai, he would still face insurmountable opposition from the alliance formed by Yao Zheng and others. Yao Zheng would undoubtedly propose one of their own to take over as the city's public security director. Initially, Qiao Fei planned to discuss a strategy with Li Fei at home later that evening, but he was suddenly interrupted by a call from the secretary of former Secretary Tang Tao. Wang Fengyuan informed Qiao Fei, "Secretary Qiao, I possess evidence regarding those responsible for Secretary Tang's demise. If you can uphold justice as you did with Qin Yuha, I will provide you with all the evidence." Qiao Fei assured him, "Rest assured, as long as it is genuine, I will act impartially." However, during their conversation, Wang Fengyuan suddenly expressed urgency. "Secretary Qiao, trouble is brewing. It seems someone has discovered that I am in possession of evidence pertaining to Secretary Tang's murder. They have surrounded the hydrological station, which is quite remote. Please send someone to rescue me. I can hold out only until they break through this door." Considering the limited individuals capable of handling this situation, Qiao Fei recognized he could not take direct action. Liu Chaohui needed to remain unscathed to ensure his recommendation for the public security director position was not jeopardized. Sending Lei Yu would be inappropriate, given that he is a deputy-level official from the provincial department. Only Li Fei was suitable for this task, prompting Qiao Fei to call him. Upon hearing the urgency of the situation, Li Fei instructed Li Yong to hasten to the Banqiao Reservoir hydrological station at the fastest speed possible. Yet, Li Fei arrived too late. After Wang Fengyuan hung up on Qiao Fei, He attempted to barricade the door with tables and anything he could find. The hydrological station featured a small courtyard, manned by 4 individuals who rotated monitoring the water levels. It was not mandatory for anyone not on duty to be present. This afternoon and evening, Wang Fengyuan and Zhao Yuhang were scheduled to work, but Zhao Yuhang unexpectedly called Wang Fengyuan, citing a family emergency and requesting Wang to cover his shift. Promising to reciprocate later, Wang Fengyuan agreed. Alone at the hydrological station, Wang Fengyuan faced the intruders as they attempted to force the door open. After a brief standoff, the disparity in numbers became evident. The intruders resorted to prying the door lock and violently assaulting the door, even lifting a spare log from the courtyard to ram the door forcefully. They ultimately shattered the door, entered the room, and began to assault Wang Fengyuan, demanding, "Where have you hidden the evidence? Hand it over, and we may spare your life. Refuse, and you will meet a grim fate, fed to the fish in the reservoir." Wang Fengyuan was certain that Xiao Fei would send someone to rescue him, even if he could not be saved. It was crucial for Xiao Fei to know the truth behind his demise, leaving behind a vital clue. Thus, Wang Fengyuan disavowed possessing any evidence, asserting, "I have nothing. You cannot fabricate accusations against me." The others retorted, "Had we not obtained credible information, coupled with that fierce newcomer, how could we possibly have sought you out? Accept your fate. Hand over the evidence, and we may show you mercy and spare your life." Wang Fengyuan steadfastly maintained that he held no evidence. In their growing agitation, one declared, "Let us proceed according to Lord Zhou's plan." 2 individuals approached Wang Fengyuan and constricted a rope around his neck. They only released him once he had lost all strength, leaving him to collapse on the ground. Another suggested, "Let us dismember this fellow and cast him into the lake. This way, no traces will remain. Then we can set fire to this hydrological station." The leader responded, "Agreed, let us act swiftly. With Qin Yuhai no longer shielding us, we must exercise caution." Just as these individuals were preparing to inflict harm upon Wang Fengyuan, a lookout rushed in, exclaiming, "Trouble! A taxi is approaching, heading for the hydrological station." The leader promptly ordered, "You two, dispose of Wang Fengyuan's body in the reservoir, quickly. Lao Qi, douse the interior with the gasoline you brought. Ignite it and depart at once." As Li Fei's taxi arrived at the entrance of the hydrological station, flames were already engulfing the interior, rapidly ignited by the gasoline. A black business vehicle hastily departed the scene. Just as Li Fei contemplated how to enter and rescue anyone inside, Li Yongxian called out, "Boss, there is someone in the lake." Indeed, a human figure appeared to be drifting on the water surface. Without hesitation, Li Fei stripped off his clothing, disregarding the chill of early spring, and leaped into the water. Li Yongxian activated his phone's camera to capture the scene on the lake, propping it against a rock as he searched for anything to assist Li Fei. Li Fei swiftly swam over, grasped the person's clothing, and began to swim back toward the shore. With Li Yongxian's help, they soon brought Wang Fengyuan's body to a safe distance from the flames, providing warmth for both Wang Fengyuan and Li Fei. Lacking tools and time to extinguish the fire, they focused on the possibility of saving a life. Li Fei, hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, had learned from his grandfather and was well versed in the family's medical arts. He checked Wang Fengyuan's pulse but found none. In desperation, he retrieved his own clothing and took out a packet of silver needles from his pocket, proceeding to acupuncture Wang Fengyuan. Simultaneously, he applied pressure to his lungs and heart, continuously compressing. He instructed Li Yongxian to fetch a small vial of medicine from his jacket pocket, pouring a pill into Wang Fengyuan's mouth. Minutes passed, and suddenly, a cough erupted from Wang Fengyuan, miraculously revived by Li Fei's efforts. Li Yongxian, witnessing this, was astounded. Can a dead man truly be brought back to life? He observed as Wang Fengyuan, supported by Li Fei, sat up. Wang Fengyuan opened his eyes, as if awakening from a dream, and asked, "Brother, was it you who saved me?" Li Fei replied, "It would be more accurate to say that you saved yourself, because there exists a force within you. It is your unwavering conviction that sustains your physical being. Even when external pressures suffocate your vital energy and respiration, a spark of life persists within. I have utilized silver needles to awaken this vitality, thereby restarting the mechanisms of your body. Had you been a coward, paralyzed by fear, my efforts would have proven futile. Thus, I assert that while I have aided you, it is ultimately you who has salvaged your own existence. Wang Fanyuan remarked, regardless of circumstances, without your intervention, I would surely have perished. You have granted me a second chance at life, a debt I shall not forget. May I inquire, was it Secretary Qiao Fei who sent you to my rescue? Li Fei replied, indeed, she contacted me, prompting my swift arrival. Regrettably, I was at Yaming Lake, and despite the distance, I arrived too late. Wang Fanyuan continued, I resisted their advances for nearly half an hour, but ultimately, I was outnumbered and succumbed. They feared the evidence I possessed. Alas, it lay concealed in the ceiling of the room, now consumed by the flames. Li Yongxian interjected, let's not dwell on evidence. The preservation of life is paramount. If we lack proof, we shall seek it anew. Once the fire subsides, we can search the premises. Such a conflagration is visible from afar. Suddenly, Li Fei remembered something and said, we must depart this treacherous place at once. Wang Fanyuan, don my jacket. Yours is drenched. At this juncture, propriety is of little concern. The trio placed Wang Fanyuan's wet clothing in the trunk and swiftly departed. Mere minutes later, local residents, alerted by the blaze, arrived with buckets and basins to assist. One individual even arrived on a tricycle equipped with a pump. Ultimately, the collective efforts of the townsfolk extinguished the flames, and they reported the incident to the authorities. Li Fei instructed Li Yongxian to drive directly to the secluded courtyard rented by Qiao Fei, where they found suitable attire for Wang Fanyuan, planning to procure additional outfits later that evening. Li Fei addressed Li Yongxian as a fellow soldier. I expect your alignment with my intentions. I assure you that the matters I have promised to resolve will be addressed. For now, let us maintain a unified front. We shall declare that Wang Fanyuan has been silenced. He must remain within this sanctuary, evading all inquiries, as we suppress any information pertaining to him. Subsequently, we shall deliberate on our next course of action. Wang Fanyuan responded, this strategy is sound, but I cannot remain hidden for too long. My family would suffer. Li Fei replied, convey to me the situation at home later. I will devise a means to reassure them. By the way, has your mobile phone been confiscated? Wang Fanyuan confirmed, indeed. Li Fei requested, share your phone number with me. I shall endeavor to locate them. Wang Fanyuan, misunderstanding Li Fei's intent, assumed he sought to retrieve his phone, stating, there is nothing of value on that device. All call logs and messages have been deleted, and any saved documents or images have long been erased. If they have taken it, let them keep it. Li Fei clarifia. What I seek is not the phone, but their whereabouts. Wang Fanyuan then comprehended Li Fei's meaning. My phone number is. After ensuring Wang Fanyuan's safety, Li Fei made a phone call to Su Jiayao, who was at the office. If there are no matters at hand, close the door and return early. On your way back, please stop by the department store to purchase an extra blanket and toiletries, as we have a guest at home. Be sure not to mention this to anyone. Once the arrangements were made, Li Fei turned to Wang Fanyuan and said, it's getting late. While there is still daylight, I will return to the hydrological station to check if there is any hope of salvaging what you have hidden in the ceiling. Wang Fanyuan provided him with the exact location, but upon Li Fei's arrival, he became entangled in the arson case once more, nearly landing himself back in detention. Chapter 31. A scheme to fabricate guilt? A single call unravels it all. Wang Fanyuan had drawn attention to himself after receiving a call at the hydrological station from Tang Tao's father, Tang Dingyu, who inquired whether Wang Fanyuan possessed any evidence to suggest that Tang Tao's death was a murder. Wang Fanyuan reported candidly, Grandpa Tang, the circumstances surrounding Secretary Tang's death are indeed suspicious, yet there is a concerted effort to cover it up, with the case being handed to Qin Yuhai, who is unlikely to conduct a genuine investigation. He may very well be complicit in the conspiracy, thus the case will likely remain unresolved. Now, having been assigned to this remote reservoir, I am even more powerless to act. However, I do possess some evidence, though I am uncertain where to submit it, as there is no one I trust in Yicheng, and, as a grassroots worker, I lack the connections to escalate the matter. I also fear that it may fall into the hands of supporters of Yaozhang. Although Tang Dingyu had long retired, he once held a significant position. His recommendation had facilitated Tang Tao's ascent within the capital. Following Tang Tao's incident, Tang Dingyu attempted to leverage his connections to prompt an investigation into the truth behind Tang Tao's death. He was informed by his contacts that the matter was under consideration and to await further developments. After Xiao Fei assumed office, one of his contacts advised Tang Dingyu to reach out to the new secretary, Xiao Fei. It was under these circumstances that Tang Dingyu called Wang Fengyuan, urging him to present the evidence to Xiao Fei. Unbeknownst to them, this phone call was overheard by his colleague Zhao Yuhang, who was monitoring Wang Fengyuan. Subsequently, Wang Fengyuan was intercepted at the hydrological station, leading to a crisis. Following the escape of the perpetrators, they promptly reported to their superior, Wang Fengyuan is dead, disposed of in the reservoir to feed the fish, and his residence has been set ablaze, eliminating any threats. As various parties schemed, Li Fei arrived at the hydrological station once more, this time in a taxi driven by Li Yongxian. However, upon his arrival, he was immediately apprehended by Liu Pingyan and his team. You, the suspect in murder and arson, have come to us uninvited. We were just about to seek you out. It turned out that after reviving Wang Fengyuan, Li Fei had inadvertently left behind a business card at the scene, clearly stating his name. Position as the head of the I-Ching office for Jinghai Group, along with his contact number and address. After the public reported the incident, the local police station dispatched officers to the scene, where they discovered a business card. They promptly informed the district bureau. The Banqiao branch was already aware of the situation involving Li Fei and Xiao Fei due to the incident concerning Yao Wanli. They dared not act against Xiao Fei, as she was a member of the municipal committee. However, they took Li Fei, a businessman, more seriously. The bureau concluded that since Li Fei's card was found at the scene, it indicated his presence there, and thus they escalated the matter to the municipal department. Song Zhanxing assigned the case to the criminal investigation team. Upon learning that Li Fei was involved, Liu Pingyan was eager to find a way to incriminate him, as he had just received a directive from Jiu Yi to keep an eye on a pharmaceutical dealer named Li Fei. Li Fei had directly confronted the head of the Huading chemical factory, Li Dan, on behalf of Wang Zhanbing, who was involved in fish farming, and Liu Pingyan felt compelled to eliminate this Li Fei. Liu Pingyan took Jiu Ye's instructions to heart, and unexpectedly, an opportunity soon presented itself. At the fire scene, there was not only Li Fei's business card, but also a gasoline canister left by the arsonist. As soon as Li Fei arrived, he was apprehended. He shook off his captors and questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Liu Pingyan approached him, stating, "What do you think? You are suspected of murder and arson. We are here to arrest you." Li Fei retorted, "You claim I committed murder and arson? Let me ask you first, who did I kill?" Liu Pingyan impulsively responded, "You killed Wang Fengyuan, the head of the hydrological station here." This statement escaped Liu Pingyan's lips without forethought. He was merely relaying information he had received, which suggested that Wang Fengyuan had been eliminated and disposed of in the lake. Li Fei countered, "Liu Pingyan, I acknowledge your position as the team leader. If you accuse me of killing Wang Fengyuan, then where is his body?" Liu Pingyan, caught off guard, blurted, "You disposed of the body in the reservoir." Li Fei, intent on uncovering the truth, quickly grasped that Liu Pingyan was aware of Wang Fengyuan's murder and was attempting to frame him. "Disposed of in the reservoir? Where exactly? Have you located the body? Have you retrieved it?" Liu Pingyan suddenly realized that he had been ensnared by Li Fei's cunning. He had spoken without consideration, potentially exposing himself. He hastily explained, "I deduced that since Wang Fengyuan was on duty today and there is no charred body in his residence, he must have been murdered by you and thrown into the reservoir." Li Fei erupted in anger. "What utter nonsense! You deduce? As a professional investigator, do you not understand that everything must be substantiated by evidence? You accuse me of murder, yet you have not even identified the victim's body. How can you claim I am a murderer?" Liu Pingyan recognized his own impulsiveness, yet he still had a basis for his claims. Even if murder could not be definitively established, surely he could not evade the charge of arson. Li Fei retorta. "On what grounds do you say that?" Liu Pingyan, incensed by Li Fei's insults, shot back, "I found your business card at the scene. If it were not for you, how could your card be there?" Li Fei rebuked him once more. "Must you rely on the presumption of guilt without credible evidence? Just because a card was found at the scene, does that automatically make me the arsonist? My business card is distributed to others, and anyone might come into possession of it. What if someone brings my card to the scene and deliberately discards it? Let me ask you this. As an investigator, what is the most crucial aspect of solving a case? The motive for the crime. I'm not acquainted with Huanghuai, and I have no vested interest in the hydrological station. Why would I resort to murder and arson? Use your brain for a moment. I suspect you may be inclined to protect the criminal suspect. Upon hearing Li Fei mention the motive for the crime, Lu Pingyan realized that Li Fei was knowledgeable in this area, yet wondered how a mere pharmacist could grasp such complexities. Since the ninth master had instructed him to find an opportunity to deal with Li Fei, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Regardless of your explanations, your business card was found at the scene. Whether it was left by you or carelessly discarded by someone else, it undoubtedly originated from you. Therefore, you must cooperate with us to clarify this matter. You are required to accompany us. Moreover, your primary suspicion arises from your presence at the scene. If you claim to be unfamiliar with Huanghuai and have no connections to the hydrological station, what, then, are you doing in this remote location? A pharmacist wouldn't venture to the reservoir, would they? Lu Pingyan believed he had found justification to take Li Fei away, even if it meant silencing him. He could concoct a narrative of suicide by hanging with shoelaces. Qin Yuhao had not informed Lu Pingyan about the warning call he received from Hu Yufeng, and Lu Pingyan was oblivious to the reasons behind Li Fei's previous releases from the detention center. He was resolute in executing the ninth master's orders to deal with Li Fei. In response to Lu Pingyan's inquiries, Li Fei explained, I came across a video online reporting a fire incident here, and coincidentally, I had just developed a burn ointment that promotes rapid healing without scarring. I thought that since a fire had occurred, there might be injuries, so I brought the ointment with me, hoping to provide aid. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course, I also have my own interests. I wish to gain recognition by treating burn victims and promoting my product. After speaking, Li Fei produced a bottle of ointment from his pocket and shook it. Lu Pingyan, hearing Li Fei's explanation, found it difficult to discern its veracity. Yet he felt compelled to detain Li Fei under the pretext of investigating the origin of the business card. Li Fei once again resisted the officer's grip. If you insist on proceeding in this manner, I will make a phone call. I know Director Lu Chaohui of the Provincial Department's inspection team. I will call him to come and clarify whether you have the right to take me. With that, Li Fei indeed dialed Lu Chaohui. At that moment, Lu Chaohui was in Xiao Fei's office, discussing potential appointments, specifically hoping that Lu Chaohui would assume the role of Director of Public Security in Yicheng City. After they concluded their conversation, he received Li Fei's call. Li Fei recounted the situation, and since Li Fei had always been in a position of authority before Lu Chaohui, he instructed, have Lu Pingyan take the call. At the scene, Li Fei handed the phone to Lu Pingyan. The inspection team wanted to take the call. Lu Pingyan had no choice but to answer. He could not afford to offend those from the inspection team. Lu Chaohui spoke on the phone, saying, Lu Squad Leader, I hope you refrain from fabricating charges. I am aware of your intentions in Yicheng, but I warn you, do not play with fire. To take Li Fei away based on a mere business card is rather far-fetched, even if it is to facilitate an investigation. He can only provide a brief account of the situation. What exactly do you intend by insisting on taking him? Does this align with lawful procedures? Can an ambiguous business card serve as evidence to incriminate someone? Lu Pingyan, feeling cornered, conceded, I was too anxious, eager to solve the case. I will proceed as Director Lu suggests and will not take Li Fei away. He returned the phone to Li Fei, his heart filled with reluctance. Yet he dared not be forceful, as Lu Chaohui would surely hold it against him. However, Lu Pingyan remarked, there are no burn victims here. You should be leaving now. Li Fei retorted, have you completed your investigation at the arson scene? Lu Pingyan responded irritably, with over 100 people extinguishing the fire, the scene has already been compromised. What is there to investigate? Li Fei smiled. Then you may depart, as the scene requires no protection. I would like to examine what remains unburned at the fire site and take it back for testing, to gather some basis for improving the formulation of burn ointment in the future. Lu Pingyan did not answer Li Fei's inquiry and walked away to make a phone call. The person on the other end informed Lu Pingyan, whatever Li Fei is searching for at the scene, It is certainly not as simple as he claims regarding researching a formula. Chapter 32. Why did you break my leg? Li Fei entered the chart office of Wang Fangyuan, searching for a small iron box that had fallen from the ceiling. Inside were 2 discs. Wang Fangyuan had placed these discs there due to the insecurity of his rented premises, fearing they might be searched, yet he had no other safe storage options for evidence. So he concealed them in a small iron box, the most perilous yet safest location. Li Fei rummaged through the ashes and muddy ground with a wooden stick. After finishing his call, Lu Pingyan stood at the doorway, observing Li Fei's search. Noticing that Lu Pingyan was watching him, Li Fei remained unfazed. As time was of the essence, once darkness enveloped the room, finding anything would become exceedingly difficult. If left until tomorrow, Lu Pingyan would undoubtedly clear the area and deny him any opportunity. To divert attention, Li Fei collected unburned items and placed them in a black plastic bag. This left the vigilant Lu Pingyan bewildered. Was Li Fei genuinely searching for unburned objects? The room was filled with water poured in by the crowd during the firefighting efforts, mixed with ashes, forming a murky sludge. Lu Pingyan, wary of dirtying his shoes, refrained from entering but kept his gaze fixed intently on Li Fei. Li Fei, undatarat, had myriad ways to mask his true intentions. In the very center of the office floor, Li Fei's shoe struck against a hard object, square and unyielding. He casually prodded it with a wooden stick, revealing one side of a sharply defined iron box protruding from the mud. Affecting nonchalance, Li Fei took a step toward the door, then, with his back turned to Lu Pingyan, swiftly tossed the small iron box into a black plastic bag while pretending to search for something else. After feigning a search for a while, and noticing that dusk was approaching, he exited while clutching the plastic bag. Lu Pingyan, unaware that Li Fei had discovered anything of significance, made a phone call to report as soon as Li Fei departed in a taxi. The voice on the other end instructed him that regardless of what Li Fei had found, they needed to devise a means to retrieve it, and to ascertain its nature before proceeding further. Once inside the taxi, Li Fei extracted the small iron box from the plastic bag, prying it open with effort, revealing 2 plates within. However, given that water had seeped inside, the usability of these plates remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he tucked them into the inner pocket of his coat. Following the directives he had received, Lu Pingyan made several calls in succession, arranging for multiple vehicles to tail Li Fei and to seize the plastic bag in a less populated area. Anticipating that Lu Pingyan would not allow him to return home unimpeded and would likely send someone to surveil or even rob him, Li Fei turned to Li Yongxian and asked, "Brother, if someone obstructs the car to seize my belongings, or if they apprehend you upon your return home and press you about the contents of my plastic bag, how will you respond?" Li Yongxian understood immediately and replied, "I am merely a driver. Others utilize my vehicle. I am only responsible for collecting the fare, and I neither observe nor inquire about anything else." Li Fei cautioned, "In the event of such a situation, it would be prudent for you to call me. These individuals are capable of anything, even daring to kill a city committee secretary. Do you think they would care about a single life?" Li Yongxian retorted, "Let them come then. My years in the military were not for naught. These people have already caused me to lose my job to others. What do I have left to lose? At worst, I will fight back. If they wish to make my life difficult, I shall ensure they do not achieve their aims." Li Fei reassured him, "As I have mentioned, I will find a way to resolve your employment issues swiftly. I do not wish for you to suffer because of me. So, if anything arises, do not hesitate to call." At that moment, a vehicle suddenly blocked the taxi's path, forcing Li Yongxian to halt. Another car hindered their retreat. A group of young men emerged from the vehicles and approached, yanking open Li Yongxian's door. "Get out. A friend of mine left something in your taxi a few days ago, and we're here to look for it." Li Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yongxian, prompting him to exit the vehicle as he too opened the door. Upon seeing Li Fei step out, 2 of the individuals deliberately engaged him. "Hey, I lost a bag on Shiuesong Road the other day. It seems you might have taken it. I've chased you around a few times. Care to tell me if it was you?" Li Fei, fully aware of their intentions, feigned confusion and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am a legitimate businessman. My office is directly across from the city committee. How could I possibly be a vagrant turned thief?" two individuals observed that Li Fei had become entangled in a predicament. They discovered a black plastic bag in the car, promptly retrieved it, and placed it into their vehicle. A search of the taxi yielded no further findings, so they instructed Li Yongxian to open the trunk, revealing it to be empty. They exchanged a knowing nod. Just as the car obstructing their path was maneuvered aside, several men emerged, brandishing machetes, and launched an assault on Li Fei. Having anticipated such an attack, he skillfully evaded their strikes. However, the assailants remained relentless in their pursuit. Li Yongxian attempted to intervene, but was confronted by two machete-wielding assailants. At that moment, a girl on an electric scooter, wearing a large mask, halted by the roadside and began recording the scene with her phone. As Li Fei continued to dodge their attacks, he noticed two individuals filming the altercation. With no means of escape, he decided to retaliate. When one of the attackers swung his blade at him, Li Fei swiftly seized the assailant's wrist and applied pressure to a pressure point, causing the attacker to lose sensation in his arm, resulting in a machete clattering to the ground. Li Fei then deftly flicked the blade with his foot, catching it in his hand. Though his counterattack appeared overwhelming, Li Fei controlled the force, striking only with the back of the blade against the attackers, targeting softer areas to avoid inflicting serious harm. Within 3 minutes, all the assailants lay incapacitated before him. Approaching the girl who had recorded the incident, Li Fei spoke softly, requesting her WeChat so that she could share the video with him, lest they conspire to send him to prison. The girl, obscured by her mask, quickly scanned Li Fei's QR code, added him as a friend, and sent him the video before hastily departing on her scooter. Li Fei subsequently forwarded the video to Qiao Fei and took a taxi, urging Li Yongxian to leave swiftly. The leader of the two vehicles was taken aback by Li Fei's prowess. Upon witnessing him depart in a taxi, he called Liu Pingyan. "Captain Liu, we acquired the items, but we failed to injure him. That man is formidable. We were no match for him, and all 8 of us were defeated." Liu Pingyan inquired, "All defeated? Were there any injuries?" The leader replied, "It seems he controlled his strikes well. Although we were all overpowered, none sustained severe injuries, only minor abrasions." Liu Pingyan directed them to the Chaoyan dock, stating he would arrive shortly. The two vehicles promptly arrived at the dock with several individuals in tow. Liu Pingyan reached the location almost simultaneously. Within a large building at the dock, he instructed the leader to call each person forward. Upon entering the room, Liu Pingyan asked if anyone was injured, and each responded in the negative. However, he insisted they repeat their answers and step forward once more. After the first individual affirmed he was uninjured, Liu Pingyan raised an iron rod and struck the man's leg, shattering it. Liu Pingyan remarked, "For the arrangement of Lord Jiao, you must endure some suffering. We require a ruse of suffering." He then ordered that the injured man be taken away. Liu Pingyan relentlessly inflicted injuries upon 6 individuals, employing methods such as fracturing their legs, breaking ribs, and shattering wrists, insisting that they must endure this suffering. Unbeknownst to Liu, Li Fei had already taken precautions. He had discreetly affixed listening devices within the clothing of 2 of the victims. After leaving, Li Fei did not venture far and remained nearby, observing the situation. Upon witnessing the departure of 2 vehicles, he trailed them at a distance, eventually observing them halt at the dock. He instructed Li Yong to hide the car in a concealed location, and soon saw Liu Pingyan arrive at the dock driving a police vehicle. Utilizing a mobile application, Li Fei eavesdropped on the audio transmitted from the listening devices and simultaneously recorded it with a voice recorder. One individual's voice rang out loudly, "Captain Liu, that Li Fei didn't harm us even when we threatened to kill him. Why must you break my leg? Even if you frame Li Fei, you cannot treat us as mere objects." Liu Pingyan's voice responded, "I have told you all, this is a feigned injury tactic. Lord Jiao will compensate each of you with 200,000. Once we capture Li Fei, there will be further rewards. This little pain is nothing. It will heal in time." With the recording in hand, Li Fei did not linger, wishing to avoid detection and potential trouble. He instructed Li Yong to drop him off in front of the office across from the municipal party committee, and then drove away. As it was already 7 in the evening, Su Jiao had long since locked the doors and left. Li Fei then commandeered an electric scooter from the roadside, riding it while taking care to evade any potential followers. After making several detours, He exited through an alley, parked the scooter by the main road, and cautiously made his way back to the secluded courtyard. Xiao Fei had yet to return, and Li Fei was uncertain whether she was staying at the municipal guest house or had gone home. He called her. "Still at work?" Xiao Fei replied, "I've finished for the day, but I am taking a roundabout route to avoid surveillance. I should be home in about 10 minutes. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fei saved a video of a girl named Mimi Cat who loves to sleep onto his computer, along with the recorded audio from the eavesdropping. He then transferred both the video and the audio onto a disk. Attempting to use 2 disks he had retrieved from the hydrological station, he found that they were unresponsive, likely damaged from fire and water exposure, so he stored them away in his computer bag. Once he completed these tasks, Xiao Fei returned home. Li Fei chuckled. A dignified municipal party secretary overseeing millions returns to his rented room like a thief. What a curious sight. Upon her arrival, he poured her a cup of her favorite coffee and settled onto the sofa. Li Fei briefed Xiao Fei on the events of the day and handed her the disc containing the video and audio recordings. "I suspect that tomorrow morning they will come to my office to arrest me, using the pretext of my alleged assault on them as a means to frame me further. It seems the waters of the city are far more treacherous than they appear." Xiao Fei remarked, "It is not merely what you have mentioned. Today, someone threw an envelope into my office. I glanced at it briefly, and it contained materials for reporting misconduct. I had no time to examine it further before I concealed it. My office is not safe either." Li Fei inquired, "Do you know who threw it?" Xiao Fei responded, "I do not know, but I am certain it was someone from the municipal building." Just then, Wang Fangyuan descended from the upper floor, exclaiming, "Secretary Qiao, I finally found you." With that, he burst into tears. Chapter 33. On the brink of capture, I must flee to save another the following day. Li Fei bypassed the office and went directly to the municipal government to seek out Yao Zheng. During a meeting with the secretary, Yao Zheng had promised Xiao Fei that he would facilitate Li Fei's endeavors to attract investment, allowing him to conduct investigations anywhere in Yicheng. Thus, Li Fei had come to request a letter of introduction. After Wang Xinxiang, Yao Zheng's secretary, reported Li Fei's arrival, Yao Zheng feigned cordiality in receiving him and arranged for the government office to accompany him on his inspections. Li Fei, preferring solitude, replied to Yao Zheng, "There is no need for accompaniment. I can manage on my own. I only request a letter of introduction from the municipal government." Observing Li Fei's insistence on proceeding alone, Yao Zheng begrudgingly ordered the office to issue a letter of introduction. The content was straightforward. A certain enterprise intended to invest in establishing a factory in Yicheng and required assistance in site selection, appealing to various districts, development zones, and urban-rural integration demonstration areas for available state-owned construction land. As soon as Li Fei received the letter of introduction and departed, Yao Zheng instructed the municipal office to send 2 astute personnel to discreetly follow Li Fei, to ascertain his activities and report back promptly. Li Fei, preoccupied with his own concerns, was aware that Lu Pingyan would come seeking to entrap him today. However, he had other matters to attend to first and would not afford Lu Pingyan the opportunity. Li Fei arrived at Yicheng 5th High School and concocted a story to meet Wang Shuiying from Class 6, Year 3. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, already standing at 1.7 meters with a mature and graceful physique. Unfamiliar with this stranger, she inquired, "Who are you?" Li Fei did not conceal his identity, stating, "I'm a friend of your father from the detention center. I have come to see you today to give you something. This is a tracking device. You must keep it in your pocket. I urge you to do this for your safety. Do not be frightened. Remember my phone number. If you find yourself in danger, call me. If you cannot reach me in time, simply press the small button on the tracker. Remember, do not be afraid. I will always be by your side." After leaving the school, Li Fei returned to the office. No sooner had he entered than Lu Pingyan stormed in with a contingent of police officers. As anticipated, Lu Pingyan's approach was precisely as Li Fei had predicted. "Li Fei, did you not have a confrontation with a group of people in the city yesterday?" Li Fei calmly acknowledged, "Indeed, they surrounded me, stole my belongings, and even assaulted me with a knife. Ultimately, I overcame them and departed." Lu Pingyan declared, "6 individuals have been injured by your hand. Some have suffered broken legs, others shattered arms, and a few fractured ribs. All of them constitute light injuries. Therefore, you must accompany me now for interrogation. Li Fei contemplated protesting, wishing to ascertain their intentions. However, at that moment, his phone rang, emitting a piercing cry from the speaker. "Big brother, save me." Recognizing the voice as Wang Shuiying's plea for help, a chill coursed through Li Fei's heart. He had just encountered Wang Shuiying a mere half-hour ago. How had she come to be in peril so swiftly? As he prepared to respond, Lu Pingyan snatched the phone from his grasp. Li Fei, incensed, retorted, "Regardless of your intentions, return my phone at once. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Once resolved, I will seek you out at the criminal police unit." Lu Pingyan smugly replied, "You are now a suspect. I will not permit you to make any calls, nor will I allow you to slip from my sight." Realizing Lu Pingyan was about to jeopardize critical matters, Li Fei acted decisively, striking Lu Pingyan on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. He then employed his ancestral martial arts technique, the acupoint sealing method, immobilizing the surrounding officers one by one. With the officers subdued, Li Fei entered a taxi driven by Li Yongxian. Utilizing an application on his phone, he swiftly tracked Wang Shuiying's whereabouts. The tracker indicated that she had departed the urban area, heading southwest. Li Yongxian, following Li Fei's lead, drove at high speed toward the southwestern mountains of Yicheng. Following the signal, they arrived at a grand temple nestled in the mountains. As they pressed forward, the tracker revealed that Wang Shuiying was merely a few dozen meters ahead. Li Fei instructed Li Yongxian to wait in the car while he sprinted ahead alone. Guided by the tracker, he entered the temple's rear courtyard. Upon arrival, the signal abruptly vanished. As he searched the area, a voice interrupted him, "A benefactor? This is a forbidden zone. If you seek to burn incense or draw lots, please proceed to the main hall. This courtyard is reserved for the temple's residents and is not to be peered into." Li Fei inquired, "Tell me, have you seen anyone bring a 17 or 18-year-old girl here?" The monk replied, "I have not witnessed anyone enter the rear courtyard, nor anyone escorting a girl to this serene place. I kindly ask you to leave swiftly." Li Fei discerned the monk's insincerity. Though he mimicked the tone of a holy man, his emotional control was unnatural, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of deceit. Approaching, Li Fei seized the individual, pulling off a human skin mask to reveal the truth beneath. Li Fei tucked the human skin mask into his waist and seized the man's neck. "Tell me, where have you taken Wang Shuiying?" The man appeared to be in his 20s, with dyed yellow hair, which had just been shaved into a bald head, giving him the appearance of a middle-aged monk. The yellow-haired man stammered, "I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go." Li Fei had no time for idle conversation. After all, Wang Shuiying was merely a young girl. If she were to be mistreated or harmed, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. He unleashed a flurry of blows upon the yellow-haired man and demanded, "Will you speak?" Dazed from the beating, the man stubbornly retorted, "I would rather die than confess. How dare you strike me here? This temple is under the control of Lord Jiao. You want to escape and scathe for your actions." Upon hearing the name of Lord Jiao, Li Fei pondered who this figure was, capable of wielding such influence that even a temple could be contracted out. However, he could not afford to be distracted by such thoughts. Each passing moment increased Wang Shuiying's peril. Deciding against further physical assault, Li Fei, a descendant of a traditional medical and martial arts lineage, resorted to more refined techniques, employing the technique of dislocating joints and manipulating tendons. He rendered the yellow-haired man writhing in agony until he finally capitulated. "I'll tell you, just spare me." Li Fei continued to strike, methodically realigning the man's joints and alleviating the spasms in his tendons until the man regained his composure. "Are you ready to speak?" Li Fei dundarat. "The others are in the basement of that woodshed," the yellow-haired man replied, pointing. Without hesitation, Li Fei struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. Hastening to the woodshed, Li Fei searched but found no entrance to the basement. Just as he was about to return to awaken the yellow-haired man, he noticed the corner of the shed's wall being pushed aside. Quickly, he concealed himself behind a stack of firewood. Observing as a man in his 20s emerged from below, before the man could fully exit, Li Fei struck him on the back of the head, knocking him out as well. He then descended through the opening. Below lay a space over 100 meters wide, seemingly a natural cave that had been modified for concealment. The occupants of the basement, unaware of Li Fei's presence, mistakenly believed it was one of their own returning. "You're back so quickly from the car?" Suddenly realizing something was amiss, they grew wary. Wang Shuiying, bound to a chair, called out, "Big brother, I'm here." The men understood that a rescue was underway. Two of them immediately brandished sharp daggers at Wang Shuiying's throat. "If you dare approach, I will kill her." Li Fei remained composed. "Kill her? If you dare to take a life, do you think you can survive? I advise you to release her and leave at once. I'll let you go this time. Otherwise, your fate will be most grim." The four men in the basement exchanged glances, weighing their options. A man of approximately 40 years remarked, "It is not you who should advise us. Rather, it is we who ought to counsel you against opposing Lord Jiao. Anyone who disrupts Lord Jiao's business ventures will meet a fate worse than death." Li Fei inquired, "Who is Lord Jiao? Does he not have a name?" The man replied, "How could the name of Lord Jiao be known to the likes of us? Even if I were to tell you, we would remain in ignorance. Few in Yicheng have ever laid eyes on him, yet his influence is vast. Should you thwart Lord Jiao's endeavors, your demise is assured." Li Fei questioned, "Was the kidnapping of the female student orchestrated by Lord Jiao himself?" The man responded, "How could Lord Jiao concern himself with such trivial matters? This is the initiative of our elder brother." Pausing, he suddenly sensed the gravity of his words and corrected himself. "Why am I even divulging this? What is your purpose?" Realizing he could extract no further information, Li Fei fell silent and then, with sudden force, launched 2 coins towards the throats of the 2 individuals beside Wang Shuiying. One was struck directly and collapsed, clutching his throat and writhing in agony, while the other, startled by the incoming object, instinctively recoiled, causing the coin to miss its mark. This provided Li Fei a fleeting opportunity to rescue Wang Shuiying. In order to thwart any potential ambush, Li Fei swiftly moved the chair on which Wang Shuiying was seated to a safe distance and then quickly subdued all 4 assailants, capturing photos of each of their faces with his phone. His actions appeared almost cinematic to Wang Shuiying, instilling in her a sense of admiration and infatuation for him. Once Li Fei untied the ropes binding Wang Shuiying and took her hand to exit the basement, an unexpected wave of emotion surged within her. Of course, Li Fei remained oblivious to these feelings. At that moment, Li Fei felt no inclination to alert the authorities, aware that even if he did, no one would respond. He sensed the deep-seated decay that plagued Yicheng. Without drastic measures, healing was impossible. He led Wang Shuiying to a taxi, where Li Yongxian had already started the engine. As they entered the vehicle, Li Yongxian swiftly drove away. However, as they descended the mountain and approached the city's outskirts, their taxi was halted by the police. Chapter 34. The time to act has come, first targeting the public security system. Li Fei found himself confronted by a group of police officers led by Lu Ping'an. After Li Fei had rendered Lu unconscious, he lay on the ground, and the officers were similarly incapacitated. Several bystanders, confused by the situation, harbored a disdain for Lu Ping'an's usual conduct. Yet, recognizing that Lu Ping'an's potential death would embroil Li Fei in significant trouble, they called for an ambulance. Upon arrival, the medical team observed that Lu Ping'an bore no visible injuries, nor did the restrained officers. After a few moments of resuscitation, Lu Ping'an regained consciousness. When questioned about the incident, he claimed Li Fei resisted arrest and assaulted an officer. The paramedics inquired if Lu Ping'an required a medical examination. He, displaying impatience, retorted, "What is there to examine? I am uninjured." The paramedics, taken aback by Lu Ping'an's tone, left in dissatisfaction. Lu Ping'an inquired of the nearby shopkeepers, "Have you seen where Li Fei has gone?" Some responded with ignorance, while others merely gestured westward along the main road. Consequently, Lu Ping'an resorted to contacting the traffic police brigade, requesting them to trace the whereabouts of a particular taxi. As they were part of the same system, the traffic police promptly assisted him, and soon Lu Ping'an learned that the taxi had headed into the mountains. He was acutely aware that the topography of Yicheng City is predominantly flat to the east and north, encompassing 70% of its jurisdiction, with only the southwestern region being mountainous and a portion to the west consisting of hills. given that the taxi was heading towards the mountains. It was plausible that Li Fei intended to flee there, as other areas would likely be sealed off by the police. Upon consulting with Song Jianxing, Liu Pingyan issued a directive across all districts within Yicheng City, instructing the criminal investigation and traffic police to set up checkpoints on major thoroughfares to intercept any taxi bearing the license plate Huang 3590 and apprehend its occupants. Liu Pingyan surmised that although Li Fei had ventured into the mountains, escaping in a taxi would be nearly impossible. He would inevitably return. Thus, he personally led the team to establish a trap. Li Fei instructed Li Yong to stop the vehicle, declaring his intention to take Wang Shuiying to the municipal party committee to meet Secretary Qiao. I will provide you with Secretary Qiao's number. Relay the situation to her. She will know how to proceed. I may soon find myself apprehended by the police. You should also take my phone, he added. Li Fei exited the vehicle and confronted Lu Jidu. What is your purpose here? I have already stated that I am in a hurry to save someone. Once I have accomplished that, I will willingly come to you. Liu Pingyan replied. You have openly assaulted an officer. Your crime is compounded. I advise you to confess and accompany me peacefully. Li Fei retorted, very well, if that is the case. I would like to report a case. Someone has kidnapped my sister from the school. I have rescued her. Now you should solve this case. Liu Pingyan seemed to be aware of Wang Shuiying's abduction. Do not spout nonsense. Who is the kidnapper? Do you have a name? Li Fei responded. I did not have time to inquire about names. I rushed back to report to you. I only heard that it was orchestrated by someone referred to as Old Nine. Do you know who that is? Li Fei was convinced that Liu Pingyan was in collusion with the criminals and was deliberately testing him. Upon hearing the name Old Nine, Liu Pingyan's expression shifted. Old Nine? What Old Nine? I have never heard of such a person. Stop fabricating stories. Come with us. Everyone in this vehicle must accompany us. Li Fei insisted. The taxi is rented by me. It has nothing to do with any of this. The other individual is a victim and a student who needs to return to school. They were neither involved in the altercation you mentioned nor in your alleged assault on an officer. I will go with you, but they need to return to school. Liu Pingyan was adamant. That is unacceptable. I have thoroughly investigated. This taxi has been following you for the past few days, serving as your vehicle for crime. Both the vehicle and its occupants must come with me. Li Fei, incensed, exclaimed, Are you trying to stir up trouble? I'm standing right here. Let us see who dares to stop this vehicle from leaving. If one were to abuse their authority to apprehend innocent individuals, I would indeed contemplate an attack on the police, and I wonder what means you possess to impede me. Li Fei waved his hand dismissively at Li Yongxian. Proceed as I instructed, and let us see who dares to obstruct my path. Li Yongxian, accompanied by Wang Shuiying, drove away, disregarding the attempts of two police officers to stop them. Undeterred, they continued forward, causing the officers to hastily retreat in alarm. Liu Pingyan attempted to pursue them in a police vehicle, but was covertly struck at a vital pressure point by a coin thrown by Li Fei, resulting in an immediate cramp in his calf. He found himself unable to walk, let alone stand, and collapsed onto the ground, convinced that Li Fei had interfered with him. He looked up to see Li Fei standing at a distance, smiling at him. Liu Pingyan became even more certain of Li Fei's interference. You truly dare to assault an officer? Li Fei's expression shifted. Do not presume that your position as team leader grants you the right to slander me. What evidence do you have of my supposed assault? Your colleagues are all witnesses. Did I make a move? The other officers subtly shook their heads in agreement with Liu Pingyan, indicating that they had not seen Li Fei act aggressively. Realizing the taxi had driven too far to pursue, and determined not to give Li Fei another chance to escape, Liu Pingyan ordered the officers, arrest Li Fei and take him to the detention center. This time, Li Fei made no attempt to resist as the officers placed handcuffs on him and pushed him into the police car, transporting him directly to a holding cell. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was in her office welcoming individuals who came to report on their work. Suddenly, her phone rang, and to her surprise, it was from a personal number that she had not made public. Answering the call, she heard Li Yongxian's voice, Secretary Qiao. It is Li Fei who instructed me to contact you regarding an urgent matter. Li Fei has been cornered by Liu Pingyan, and we managed to break free as per Li Fei's plan to seek your assistance. Xiao Fei briefed Jiang Tongtong. instructing her to go to the main gate and bring in the taxi along with its occupants. Lacking a secretary, she had not yet decided on her staff, so she temporarily assigned Jiang Tongtong to assist her. Jiang Tongtong's transfer paperwork had been processed that very day, with her previous unit promptly delivering her files overnight. Stamped and ready, Jiang Tongtong swiftly descended to the entrance, where she encountered the same security guard who had previously denied Xiao Fei entry. However, Xiao Fei chose not to address this minor inconvenience or reprimand the guard, as that would reflect poorly on her stature. The guard recognized Jiang Tongtong as a member of Secretary Qiao's team and quickly opened the gate, complying with her directives without hesitation. Once the taxi entered the compound, Li Yongxian, along with Wang Shuiying, followed Jiang Tongtong directly to Xiao Fei's office. Yulei, who had been reporting on his work, prepared to stand and take his leave. Secretary, I see you have matters to attend to. I shall return another day. Xiao Fei replied. No need for that. Please sit and listen in. She had learned that Yulei was a 40-year-old cadre, previously serving as the county party secretary in Shanghai County, but had been reassigned to the party history office to engage in less demanding duties after crossing paths with individuals associated with Yaozhong. She also realized that Yulei was an exceptionally upright individual with remarkable professional capabilities. With his recent allegiance, she began to contemplate elevating his position. When Yulei heard the secretary invite him to sit and listen, he was profoundly touched, understanding that Secretary Qiao had already embraced him as one of her own. Secretary Qiao instructed Li Yongxian and Wang Shuiying to take a seat on the guest sofa and allowed them to recount their respective situations. Wang Shuiying, while recounting how Li Fei had rescued her from the basement, displayed an admiration that sparkled in her eyes, her words imbued with a certain infatuation for Li Fei. This stirred a thought within Xiao Fei. Perhaps this young girl, having been saved by Li Fei, was beginning to harbor feelings for him. If this innocent maiden was experiencing the stirrings of first love, it would be prudent to offer a gentle reminder to Li Fei. Though Xiao Fei felt no jealousy towards the young girl, she deemed it necessary to impart a subtle lesson. Little sister, it is only natural for anyone who saves another to evoke such feelings. You are still in high school and have yet to experience the world. As you encounter more, your perspective will surely change. Wang Shuiying, unfamiliar with decorum, audaciously countered, Sister, that's not true. Big Brother is genuinely cool. I've never seen anyone like him on television. He is simply a god among men. Upon realizing the young girl's naivete, Xiao Fei opted to shift the conversation, inquiring Li Yongxian about his background as a former Special Forces soldier who had been usurped in his position. Li Yongxian, taken aback that Li Fei had shared his story with the municipal secretary, nodded affirmatively. Yes, there was someone with the same name as mine, but with a different ID number. When I discovered he intended to swap our ID numbers, I refused and threatened to report them to the Public Security Bureau, which is why they ultimately did not proceed with the exchange. Xiao Fei asked him about his assigned unit, to which Li Yongxian replied, the Public Security Bureau's Patrol Division. I shall expedite the resolution of this matter for you. Now, please escort Wang Shuiying back to school and hand me Li Fei's phone, Xiao Fei instructed. As Li Yongxian escorted Wang Shuiying away, she inquired, was the person we just met really the municipal secretary? Indeed, it was Li Yongxian confirmed. Remarkably, Wang Shuiying seemed unfazed by her kidnapping ordeal, as if it were a trivial matter. Wow, this is the first time I've met such a high-ranking official. And she even called me little sister, without any airs at all. Li Yongxian preferred not to delve into this topic, fearing it might lead to discussions about Li Fei. He had discerned that the relationship between Li Fei and Xiao Fei was undoubtedly special. Otherwise, they would not be cohabitating in a rental apartment. Once Li Yongxian and Wang Shuiying departed, Xiao Fei called Lu Chaohui, instructing him to come to her office. Lu Chaohui, having been informally designated as the head of the municipal bureau, complied with the hierarchical request. Upon his arrival, Xiao Fei had yet to dismiss Yulei, allowing him to listen in. Yulei increasingly felt the necessity to align himself closely with Secretary Qiao, for if he were to gain authority, he would undoubtedly follow in her footsteps. Xiao Fei addressed Lu Chaohui. You have reviewed the video and audio materials I provided, have you not? Lu Chaohui remarked. I have already reported to General Lei, who has returned to the provincial capital. He has entrusted me with the supervision affairs of Yicheng City and instructed me to heed your arrangements. Xiao Fei responded, "Thank you for General Lei's tremendous support. In light of this, I propose that your inspection team commence a comprehensive review of the public security system across the city. Using Lu Pingyan as a case study, apprehend a number, address a number, and replace a number. You may proceed with this task, and I shall arrange for significant assistance upon your return." Lu Chaohui understood that Xiao Fei had initiated actions against Yicheng City, with the first step targeting the public security system. Chapter 35. The subtle maneuver begins. Ready to strike, Lu Chaohui comprehended Xiao Fei's intentions and recognized the directives of his superior, Li Fei, thus deciding to employ Lu Pingyan as a pawn. After Lu Chaohui departed, Xiao Fei spoke to Yu Lei, saying, "If feasible, I would like to appoint you as a political commissar at the Public Security Bureau to assist Comrade Lu Chaohui in maintaining social stability in Yicheng City. However, the challenges within are substantial, yet we must not lose hope." Yu Lei, young and somewhat resentful about being assigned to the party history office, expressed immense gratitude upon hearing Xiao Fei's words. "I shall certainly follow Secretary Qiao's lead." Xiao Fei instructed, "You may return for now. There is little to attend to at the party history office, but I need you to discreetly investigate the conditions of the city and county public security systems. Acquire compelling evidence and inform me immediately." Once Yu Lei departed, he returned to his office and called a contact from his previous post in Huanghuai County. "If you're free, please come to the city. I have matters to discuss." A good opportunity has arisen. After everyone had left, Xiao Fei summoned Jiang Tongtong to bring Yu Yunhai over. Even though the application for the position exchange between Yu Yunhai and Li Xiuquan had not yet been approved, Xiao Fei decided to assign Yu Yunhai to oversee the work of the municipal committee office, effectively sidelining Li Xiuquan. Yao Zheng and others present at the meeting expressed their agreement, leaving no room for dissent. However, Zhao Huiwang did inquire of Yao Zheng regarding the rationale behind the position swap between Li Xiuquan and Yu Yunhai, seeking clarification on the report. Yao Zheng, unable to fabricate a tale, stated the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiwang could not help but exclaim, "Li Xiuquan is truly foolish. Since Xiao Fei has taken office in Yicheng City, and even I cannot obstruct her, what is he thinking? Continuously creating difficulties for the new municipal secretary. It's fortunate she hasn't reported to the provincial committee. Proceed as per your report. Since it was proposed by the individuals involved and signed off by your secretary office meeting, I have no reason to deny it." Thus, Yao Zheng understood Zhao Huiwang's stance, and he expressed no opposition to Xiao Fei's decision to have Yu Yunhai take charge of the municipal committee office. The other members of Yao Zheng's faction observed his tacit approval and chose to remain silent. Yu Yunhai quickly arrived at Xiao Fei's office and inquired, "Secretary Qiao, are there any work assignments?" Xiao Fei replied, "Please personally inform Yao Zheng and the others to convene here for a secretary office meeting. There are matters to discuss." Yu Yunhai, being straightforward, recognized that since his work allocation had been deliberated in the secretary office meeting, he could confidently proceed with his responsibilities. The phone call was made in Xiao Fei's office. After finishing the call, Xiao Fei said to Yu Yunhai, currently, "You are my sole supporter in the standing committee of the Yicheng Municipal Party Committee. You do not have the right to speak at the secretary's office meeting and can only take notes. However, you'll be able to hear everything during the meeting, and we can discuss our impressions afterward. As an experienced individual, you can analyze their intentions." Yu Yunhai replied, "Rest assured, I will perform well." A few minutes later, Deng Wanchao, Lu Guoyang, and Gui Jianhua arrived at Xiao Fei's office, with Yao Zheng arriving 5 minutes later. Once everyone was present, Xiao Fei stated, "I have called you all here to discuss the selection of the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I hope each comrade can recommend a candidate who is upright in conduct, exceptional in ability, and can withstand scrutiny in personal life and finances. Each person has only this one opportunity, as all proposed candidates will be publicly announced. I insist that they must withstand scrutiny and have no issues whatsoever. Any candidate reported for economic or personal misconduct, or lacking a sound legal perspective, will be disqualified upon reporting. Do any of you have objections to my proposal?" Xiao Fei's suggestions adhered to regulations, and even if someone had objections, they would not dare to voice them in the secretary's office. Especially with Yu Yinhai recording and simultaneously videotaping the session for internal documentation. Consequently, Xiao Fei's proposal was unanimously approved. Yu Yinhai discerned that Xiao Fei was employing a subtle strategy, undoubtedly setting a trap for someone. It remained to be seen how they would make their recommendations. Guo Jianhua glanced at Yao Zheng, seeking his opinion on whether he could take the lead, given his position as the organization minister. Yao Zheng nodded to Guo Jianhua, and these nuances did not escape Xiao Fei's notice. Guo Jianhua took the initiative and said, "I would like to recommend a candidate, Zhao Wenhua, the district chief of Banqiao, aged 39. He possesses strong work capabilities and has never been reported for any issues regarding personal conduct or finances." Xiao Fei nodded in acknowledgement, instructing Comrade Yinhai, "Please record this accurately." Next, Deng Wanchao nominated another candidate. "I recommend Meng Pinggui, the county chief of Zhengyang, for the position of chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He is known for his resolute demeanor and is only 42 years old, with no issues regarding personal life or finances." The Discipline Inspection Secretary Liu Guoyang recalled Xiao Fei's prior statement that any candidate reported for economic or personal misconduct would be disqualified. This seemingly ordinary condition was, in fact, quite stringent. Who could guarantee that no one would report? Reporting during the public announcement phase was the simplest thing to do. As he was involved in discipline inspection work and had not been approached by anyone seeking the role of chief of the Public Security Bureau, he simply stated, "I currently do not have a suitable candidate. I will address it when I do." Once Yao Zheng saw that others had expressed their opinions, he said, "I recommend Song Zhanxing for the position of chief of the Public Security Bureau. He is already the executive deputy chief and is quite familiar with the workings of the municipal bureau, giving him a certain advantage." After hearing the various opinions, Xiao Fei remarked, "When we recommend candidates, it is not limited to just one. Everyone may suggest multiple candidates. We do not restrict the number, as long as you believe they are suitable." Upon hearing Xiao Fei's words, Yu Yinhai grasped the underlying intent. The female secretary sought to gauge the inclination of the individuals towards whom recommendations would be directed, suggesting that the nominees were allies of Yao Zheng's faction. Liu Guoyang also perceived this and became even more resolute in his decision not to endorse anyone. In contrast, Guo Jianhua, Deng Wanchao, and Yao Zheng were singularly focused on endorsing their associates. When the standing committee convened, with their alliance present, Yao Zheng could discreetly convene a private meeting with his allies to unify their stance, thereby steering the direction of the municipal party committee as they had done previously, rendering Xiao Fei and her predecessors powerless, ultimately allowing them to dictate the outcomes. Consequently, Guo Jianhua recommended Zhu Bo, the director of the Municipal Justice Bureau, while Deng Wanchao put forth Zhang Xuqiang, the deputy secretary of the Shanghai County Committee. Yao Zheng refrained from suggesting any additional candidates. Thus, Liu Guoyang abstained. Yao Zheng nominated Song Zhanxing, Guo Jianhua endorsed Zhao Wenhua and Zhu Bo, while Deng Wanchao nominated Meng Pinggui and Zhang Xuqiang. Observing that no further nominations were forthcoming, Yao Zheng and his associates felt it inappropriate to propose additional candidates, as it contravened established protocol. It was unseemly for one individual to recommend a multitude. Xiao Fei smiled and acknowledged, "Very well, let us proceed with the list as recommended. Minister Guo will arrange for it to be publicly announced online post-meeting, and we shall convene the standing committee tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock to deliberate. Does anyone have any objections?" Naturally, the others voiced no dissent. According to regulations, personnel matters must be publicly disclosed for a minimum of 7 days, a stipulation they were keenly aware of, given that Xiao Fei permitted just 1 day for the announcement. Coupled with today as proceedings, it felt rather precipitous to them. They feared that during the disclosure period, their nominees might be reported. The shorter the time frame, the more at ease they felt. This time, Xiao Fei made no mention of recommending Liu Chaohui. She requested that everyone sign the minutes of the meeting before announcing its adjournment. As Yao Zheng departed, he beckoned Deng Wanchao, Liu Guoyang, and Guo Jianhua to his office for further discussion. Xiao Fei was acutely aware of their actions, yet merely smiled in acknowledgement. After they left, Xiao Fei called Lu Chaohui to inquire about the situation. Lu Chaohui replied, "We have already interviewed the injured individuals at the hospital. Initially, they all insisted that Li Fei was responsible for their injuries. However, after hearing their accounts, I recognized the voice on the recording. I had the nurse bring one of them into the examination room, and although he initially remained defiant, I played the recording for him. I informed him that fabricating injuries to falsely accuse another, with the intent of causing conviction, constitutes a criminal act, and he would find himself imprisoned once he recovered. That individual, Mao Gao, yes, Mao Gao, became apprehensive and confessed that Lu Pingyan had indeed broken his leg at the dock to frame Li Fei. His statement was recorded, and there is video evidence as well. Following this approach, we instructed the nurse to escort each of the injured individuals to the treatment room separately. The second, named Jabujia, initially denied his involvement, even attempting to shift the blame onto Li Fei. However, after I showed him the video of Mao Gao, Jabujia confessed that Lu Pingyan had broken his arm and had given him 200,000 yuan, which led him to agree to provide false testimony against Lu Pingyan. The other two followed suit, also admitting to having received 200,000 yuan each, all claiming to have been injured by Lu Pingyan. Xiao Fei remarked, "Very well. You should promptly investigate the financial transactions at the homes of these four individuals." Lu Chaohui replied, "All the payments were made from a secret account to their family members' bank cards. I have verified this with the bank, and it is indeed accurate." Xiao Fei inquired, "With this evidence, we can apprehend Lu Pingyan, correct?" Lu Chaohui affirmed, "I have already reported this to Director Lei, who has in turn informed Director Cheng. They have instructed me to follow your lead." Xiao Fei felt deeply moved, not expecting such substantial support from Cheng Ziyuan. She then entrusted the matter to Lu Chaohui, saying, "I leave this in your capable hands. Exercise your judgment, and of course, the sooner, the better. Li Fei remains in custody." Lu Chaohui acknowledged, understood. Meanwhile, Yulei was making a call to Huang Tinghui, the director of the Shanghai County Public Security Bureau. After Yulei's reassignment, Huang had been sidelined. His own aspirations to concurrently serve as deputy county chief dashed. He was acutely aware that his failure to align with the faction represented by the influential Ninth Master, in collusion with Yao Zheng, had led to the inexplicable revocation of his deputy chief candidacy. Following Yulei's transfer, the newly appointed county committee secretary had directly dismissed him, relegating him to a mere deputy director position without authority over critical departments. Upon receiving Yulei's call, Huang Tinghui, although uncertain of the nature of the good news, informed the director of the Shanghai Bureau that he needed to take a leave of absence for a medical checkup in the city. The director, indifferent to Huang's predicament, allowed him to go, never suspecting that Huang's trip to the city would result in a seismic upheaval upon his return. Chapter 36. Undercover Maneuvers. A battle brews on one side. Xiao Fei began strategizing a crackdown within the public security system, aiming to cleanse the political landscape. Meanwhile, Yao Zheng and his associates convened to deliberate their countermeasures. Guo Jianhua, as straightforward as ever, declared, "What is just one public security director? The standing committee holds the reins. With Secretary Zhao backing us, we can appoint whoever we choose." Previous secretaries aspired for control, yet how many times did they succeed in the standing committee? Deng Wanchao concurred. But Lu Guoyang expressed a contrasting viewpoint. "Gentlemen, do not underestimate Xiao Fei. Did you not notice her calm demeanor when you were proposing candidates? If she lacked confidence, how could she remain so composed?" Previous secretaries never exhibited such tranquility during significant personnel adjustments. She refrains from recommending candidates herself and encourages you all to suggest more. "It feels distinctly different." Yao Zheng inquired, "What feels different?" Upon her arrival, with no candidates to choose from and restrictions against our selection, what alternative solutions could we possibly devise? Are you perhaps overthinking the situation? After all, the standing committee is predominantly ours, aside from Yi Yanhai and Geng Xiangjiao. Have we not consistently secured a stable majority of 8 votes? This instance shall be no different. Lu Guoyang remarked. Yang Wenming has publicly pledged allegiance to Xiao Fei during the official meeting. Do you truly believe he would still align with us? Yao Zheng, as if awakening from a dream, recalled, "Now that you mention it, Yang Wenming did behave rather oddly that day." and he has yet to report back to me regarding his work. Could it be that he is under some form of leverage from Xiao Fei? Lu Guiyang responded. That is highly probable. Yang Wenming was promoted by Secretary Zhao Huihuang, and strictly speaking, he is part of our faction. Why did he act like a timid child that day? Deng Wanchao interjected. This is quite simple. During the meeting, Xiao Fei inquired why Yang Wenming was absent, to which he claimed he was on leave for investment promotion. However, Xiao Fei had him brought into the meeting directly. We remain oblivious to what transpired during that interval. It is certain that Yang Wenming has been monitored by Xiao Fei's associates. Yao Zheng directed Deng Wanchao, please call him and have him come over to clarify the situation. Deng Wanchao promptly retrieved his phone and contacted Yang Wenming. Wenming, please come to Mayor Yao's office. Upon hearing the summons to Yao Zheng's office, Yang Wenming felt a twinge of anxiety, not due to any other reason, but because of his earlier remarks at the meeting. He feared that Yao Zheng and others might misconstrue his intentions and create trouble for him. He understood the dire consequences of opposing Yao Zheng's faction. Nevertheless, Yang Wenming complied and arrived within minutes. Upon entering the room, he noticed several individuals present and inquired, Mayor, what task do you have for me? Yao Zheng, without preamble, posed the question directly. Wenming, I must ask, your conduct during Xiao Fei's inauguration was quite peculiar. Could you enlighten us on the reasoning behind it? Yang Wenming anticipated this inquiry and had devised a strategy to navigate it. He resolved to concoct an elaborate and nebulous excuse, ensuring that the others were left perplexed. He could not divulge that he had been recorded by Jiang Tongtong or that Xiao Fei held knowledge of his family's financial situation. Otherwise, even without Xiao Fei's threats, Yao Zheng and his associates would surely use it against him. Thus, Yang Wenming articulated, after I went into hiding, I turned off all my regular mobile phones and resorted to using a private line. Yet, I still received a mysterious call informing me that Xiao Fei had become the mayor of Yicheng and that I, Yang Wenming, must unconditionally support her. Otherwise, my daughter, who is attending university, could be in grave danger. I was truly frightened. They knew my daughter's name, birth date, the class she was in, and even her dormitory. What could I do? To shield my daughter from harm, I had no choice but to submit. However, my outward compliance with Xiao Fei is merely superficial. My true loyalties remain with our side. To mislead Xiao Fei, I must perform convincingly a few times, allowing her to believe that we are aligned. I hope you can empathize with my predicament for the sake of my child. Yang Wenming, in his quest for justification, orchestrated a charade, enlisting others to convey certain messages over the phone, which he recorded. Presently, he played the recording for Yao Zheng and a few others. Their skepticism lingered. Who was the caller? If a call had been made, surely the owner's identity could be traced. Yang Wenming spun further fabrications, claiming it was a number from the capital and admitted ignorance of its owner. At this juncture, the others ceased their inquiries, realizing that pressing him further would serve no purpose and could lead to undesirable consequences. Yao Zheng, representing the group, cautioned, given this situation, you must not betray us. Remember, throughout history, traitors have met grim fates. Sometimes, a traitor meets death even before the enemy. This sentiment echoed the notion that everyone plays roles and loyalties are often precarious. Yao Zheng's veiled threats unsettled Yang Wenming, yet he acknowledged his alignment with Yao's faction, understanding the necessity of compliance. Yang Wenming replied, I shall remain steadfast, but for my own safety, I must occasionally align with Xiao Fei. Otherwise, my child would be at risk. Though dissatisfied with Yang's stance, Yao Zheng recognized the gravity of the situation concerning his daughter's safety and conceded, I agree to your superficial support of Xiao Fei for the time being, but you must return to our path henceforth. Do not become ensnared. Yao Zheng's straightforwardness prompted a nod from Yang Wenming, who stated, I promise to report to Xiao Fei, and I have yet to fulfill that promise. I shall go now. Rest assured, I know what to say. Lu Guiyang, overhearing their exchange, mused that Yang Wenming appeared to be playing a double game. Since Yang Wenming had openly sought Yao Zheng's counsel, Yao found himself at a loss for words. Forbidding Yang from going was untenable, as he had already articulated the reason, and he could not let Yang's daughter suffer unwarranted consequences. Reluctantly, he conceded, you may go, but do not let too many see you, and keep your visit brief. Internally, Yang Wenming berated himself, thinking, I am aligned with you. Yet my personal freedom cannot be so constrained. None among you are paragons of virtue. In fact, some are far worse. However, he refrained from voicing his frustrations, opting instead for submission. Very well, Mayor, I will heed your advice. Yang Wenming approached Xiao Fei's door, which was opened by Jiang Tongtong. Upon recognizing Yang Wenming, her demeanor soured. Mayor Yang, what brings you here? Yang Wenming, adopting a subservient posture, replied, Section Chief Jiang, I seek to report to Secretary Qiao. Please convey my arrival. Aware of the leverage Jiang Tongtong held over him, he treated her with utmost respect. Jiang Tongtong replied curtly, Please wait a moment. I will inform her. Upon hearing that Yang Wenming sought her for a report, Xiao Fei instructed Jiang Tongtong to admit him. Yang Wenming entered Xiao Fei's office, adopting a demeanor of cautious deference, perching lightly on the edge of the chair opposite her desk. Jiang Tongtong politely poured a cup of tea for Yang Wenming before departing. Xiao Fei inquired, Mayor Yang, are you not afraid that some may be dissatisfied with your work report to me? Yang Wenming replied, Secretary, of course I am apprehensive. I have always been aligned with them. Suddenly shifting my allegiance to you makes me genuinely fear their potential underhanded tactics against me. However, they summoned me before my arrival, and I candidly expressed my intention to report to you, seeking their understanding. They did not voice any objections, so here I am. Xiao Fei continued, Mayor Yang, do you understand why I possess evidence against you, yet have chosen not to act, instead targeting Huanghuai? Upon hearing this, Yang Wenming felt a chill run down his spine and could only respond, Thank you, Secretary. I shall heed your guidance. Xiao Fei, however, had no intention of revealing the truth to Yang Wenming. With the noose already tightened around his neck, she planned to eventually bring him down when the opportune moment arose. For now, controlling Yang Wenming served a purpose. She stated, I need not elaborate. You may ponder this yourself. I hope you firmly establish your position. I require but one thing from you. For any matters I bring to your attention, you must support me in the standing committee meetings. In cases where I do not notify you, you may lend your support to them. This condition should not be too burdensome for you, correct? Yang Wenming flat, Secretary. Your wisdom is unparalleled. To prevent any misunderstandings on their part, you have afforded me a chance to survive, yet my heart now lies with you. Xiao Fei casually remarked. Your allegiance is of no concern to me. You are a free individual, and I have no authority over your thoughts. I have merely requested your affirmative vote on certain critical matters. There is no need for you to declare your stance beforehand. Tomorrow afternoon, support me once, and I shall give you a heads up. You may return now. Lingering here may not benefit you. Yang Wenming rose, affirming, I will certainly align with you tomorrow. Upon exiting the municipal party compound, Yang Wenming reflected, Xiao Fei's vision far surpasses that of Yao Zheng and his associates. Although she holds leverage over me and does not demand my complete allegiance, merely asking for my support on a few occasions while considering my circumstances, those like Yao Zheng seek to control even my freedom. Were it not for Zhao Huang's patronage, I would have distanced myself from them long ago. Aligning with Xiao Fei seems quite appealing. After bidding farewell to Yang Wenming, Lu Chaohui called. I have secretly apprehended Lu Ping'an. To ensure caution, I have transported him to a detention center in the neighboring Yin City. I have instructed the personnel here to keep all information confidential. Xiao Fei responded, Excellent work. What Li Fei? Has he been released? Lu Chaohui replied, I will return to East City in an hour. After releasing Li Fei, I will bring him directly to your office. Xiao Fei affirmed, All right, I will await your arrival in my office. While anticipating Lu Chaohui and Li Fei, Xiao Fei received a call from Yulei, Secretary, the Deputy Director of the Shanghai County Public Security Bureau, formerly Director Huang Tinghui, wishes to meet with you. Xiao Fei replied, That is acceptable. I have time now. Please come over. Yulei was already at the municipal office building during the call. The Party History Office is merely a subordinate entity of the Municipal Committee, situated within the same building. Moments later, Yulei, accompanied by Huang Tinghui, knocked on Xiao Fei's office door. Yulei began by reporting Huang Tinghui's circumstances. noting that a person who should have been a deputy county head was now relegated to a deputy director at the county level. Eager to assess Huanghuai's capabilities, Xiao Fei remarked, "I am aware of your situation. I shall not promise you titles or positions, but I will employ you according to your abilities. I now entrust you with a task. Investigate the deputy secretary of the Shanghai County Committee, Zhang Shuqiang, overnight. It would be ideal to procure evidence of his illicit activities. Consider this your initiation." Huang Tingwei responded, "Rest assured, Secretary Qiao, I shall not fail in this mission and will deliver a pleasant surprise." After Yu Lei and Huang Tingwei departed, Lu Chaohui entered Xiao Fei's office with Li Fei. Upon entering, Li Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, "This room's arrangement is highly problematic. Someone is deliberately conspiring against you, Secretary Qiao." Chapter 37. The mere mention of Master Jiu left him trembling with fear. Seeing Li Fei's startled entrance, Xiao Fei frowned and exclaimed, "What is the matter? Why such a commotion upon your arrival?" Li Fei replied, "It appears that someone has meticulously crafted a scheme against you. To clarify, my family has inherited not only martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine, but also the principles of feng shui from classical Chinese studies. This is not superstition. Esteemed scholars understand this well. Your office has been deliberately arranged to create a suffocating trap, specifically targeting the occupant. Various lethal formations have been set, such as arrows piercing the heart and swords sealing the throat. I cannot convey all this in just a few words. Allow me to rearrange it for you." Upon hearing Li Fei's assertions, Xiao Fei quickly rose from her seat. Li Fei instructed Lu Chaohui to assist him, starting with the reception area, adjusting the positions of the sofa and coffee table, as well as relocating a cabinet. He then moved the desk and bookshelf, finally rearranging the plants and decorative items within the office. Confronted by a towering plant, Li Fei promptly relocated it to the corridor's end, muttering, "Such a plant is unsuitable for an office. It disrupts the harmony and can unbalance the overall energy. This smaller potted plant may be placed on the left side of the desk, in the Azure Dragon position, which is auspicious, dynamic, and vibrant, promoting the occupant's career prospects." Xiao Fei dismissed the notion, saying, "Isn't this mere superstition?" Li Fei countered, "Do not dismiss it. Your adversaries meticulously designed this office before your arrival. Clearly, they possess considerable expertise. The adjustments I have made will elicit a swift response from them once discovered. By the way, have you found any listening devices in this office?" Xiao Fei inquired, "Can you discern such details?" Li Fei replied, "Not only can I discern, but I have also noticed that they installed the listening device within the decorative head of the topmost coat hanger." Xiao Fei was astonished, stating, "Indeed, as you mentioned, it took Tong Tong and me half an hour to find it there. How did you deduce that?" Li Fei shrouded his words in mystery. "We shall discuss this later. I have my own set of skills." He continued, "Well, I have transformed your lethal trap into a favorable situation. It seems that you will need to frequently invite me to your office to oversee matters and prevent any underhanded schemes." Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. "You are all welcome to visit any time." Once they concluded their tasks, Xiao Fei shifted to more serious matters. At this point, Li Fei, Lu Chaohui, and Jiang Tongtong all adopted a solemn demeanor. Xiao Fei stated, "There is no need to dwell on the trivial. In I Ching, the only individuals I trust are the three of you. Surprisingly, we all hail from the same military unit, making us comrades in arms. As comrades, we shall stand together through thick and thin." Li Fei interjected, "Please get straight to the point. What task do you have for us?" Xiao Fei explained, "Tomorrow afternoon, the Municipal Standing Committee will convene to discuss the appointment and dismissal of the Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. During the Secretary's office meeting, I urged them to recommend candidates. Yao Zheng has put forth Song Zhanxing, the Executive Deputy Director. Guo Jianhua, the Organizational Minister, has recommended Zhao Wenhua, the District Chief of Banxiao, and Zhu Bo, the Director of the Judicial Bureau. Deputy Secretary Deng Wanchao has recommended Meng Pinggui, the County Chief of Zhengyang, and Zhang Shuqiang, the Deputy Secretary of Shanghai County. I made it clear in the meeting that should any candidate be reported, their qualifications would be immediately revoked. What I am hoping for is that before tomorrow afternoon's Standing Committee meeting, preferably by noon, We can gather substantial evidence against the 5 individuals they have recommended. From my discreet inquiries, I have learned that these individuals are not only affiliated with their faction, although they all profess that their private lives and finances are unblemished. My findings suggest otherwise. Hence, I seek your assistance." Li Fei chuckled. "Is that all? Consider it done. Leave it to me and Chao Wei. We shall ensure that tonight sparkles with brilliance and tomorrow morning is shrouded in fog, only for the clouds to part by afternoon." Xiao Fei was about to inquire about Li Fei's plans, but hesitated, instead saying, "By the way, there is another individual we can utilize. The taxi driver Li Yongxian whom you recommended. He is also our comrade. His job was usurped. Just before your arrival, I spoke with Yu Yanhai, who inquired into the matter. It turns out that Li Yongxian's position was taken over by a cousin of Song Zhanqing. This incident may very well be orchestrated by Song Zhanqing, as there is indeed someone named Li Yongxian in Municipal Public Security Bureau's Public Order Division. Jiang Tongtong, you should reach out to Yu Yanhai and together investigate the situation at the Veterans Affairs Bureau. Remember, do not alert anyone prematurely. Ideally, I would like a written report before noon tomorrow. However, this matter will require Li Yongxian's cooperation." Lu Chaohui remarked, "The situation surrounding Lu Pingyan cannot remain concealed for long. Delaying further would be procedurally inappropriate." According to one of his subordinates, Lu Pingyan's actions are also connected to Song Zhanqing. "I intend to seize this opportunity to solidify the case. I will head to Yinqing City shortly. You should accompany me, boss, and we will interrogate Lu Pingyan without revealing your identity." Li Fei agreed. "The earlier we go, the sooner we return. There will be more entertainment to enjoy tonight." Xiao Fei smiled. "Indeed, go forth, and may you achieve great success." Li Fei and Lu Chaohui departed separately. Li Fei left first, heading to the office across the street, while Lu Chaohui drove back to the hotel. Upon returning to his office, Li Fei briefed Su Jiayao and then called Li Yongxian, instructing him to cooperate with Yu Yunhai and Jiang Tongtong, advising him not to leave with him just yet. After arranging matters with Su Jiayao and Li Yongxian, Li Fei made another call, indicating that it was still early in the evening and requested them to take the high-speed train to Yicheng by 7 p.m., asking them to call him upon arrival. After finishing the call, Li Fei took a bike and rode away. He made his way directly to the hotel, where Lu Chaohui was already waiting in the car. Lu Chaohui drove off without any additional company, aiming for utmost confidentiality. In just over 40 minutes, they arrived at the Yinyang City Detention Center. Lu Chaohui, being well acquainted with the captain of the criminal police team, Yu Zaixiong, had arranged for Lu Pingyan to be placed here after prior discussions. Yu Zaixiong was already waiting in front of the detention center. The three entered together, and when asked for identification at the entrance, Li Fei had no choice but to present his credentials. Upon seeing that he was from a national security, the guard ceased further inquiries and allowed them entry. They swiftly brought Lu Pingyan to the interrogation room. Upon seeing the trio, Lu Pingyan was taken aback. "Li Fei? How are you here?" Li Fei replied coldly. "Thanks to you, I had no choice but to come. Do you have any questions?" Lu Pingyan turned to Lu Chaohui, questioning, "How can a criminal suspect be here?" Lu Chaohui scoffed. "A criminal suspect? Is that the charge you fabricated against him? You broke someone's limbs and ribs, intending to frame Li Fei, and you still have the audacity to say that?" Lu Pingyan retorted, "Even if I framed him, he, a mere drug dealer, has no right to interrogate me. Your procedures are unlawful." Li Fei was aware that Lu Pingyan was being secretly detained, with little chance of leaking information about Yicheng. Moreover, he had only concealed his identity for 3 months. Eventually, his true identity would be revealed, rendering any prior secrecy inconsequential. Therefore, he presented his credentials before Lu Pingyan. "Lu Pingyan, the person you attempted to frame is not a mere drug dealer. Do you see what I am?" Lu Pingyan's face turned pale upon recognizing the 2 credentials Li Fei displayed. You, or actually, Lu Chaohui interjected. "We are not here to discuss your intentional injury or framing issues, but to inquire about another matter. Did Song Zhanqing participate in your attempts to frame Li Fei? I hope you can make a contribution and not wait for your punishment to worsen. As the captain of the criminal police team, I need not elaborate on the gravity of your situation. Do not expect anyone to bail you out. No one dares to." Lu Pingyan felt a growing unease. Despite his frequent role in interrogating others, he found himself at a loss when in the position of the accused. In response, he resorted to silence as a form of resistance. Lu Chaohui had long anticipated his reaction, speaking slowly and deliberately. Since you were reluctant to speak, allow me to do so. Listen carefully. If, after I finish, you remain obstinate, I shall bring your wife and children here to accompany you. Lu Chaohui was confident in his assertion. During his military service, he had learned hacking techniques from Li Fei, possessing considerable expertise in breaching websites and circumventing their firewalls. Through his hacking skills, he had discovered that Lu Ping'an's wife, Qi Lily, held 3 bank cards, one of which from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, boasted a staggering balance of over 40 million, while the others contained several million as well. Qi Lily, merely a middle school teacher, clearly had no legitimate source for such wealth. Lu Chaohui pressed on. I ask you, how did your wife, Qi Lily, amass over 40 million in her industrial and commercial bank account? The combined total of the others approaches 10 million. Li Fei presented another identification badge. Lu Ping'an. Shall I report directly to my superiors for further action, perhaps to investigate your family's assets? Upon seeing Li Fei's badge from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, which, although marked as a temporary assignment, was enough to unnerve Lu Ping'an. Terrified, he quickly capitulated. Ask away. What do you wish to know? Li Fei inquired. 2 matters require your clarification. First, how did Song Zhanxing arrange for his cousin to take the place of the genuine Li Yongxian? Second, was there any collusion from Song Zhanxing in your recent attempt to frame me? I expect the truth. Sweat trickled down Lu Ping'an's brow. Regarding Song Zhanxing facilitating his cousin's impersonation of the other Li Yongxian, I am aware. His cousin approached Song Zhanxing multiple times, seeking employment. Initially, Song Zhanxing intended to appoint him as an auxiliary police officer. However, upon discovering that a person with the same name and birth year as his cousin had been assigned to the municipal bureau, he seized the opportunity and had his cousin assume the identity of Li Yongxian, believing no one would notice the discrepancies in photographs or identification numbers. Eventually, the real Li Yongxian sought assistance from the Veterans Affairs Bureau, prompting the bureau chief to consider intervention, but Song Zhanxing suppressed it through Mayor Yao. Li Fei pressed. In the second question, Lu Ping'an replied. As for this matter, while Song Zhanxing merely hinted at it, the true initiative was mine, inspired by Jiao. It was my idea. Li Fei discerned that Lu Ping'an hesitated to name Jiao directly, yet the inquiry slipped from his lips. Who is Jiao? Upon hearing the name Jiao, Lu Ping'an was visibly shaken. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Li Fei. Chapter 38. Are you here to report or to spy? The others noted Lu Ping'an's palpable fear of the name Jiao. The more he recoiled, the more it underscored the significance of Jiao, especially for Li Fei, who had encountered mentions of Jiao several times. Yet, who exactly was this Jiao? Observing Lu Ping'an's demeanor, Li Fei scoffed. A full-fledged captain. And yet you lack even the most fundamental sense of responsibility. A true man must dare to act. Tell me, is Jiao truly that formidable? A mere mention sends you into a panic? Speak, who is Jiao? Lu Ping'an dared not conceal the truth. Yet he truly had no knowledge of the enigmatic figure known as the Ninth Master. He stated, I have only heard that the Ninth Master is formidable, commanding significant respect in the Huanghuai province and even in Yicheng. Even Mayor Yao and his associates regard the name of the Ninth Master with trepidation, let alone someone of my humble standing. I have inquired on several occasions, hoping to unveil the identity of the Ninth Master, but I was warned that such knowledge is perilous and not meant for me. Thus, I only know that the Ninth Master is akin to a deity. Yet who he truly is remains a mystery to me. Seeing that no further information could be gleaned, Lu Chaohui and Li Fei refrained from wasting more time. After escorting Lu Ping'an back to his cell, they bid farewell to Yu Zaixiong and returned to Yicheng. Upon their return to the office, they noticed an individual arriving in a brand new vehicle. The person approached the office and inquired, Excuse me, is Mr. Li Fei present? Li Fei replied, I am he. What brings you here? The individual explained, I am from the 4th dealership. Mayor Yang Wenming has informed me that his nephew damaged your vehicle and has purchased a new one from our dealership as compensation. Here are the car keys, invoice, and temporary driving permit. Furthermore, Mayor Yang has stated that his nephew has caused you emotional distress and wishes to compensate you with 1 million in damages. Here is the bank card, with the password being 333666. Li Fei accepted the keys and invoice, glancing at the document which indicated the purchase price was 52 million yuan, addressed to him. He returned the items to the visitor, stating, "My car is not worth this amount. While I do seek compensation, I cannot accept anything exceeding the original value of my vehicle, let alone the 1 million for emotional distress. Please return this to Mayor Yang." The individual had no choice but to depart with the items. Over half an hour later, the person returned, this time driving a Passat valued at over 200,000 yuan. After reviewing the invoice, which matched the value of his damaged vehicle, Li Fei accepted the car, which included 3 years of insurance. Once the individual left, Li Fei promptly registered the new vehicle at the Motor Vehicle Administration and then drove directly home. Wang Fanyuan, at home, occupied himself either with the internet or sleeping, refraining from any contact with the outside world. He awaited a resolution from Xiao Fei regarding the identity of his assailant, recognizing that uncovering the truth would require time and patience. Upon Li Fei's return, Wang Fanyuan hurried to greet him, exclaiming, "Li Go, I heard you were taken by Lu Ping'an. Are you all right?" Li Fei inquired. "Fanyuan, I wish to ask you a few questions to see what you know." Wang Fanyuan replied, "Speak freely, Li Go." Li Fei continued, "What do you know about the district chief of Banjiao, Zhao Wenhua, the director of the Municipal Justice Bureau, Zhu Bo, and Zhenyang County Chief, Meng Pingyue?" Wang Fanyuan responded, "These individuals are all affiliated with Yao Zheng, having previously opposed Secretary Tang Tao. At that time, Secretary Tang, in his efforts to mitigate their influence, had me conduct a private investigation into them. It can be said that they share a common vice, greed and lust. Zhao Wenhua has taken a newly employed teacher from Banjiao District's No. 1 high school, Gong Qian, as his mistress, even purchasing her an apartment for their rendezvous. As for any involvement in corruption or bribery, I have yet to uncover that, as Secretary Tang's incident unfolded soon after. The individual known as Zhu Bo need not be mentioned any further. He is not only entangled with 4 female attorneys, but also has 2 young businesswomen as his lovers. He has previously been reported for accepting money from subordinates during personnel adjustments at his workplace. However, both Secretary Liu Guoyang and Yao Zheng spoke on his behalf, and the matter was ultimately swept under the rug. In a more peculiar situation, Meng Pingyue from Zhenyang County has a wife, Jing Qi, who is significantly older than her younger sister, Jing Nua. Due to Jing Nua's youth and beauty, she frequently visited their home, which ultimately led to Meng Pingyue's affair with her. His wife, left with no choice, proceeded to divorce him but remained in the household, allowing Meng Pingyue to marry Jing Nua. The 2 sisters bore him 4 children, and they continue to live together. However, their family resides in the provincial capital, a fact known to few. I only learned of it during my investigation in Huangzhou, following directives from Secretary Tang Tao. After listening to Wang Fanyuan's overview, Li Fei smiled and remarked, "Fanyuan, the situations of these 3 individuals are quite significant. Please provide me with a brief account of each." Wang Fanyuan quickly complied, completing the task in just over 10 minutes, using 3 separate sheets of paper. Li Fei collected the documents and reassured Wang Fanyuan, "Once I have attended to my affairs over the next couple of days, I will reach out to your family to alleviate their concerns." At 7 in the evening, Li Fei and Lu Chaohui welcomed 4 guests at the high-speed railway station in Yicheng, promptly escorting them to a hotel in the suburbs. Following dinner, the 6 convened in a room for a brief meeting. Li Fei distributed the 3 sheets of paper written by Wang Fanyuan to 3 of the attendees, stating, "I entrust this matter to you 3. They responded, "Boss, it's been years since we've received assignments from you. Rest assured, with this lead, we will accomplish the task." Once they departed, one remaining individual inquired, "Boss, what about me? What task do I have?" Li Fei replied, "Monkey, during your overseas missions, you have always demonstrated exceptional agility and intelligence, earning your nickname. Tonight, I assign you a more challenging task. Gather some useful information regarding Song Jianqing. the executive deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. There are existing issues surrounding him. Monkey grinned and affirmed, "Understood, I will ensure the task is completed." Meanwhile, Yao Zheng and his associates have been monitoring Xiao Fei since the secretary's office meeting, eager to ascertain whether she would take any action. Upon learning that Xiao Fei was rearranging office equipment, purportedly to reorganize her workspace, Yao Zheng promptly convened Deng Wanchao, Lu Guoyang, Guo Jianhua, and others for discussion. He shared the intelligence gathered and continued, "I hear that Li Fei assisted Xiao Fei with the adjustments. Does he possess knowledge of feng shui?" Deng Wanchao remarked, "This should not be the case. We engaged the renowned Master Wang Jinlin for the layout. Can this drug dealer truly discern it?" Guo Jianhua suggested, "Let me visit under the guise of a work report to ascertain the reality and return with my findings." At that moment, Xiao Fei, engrossed in her documents, was startled by a knock at the door and called out, "Come in." As Jiang Tongtong pushed the door open, she announced, "Secretary Qiao. Minister Guo wishes to report on a work-related matter." Xiao Fei, aware that the anticipated moment had arrived, replied, "Please let him in." No sooner had she spoken than Guo Jianhua entered, holding a notebook. Xiao Fei inquired, "Minister Guo, what matters do you wish to discuss with me?" Guo Jianhua, not one to be caught off guard, quickly responded, "Secretary Qiao, I am here to report on my work." Xiao Fei smiled. "Very well, please take a seat and proceed." Guo Jianhua feigned surprise. "Has Secretary Qiao rearranged the office? It feels refreshingly different." Xiao Fei, unreserved, directly addressed him, "Minister Guo, are you here to report on work or to investigate my office's adjustments? Someone has previously set up a double trap for me, fearing my success in I Ching. Have you heard anything? Although I do not subscribe to superstition, I must remain cautious when targeted." Guo Jianhua, caught off guard, turned crimson and replied, "Secretary, I truly came to report on work. I have no knowledge of any such arrangements. I merely noticed the change and asked out of curiosity." Recognizing the defensiveness in Guo Jianhua's explanation, Xiao Fei chose not to press further. "Please, share what you wish to report." As the organization minister, Guo Jianhua's report pertained solely to personnel adjustments. "Secretary Qiao, prior to your arrival, a list of proposed promotions was publicized. However, due to Secretary Tang's incident, this matter has been postponed. I wish to inquire how we should proceed with these adjustments." Xiao Fei replied, "Please place the list and relevant documents here. I will review them." Guo Jianhua, having not brought the documents, said, "Certainly, they are in my office. I will fetch them. I have the list in this notebook as well." Xiao Fei dismissed him, continuing her review of documents. How can one report on work without the necessary materials? Guo Jianhua left, dejected. After a while, he returned with the relevant documents, but did not enter Xiao Fei's office, handing them over to her temporary secretary, Jiang Tongtong. As Guo Jianhua returned to Yao Zheng's office before the end of the day, he found Deng Wanchao and Lu Guoyang waiting. Upon seeing Guo Jianhua's return, Deng Wanchao eagerly asked, "How did it go?" Guo Jianhua sheepishly replied, "I was met with resistance. Xiao Fei confronted me directly, questioning whether I was gathering intelligence. I have never encountered someone so blunt, showing no regard for decorum. She is truly unique." Yao Zheng inquired, "Did you observe any actions from her?" Guo Jianhua responded, "She was merely reviewing documents in her office. I discerned no unusual behavior." Yao Zheng remarked, "That is good. Let us await tomorrow afternoon for our first confrontation with her. We need not fear her arrogance. Let her face the repercussions." It seemed that Yao Zheng and his associates had grown accustomed to dismissing the young female secretary, Xiao Fei, considering her negligible in light of their long-standing operations in I Ching. With the provincial secretary, Zhao Huang, backing them, and most standing committee members being their allies, undermining a female secretary would pose little challenge. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that during the standing committee meeting scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, it is not Xiao Fei who will be embarrassed, but rather themselves, each one left with a face full of shame. Chapter 39. The Mayor's Embarrassment. Only capable of seething in silence after finishing her work, Xiao Fei did not return to the rented exclusive courtyard. Instead, she called Li Fei. "I want to be going back tonight. I will stay at the municipal party dormitory. Yao Zheng and his associates have secretly dispatched people to monitor me. I must make them aware that I am at my residence and have not gone anywhere, so they can be at ease. This way, I can buy you some time. Li Fei replied. That works. You need not worry. By noon tomorrow, everything you wish for will be delivered to your desk. Trusting the man she had admired for over a decade, Xiao Fei felt reassured by Li Fei's promise. Such a man's word is worth more than gold. That night, Xiao Fei had Jiang Tongtong accompany her, and they slept soundly in the dormitory, a space of approximately 100 square meters. This left those watching her feeling thoroughly disappointed. Contrary to Yao Zheng's assertions, Xiao Fei exhibited no signs of action and retired early, allowing the night to pass in tranquility without her leaving the room. The following day, upon arriving at work, those monitoring Xiao Fei reported back to Yao Zheng and his associates. Yao Zheng felt a sense of relief. Let us see what you can stir up this afternoon. My dear, time swiftly approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the municipal standing committee convened punctually as scheduled. Upon entering the conference room with Jiang Tongtong, Xiao Fei noted that Yao Zheng had yet to arrive. Observing the empty seat designated for him, she glanced at her wristwatch and declared, "Let us commence the meeting." Deng Wanchao interjected, "Secretary Xiao, Mayor Yao has not yet arrived. Should we wait a few minutes?" Xiao Fei's expression turned icy. The meeting time was established yesterday. Why should we postpone? Are we to delay simply because Deputy Secretary Yao Zheng is absent? I would like to inquire of Deputy Secretary Deng. Has the Standing Committee of Yicheng City operated in such a manner previously? Should everyone wait for those who are tardy? As a chairperson, I have arrived punctually. Why should we wait? Deng Wanchao, caught off guard by Xiao Fei's retort, fell silent. For this standing committee meeting, Yu Yinhai and Jiang Tongtong had initiated a full recording as evidence. Should Deng Wanchao dare to argue with Xiao Fei on this matter, he would not only lose the debate, but also risk incurring criticism from Zhao Huihuang should it reach the provincial committee. While they were indeed Zhao Huihuang's people, this did not grant them the liberty to act without organization or discipline, nor to disregard political decorum. Seeing Deng Wanchao at a loss for words, no one else dared to speak up. Xiao Fei continued. According to the agenda we established in yesterday's Secretary Office meeting, we shall now proceed with the meeting. Comrade Guo Jianhua, please announce the main points we agreed upon yesterday. Guo Jianhua, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, in accordance with Secretary Chao's proposal for today's Secretary Office meeting, and considering the vacancy of the Director of the Public Security Bureau, a position crucial to social stability, it is imperative that we do not leave this role unfilled for an extended period. The Secretary Office meeting proposes the following 5 individuals as candidates for the position of Director of the Yicheng City Public Security Bureau. Guo Jianhua then picked up his notebook and announced the list of candidates they had discussed in Xiao Fei's office the previous day. Subsequently, Xiao Fei spoke, yesterday, during the Secretary's Office meeting concerning the recommendation of candidates. I propose that any candidate who has been reported or has other evidence of wrongdoing should be disqualified immediately. Now, let's hear everyone's opinions. Lu Guoyang, have you received any related reports? Lu Guoyang replied, Secretary Qiao, I have not received any report materials thus far. Just as he said this, his phone rang. Noticing it was an unknown number, he hung up without hesitation. As he was about to continue speaking, another call came through, and once again, Lu Guoyang chose to disconnect. Xiao Fei remarked, Comrade Guoyang, you really ought to answer your calls. What if the whistleblower happens to report on those very candidates? Wouldn't that imply you are deliberately concealing information? Lu Guoyang's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat uneasy. How could that be? Such coincidences are hardly plausible. Xiao Fei chuckled. Well, why not take a chance and answer one? Indeed, Lu Guoyang's phone rang once more, compelling him to answer. Who is this? I am in a meeting. Please hold your comments until later. He promptly hung up again. At that moment, Yao Zheng entered the room. Secretary Qiao, I apologize for my tardiness. I had an urgent matter to attend to. Xiao Fei responded calmly. Then, Mayor Yao, please enlighten us on what could possibly be more significant than this standing committee meeting. Yao Zheng's face turned crimson, feeling cornered. He contemplated expressing his frustration, But upon seeing Xiao Fei's cheerful demeanor, he was momentarily taken aback, pondering her intentions. In truth, Yao Zheng's delay was anticipated by Xiao Fei, who had already received word that Song Zhanxing, a candidate recommended by Yao Zheng, had encountered a predicament. Last night, his home was burglarized, resulting in the theft of 3 million in cash. Moreover, the entire burglary was recorded on video, complete with a voice modulation commentary, featuring close-ups of the sleeping couple, Song Zhanxing and his wife. This information had been relayed to Xiao Fei by Cheng Ziyuan, and she did not inquire about the source of the video. In fact, the video had reached the Secretary of Provincial Committee Secretary Zhao Huiwang that very morning, delivered by a courier specifically addressed to Secretary Zhao. Upon viewing the content, Zhao Huiwang was incensed. Ordinarily, a case involving a deputy director of public security at the municipal level should not escalate to his attention. However, the sender was identified as Zhu Bo, the director of the Justice Bureau of Yicheng. Zhao Huiwang promptly phoned Yao Zheng. What on earth is happening? A burglar has invaded the home of a deputy director of public security, and the entire incident has been recorded and sent to me. What is going on in Yicheng? Yao Zheng was taken aback. The standing committee was about to vote on Song Zhanxing, and this incident could not have occurred at a worse time. He felt compelled to explain to Zhao Huiwang that a thorough investigation into Song Zhanxing's situation would be conducted. Since Zhao Huiwang did not disclose the exact amount of money stolen, Yao Zheng, after the call, reached out to Song Zhanxing to ascertain the truth of the matter. Upon awakening, Song Zhanxing discovered that his home had been burglarized. Anger surged within him. What audacious thief would dare invade his residence? Though he served as the acting deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he felt compelled to remain silent, refraining from reporting the incident or dispatching personnel to investigate. As he wallowed in frustration, he unexpectedly received a call from Yao Zheng, who bluntly reprimanded him. Song Zhanxing, how could you let this happen? A thief broke into your house, stole your money, and recorded videos of you and your wife, and you were completely unaware? Reluctantly, Song Zhanxing confessed. I only realized it after getting out of bed. I noticed nothing of significant value was taken, so I thought it hardly warranted a report. I was concerned that if word got out about a burglary at the home of a deputy director, it would be the subject of ridicule. Yao Zheng pressed him repeatedly. Are you certain no valuable items or cash were stolen? To which Song Zhanxing hesitated to admit, no, just a few fine cigarettes and a necklace belonging to my wife. In truth, the thief had not stolen either the cigarettes or the necklace. Believing Song Zhanxing's reassurances, Yao Zheng advised him to keep a low profile in the coming days before heading to a meeting, for which he was tardy. Upon arriving late, Yao Zheng offered an apology, but Xiao Fei insisted he explain what could possibly be more pressing than the standing committee meeting. Yao Zheng replied, I received a call from Secretary Zhao Huihuang of the Provincial Committee. I was so preoccupied with the call that I lost track of time. Xiao Fei, understanding the situation, noted, since it was a call from a provincial leader, it is indeed excusable. Please, Mayor Yao, take a seat. Our meeting has commenced, and Minister Jianhua has already outlined the agenda. You may share your thoughts now. Yao Zheng glanced at Gui Jianhua, who nodded in acknowledgement. He stated, since Secretary Qiao has invited me to express my opinion, I would like to recommend Song Zhanxing. He is well acquainted with the municipal bureau, possesses considerable capability, and as the acting deputy director, it is only natural for him to succeed the director. That is my recommendation. With a smile, Xiao Fei responded, I have no objections to your recommendation, Mayor Yao. However, I must remind you that should anyone be reported, their candidacy will be disqualified. Yao Zheng was perplexed by Xiao Fei's implication. He believed that even though Secretary Zhao Huihuang had contacted him, it was merely a notification of someone submitting a report to the provincial committee, something that had happened numerous times before and had always been suppressed by Zhao Huihuang. He remarked, I'm aware that no one has reported Song Zhanxing, right? Still smiling, Xiao Fei replied, then I invite all committee members to direct their attention to the projection screen. Director Jiang, please play the video. Mayor Yao, observe whether this is what Secretary Zhao was referring to. Director Jiang had prepared for this moment and played the video of the thief stealing 3 million in cash from Song Zhanxing's home the previous night. Upon viewing, Yao Zheng broke into a cold sweat. This? How could Song Zhanxing fail to tell me the truth? He has led me to my doom. As the video concluded, Xiao Fei spoke again. I received word before our meeting that the cash stolen from Song Jianqing has been forwarded to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, sent by the thief via courier. In essence, the thief did not abscond with Song Jianqing's money. Rather, it was as if he had inadvertently delivered a sum to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Had this money been seized by our city's Discipline Inspection Commission, it could have augmented the fiscal revenues. But alas, this thief seems to harbor disdain for the people of Yicheng. Furthermore, I must mention that upon my arrival in Yicheng, I received a report alleging that Song Jianqing, in an effort to secure employment for his cousin, had permitted him to usurp the placement slot of a demobilized soldier sharing the same name. The Special Forces veteran has repeatedly appealed to the Municipal Bureau of Veterans Affairs and Municipal Letters and Visits Bureau, yet no action has been taken, and this matter has been persistently suppressed. Comrade Liu Guoyang, as the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I recommend that you conduct an investigation into the Municipal Bureau of Veterans Affairs and the Municipal Letters and Visits Bureau and address this issue with the seriousness it warrants. Concurrently, please trace the source of the 3 million stolen from Song Jianqing and report the findings to me. Xiao Fei instructed Jiang Tongtong to distribute copies of the complaint letter penned overnight by Li Yongxian to each member of the Standing Committee. After viewing the video and the related complaint materials, does anyone still believe that Song Jianqing is fit to serve as the chief of police? Silence enveloped the room. Particularly, Yao Zheng, with his face reddened in embarrassment, could only harbor resentment toward Song Jianqing. Noticing the silence, Xiao Fei declared, "The candidacy of Song Jianqing has been revoked. Now, let us move on to the next candidate. Whoever proposed him, please elaborate on his qualifications." Xiao Fei cast a glance at Deng Wanchao, who felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it be that the individuals I recommended are also under scrutiny? Chapter 40. Another stinging blow. The Deputy Secretary faces disgrace. Learning from past mistakes, the situation surrounding Song Jianqing left Yao Zheng feeling utterly humiliated, and Deng Wanchao was equally unsettled. Yet he had already suggested 2 candidates and could not retreat at this juncture. With trepidation, Deng Wanchao spoke. "I have recommended 2 individuals. One is Meng Pinggui, the county head of Jingyang, and the other is Zhang Xuqiang, the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee of Shanghai. Allow me to introduce their qualifications." Just then, a knock resonated at the conference room door, prompting Deng Wanchao to pause. Jiang Tongtong, who was taking notes, rose to open the door. "We are currently convening a standing committee meeting. What is your business?" A stranger spoke up. "I am aware that you are deliberating on the selection of the chief of police, and I learned about the public announcement from the Yicheng Municipal Organization Department online. I came here because I attempted to contact the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, but he did not answer. I must deliver my complaint materials to him, hence my arrival here." Jiang Tongtong deliberately addressed the conference room. "Secretary Qiao, we have a whistleblower here who mentioned that he could not reach Secretary Liu by phone and thus came here." Xiao Fei replied, "Let the whistleblower in. We should hear his allegations and evidence directly from him." Deng Wanchao expressed concern. "Secretary Qiao, is it appropriate to allow a whistleblower to disrupt the standing committee meeting?" Xiao Fei responded with a smile. "Secretary Deng, what are you afraid of? As leaders of millions in our city, if we lack the capacity to accommodate this minor disturbance, will we not be viewed with contempt? If a whistleblower has the audacity to enter our standing committee, should we not have the courage to listen to his concerns?" Deng Wanchao found himself at a loss for words, cornered by Xiao Fei's smiling retort. Jiang Tongtong ushered the whistleblower into the conference room. Xiao Fei addressed the whistleblower. "Please introduce yourself and state the nature of your complaint." The man, standing at the door of the conference room, declared, "My name is Wang Bingkuan. I am 64 years old. I am reporting Meng Pinggui, the mayor of Jingyang County, for having taken my daughter, Wang Shiling, leading to her 3 miscarriages, the most recent of which nearly cost her life during labor due to her advanced pregnancy." Wang Bingkuan continued, "Meng Pinggui is not a virtuous man. His lecherous nature has led him to seize the affections of his wife's much younger sister, Jing Nua, while simultaneously coercing his wife, Jing Qi, into a marriage devoid of intimacy. He has since fathered 2 children with Jing Nuo and another with his ex-wife. Presently, Meng Pinggui cohabits with both Jing Qi and Jing Nuo as if they were a family, residing in a villa on Huanghuai Road in Huangzhou City, valued at 12 million yuan. For years, both Jing Qi and Jing Nuo have refrained from work, choosing instead to care for the children. Furthermore, Meng Pinggui owns 2 properties in the Shuefujian community adjacent to Huangdong New District University Town, specifically in Building 3, Unit 2, Apartment 601, and Building 8, Unit 1, Floor 17, Apartment 1702. Upon hearing this, Deng Wanchao's expression shifted dramatically. The whistleblower's timing was too fortuitous to be coincidental. However, he dared not voice his doubts, as the immediate concern was extricating himself from the predicament surrounding Meng Pinggui. As he lifted his gaze, he found Xiao Fei's eyes fixed upon him, her smile unwavering. Secretary Deng, someone has reported Meng Pinggui. Will you continue to endorse him? Reluctantly, Deng Wanchao replied, I shall no longer recommend Meng Pinggui. I was previously deceived by him. However, the veracity of the whistleblower's claims remains unverified, and we cannot hastily conclude that Meng Pinggui is indeed culpable. Before Deng Wanchao could finish, Wang Bingquan interjected vehemently, I possess evidence for all my allegations. I have brought photographs and videos. If there is even a shred of falsehood in my report, I am willing to bear legal responsibility. With a smile, Xiao Fei responded, since Mr. Wang has provided evidence, let us examine it here and now. Director Jiang, please present the evidence to everyone. Jiang Tongtong took the envelope from Wang Bingquan and opened it publicly. She extracted a stack of photographs and inquired, do you have electronic versions of these images? Wang Bingquan replied, yes, they're stored on this disk. Jiang Tongtong promptly inserted the disk into the computer, projecting the images onto the large screen. To everyone's astonishment, the photographs were not only exceptionally clear, but also devoid of any captions, with detailed addresses and property deeds attached at the back. The first set depicted the exterior and interior of the villa where Meng Pinggui's 2 wives, Jing Qi and Jing Nuo, resided, along with images of the 4 children gathered around the table with their 2 mothers. The remaining images showcased the 2 properties in the Shuefu Jiyuan community, each deed registered under the names of Meng Jiaqing and Meng Jiasin, with each property measuring 180 square meters. Beneath the image, there is a textual explanation indicating that Meng Jiaqing is the offspring of Jing Qi, while Meng Jiasin is the child of Jing Nuo. Additionally, each page of the family's household registration booklet is displayed, revealing that Jing Qi, Jing Nuo, and their children are all listed under the same record. Within the folder, there exists a video directory containing 5 video files. Jiang Tongtong initiated the playback of the first video, although sensitive areas were pixelated. It was evident to all viewers that it depicted Meng Pinggui engaging in a role-playing scenario with a woman in a bedroom. Wang Bingquan, standing at the doorway, elucidated, this woman is my daughter. I have consulted her, and I possess a recording on my phone where she recounts that after graduating from university and securing a position at the Jingyan County Government Office, Meng Pinggui fixated on her. Despite her attempts to evade him on numerous occasions, she ultimately fell victim to his predations. However, my daughter has preserved video evidence of these encounters, fearful of retaliation from Meng Pinggui, which is why she has refrained from sharing it with me. Your disciplinary committee may verify this with her. Xiao Fei interjected, Mr. Wang, please leave the evidence with us, and you may return home for now. Observing the effectiveness of his report, Wang Bingquan turned and departed. Yao Zheng, witnessing another significant revelation unfold at the standing committee meeting, inhaled sharply. Contemplating, I have been monitoring Xiao Fei for the past few days. Aside from having Li Fei rearrange her office, there has been no interaction with anyone else. Who has been orchestrating these events for Xiao Fei? Could it be that Li Fei is covertly assisting her? Yet even if he is aiding her, he cannot possibly be privy to the private matters between Song Zhanxing and Meng Pinggui. If it were not for Li Fei, there would be no other candidate. With both Song Zhanxing and Meng Pinggui sidelined, perhaps it is time to make sacrifices. Once Wang Bingquan had exited, Xiao Fei smiled at Lu Guoyang, saying, Secretary Lu, I entrust you with the evidence against Meng Pingue. Please arrange for an investigation, and if the allegations hold true, ensure strict accountability. Lu Guoyang was taken aback by such a report's emergence, feeling a flush of heat spread across his face. The increasing number of accusations only served to highlight his inadequate performance in his duties. He could only respond, "Understood. I will make arrangements immediately and report the findings to you at the earliest opportunity." Xiao Fei was aware that Wang Bingquan's report on Meng Pingue was undoubtedly a significant maneuver orchestrated by Li Fei, and she felt a sense of satisfaction regarding her future husband. It turned out that after Li Fei and Lu Chaohui had entertained their old comrades the previous night, Li Fei had assigned responsibilities among them. He tasked He Xiong with locating Jing Qi's villa in Huangzhou, employing certain methods to compel her to reveal the truth, which included disclosing the two properties Meng Pingue had purchased in the provincial capital, even presenting the property certificates. He Xiong, a codename he adopted while serving in the military, is actually named Xiong Huanghuai. After acquiring the evidence from Jing Qi's family, he inquired of Jing Nuo. Meng Pingue is often absent from the provincial capital. Does he have a mistress in Jingyang County? Jing Nuo, already discontented with Meng Pingue's infidelities, seized the opportunity to contemplate leveraging this inquiry to sever the ties between Meng Pingue and his paramours. Due to this, Jing Nuo had never held a job, nor had she ever been part of the system, and thus, unaware of its intricacies, she impulsively disclosed to He Xiong the relationship between Meng Pingue and Wang Shirling. He Xiong hurried to Jingyang County that very night, seeking out the residential community where Wang Shirling lived, as informed by Jing Nuo. In order to locate Wang Shirling, He Xiong expended 2,000 yuan from the 100,000 yuan fund provided by Li Fei to bribe a security guard at the entrance. This guard divulged both Wang Shirling's precise address and her father's family address to He Xiong. This led to He Xiong's opportunity to contact Wang Bingquan, enabling him to file a formal complaint against Meng Pingue. Wang Bingquan, already incensed by Meng Pingue's entanglement with his daughter, had repeatedly approached the municipal disciplinary committee with his grievances, yet his reports had consistently been suppressed. This time, upon He Xiong's guidance on how to proceed with the complaint, and after Yuanhai had preemptively informed the guard, no longer confused, allowed anyone associated with Xiao Fei, Yuanhai, or Jiang Tongtong to pass without hindrance. Thus, Wang Bingquan was able to report directly to the standing committee meeting under He Xiong's lead. Being an outsider, He Xiong found it inconvenient to lodge the complaint himself, but he remained alongside Wang Bingquan until the latter entered the conference room, at which point He Xiong discreetly concealed himself. Hearing Lu Guoyang's response, Xiao Fei nodded, then smiled at Deng Wanchao, saying, "Secretary Deng, according to the directives from the Secretary's office meeting, Meng Pingue's qualifications have been revoked." Deng Wanchao felt an overwhelming urge to slap Xiao Fei, yet could only respond submissively, like a meek lamb. "Indeed, Meng Pingue is unsuitable. I concur with a thorough investigation and strict action." Xiao Fei continued, "Then please introduce the details of the other candidate you recommended." Deng Wanchao, sweating profusely, realized that Meng Pingue's situation had already embarrassed him, and like Yao Zheng, he had been publicly humiliated without the ability to protest. People dread being in the wrong, and when such matters are exposed in public, the sense of humiliation is indescribable. Having already suffered disgrace through his protege Meng Pingue, he now clung to the hope that no similar complaints would arise concerning Zhang Xuqiang. However, since Xiao Fei had requested the introduction, he had no choice but to present Zhang Xuqiang's situation to the standing committee. Just then, Xiao Fei's phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, she smiled once more and handed her phone to Deng Wanchao, saying, "Secretary Deng, you might want to take a look at this." As Deng Wanchao accepted the phone and glanced at its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. "What? How could this happen?" "Secretary Qiao, we must immediately revoke Zhang Xuqiang's qualifications." The other committee members, bewildered by the sudden shift, turned to Xiao Fei, hoping she would elucidate the situation. Chapter 41, Drawing the Sword. A single statement left everyone astounded. Observing the collective curiosity directed at her, Xiao Fei remarked, "It seems everyone is eager to know the contents. Therefore, I propose that you, Section Chief Jiang, display this newly emerged online material for our colleagues." Jiang Tongtong took Xiao Fei's phone, reviewed the contents, then proceeded to search for it on the computer and share it with the assembly. It was a public online complaint, complete with images, and the attendees began to examine it closely. Reported content: the Deputy Secretary of the Shanghai County Committee, Zhan Shuqiang, has exploited his authority over organizational personnel matters to accept bribes ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. There is verifiable evidence involving 6 individuals. One is Zhao Wei, the Deputy Secretary of Donggo Town, who paid Zhan Shuqiang 100,000 yuan to be promoted to town mayor. The transaction took place in a tea house on the first floor of the Hongxing Hotel in the county town, with video footage of the exchange as proof. For the promotion of Lu Ming, director of the party and government office in Wulong Town, Zhan accepted 50,000 yuan, with the deal occurring in Zhan's office, corroborated by photographs and recordings. Furthermore, to elevate the young deputy mayor of Hedian Town, Kai Jinjiao, to deputy secretary of the party committee, they engaged in illicit transactions over 20 occasions at the Chongyang Hotel. The standing committee members were left in shock upon viewing this report. How could such video and photographic evidence be obtained without insider knowledge? After reviewing the accusation, Yao Zheng remarked, "This is an anonymous report. In principle, such reports may not be investigated." Xiao Fei refrained from expressing her opinion, instead turning her gaze towards Lu Guoliang, who appeared somewhat conflicted. If he acquiesced to Yao Zheng's suggestion to suppress the report, it would be inappropriate, especially since videos and images had already surfaced online. Although not irrefutable proof, they certainly indicated that evidence exists. Dismissing even this report would render him a mere protector of corruption in his role as the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary. However, should he advocate for an investigation, Yao Zheng would likely be displeased, and inciting discord within their faction over such matters would not bode well. Noticing Lu Guoliang's silence, Xiao Fei smiled and inquired, "Secretary Lu, what is your perspective?" At that moment, Lu Guoliang realized the depth of Xiao Fei's cunning. This seemingly innocuous neighborly girl had orchestrated a profound strategy. Within a mere day, without any apparent action, she had initiated a relentless pursuit against 3 of the 5 individuals they had recommended. Should the remaining 2 find themselves similarly implicated, the faction led by Yao Zheng would undoubtedly face ruin in today's standing committee meeting. Yet, confronted with such accusations, Lu Guoliang hesitated to confront Xiao Fei directly. Employing a tactic akin to Tai Chi, Lu Guoliang remarked, "Since we are convened in the standing committee, I shall abide by the committee's consensus." Observing Lu Guoliang's evasiveness, Xiao Fei resolved not to let him escape unchallenged. She continued with a smile, "Secretary Lu, even in a collective standing committee vote, as the leader overseeing this matter, you must take the lead in expressing your stance, correct?" Lu Guoliang found himself cornered by Xiao Fei's insistence. He glanced at Yao Zheng, seeking guidance, but Yao Zheng offered none, leaving the matter in Lu's hands. Xiao Fei pointedly suggested, "Secretary Lu, why are you looking at Mayor Yao? This moment requires you to take the lead in expressing your opinion. Even if Mayor Yao speaks, he can only represent his own views and cannot directly speak for others. You should go ahead." Yao Zheng recognized Xiao Fei's maneuvering, choosing to remain silent, as her assertions were indeed valid. With no escape from a situation, Lu Guoliang conceded. The public discourse online warrants the utmost attention from the Discipline Inspection Commission, as it has been previously mandated by higher authorities. If the evidence available on the internet can be verified, we are obligated to initiate an investigation in accordance with regulations. However, there remains one issue. We cannot identify the anonymous informant. At this moment, Wang Jinping, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, spoke up. "I have checked the address of the sender, and it is not domestic but rather in the United States, which indeed makes contact difficult." Wang Jinping's preamble provided an opportunity for Yao Zheng and others. Guo Jianhua remarked, "A report sent from abroad? Such allegations from foreign sources are likely to carry a slanderous nature and should not be treated as normal complaints. Lu Xiuchuan chimed in. Perhaps someone is deliberately trying to disrupt our standing committee meeting with this anonymous report from abroad, which should not be trusted. Lu Guoyang, though hesitant to evade responsibility, was still attempting to be sly. How could Xiao Fei not notice? However, to his astonishment, these individuals were seizing the opportunity to dismiss the report, provoking a cold smile within him. I shall not allow you to succeed, he deliberately stated. If Secretary Liu and the leaders present find this troubling, they may voice their concerns. I can request the higher authorities to handle this as a special case. I am still a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and have the authority to make such a request. Otherwise, shall we postpone this standing committee meeting until the Commission sends an investigative team to clarify matters? Let me remind you, once the Commission sends a team, those who shield Zhang Xuqiang today will bear certain responsibilities. Xiao Fei's words stunned everyone. Not for any other reason than her assertion of being a member of the commission itself, which rendered them all hesitant to suggest that the commission send an investigative team. For Xiao Fei indeed possessed that capability. Yu Yanhai spoke up. I urge you all not to entangle yourselves over the selection of a police chief. If this report turns out to be true, those who defend him today will be recorded by our municipal party office. And do not blame me for reporting you to the commission. Yu Yunhai's statement carried a hint of threat. Yet those in higher positions than him dared not confront him during the standing committee meeting and fell silent. Upon hearing Xiao Fei declare her position as a member of the commission, Lu Guoyang shivered. He had forgotten this point. If Xiao Fei reported to the commission that Lu Guoyang was incompetent, a mere document from the commission could spell disaster for him. At that moment, Lu Guoyang understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly said, Secretary Qiao, I believe the matter concerning Zhang Xuqiang can be filed by our Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and it will certainly proceed in accordance with your directives. Xiao Fei seized the opportunity to admonish Lu Guoyang. I hope you can align with me during today's standing committee meeting. Can you do that? Lu Guoyang realized the predicament. Xiao Fei was demanding that he align with her, meaning he must follow her lead. Yet, at this juncture, he could not retract his words and could only say, I shall certainly unite around the Municipal Party Committee led by Secretary Qiao and obey her leadership. Although this was a mere bureaucratic phrase, it indicated that Lu Guoyang was wiser than the others, as he used it to signal that he would heed Xiao Fei's guidance today, making it clear to Yao Zheng and the others that he had no choice but to follow Xiao Fei's lead, and they all understood the implications. Yao Zheng also discerned the subtext. Today, Lu Guoyang would have to align himself with Xiao Fei, for she had myriad ways to keep him in check. Reluctantly, he abandoned the prospect of Lu Guoyang's support. Xiao Fei nodded in satisfaction towards Lu Guoyang and then remarked, Let the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission investigate the issue concerning Zhang Xuqiang and inform me of the results. His candidacy for today is also revoked. Now, let us proceed. We still have 2 candidates proposed by Minister Jianhua. I would like Minister Jianhua to elaborate on their circumstances. At that moment, Yu Yunhai's phone rang. He turned to Xiao Fei and said, Please continue the meeting. I will step outside to take this call, so as not to disrupt the proceedings. Just as Gui Jinhua finished discussing the situation of Zhao Wenhua, the district chief of Banxiao, and awaited everyone's opinions, Yu Yunhai returned to the conference room, accompanied by a woman. The attendees looked at Yu Yunhai in puzzlement, wondering what was happening. Yu Yunhai explained, Secretary Qiao, the call I just received was from this lady. Her name is Gong Qian, a teacher at Banxiao No. 1 High School. She has come to report a situation, and I brought her along. Upon hearing this, Yao Jing immediately understood it could very well be another whistleblower, and he could not allow her to report further. The direction of the meeting had already deviated from his expectations, and if any more complications arose, he would find it exceedingly difficult to manage the standing committee meeting. Yao Zheng interjected, We are currently holding a standing committee meeting. Why are random individuals being brought here? Let her leave for now, and we can discuss it after the meeting. Yu Yanhai was incensed by this remark. What do you mean by that? If Wang Bingkuan can report here, why can't others? If you, Mayor Yao, believe her report is inappropriate, then let us do this. We will vote first. If any issues arise concerning the candidates you recommend after the meeting, Those who voted in favor will bear the responsibility for the oversight in personnel appointments. If you're willing to accept that responsibility, I will escort her out. What say you? Let us have a show of hands." This statement left Yao Zheng's faction dumbfounded. If they agreed to bear the responsibility for personnel oversight during the meeting, it would be recorded. Yao Zheng and his associates knew that their criteria for personnel selection were based on favoritism rather than merit. They only recommended those who aligned with their views, preferring mediocre talents and corrupt officials over capable and honest individuals. Yet, if they were to accept responsibility for personnel oversight, no one dared to take that risk. Who could predict when their chosen individuals might falter? Silence enveloped the room. Xiao Fei decisively stated, "This lady, please articulate your purpose for attending the standing committee meeting." Gong Qian began, "I am here to report on Zhao Wenhua, the district chief of Banqiao. He has not only threatened me to become his mistress, but has also been involved in extensive bribery, which I estimate to exceed 1 million yuan. I have detailed materials to support my claims." Upon concluding her statement, Gong Qian handed an envelope to Jiang Tongtong. After receiving it, Jiang Tongtong extracted the materials inside and passed them to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei skimmed through the documents briefly before handing them to Lu Guoyang, saying, "Secretary Lu, please review this and then inform the committee members of the situation." Yao Zheng, Deng Wanchao, Gu Jianhua, Li Xiuchuan, and Wang Jinping exchanged glances, sensing the unusual nature of this standing committee meeting. The day prior, Xiao Fei had requested them to recommend candidates, yet one after another, those recommended had encountered problems. First, it was Song Zhanxing recommended by Yao Zheng, then Meng Pinggui and Zhan Shuqiang recommended by Deng Wanchao, and now it seemed Zhao Wenhua was next. It appeared that this was a well-orchestrated scheme. Otherwise, the occurrence of so many coincidences was simply improbable. Why was there not a single report in the morning? With all incidents arising during the standing committee meeting, if one were to claim that there were no hidden influences, Yao Zheng and his companions would hardly believe it. Yet, even if they perceive the situation as true, there remains no power to rectify it. The direction of the standing committee has already shifted. Nevertheless, Yao Zheng remains undeterred. Even if no one is ultimately reported, he is determined to elevate his position. After reviewing the materials, Lu Guoyang turned to Gong Qian and inquired, "Can you assume responsibility for the authenticity of your report?" Gong Qian replied, "I can. If there is even a hint of inaccuracy in my report, I am willing to face imprisonment." Her resolute stance sent chills down the spines of Yao Zheng and his associates. Chapter 42. Setting a Trap. The lover and the female teacher's anonymous report logically. Those who become someone's lover would typically maintain a harmonious relationship with them. It is rare for one to actively report their lover unless something untoward has transpired. Either betrayal or deceit must occur for enmity to arise and for one to take the initiative to report. Regardless of the circumstances, Gong Qian's appearance at the standing committee to report Zhao Wenhua strikes a resounding blow to Guo Jianhua. Lu Guoyang observed that the evidence presented in the materials is remarkably solid. Not only are there photographs from the gifting occasion, but also documented conversations. Surely, within the unexamined disk lies video and audio evidence. Lu Guoyang realizes that Zhao Wenhua's fate is sealed. On the other hand, Xiao Fei, wearing a smile, addressed Gong Qian. "Since you are Zhao Wenhua's lover, what compels you to report him? Could you enlighten the members of our municipal standing committee?" Xiao Fei had already surmised that Li Fei must be orchestrating events from behind the scenes, likely having grasped Gong Qian's vulnerabilities for otherwise. She would not risk her reputation to make such a report. Xiao Fei's intuition proved accurate. Ever since Wang Fanyuan informed Li Fei of Zhao Wenhua's affair with a newly employed female teacher named Gong Qian, Li Fei had dispatched Chuan Shanjia to address the matter, Chuan Shanjia being a nickname acquired during military service, with his true name being Shan Hongliang. He is a consummate expert, having left the military over a decade ago to establish a family, yet he and his comrades had once served under Li Fei. During their time abroad on special assignments, Li Fei had saved their lives, forging bonds that transcended mere camaraderie. It is often said that society is bound by 4 iron ties: shared experiences of hardship, joint ventures in arms, division of spoils, and escapades in vice. However, these bonds can be paradoxical. When confronted with conflicting interests, such relationships may not only trample one another, but could even resort to betrayal. In contrast, the relationships among Li Fei and his comrades are characterized by selfless devotion, where one would willingly sacrifice their life for another. Although they have each established their own careers, they remain ever ready to lend assistance at a moment's notice. Of course, Li Fei compensates them well, offering each of the four a reward of 200,000. They were unaware that the individuals summoned by Li Fei were all veterans burdened with heavy family responsibilities. If Li Fei offered them money for assistance, they would surely refuse. However, this method allowed them to accept compensation without guilt, as they remained oblivious to the fact that the funds originated from Li Fei himself, who had also woven a benevolent falsehood for their comfort. The pangolin found Gong Qian directly at her residence, a home purchased for her by Zhao Wenhua. The pangolin candidly declared, "Gong Qian, your relationship with Zhao Wenhua can no longer continue. Your house has come under scrutiny by the Disciplinary Inspection and Supervision Commission. If you do not take the initiative when Zhao Wenhua is brought down, you will undoubtedly be implicated and expelled from the teaching profession." Upon hearing such direct words upon his arrival, Gong Qian was taken aback. "What is your purpose? Why are you telling me this?" The pangolin replied, "My occupation is of no consequence. There is no need for you to know. The more you know, the less beneficial it will be for you. Just remember this. From the moment I entered your home today, you have already caught Zhao Wenhua's attention. He has entertained thoughts of silencing you, and you remain blissfully unaware." Gong Qian gasped in shock. "What are you saying? Zhao Wenhua wants to kill me? Why?" The pangolin explained, "For two reasons. Firstly, you possess too much knowledge about him. Several individuals have sought your assistance in delivering gifts for promotions, and this evidence hangs like a sword over Zhao Wenhua's neck. He wishes to eliminate any constraints you impose. The best way is to ensure your silence. Secondly, Zhao Wenhua has taken a new lover, slightly taller than you and 2 years younger. He fears that once you learn of her existence, you will create a scene, worried that you might expose his secrets. Thus he prefers you to remain forever mute." The pangolin also played a recorded message for Gong Qian, the voice unmistakably belonging to Zhao Wenhua. In truth, the pangolin's assertions were derived from his own experience and intuition. He believed that since Gong Qian and Zhao Wenhua had been involved for some time, and given that Zhao had lavished gifts upon her, their relationship was likely known to many. Those seeking advancement or favors from Zhao would undoubtedly approach Gong Qian to curry favor and deliver gifts on his behalf. Gong Qian was no fool. She would surely retain evidence against Zhao Wenhua. The pangolin had discovered a video online featuring Zhao Wenhua inspecting a business, from which he extracted and manipulated the audio to create a message in Zhao's voice. Ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Gong Qian knows too much about me. She cannot be allowed to remain, especially since I have found a more beautiful and younger girl. I cannot wait for her to learn and act, for she would surely report me to the Disciplinary Commission. Upon hearing this recording in Zhao Wenhua's voice, Gong Qian began to believe, yet a flicker of doubt remained. The pangolin reassured her, "Tonight, you will discern the truth. Zhao Wenhua will guide the assassin to take action against you. If you remain skeptical, I shall arrange for you to witness the reality firsthand. I will procure a taxi, and you will see for yourself what is truly at stake." The taxi summoned by the pangolin was none other than the vehicle arranged by Li Fei, driven by Li Yongxian. After receiving the task assigned by Li Fei, the pangolin had already conferred with Li Yongxian, instructing him to masquerade as a food delivery person. Li Yongxian personally approached Zhao Wenhua, delivering a letter that revealed Gong Qian had allied herself with one of Zhao Wenhua's competitors, conspiring against him. The letter further stated that Gong Qian intended to report Zhao Wenhua to the Discipline Inspection Commission the following day. Li Yongxian claimed, "This letter is from a leader of the municipal committee who instructed me to deliver it to you, assuring me that once I did so, you would reward me with 100 yuan for my efforts. I am unaware of its contents, as I was forbidden from Peking." Having delivered the letter, he inquired about his payment. To his surprise, Zhao Wenhua generously handed him a substantial sum, certainly over 2,000 yuan. Once Li Yongxian departed, Zhao Wenhua examined the letter. noting that it was printed rather than handwritten. The more he observed, the more he believed its authenticity, as any leader would avoid leaving behind evidence bearing their own handwriting. Zhao Wenhua was aware of his nomination as a candidate for the position of police chief, alongside several competitors also recommended for the role. Although they were ostensibly from the same faction, the pursuit of personal gain prompted them to betray one another when advantageous. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenhua had no intentions of harming Gong Qian. Instead, he contacted an associate from the underworld, instructing him to detain Gong Qian for a day, releasing her after the conclusion of the municipal committee meeting. By that time, even if someone wished her to report him, the situation would have solidified, and no one would dare take such a risk. After the pangolin contacted Li Yongxian, the latter promptly drove to the vicinity of Gong Qian's residential complex. Shortly thereafter, the pangolin and Gong Qian emerged from the building. They advised her to wait in the taxi and refrain from returning home, just in case. True to their concerns, shortly after 10 that evening, Zhao Wenhua arrived at the entrance of the complex, parking his vehicle across the street, mere meters from Li Yongxian's car. Zhao Wenhua disembarked with an unfamiliar man, making their way into the complex. The pangolin turned to Gong Qian and asked, "Shall you follow them? Or would you prefer I record the encounter with your phone?" At that moment, Gong Qian felt a surge of fear. Should the two men indeed intend to harm her, she would be walking into a trap. She replied, "Please use my phone to record, but first set it to airplane mode to prevent Zhao Wenhua from calling and discovering you have it." Her reasoning was that with her phone, any deception would be futile, as the original video would automatically save in her gallery. Thus, the pangolin took Gong Qian's phone and followed Zhao Wenhua and the stranger. Upon reaching Gong Qian's apartment door, Zhao Wenhua knocked, but there was no response. He then attempted to call Gong Qian, only to find her phone unreachable. Turning to his companion, he instructed, "You wait here for her return. Once she arrives, handle the situation as I advised. It would be unwise for me to linger at the door. I must take my leave. Just send me a message. Do not call." With that, Zhao Wenhua turned away, leaving the man to wait at the entrance. The pangolin recorded their entire conversation, then followed Zhao Wenhua out of the community. Once Zhao Wenhua had driven away, Gong Qian turned to the pangolin in the car and said, "Show me what you recorded on your phone." The pangolin handed his phone to Gong Qian. After watching the video and hearing Zhao Wenhua's words, Gong Qian began to believe it a little. To bolster her trust, the pangolin said, "I will accompany you back to capture that person. I will interrogate him while you listen in to discern their true intentions." Gong Qian queried the pangolin, "Can you handle it? He looks even bigger than you." The pangolin replied, "Him? Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Let's go." Gong Qian led the way while the pangolin followed, and they returned to her door. Using her key, Gong Qian unlocked the door. Just as it swung open, someone suddenly covered her mouth and entered the room. The intruder attempted to shut the door, but the pangolin caught him. Once inside, he locked the door. The intruder, surprised to see another person behind him, asked, "Who are you to Gong Qian?" The pangolin answered, "I am her boyfriend. Why are you threatening her? Let her go." The intruder, having been informed by Zhao Wenhua that Gong Qian lived alone, was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of a boyfriend, especially one with a foreign accent. However, having already received money from Zhao Wenhua, he was reluctant to abandon his plan to control Gong Qian. He attempted to kidnap her, intending to threaten the pangolin. Yet, he underestimated the pangolin, who swiftly subdued him with ease. To gain Gong Qian's trust, the pangolin resorted to his skills. Faced with the tactics of a former Special Forces soldier, the intruder quickly surrendered. The pangolin deliberately set the tone for the interrogation. "I will ask you questions, and you will answer with a simple yes or no. No unnecessary words. Otherwise, I will incapacitate you tonight." Realizing he was no match for the pangolin, the intruder considered that Gong Qian might have prepared defenses and was accompanied by a bodyguard. Reluctantly, he conceded, "I will do as you say. Ask your questions." The pangolin inquired, "Did Zhao Wenhua send you to deal with Gong Qian?" The intruder responded, "Yes, he sent me. He wanted me to." A swift slap from the pangolin interrupted him. "Only answer yes or no. No extraneous details." The intruder complied, "Yes." The pangolin continued, "Did Zhao Wenhua pay you to hire you?" Just as the intruder began to explain, he received another slap. Be concise, no diversions. The intruder could only answer, yes. He called me to hire me. The pangolin threatened, you will stay outside Gong Qian's door tonight while we leave this place. If Zhao Wenhua asks you tomorrow, say you didn't see anyone and report back to him. You must not reveal where we are going to Zhao Wenhua. Can you do that? If you can, I will let you go. If not, I will incapacitate you. The intruder reluctantly agreed. I will comply. The pangolin then said to Gong Qian, gather your belongings quickly. We must leave now. You understand my intent. At this moment, if Gong Qian still failed to comprehend, she would truly be foolish. In her bedroom, she uncovered evidence regarding Zhao Wenhua's acceptance of bribes. With the evidence discreetly concealed on her person, she gathered her belongings and departed, forcefully pushing the individual outside before locking the door behind her. The pangolin then escorted her to a hotel on the outskirts, advising Gong Qian to provide him with a copy of the evidence, which he stored on a new disk for safekeeping. This was the pangolin's contingency plan. Should Gong Qian fail to report Zhao Wenhua by the following afternoon, he intended to disclose the evidence directly. The next day, Gong Qian called the school to request a day off. The principal, well aware of her relationship with Zhao Wenhua, would readily approve her absence, whether it was for a day or even a month. Throughout her stay at the hotel, Gong Qian was subjected to relentless persuasion from the pangolin, which solidified her resolve to report Zhao Wenhua at the city committee meeting. Meanwhile, due to a phone call from Li Fei to Huanghuai, the latter received a message that was, in fact, from Li Fei, who instructed him to relay a call to the security personnel at the entrance, allowing Gong Qian and Shan Hongliang, the pangolin, to enter. Huanghuai, already aligned with Xiao Fei, was naturally inclined to comply with Li Fei's request. Thus, Gong Qian's attendance at the meeting to make her report was secured. When Xiao Fei inquired why Gong Qian, having been Zhao Wenhua's mistress, would choose to report him, Gong Qian recounted the pangolin's prior coaching. I became his mistress under duress. Otherwise, he would have found a reason to have me dismissed. The reason for my report is my desire to escape his coercion. I refuse to continue living in such an unclear manner. I am still young. I aspire to have my own life, to marry and have children, and I cannot allow myself to be his victim. Only by reporting him can I break free from his grasp. Xiao Fei responded, very well. Since you are making a formal report, we will take it seriously. You may return for now. After handing over the evidence, Gong Qian departed. To her shock, Zhao Wenhua promptly received a text message from Guo Jianhua. You have been reported by Gong Qian. It's over for you. Upon noticing Guo Jianhua sending a message, Xiao Fei remarked, Minister Jianhua, are you alerting Zhao Wenhua? This statement caused Guo Jianhua to break into a cold sweat. It is crucial to understand that alerting a reported individual during a city committee meeting is a serious offense. Guo Jianhua would certainly not admit to it. Acknowledging such an error would escalate the matter significantly. I did not. I merely responded to a friend's message. He insisted. Xiao Fei's expression turned to one of indignation. Whether you admit it or not is irrelevant. I simply wish to ascertain the contents of the messages on your mobile phone, including those from WeChat and other communication platforms. While you may delete them, the system retains records. Yao Zheng quickly intervened, saying, Secretary Qiao, the main issue is that we have no regulations prohibiting phone calls or text messages during the committee meeting. The whistleblower's entry was facilitated only after Comrade Huanghuai received the call. Xiao Fei chose not to engage with Yao Zheng on this point. These are two fundamentally different matters. Let us momentarily set aside this matter. Regarding the previous victory of Song, as well as Meng Pinggui and Zhang Xuqiang, there may have been individuals who leaked information. If today everyone can express their views and stand on a just position at the standing committee meeting, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. However, should anyone engage in criminal acts, contravening the interests of the organization and the populace, I shall not stand idly by. Now, let us resume the meeting. Comrade Jianhua, please introduce your other recommended candidate to everyone. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's words, Guo Jianhua proceeded to introduce the situation of the director of the Judicial Bureau, Zhu Bo. Yao Zheng and others had initially believed that Zhu Bo would not pose any further issues. After all, assuming the role of Public Security Director from Judicial Bureau Director was merely a lateral transfer. Just as Guo Jianhua began stating, Comrade Zhu Bo has considerable experience as a veteran in the judicial front. The door of the conference room was abruptly pushed open. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s and holding a file bag, entered. While Xiao Fei and Zhang Tongtong were unfamiliar with this individual, the other members of the standing committee were taken aback. How did he get here? Before Xiao Fei could grasp the situation, the elderly man spoke. I have come to lodge a report. I called Lu Guiyang's mobile phone, and he outright rejected my call. I am at a loss as to how influential you are, Lu Guiyang, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. For it is precisely your continued protection of certain individuals that has led to rampant corruption in Yicheng. Before the elder could continue, Yao Zheng interjected, Old Chun, we are currently in a standing committee meeting. If you have matters to discuss, could you please come to my office after the meeting? The individual referred to as Old Chun was Chun Zhongxin, who had retired as the deputy secretary of the municipal committee over a decade ago. During his tenure, he was dedicated to the welfare of the people, maintaining integrity and transparency, and had done numerous good deeds for the citizens, earning him a stellar reputation in Yicheng. Chun Zhongxin then replied, Mayor Yao, your office is too imposing. I cannot gain entry. I am here because I received news that you are deliberating on the selection for the Public Security Bureau Director. As a former member of the Yicheng Municipal Standing Committee, I am aware of the protocols and understand I should not intrude on such meetings. However, my report could not wait. I felt compelled to enter. And had Lu Guiyang not refused my calls, I would not have come here. I have heard that someone has already reported at this venue. So I believe I am not contravening organizational principles by following in their footsteps. Yu Yinhai quietly introduced Chun Zhongxin to Xiao Fei. With a smile, Xiao Fei said, Old Chun, we welcome you to our standing committee meeting. I would like to propose that, given your role as an invited supervisor for the party's integrity construction in Yicheng, you attend this meeting to oversee our proceedings. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's suggestion, Chun Zhongxin remarked, You must be the newly appointed secretary of the municipal committee. Very well, your willingness to allow public oversight indicates you are indeed a commendable official. I shall attend the meeting as you suggested, but before I do so, I have a report to submit to Comrade Lu Guiyang. May I? Xiao Fei discerned that this elder had not stumbled in by chance. He had undoubtedly been summoned by Li Fei's covert efforts. Xiao Fei smiled and said, Of course. Old Chin submitted the report materials at today's meeting, and he is not the first to do so. Please take a look, Secretary Lu, and inform the standing committee members present. Lu Guiyang took the file bag from Chun Zhongxin's hands and extracted a stack of materials. At that moment, Yao Zheng, Deng Wanqiao, Guo Jianhua, Wang Jinping, and Li Xiuquan felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, fearing that Old Chun was reporting on Zhu Bo. If that were the case, all the candidates they had proposed today would be doomed. They would become the laughingstock of the province, if not the entire nation. Although such matters could not be publicly disclosed, if just one person leaked the information, the news would spread like wildfire. What one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, Chun Lao stood up from the seat that Xiao Fei had squeezed out for him and declared, I report Zhu Bo, the director of the Yicheng City Justice Bureau. This statement detonated like a bomb in the conference room. The faces of Yao Zheng and the others turned pale. Chun Zhongxin continued, This Zhu Bo has exploited his power to make 4 young female lawyers his mistresses. Lin Shasha from Yinglu Law Firm, Li Yingying from Sujia Law Firm, Guo Limin from Qiangjing Law Firm, and Han Yana from Feihing Law Firm. Their intimate photos and videos are printed in the materials and stored on a disk. In addition to these 4, Zhu Bo is also involved with A.I. Yin, the female owner of Tingyuan Trading Company, and Ding Zhaoqian, the owner of Jinxiao Food Company. Among them, the single Ding Zhaoqian has even borne Zhu Bo a son named Ding Mingyang. Furthermore, Zhu Bo has accepted bribes from over 20 subordinates during personnel adjustments, totaling more than 5 million yuan. This includes receipts, and several transaction videos are also on the disk. After Chun Zhongxin finished speaking, Xiao Fei turned to Lu Guiyang and asked, Secretary Lu, is Old Chin's report well supported by evidence? Lu Guiyang, faced with Xiao Fei and Chun Zhongxin, dare not lie. He was wary of Xiao Fei's position as a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and feared that Chun Zhongxin might lose his temper on the spot. When Old Chun got angry, He was merciless and would curse without hesitation in any setting. Thus, he replied cautiously, "We need to review the written materials. We cannot draw a definitive conclusion just yet. However, we have a disc here. Let us play it for everyone to see." Lu Guoyang was cunning. If he were the sole one to unveil Zhu Bo's corruption, it would inevitably draw animosity towards him. It was better to involve everyone, ensuring that not only Yao Zheng, but others too, could not shift the blame solely onto him. Jiang Tongtong took the disc from Lu Guoyang and began to play it on a large screen. Initially, the footage displayed Zhu Bo accepting bribes. One instance showing an individual who wanted to rise from a subordinate position to deputy director, giving Zhu Bo 100,000 yuan. Once the bribery footage concluded, there were several folders of documents. Jiang Tongtong clicked to open one, only to find a scene of Zhu Bo in bed with a female lawyer. Both engaged in an explicit act. Realizing the inappropriateness of the footage, Jiang Tongtong quickly shut it off. The sudden display left Xiao Fei and Jiang Tongtong blushing. Both being part of the late marriage cohort and having yet to experience such matters, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Fei had once watched a video of Qin Yuhai, shown to him by Li Fei. This scene left Chen Zhongxin feeling quite embarrassed. "I sincerely apologize. I did not intend for this to happen. The victim who provided the evidence did not inform me that it was unedited." Suddenly, Yao Zheng seized the opportunity, stating, "Publicly displaying obscene videos during a meeting constitutes a criminal act. Elder Chen, as the provider of this material, should you not bear some responsibility?" Chen Zhongxin, having not previewed the video's content, was taken aback by the presence of the unaltered explicit footage. Faced with Yao Zheng's attempt to label him with a grave accusation, being a person intolerant of injustice, responded, "I acknowledge the collective opinion of the Standing Committee and accept whatever disciplinary actions they deem appropriate. However, this only serves to illustrate Zhu Bo's excessive debauchery, and I too request that the Standing Committee formulate a response to this matter." At this juncture, Xiao Fei interjected, "Mayor Yao, must we escalate this issue unnecessarily? Firstly, this was merely a piece of evidence presented for verification. There was no intention to expose anyone to explicit material. Moreover, neither I nor Jiang Tongtong, as unmarried women, have raised any objections. What is the purpose of your remarks? Secondly, Elder Chen did not intentionally provide obscene content. It has already been established that he merely supplied evidence. We are tasked with discerning the validity of that evidence. Even if we had viewed the entirety, it does not equate to a deliberate assembly for the purpose of viewing explicit material. Should this video have been broadcast in a public space, it would indeed be unlawful. However, for us, as leaders engaged in research, it serves solely to clarify the facts. Thus, I maintain that Elder Chen has committed no wrongdoing." Yao Zheng attempted to exploit the situation further, accusing her of shielding him. Xiao Fei retorted, "If you believe my stance is improper, you are free to report it to the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. I can also request the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to render a judgment on this matter, if you prefer." Mayor Yao, realizing his strategy to suppress Zhu Bo was futile, Yao Zheng conceded, "I shall reserve my opinion." Chen Zhongxin was taken aback by Xiao Fei's fierce defense of him against Yao Zheng during the Standing Committee meeting, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards her as a female party secretary. Xiao Fei then turned to Lu Guoyang, asking, "Secretary Lu, what is your perspective?" Lu Guoyang, having previously expressed his intent to support Xiao Fei this year, replied, "I concur with Secretary Qiao's viewpoint." Xiao Fei continued to seek the opinions of others, asking, "What do the rest of the comrades think?" Yu Yanhai directly stated, "This is merely a review of evidence. The presence of such content within the evidence is entirely normal and does not imply an intention to provide obscene material." Yang Wenming, eager to express loyalty, added, "I too share this sentiment. To put it plainly, we are all evaluators of the authenticity of the evidence. I have heard that there are even professionals dedicated to the examination of explicit content. Essentially, we are all akin to those experts." Lili also voiced her thoughts, stating, "Indeed, as the Minister of Propaganda, I possess my own judgment, and this does not constitute a violation of laws or regulations." Geng Jiaqiang, who seldom spoke during standing committee meetings, also chimed in, let us not dwell on these trivial matters that only waste our time. Is it not simply a matter of presenting evidence of Zhu Bo's misconduct? What is so objectionable about that? Upon observing that his attempts to shift the prevailing sentiment were futile, Yao Zheng realized that Deng Wanchao and others were hesitant to offend Chen Zhongxin, fearing his incessant grievances. Consequently, they remained silent. Yao Zheng could only concede, "Very well, we shall not pursue this matter further. However, I wish to ascertain the legitimacy of the evidence in Chen Lao's possession and whether it can be utilized as valid proof." Seeing Yao Zheng's futile struggle, Xiao Fei decided to no longer indulge him, stating, "Mayor Yao, this is a standing committee meeting, not a court in session. Our approach to problem-solving diverges from that of the judiciary. We focus solely on the existence of facts. As for the origins of the evidence, we are not only unable to verify it, but must also maintain confidentiality regarding its providers." At this juncture, it was suggested that everyone share their opinions. The 5 candidates recommended by the Secretary's office had all proven unfit under scrutiny, with allegations of misconduct and illegality surrounding them, necessitating further action by Secretary Liu. In light of this situation, what course of action shall we pursue? A fleeting silence enveloped the assembly. Yao Zheng contemplated suggesting that, in the absence of suitable candidates, they should defer the discussion until appropriate options emerged. However, before he could voice this thought, Xiao Fei's phone rang. Earlier, while debating with Yao Zheng, she had sent a text to Cheng Ziyuan. The call was from Cheng Ziyuan, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Xiao Fei intentionally activated the speakerphone. As Cheng Ziyuan spoke, he startled everyone present. "Secretary Xiao, this is Cheng Ziyuan from the Provincial Public Security Department. I wish to convey a situation that may also serve as a suggestion. Our department's party committee has unanimously recommended Liu Chaohui from the supervision team to concurrently assume the role of director of the Public Security Bureau in Yicheng. I wonder if Secretary Xiao would consider our department's proposal?" Xiao Fei responded, "Director Cheng, we are currently convening a standing committee meeting to deliberate on the selection of the Public Security Bureau director. To our surprise, all 5 candidates recommended in the Secretary's office have been reported for misconduct, leaving us without a suitable option. Your suggestion feels like a timely boon. I shall relay your advice to the others." At this moment, Yao Zheng comprehended the scheme that Xiao Fei had orchestrated, realizing that their solicitation of candidates was merely a trap laid for them. Yet, recognizing it as a public conspiracy, he could only lament his own naivety. Nevertheless, he was vehemently opposed to Liu Chaohui's appointment in Yicheng. The expressions on his and the faces of Deng Wanchao, Guo Jianhua, Li Xiuquan, and Wang Jinping reflected their discontent. They exchanged glances, silently conveying their intent to thwart Liu Chaohui's confirmation. Every subtle movement did not escape Xiao Fei's keen observation. However, she maintained her composure and declared, "Today, all the candidates we proposed have encountered issues, which underscores a significant problem of oversight in our personnel decisions. I must take this opportunity to reflect on my shortcomings as the team leader for allowing such a situation to arise. When I recommended these 5 individuals, I cast my vote of approval. However, I wish to make it clear to everyone that these 5 will undoubtedly face scrutiny and investigation today. I will not give them any warning. If anyone discovers that I have communicated with any of them, I urge you to provide concrete evidence. I will take full responsibility and resign without waiting for any higher authority to hold me accountable. Therefore, I also advise everyone present to maintain the correct stance, refrain from leaking information, and unite closely around the municipal committee. As we have all heard, although we were unable to select suitable candidates, the provincial department has recommended one for us. Let us now discuss our opinions regarding this recommendation. I must state up front that if everyone can uphold the greater good and refrain from tipping off those 5 individuals, I will not pursue responsibility for anyone. However, should anyone divulge information for improper gain, do not blame me for addressing it later. Under normal circumstances, after Xiao Fei expressed this, it would be the responsibility of the organizational minister and the deputy secretary in charge of organizations to speak first on personnel matters. However, Deng Wanchao and Guo Jianhua dared not speak before obtaining permission from Yao Zheng. Both turned their gazes toward Yao Zheng. who was preoccupied with the peculiarities of the situation and did not notice them. In the absence of a leader to speak, it was Yu Yunhai who took the initiative, since no one is willing to take the lead. Though I realize it is not my place to speak first at this meeting, I will share my personal viewpoint to avoid an awkward silence. I believe the provincial department's suggestion is akin to a timely rein for us. In light of the current predicament regarding our recommendations and the issues surrounding certain individuals, having someone from the provincial department assume a position in Yicheng is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. This way, our meeting today will yield a resolution that we can present to the public. Regardless of intent, someone has already leaked the content of our standing committee meeting. If we fail to appoint a director today, the matter concerning those 5 will scatter like dandelion seeds, potentially reaching the online realm. And it would be us present here who would be embarrassed. Therefore, I deem it crucial to select a competent director of public security today. And I support the provincial department's opinion, agreeing to Liu Chaohui serving concurrently as the director of the Yicheng Public Security Bureau. Xiao Fei was quite pleased with Yu Yunhai's remarks. Not only did Yu Yunhai utilize the scandal of those 5 to silence Yao Zheng and the others, but he also threatened them by suggesting that if they did not heed the provincial department's advice today, the issues surrounding those 5 would only escalate, possibly revealing who had tipped them off, leading to dire consequences for that informant. Furthermore, Yu Yunhai was confident that Deng Wanchao and Guo Jianhua would indeed leak information. Lu Guoyang had already expressed his intention to follow Xiao Fei's lead today, understanding that Yu Yunhai had fully aligned himself with Xiao Fei's stance. Thus, Yu Yunhai's words were tantamount to Xiao Fei's. Consequently, Lu Guoyang also spoke up. I concur with Comrade Yu Yunhai's opinion for similar reasons. However, I would like to add that all 5 individuals have been reported and the facts are clear. Following this meeting, I will promptly initiate formal investigations against them. Yang Wenming, having been caught in a compromising position by Xiao Fei, dare not oppose her and directly expressed his agreement. I support the opinion of the provincial department. And Comrade Liu Chaohui shall assume the position of chief of the Public Security Bureau in Yicheng City. Had Yang Wenming been aware that his financial issues were uncovered by Liu Chaohui, he would surely have hesitated before offering his support. Li, who is affiliated with the provincial deputy secretary Geng Guangming, had previously briefed Geng on the recommendation to appoint Liu Chaohui as the concurrent chief of the Yicheng Public Security Bureau, hoping for Geng's endorsement. Although Geng Guangming does not share the same faction as the Hua system, he does not engage in direct rivalry with them, unlike Zhao Huihuan's faction, which is openly at odds with the Hua system. Geng also harbors conflicts with Zhao Huihuan. Thus, he is disinclined to see the position of chief of the Yicheng Public Security Bureau fall into the hands of Zhao Huihuan and his allies. Consequently, Geng reached out to Li, advising her to align closely with the opinions of the provincial department and Xiao Fei during today's standing committee meeting. This also explains why Yao Zheng sought to garner support from Xiao Fei when addressing Chen Zhongxin. At this juncture, Li made her stance clear. I concur with the opinion of the provincial department and endorse the situation described by Comrade Yu Yunhai. By now, 4 votes in favor of Liu Chaohui's concurrent appointment as chief have emerged. Observing this development, Xiao Fei set a trap for Wang Jinping. Comrade Jinping. Director Cheng Ziyuan is both vice governor and deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. You are part of the same system. Are you willing to align with him? Wang Jinping's expression turned frosty as he shot a glare at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei had indeed posed a conundrum for him. If Wang said he would not align with his superior, such a statement would be utterly untenable. Conversely, if he agreed to align, it would contradict his true inclinations, as he is also aligned with Zhao Huihuan. Cornered by Xiao Fei's inquiry, he managed to respond, I will certainly align with the Superior Political and Legal Committee, but that does not imply. Before Wang Jinping could finish, Geng Jiaqiang interjected, I cannot abide indecisiveness. Agreement is agreement, and disagreement is disagreement. If you're aligned with your superiors, what purpose does it serve to express dissent? If you choose not to speak, I shall share my opinion first. As I have pressing matters that require my early departure, I support the opinion of the provincial department. Geng Jiaqiang rarely expresses his stance on personnel matters. typically opting to abstain, but prior to today's meeting, a member of the leadership group representing Secretary Hua had contacted him, urging his support for Xiao Fei, which prompted his remarks. He also took a jab at Wang Jinping. Wang Jinping, noticing Geng Jiaqiang's disdainful gaze directed at him, felt a sting to his pride. He could not allow himself to be looked down upon, nor could he afford to leave room for others to perceive him as duplicitous. Resolutely, he declared, "I support the opinion of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee." Geng Jiaqiang, having stood to leave, heard Wang Jinping still skirting the issue and remarked, "This is all nonsense. The question before you is whether you agree to Liu Xiaohui's appointment as chief of the Yicheng Public Security Bureau. Is this really so difficult to articulate?" Wang Jinping, feeling cornered by Geng Jiaqiang's pressure, had no choice but to acquiesce. "I have already stated my agreement." Xiao Fei seized the opportunity to speak. "Secretary Yu, please record accurately. Comrade Wang Jinping has expressed his agreement with the provincial department's opinion, thereby endorsing Comrade Liu Xiaohui's appointment as the director of the municipal bureau." Wang Jinping remained noncommittal, and Yao Zheng, growing agitated, retorted, "This is tantamount to coercion and deception, stifling genuine expression of opinion, which raises suspicions of duress. This is unacceptable." Xiao Fei smiled and replied, "Let Comrade Wang Jinping speak for himself. We are not intimidating him in any way. Our meeting is under full video surveillance." Yao Zheng implored Wang Jinping to reconsider. "Comrade Wang Jinping, please express your true opinion." Wang Jinping felt a twinge of discomfort. To voice dissent now would invite scorn. Reluctantly, he stated, "I agree with Comrade Liu Xiaohui's appointment as the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau." This declaration infuriated Yao Zheng. By this point, there were already 5 votes in favor, and with Xiao Fei's support, a majority had been achieved. The crucial vote rested with Wang Jinping. Had he aligned with Yao Zheng and opposed Liu Xiaohui's appointment, there might have been a chance to contest Xiao Fei. However, the dynamics had shifted. In the past, Li Li, Liu Guoyang, and Yang Wenming followed Yao Zheng's lead, but now, after being swayed by Xiao Fei, Liu Guoyang had no choice but to align with her. Li Li, too, inexplicably sided with Xiao Fei today, and Yang Wenming had already declared his unwavering support for Xiao Fei on multiple occasions. Wang Jinping, having been pressured, now capitulated. Realizing that 7 votes in favor of Liu Xiaohui's appointment were now inevitable, Yao Zheng understood that his dissenting votes were futile. Rather than further antagonizing Liu Xiaohui and Cheng Yuan, he raised his hand in agreement. "I also support Comrade Liu Xiaohui's appointment as director." With this, Deng Wanchao, Guo Jianhua, and Li Xiuquan had no choice but to follow suit. Xiao Fei beamed and declared, "Very well, since we have reached this consensus, I too shall cast my vote in favor. The appointment of Comrade Liu Xiaohui as the director of Yicheng Municipal Public Security Bureau is hereby unanimously approved." Xiao Fei even extended a gracious gesture towards Yao Zheng. "Mayor Yao, the Public Security Bureau is a functional department of the government. It would be appropriate for you to report this outcome to Director Cheng of the provincial department." Yao Zheng was taken aback by the olive branch Xiao Fei offered. Yet, recognizing the inevitability of the decision, he nodded in acquiescence. He retrieved Cheng Ziyuan's phone number and dialed. Upon hearing that Yao Zheng was proactively updating him, Cheng Ziyuan was pleasantly surprised. When informed of the unanimous approval of Liu Xiaohui's appointment, he couldn't help but chuckle. Just as Yao Zheng ended the call, the conference room door swung open once more, and a flustered individual rushed in, exclaiming, "This is bad. There has been an incident." Xiao Fei and Yao Zheng instinctively inquired, "What has happened?" The newcomer was Miao Li Dong, deputy director of the municipal party office. He gasped for breath as he reported, "Secretary Qiao, it's terrible. Just now, Liao Qingyuan, the secretary of Zhengyang County, called to inform me that Meng Pinggui has jumped off a building and died in the courtyard of the county government. The call had initially been directed to your office, but when no one was available, they redirected it to the municipal party office." As Xiao Fei's expression shifted, she remarked, "Very well, I understand." Just as Miao Li Dong was about to leave, the meeting was on the verge of adjourning when an unexpected piece of news startled Deng Wanchao. The report concerning Meng Pingue had been discreetly communicated to him via a text message. Upon catching a glimpse of Deng Wanchao, who was now drenched in cold sweat, Xiao Fei discerned the root of the issue, his guilt palpable. Although she recognized the gravity of the situation, she refrained from mentioning it and instead stated, "Initially, I intended to conclude today's meeting and defer other matters for another day. However, it appears that some issues cannot be postponed. Secretary Yu, please contact Zhao Wenhua, Zhu Bo, and Song Zhanxing, instructing them to come here immediately. Also, inform Lu Chaohui to join us as well." Upon hearing this, Yu Yanhai comprehended Xiao Fei's intentions and promptly began making calls to the individuals mentioned. Yet, apart from successfully reaching Lu Chaohui, the phones of Zhao Wenhua, Zhu Bo, and Song Zhanxing were all unreachable. Xiao Fei let out a cold laugh, saying, "It seems these individuals are already aware of the news. There is no need for further explanation. I trust everyone present understands the situation." She continued, "Since trouble is imminent, let us be thorough. The Standing Committee will reconvene to further deliberate on personnel matters, particularly concerning these individuals. Since we cannot establish contact, it may be best to resolve this matter once and for all." At that moment, Yao Zheng felt a surge of unease. If Xiao Fei truly intended to have Lu Chaohui investigate Song Zhanxing's communication records, his own involvement could be exposed. He suspected that Xiao Fei's summoning of Lu Chaohui was precisely for this purpose. Exchanging glances with Deng Wanchao, Guo Jianhua, and Li Xiuquan, they nodded in tacit agreement. If the meeting led to an inquiry into their mobile records, they would resolutely refuse to comply, no matter the stage of investigation. In truth, Yao Zheng and his associates had somewhat misinterpreted Xiao Fei's strategy. She was not approaching the matter from that angle, but rather by a different means altogether. Upon Lu Chaohui's arrival, Xiao Fei instructed him to sit alongside Chen Zhongxin and attend the meeting. She addressed Yao Zheng, saying, "Mayor Yao, please brief Comrade Lu Chaohui on the conclusions reached during the Standing Committee meeting." Uncertain of Xiao Fei's true intentions, Yao Zheng complied, stating, "Very well, Comrade Lu Chaohui. Based on the recommendations from the Provincial Public Security Department and after thorough deliberation by the Municipal Standing Committee, we have unanimously approved your appointment as the acting director of the Yicheng City Public Security Bureau. Effective immediately, you shall assume this role, pending formal confirmation from the Municipal People's Congress." Once Yao Zheng concluded, Xiao Fei interjected, "In light of the recent extraordinary occurrences in Yicheng City, I propose several personnel appointment matters for immediate consideration. If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them." Yao Zheng, noticing the focus shifting back to personnel issues, questioned Secretary Qiao, "Are we truly revisiting personnel matters? We have yet to convene a secretary's office meeting to discuss nominations." Xiao Fei replied, "Another secretary's office meeting? Our previous meeting was based on your suggestions. And what was the outcome? How have the 5 individuals you nominated fared? The reason I am making this urgent proposal is due to Meng Pingue's tragic leap, and the unreachability of those individuals indicates a serious situation. Should anyone consider my proposal to be non-compliant, I invite you to voice your concerns. I firmly believe that my suggestion will not lead to any breaches of confidentiality. Furthermore, let me add that if any candidate nominated encounters issues during the public notice period, the nominator will bear equal responsibility. Matters from the past, which were not previously addressed, will remain unspoken for now. However, should any leaks be discovered, repercussions will follow." This statement left everyone in a state of alarm. Yao Zheng inquired, "Secretary Qiao, what positions are you proposing?" Without hesitation, Xiao Fei responded, "Given the ongoing issues within the Public Security Bureau, I propose a limited personnel adjustment. My suggestion is that after Lu Chaohui serves as the acting director, Comrade Yulei should assume the position of political commissar of the Municipal Bureau, while the former political commissar, Comrade Jing Guojun, should be appointed as the director of the Judicial Bureau. Both appointments can be simultaneously approved by the Municipal People's Congress. As for Zhu Bo, Song Zhanxing, Zhao Wenhua, and Zhan Xiuqiang, since they are no longer suitable, they should be relieved of their duties and await investigation. The Executive Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau should be Comrade Huang Tingjian. Yao Zheng immediately countered, Secretary Chiao, while it may be acceptable to appoint Yu Lei, who has previously served as a county party secretary, it seems inappropriate for Huang Tingjian, a mere deputy director of a county bureau, to be suddenly promoted to the position of executive deputy director at the municipal level, which appears to be an elevation beyond his rank. Xiao Fei retorted, Mayor Yao, you should be well aware that Huang Tingjian had been publicly slated for the role of deputy county head, only for the matter to abruptly fall through. Although this transpired prior to my arrival, has the disciplinary committee uncovered any issues regarding Huang Tingjian? If not, why not provide him with a fair opportunity? Presently, while Huang Tingjian holds the position of deputy director, he still maintains a proper departmental rank. Is a promotion from a departmental level to that of a deputy division chief considered an elevation beyond rank? Moreover, he was indeed prepared for such a promotion during the public notice. Yao Zheng was acutely aware of Huang Tingjian's situation, following the incident involving the municipal party secretary. He had heeded the words of the county party secretary, using the pretext of a report to unjustly demote Huang Tingjian. This was particularly troubling, as Huang Tingjian had been nominated for elevation to deputy county head by the previous municipal party secretary, and, at the time, he was the director of the Public Security Bureau, making him a deserving candidate for promotion. Xiao Fei's explanation left Yao Zheng with mixed emotions. How was Xiao Fei so well informed about Huang Tingjian? He had initially intended to incite opposition from Deng Wanchao and others against this proposal, but upon observing Deng Wanchao and Guo Jianhua's hesitance, stemming from their own complications involving Zhao Wenhua, Zhu Bo, and Meng Pengui, he recognized their reluctance to challenge Xiao Fei directly. After all, Xiao Fei had effectively seized upon their vulnerabilities, and should he pursue any inquiries into potential leaks, they would find themselves ensnared. As the attendees noted Yao Zheng's inability to respond, Yu Yunhai interjected, I believe Secretary Chiao's proposal is indeed viable. If anyone has candidates to nominate, please present them promptly. Secretary Chiao has stated that should any issues arise during the public notice period, both nominators and candidates will be held accountable. I find this suggestion commendable. We can adopt this approach for future personnel adjustments. Guo Jianhua remarked, there is no such provision within the organization. Yu Yunhai remarked that while there is no formal regulation from the organization, we can establish one ourselves to avert the promotion of individuals who are unfit for office and to provide a precautionary measure for those diligent workers who do not engage in gift-giving. If anyone opposes this regulation, it indicates their own misgivings. Yu Yunhai's pointed accusation left Guo Jianhua speechless. Upon observing Yu Yunhai closely aligned with Xiao Fei, Yao Zheng realized that this maneuver could place them at a disadvantage in future personnel promotions, potentially ensnaring themselves in a difficult situation. Unwilling to concede, Yao Zheng posed a challenging question. Comrade Yu Yunhai, what if the individual recommended by Secretary Chiao encounters issues during the public announcement period? Xiao Fei, aware of Yao Zheng's intent to trap her, responded firmly, since it is my proposal, I shall take responsibility. To clarify, Yu Lei is merely being reassigned, not promoted. As for Huang Tinghui, I trust you all are more informed than I am. He has recently undergone an investigation by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and has not been found wanting. I am merely providing him with another opportunity. However, should any issues arise concerning Huang Tinghui during the public announcement period, I will accept the corresponding consequences, as this regulation begins with me. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Yao Zheng and his colleagues dared not press further, as the matter at hand remained unresolved. Xiao Fei, remaining resolute, suggested, let us proceed with a vote, which we will then report to the provincial department. At that moment, Yao Zheng's phone rang. It was Cheng Ziyuan calling. Unsure of the purpose behind the call, Yao Zheng answered, Director Cheng, or rather, Governor Cheng, do you have any instructions? The room fell silent as the others recognized the significance of the call. Cheng Ziyuan informed him, I am recommending a chief of the criminal police team for Yicheng City, an exemplary officer who has received national first-class merit and multiple commendations from the Ministry of Public Security. His name is Xing Yaowei, the deputy chief of the provincial criminal police team. Yao Zheng quickly understood that this was a suggestion from the provincial department regarding personnel matters in the municipal bureau. He surmised that Liu Chaohui must have already messaged Cheng Ziyuan, explaining why Xiao Fei had intentionally invited Liu to attend the standing committee meeting. This was evidently a strategic move by Xiao Fei, aimed at gauging Yao Zheng's reaction. Casting a glance at Liu Chaohui and then at Xiao Fei, Yao Zheng resignedly suggested, "Governor Cheng, we are currently discussing the leadership of the municipal bureau. Perhaps you could inform Secretary Qiao?" Yao Zheng felt as if he had swallowed something distasteful, but could not expel it, and reluctantly handed the phone to Xiao Fei. She promptly activated the speakerphone and placed it on the table. "Director Cheng, I was just about to have Mayor Yao report to you, and here you are. It's regarding the adjustments of Yulei and Huang Tinghui to the municipal bureau." Cheng Ziyuan replied, "I generally concur with your views. Several leaders in our department are currently in a meeting. I will relay your opinions to them. If I do not call you back, it means the provincial department has endorsed your suggestions. However, I have just recommended a candidate for the head of the criminal police team to Mayor Yao. Perhaps he will brief you on this matter. The performance seems coincidental, yet it is flawlessly orchestrated." Xiao Fei remained seated in the conference room, never stepping out, while Liu Chaohui merely attended the meeting. This situation unfolded, and even a fool could discern the remarkable synergy between Liu Chaohui and Xiao Fei. In truth, unbeknownst to everyone, the idea was originally proposed by Li Fei. Although Li Fei was not present, he had instructed Jiang Tongtong to keep a mobile phone open, allowing him to hear every word spoken during the meeting with crystal clarity. It was only after Miao Lidong reported on Meng Pingui's suicide that Li Fei sent Xiao Fei a text message, advising him on how to proceed. Recognizing the opportune moment, Xiao Fei heeded Li Fei's suggestion and decided to propose an amendment to the meeting's agenda spontaneously. With Liu Chaohui reporting to Cheng Ziyuan from his spectator position, this subtle performance was set in motion. Seizing the opportunity presented by Cheng Ziyuan's phone call, Xiao Fei directly called for a vote. Those in favor of Yulei assuming the role of political commissar of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, please raise your hands. Since Yao Zheng had publicly stated that Yulei could be appointed as the political commissar, no one dared to voice dissent at this juncture. Observing Xiao Fei leading the way by raising his hand, others followed suit, despite their internal opposition to Yulei's ascension. When Yao Zheng's associates noticed his compliance, they too raised their hands. Others, unwilling to offend Xiao Fei on this matter, joined in, resulting in unanimous approval, with Yulei receiving unanimous support. Jing Guojun's appointment as director of the Judicial Bureau was also assured. Subsequently, Xiao Fei called for a vote on Xing Yaowei's appointment as the head of the criminal police team and as a member of the Bureau's party committee. Yao Zheng, having just received a call for the provincial department, felt cornered by Xiao Fei's impromptu suggestions and, lacking preparation time, could not risk the repercussions of recommending his own candidate during the public announcement period. Thus, with simmering anger, he raised his hand. Xing Yaowei's appointment proceeded smoothly. Xiao Fei deliberately placed Huang Tinghui's nomination at the end, wary of unforeseen complications. Indeed, when Xiao Fei proposed Huang Tinghui for the position of executive deputy director of the bureau, Yao Zheng vehemently opposed, threatening to unravel the proceedings. Chapter 46. Leveraging Influence to Break the Deadlock. Winning again through public opinion and higher authority, Yao Zheng had already suffered a crushing defeat at the standing committee meeting earlier that afternoon. Previous secretaries, such as Tang Tao, had exhibited similar dominance at the standing committee meetings, yet under Yao Zheng's faction's opposition, Tang Tao's personnel appointments had never materialized as intended. However, upon Xiao Fei's recent appointment, he faced successive failures at the standing committee meeting today. As the final candidate, Huang Tinghui's successful nomination would utterly embarrass Yao Zheng's faction. Therefore, under no circumstances could Xiao Fei be allowed to prevail regarding Huang Tinghui's transfer. With this mindset, when Yao Zheng heard Xiao Fei propose Huang Tinghui for the position of executive deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he interjected, stating, "I believe Huang Tinghui is unsuitable for direct appointment as executive deputy director. I oppose his nomination." Xiao Fei maintained a smile and inquired, "What is your reasoning? Surely you must explain to everyone why. If you continue to use the same rationale, I find it difficult to accept. At the very least, I cannot concur. Unexpectedly, Yao Zheng assertively declared, I will no longer provide explanations. If you call for a vote, I will oppose it. Upon witnessing this situation, Xiao Fei understood that Yao Zheng sought to salvage a modicum of face. At this juncture, it was certain that Yao Zheng's faction would align in casting dissenting votes. And those few who had previously stood with her might also choose to support Yao Zheng in a bid to maintain equilibrium in their relations. Just then, Xiao Fei's phone vibrated, indicating the arrival of a text message. After reading it, she felt enlightened and stated, before we vote on Huang Tinghui, I wish to clarify that whether one casts a dissenting or an approving vote, it reflects the opinion of each standing committee member, and I will respect everyone's views. However, since this proposal has already received endorsement from the provincial department, let us seek their opinion once more. Comrade Liu Chaohui, although you have been nominated as the acting director of the Yicheng Public Security Bureau and secretary of the Bureau's party committee, you remain a member of the provincial supervisory team. Please express your perspective regarding Huang Tinghui's appointment. Liu Chaohui, astute as he was, immediately grasped Xiao Fei's intent. He rose to speak, saying, since Secretary Qiao has invited me, an attendee, to share my thoughts, I shall say a few words. My role in Yicheng is not solely to oversee police discipline. I'm also tasked with investigating the major departments of the Municipal Bureau, as well as the district and county branches. Any internal police issues will be handled directly by the provincial department, while violations involving other matters will be referred to the disciplinary committee. For instance, I have already received reports of unlawful activities concerning several division chiefs at the Municipal Bureau. Initially, I intended to relay these matters to the leaders who recommended their appointments, adhering to the principle of corrective action. However, I believe it prudent to await Secretary Qiao's report before proceeding. The reasons and rationale, much like Mayor Yao, I reserve the right to determine the course of action, and I shall adhere to the collective decision of Secretary Qiao and the Standing Committee. Xiao Fei provocatively inquired, could you divulge some basic information to me, personally? Liu Chaohui responded, indeed, for instance, there are leads regarding the case of former Secretary Huanghuai being stabbed. Additionally, there are clues concerning the poisoning of Yuan Beiqiao, as well as the fire incident involving Ming Zhongyuan and the car accident of Tang Tao, which may implicate certain committee leaders in their planning. Coincidentally, the provincial department is conducting a 3-month supervisory operation, of which I am the head. Although I have been recommended as the head of the Municipal Bureau, my next steps must align with the provincial department's directives. Liu Chaohui's implication was clear. Huang Tinghui's appointment had already received approval from Director Cheng. Should anyone dare to contravene Director Cheng's wishes, I would proceed with an investigation in accordance with his directives. This maneuver, seemingly inconsequential, bore significant weight for Yao Zheng and his associates. Although the deaths of several municipal committee members have been suppressed by Zhao Huiwang, who demanded that the Municipal Bureau conduct their own investigation, Liu Chaohui now held the position of head of the Municipal Bureau, thereby allowing for a legitimate revisitation of past matters. The individuals present discerned that Liu Chaohui was a staunch ally of Xiao Fei. Should there be any dissent against Xiao Fei's proposal today, Liu Chaohui would undoubtedly execute her directives with ruthless efficiency, leading to considerable complications. As soon as Liu Chaohui concluded his remarks, Xiao Fei interjected, suggesting a new approach. Since Mayor Yao opposes Huang Tinghui's appointment, let us shift our strategy. We can postpone the vote on Huang Tinghui for today and instead solicit public evaluations through the internet. Furthermore, we could invite 50 grassroots party representatives to participate in a democratic assessment, allowing the voice of the people to be heard. We may also ask them to evaluate the current deputy level and above officials in the Municipal Bureau. What do you think of my proposal? Guo Jianhua recognized that utilizing public opinion for evaluation could potentially unveil numerous issues concerning those promoted by Yao Zheng's faction. He cast a sidelong glance at Yao Zheng, who subtly nodded in response. Guo Jianhua then spoke up, I believe it is unnecessary to traverse such convoluted paths. This is merely a vote regarding Huang Tinghui, and I deem him qualified for the position of Executive Deputy Director. We should not prolong matters any further. Everyone present understood that Guo served as Yao Zheng's mouthpiece. Typically, the organization minister should assist the party secretary and adhere to his directives. However, in I Ching, the peculiar dynamic dictated that Guo only heeded Yao Zheng. Guo Jianhua's statement indicated that Yao Zheng's faction was apprehensive, fearful of Lu Chaohui's meticulousness and wary of Qiao Fei capitalizing on the situation. Guo Jianhua's words effectively represented Yao Zheng's stance. What Yao Zheng could not articulate, Guo Jianhua was able to convey, thereby preserving Yao Zheng's dignity. Upon hearing Guo Jianhua's remarks, Qiao Fei inquired, "Minister Guo, are you suggesting we proceed with the vote now?" Guo Jianhua offered an awkward smile. "Yes, I believe it is unnecessary to waste more time." Qiao Fei responded with a smile. "Very well, let us raise our hands for the vote." Qiao Fei was the first to raise her hand, followed promptly by Yu Yanhai. Although Yang Wenming was dissatisfied, he too raised his hand, driven by trepidation. Lili raised her hand in agreement. Having already spoken, Guo Jianhua raised his hand as well. That made 5 votes in favor. Lu Guoyang, who had originally intended to support Yao Zheng, assessed the situation and, seeing Guo Jianhua's stance, raised his hand as well. With 6 votes in favor, a majority had been achieved. The vote was valid, rendering Yao Zheng's faction's sentiments irrelevant. Noticing that no one else was raising their hands, Qiao Fei announced, "Those opposed, please raise your hands." Yao Zheng, for the sake of appearance, had already voiced his opinion and could not retract it. So he raised his hand in opposition. Li Xiuquan, Deng Wanqiao, and Wang Jinping followed suit, indicating their dissent. Qiao Fei declared the voting results. There are 11 standing committee members present. Comrade Geng Jiaqiang had to leave early, leaving 10 members to participate in the vote. With 6 votes in favor and 4 against, the result is clear. Huang Tingwei's appointment as the Executive Deputy Director of the I Ching Public Security Bureau has been approved. Minister Guo, please expedite the public announcement, which should last for 7 days. Qiao Fei then adjourned the meeting. Yao Zheng and his associates faced a complete defeat today, their spirits as low as if they had suffered a great loss, and they exited the meeting room with sullen expressions. Qiao Fei turned to Chen Zhongxin and said, "Old Chen, would you care to join me in my office for a moment?" Chen Zhongxin was quite satisfied with Qiao Fei's management of the standing committee today. He felt a deep admiration for this young woman, who was even younger than his own daughter, and nodded, saying, "Then I shall not disturb Secretary Qiao any further." As Chen Zhongxin followed Qiao Fei into her office, Li Xiuquan promptly reported to Yao Zheng, "Is that old fool Chen Zhongxin up to something?" Yao Zheng replied over the phone, calling Deng Wanqiao, Lu Guoyang, Guo Jianhua, Yang Wenming, and Wang Jinping. Li Xiuquan hurriedly made the calls. Upon entering Qiao Fei's office, Jiang Tongtong poured him a cup of tea and quietly exited. Chen Zhongxin remarked, "Your secretary is quite impressive." Qiao Fei took a seat beside him on the sofa and, smiling at his compliment, replied, "She is not my secretary. She is my dear friend." Qiao Fei then shared Jiang Tongtong's background with Chen Zhongxin. He sighed. When unscrupulous individuals are in power, it becomes impossible for talent to rise. However, with a formidable secretary like you, progress will surely come swiftly. Qiao Fei responded, "Elder Chen, I have just arrived and am still quite lost. I would greatly appreciate your guidance and reminders in the future." Chen Zhongxin said, "Since my retirement, I Ching has changed, regressing significantly. I do not refer to economic development, but rather to the political arena, where corruption and malfeasance have flourished, resulting in a decline of integrity. I hope we can turn the tide and restore order within the government." Qiao Fei nodded. "I will be grateful for your insights, Elder Chen." He continued, "I cannot claim to offer guidance. I am too old to keep pace with the times. However, I can share some information I have gathered." Qiao Fei looked at Chen Zhongxin with earnestness, eager to listen. He said, "Child, I shall refrain from calling you secretary. Frankly, I am deeply pained by the current situation in I Ching. We retired officials have lost our voice. No one listens, and they are reluctant to engage with us. For the past 5 or 6 years, Yao Zheng's faction has dominated, and the deaths of the 4 secretaries are connected to them. They wield their power, emboldened by their ties to Zhao Huiwang. It is evident to the common people. Surely, those high-ranking officials cannot be oblivious to it? Of course not. The situation has become entrenched. Xiao Fei inquired, Uncle Chun, do you know who Jiui is? Chun Zhongxin was taken aback. You know about him? Xiao Fei replied, no, I do not. Otherwise, I would not be asking you. I have heard others mention Jiui, describing him as a godlike figure, capable of anything. Chun Zhongxin said, to be honest, I do not know who Jiui is either. I have only heard rumors. It is said that Jiui controls all major projects in I Ching's economy, and without his approval, no one can secure contracts. In the political realm, his influence is reportedly vast. He can even meddle in the appointment of provincial officials. Xiao Fei asked, Uncle Chun, in our recent personnel appointments, did we find any indication of Jiui's involvement? Chun Zhongxin shook his head. That is a misconception. It is not that Jiui has refrained from intervening. Rather, your approach was exceedingly astute, leveraging the situation to instigate personnel changes unexpectedly. This caught Yao Zheng and his associates off guard, as their recommended candidates were all entangled with Jiui. Your mention of this in the secretary's meeting was rather abrupt, leaving them with insufficient time to communicate with Jiui. Had there been prior discussions, they would not have proposed such a multitude of candidates, nor would you have succeeded in ousting so many of them. Surely, there's a wise figure guiding you from behind the scenes, is there not? Xiao Fei remarked with a smile. It is likely the same person who prompted you to report this. I assenti it? Chun Zhongxin was taken aback. Are you suggesting Li Fei? How could a businessman possibly be involved? Xiao Fei replied, Elder Chun, I cannot elaborate on Li Fei's identity at present, but in 3 months, you shall understand. Chun Zhongxin appeared to grasp the implications. Li Fei is elevated above, or perhaps a superior, to alter the status quo of I Ching. A significant operation is required, and prior to such an operation, one must identify the root cause. I wondered why Li Fei entrusted this task to me. Chapter 47. The old cadre advises on strategy. Li Fei travels to Weidu. Xiao Fei and Chun Zhongxin engaged in extensive conversation, finding common ground despite their generational gap, particularly on matters of great importance. In a moment of candor, Chun Zhongxin confided in Xiao Fei, Child, if you wish to reform the political landscape of I Ching, begin with the major city projects of recent years. Yao Zheng's faction has established a vast network of relationships and formed a vested interest group. On the surface, they are shielded by Zhao Huihuang. Beneath the surface, the enigmatic Jiui has many subordinates strategically positioned throughout I Ching. Their influence permeates various sectors. However, I advise against direct confrontation at the outset, as they are entrenched local power players. Instead, I suggest a strategy akin to encircling the city from the countryside, gradually seizing ground like silkworms consuming mulberry leaves. This will lead to ultimate victory. Xiao Fei chuckled, Uncle Chun, I have indeed perused the works of Chairman Mao on 2 occasions. I grasp your meaning. Chun Zhongxin responded, that is reassuring. I shall not detain you any longer. Night is approaching. I must return home lest my family grows concerned for my well-being. Xiao Fei offered, allow me to treat you to dinner tonight, and I will have Jiang Tongtong drive you back. Chun Zhongxin declined. No need. I have grown accustomed to enjoying a simple bowl of porridge at home in the evening. I can no longer adapt to dining out. My child is waiting for me downstairs, and he has a vehicle. However, you must pay attention to your personal safety and engage more with Li Fei. I can see that he is a formidable dragon, destined for great heights. After Chun Zhongxin departed, Xiao Fei turned to Jiang Tongtong and said, let us return to that exclusive courtyard tonight. After making a few detours to ensure they were not being watched, Xiao Fei and Jiang Tongtong circled back to the exclusive courtyard. Upon noticing a car parked in the yard, Jiang Tongtong cautiously parked her vehicle as well. Xiao Fei knew that Li Fei had returned and hurriedly exited the car, making her way to the living room. Inside, Li Fei and Lu Chaohui were engaged in discussion. Noticing Xiao Fei's entrance, Lu Chaohui inquired with confusion, Boss, why is Secretary Xiao also residing here? Li Fei remarked, this house is rented by her. I am merely borrowing it. Lu Chaohui, suddenly enlightened, responded, oh, I understand now. Boss, are you contemplating marrying Secretary Xiao? Xiao Fei looked at Lu Chaohui, smiling but silent, which further convinced Lu Chaohui, Boss, you are truly impressive. Are you really going to have Secretary Xiao as my sister-in-law? Xiao Fei's cheeks flushed. Why do I feel your words are somewhat awkward? You are currently my subordinate. Should you annoy me, I can make your life difficult. Li Fei interjected. Chao Wei, this is merely the beginning. Refrain from making reckless statements that could disrupt Secretary Chiao's work in I Ching. Lu Chaohui clapped and laughed. Excellent. Wonderful. Just then, Jiang Tongtong entered and, hearing Lu Chaohui exclaiming wonderful, curiously inquired, what is so wonderful? Li Fei, aware that Lu Chaohui was still single and having heard from Qiao Fei that Jiang Tongtong was also unattached, decided to play a prank, saying half in jest, Director Jiang, let me enlighten you as to why he exclaimed wonderful. Qiao Fei, Jiang Tongtong, and Lu Chaohui all gazed at Li Fei with curiosity, uncertain of his intent. Li Fei continued, the truth is, I am introducing Lu Chaohui to a girlfriend. And that girl is you, Director Jiang. He can only repeat how wonderful it is. This statement caused Jiang Tongtong to blush profusely, while Lu Chaohui and Qiao Fei were equally taken aback, with Lu Chaohui feeling his own face heat up. Do not jest so carelessly. However, Qiao Fei found the notion amusing and retorted, how is this a joke? Do you think our Tongtong would refuse? I consent on her behalf. Jiang Tongtong's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Qiao Fei, you are a high-ranking official. How can you behave like this? Lu Chaohui was momentarily stunned by Li Fei's jest, yet seeing Jiang Tongtong's bashful demeanor stirred something within him. Li Fei, perceptive to the emotions at play, noted Lu Chaohui's lack of resistance and his appreciative gaze toward Jiang Tongtong, realizing that his jest had turned entertaining. A whimsical matchmaking might just lead to a delightful outcome. Li Fei addressed Jiang Tongtong. Director Jiang, would you care to express your willingness for me to introduce you to this gentleman? After all, we all hail from the same unit. At this moment, Jiang Tongtong began to regard the matter seriously. She was initially unaware that Li Fei's words had been a playful jest. However, his earnest demeanor prompted her to glance at Lu Chaohui, her heart filled with delight, and she nodded in agreement. Lu Chaohui, noticing Jiang Tongtong's satisfaction with him, felt a surge of joy. She was indeed beautiful and met his standards for a partner. He boldly stated, I agree. On the day you marry Secretary Chiao, I shall also take Jiang Tongtong home. Jiang Tongtong, oblivious to the agreement between Qiao Fei and Li Fei, was taken aback by Lu Chaohui's declaration. She looked at Qiao Fei, then at Li Fei, questioning, you two? Li Fei remained silent, while Qiao Fei nodded. Just then, Su Jiao returned with food, having been sent by Li Fei to fetch it from a restaurant. Qiao Fei then asked Li Fei, today, did you manage to handle those individuals in such a manner? To compel a retired deputy mayor to make a report. How did you accomplish that? Li Fei remarked, in due time, you'll understand. He then proceeded to introduce a few individuals who were soon to arrive. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Lu Chaohui, aware of who had come, stood up to open it. In walked the pangolin, monkey, black bear, and mountain tiger. Lu Chaohui facilitated the introductions between both parties. No sooner had he completed the introductions than Qiao Fei's phone rang. It was Yu Lei calling. Secretary Qiao, we are aware of the matters discussed in today's meeting. Huang Tinghui is here with me, and we would like to express our gratitude in person. May we invite you to dinner? After a moment's hesitation, Qiao Fei replied, I'll send you the location. Please take a taxi over, but be cautious not to be followed. After hanging up, Li Fei inquired, that must be Huang Tinghui and Yu Lei, correct? Qiao Fei felt quite pleased with her future husband's keen judgment. The dining area was set up in the living room, featuring a large round table adorned with an array of dishes and several bottles of wine. Shortly thereafter, Yu Lei and Huang Tinghui arrived. Once everyone was seated, Li Fei introduced the attendees to one another. At that moment, the pangolin Shan Hongliang realized that the tasks Li Fei had arranged for them were intended to assist Secretary Qiao Fei. Lu Chaohui also elucidated the relationship between Qiao Fei and Li Fei, leading the group to affectionately refer to her as sister-in-law. Qiao Fei did not object and expressed gratitude for the effort these individuals made to assist her amidst their busy schedules. Although she remained unaware of the remuneration Li Fei had provided them, Yu Lei was taken aback to discover that this businessman, Li Fei, was, in fact, the fiancé of Secretary Qiao. At this juncture, Xiao Fei had already considered Yu Lei and Huang Tinghui as part of her inner circle, prompting her to have Li Fei present his identification and clarify his true identity and purpose in Yi City. Upon hearing this, Yu Lei and Huang Tinghui felt more assured. The higher-ups had resolved to take action in Yi City, and there was no reason for hesitation. Aligning with Xiao Fei was the way forward. Xiao Fei chose not to conceal Li Fei's identity from Yu Lei and Huang Tinghui to foster mutual cooperation in future endeavors. Jiang Tongtong interjected on Xiao Fei's behalf, stating, "From now on, the Yi City Public Security Bureau will undergo significant changes. You three leaders will serve as Secretary Qiao's formidable allies. Consider how to proceed." Su Jiayao, sitting quietly to the side, was astonished by Li Fei's true background. This man who pretended to be a businessman evidently had an important mission. She had never anticipated that her temporary boss was the fiancé of the city's secretary. Li Fei then addressed the pangolin, saying, "I want to see you off tomorrow to avoid drawing attention. Please send my regards to your parents. We have already delayed for 2 days. Do not let this interfere with your work." After some light conversation, the four departed, with Lu Chaohui personally driving Li Fei's new car to return them to the hotel. Upon Lu Chaohui's return, Yu Lei and Huang Tinghui remained. Xiao Fei warned Huang Tinghui, "I have made a solemn promise at the standing committee meeting. Should any issues arise during your public notice period, I too will be held accountable. I hope you will exercise utmost caution in the coming days to avoid any mishaps." Huang Tinghui and Yu Lei were deeply moved. He had already heard from Huanghuai that Secretary Qiao had invested significantly and taken considerable risks for their sake. Li Fei emerged from the room with several items. Among them was a tracking device, which would allow me to locate you wherever you may go. There were also covert recording tools, a miniature superversion, undetectable by the average person. Once activated, it would synchronize recordings to my phone and email. Furthermore, there was an antidote pill. For your own safety, as well as for Secretary Qiao and the city of Yi, you must ensure everything goes flawlessly in the coming days. Upon Lu Chaohui's return, he and Yu Lei arranged to report to the Municipal Bureau the following day upon receiving a call from the organization department. Subsequently, Huang Tinghui, equipped with the items provided by Li Fei, departed with Yu Lei. It is worth mentioning that to avoid disclosing Wang Fengyuan's survival, Li Fei had not allowed Wang to descend. While others dined downstairs, Wang was resting in an upstairs bedroom. Once the guests had departed, only Xiao Fei, Jiang Tongtong, Su Jiayao, and Li Fei remained in the room. It was then that Wang Fengyuan descended from the upper floor. Li Fei, aware of Wang's anxiety, suggested, "Fengyuan, tonight, let us return to your hometown for a brief visit to reassure your family, and then you shall return here to await Secretary Qiao's instructions." Wang Fengyuan felt immense gratitude for this savior, who consistently thought of his well-being. Wang's residence was situated in the East District of Weidu City, directly across from the district committee in a housing complex. However, upon their arrival, Li Fei and Wang Fengyuan were taken aback to find a group of individuals violently assaulting Wang's parents. This sight enraged Wang. Disregarding his own safety and the risk of exposing his supposed demise, rushed to confront the assailants. Li Fei observed the scene, refraining from immediate intervention. Yet he felt an unsettling familiarity with the attackers. He activated the covert recording device to capture the unfolding events. Chapter 48. Li Fei under investigation. Exclusive courtyard under attack. After recording the video, Li Fei sprang into action. The assailants were no match for him and were swiftly subdued. He instructed Wang Fengyuan's parents to retreat to the bedroom, advising them to remain silent and hidden. Grabbing one of the attackers, Li Fei unleashed a barrage of slaps across the man's face, demanding, "Tell me, what is your purpose? Who sent you?" Just as the man began to respond, another, lying on the ground, threatened Li Gaosheng, "If you dare to speak, you will face dire consequences upon your return." The man, referred to as Li Gaosheng, appeared terrified, glancing at Li Fei and attempting to distance himself, as if to say, "I dare not speak, spare me, and if you must inquire, direct your questions to him." Li Fei approached the individual who had threatened Li Gaosheng and seized him. "What is your name?" The man remained silent. Li Fei, losing patience, struck his face with several slaps, demanding, Will you speak? Still, the man refused to answer, collapsing back to the ground. Li Fei yanked him up once more, forcefully twisting his wrist until it dislocated, causing the man to cry out in pain. You've inflicted an injury upon me. You will face legal repercussions for this. Li Fei coldly remarked, You trespass into private residences and assault others. Do you not recognize these as criminal acts? Why is it that in your eyes, only your unlawful behavior is valid, while the legitimate act of self-defense is disregarded? I ask you once more, what is your name? The man remained silent, retorting, Why should I tell you? Observing the man's resilience, Li Fei took further action, dislocating the fellow's other wrist. He then proceeded to dislocate a joint in the man's leg, causing him to cry out in agony. Li Fei persisted with his inquiry, Tell me your name. The man, though seemingly strong, could no longer endure the excruciating pain from multiple dislocations. Finally, he stammered, I am Zhao Guodian. Li Fei continued, Why have you come here to assault people? Who sent you? When threatened with further punishment for his silence, Zhao Guodian, genuinely frightened by the torment he was experiencing, realized the severity of his predicament. His limbs no longer obeyed him, and he feared becoming paralyzed. He mumbled, Tell me who you are, and I will tell you. Li Fei snorted dismissively, You are not in a position to make demands. He then turned his attention to the next individual on the ground, seizing him and delivering a series of slaps to his face. What is your name? Having witnessed the previous exchange, this man promptly replied, I am Zhao Xinhong. Li Fei queried, Who sent you, and why are you here to assault people? Zhao Xinhong responded, I came here with Zhao Guodian. I'm unaware of the specific purpose. Li Fei then approached the last assailant, lifting him and administering several slaps. And you, what do you know? This man appeared to grasp the pattern of Li Fei's questioning and stated, I am Chao Donghong, and I followed Zhao Guodian. He instructed us to obey him. But we do not know the reason for our visit. Li Fei inquired, From where did you come? Chao Donghong replied, We came from Yicheng. Li Fei pressed further, Who arranged for your arrival? Chao Donghong answered, Only Zhao Guodian knows. He provided each of us with 2,000 yuan, instructing us to inquire with the parents of a person named Wang Fangyuan to determine if he truly was deceased and whether he had concealed any information at home. If so, we would bring it back. We had just arrived and had not yet learned the names of Wang Fangyuan's parents when they resisted, prompting us to act. It was at this moment that you arrived. Li Fei continued, Was it Jiu Yi who sent you? Chao Donghong shook his head, I do not know. You must ask Zhao Guodian. Returning to Zhao Guodian, Li Fei pressed, Will you speak or remain silent? The pain Zhao Guodian was enduring was unrelenting, and hearing Li Fei's words, he dared not resist any longer. If you relieve my suffering, I will tell you everything. Li Fei seized Zhao Guodian and, after a few firm pats, reset all his dislocated joints. Zhao Guodian wiped the sweat from his brow and said, It was the members of the Chaoyuan gang who provided us with 10,000 yuan, instructing us to seek out Wang Fangyuan's parents. This is precisely what Chao Donghong mentioned earlier. Even the address we have was disclosed to us by the Chaoyuan gang. Li Fei feigned ignorance and inquired, The Chaoyuan gang sent you? Did they not inform you that Wang Fangyuan has already been disposed of, cast into the reservoir to feed the fish? Zhao Guodian replied, The people from the Chaoyuan gang stated that they had not located Wang Fangyuan's body afterward, which raised some suspicion. They wished to confirm the circumstances. Li Fei pressed further, Why did the Chaoyuan gang task you with this? What connection does this gang have with the officials in Yicheng? Zhao Guodian responded, I am not privy to the intricate details. I have only heard indirectly that the Chaoyuan gang is affiliated with the Ninth Master. Several years ago, the Ninth Master took the struggling Chaoyuan gang under his wing, and under the protection of many officials in Yicheng, they have since flourished. They now dominate not only the waterway transport, but also the logistics industry in Yicheng. Li Fei grasped the situation. The Chaoyuan gang was the Ninth Master's covert operatives in Yicheng, while those officials acted as his front. From Zhao Guodian's revelations, it was evident that the individuals responsible for the murder of Wang Fangyuan at the hydrology station were indeed members of the Chaoyuan gang. Li Fei asked, If you return empty-handed today, how will you explain yourselves? Zhao Guodian replied, We have done our utmost. If we fail, there is little we can do. In the past, they have asked me to undertake numerous tasks, and when I was unsuccessful, They did not reprimand me. Li Fei remarked, so you have frequently aided the Chaoyan gang, or the Ninth Master, in their nefarious deeds? Now I must ask you, who are you? Zhao Guodian answered, we are from the Tiandun Security Company in Yicheng, often employed for various tasks. This is our profession. Li Fei probed further, how many personnel does your security company employ? Where is it located? Zhao Guodian replied, our company currently has only a dozen members left. At our peak, we boasted over 1,000. But due to individuals like Qin Yuhai and Song Zhanxing from the Public Security Bureau establishing their own security firms, we have been driven out of business. We now only undertake scattered jobs to make ends meet. We are compelled to collaborate with the Chaoyan gang, performing tasks they are unwilling to handle themselves. Li Fei stated, in that case, you may depart. I warn you, should you dare to disturb this family again, I will not be so lenient. Let me make this clear. Wang Fangyuan has been killed by the Chaoyan gang, and they even set fire to the hydrology station. Return and inform them that nothing was discovered at Wang Fangyuan's parents' home, and that his parents remain unaware of his demise. Zhao Guodian hastily led his companions away, their tails between their legs. Once Zhao Guodian and his associates had departed, Wang Fangyuan turned to Li Fei and asked, brother, why did you let them go? What if they return? Li Fei reassured him, do not worry, they will not return. My next step will be to acquire this security company, revitalize it, and restore its former glory. Now, let's go meet your parents. Wang Fangyuan's father, Wang Dong, and mother, Sai Qingqing, had heard that the assailants had left and emerged from their bedroom. They approached Wang Fangyuan and inquired, what has happened to you? Why did you say you were dead? Li Fei recounted Wang Fangyuan's ordeal in its entirety to Wang Dong and Sai Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Sai Qingqing was about to kneel before Li Fei, exclaiming, you are the savior of Shaoyuan. Li Fei quickly restrained her, saying, Auntie, please refrain from such gestures. I have brought Wang Fangyuan back tonight to alleviate your concerns and to meet with you, but we must leave shortly thereafter. Wang Dong interjected, indeed. It is evident that when Shaoyuan is with you, he will be safe. However, there is one matter to address. Since the passing of Shaoyuan's leader, his intended from Yicheng has notified us of her wish to break off their engagement. We had already arranged their marriage and provided a dowry of 200,000, along with 3 gold items and a car. I am uncertain if we can retrieve any of it. Li Fei replied, I was unaware of this situation, but now that I am informed, I shall take responsibility for resolving it on Wang Fangyuan's behalf. Having other matters to attend to, Li Fei bid farewell to Wang Dong and Sai Qingqing and returned to Yicheng with Wang Fangyuan. As they approached the exclusive courtyard, Li Fei suddenly noticed a few individuals lurking outside, engaged in whispered discussions. He promptly pretended to be a passerby and drove forward, parking the car a short distance away. He then stealthily returned with Wang Fangyuan to observe the intentions of these individuals. Li Fei sent a text to Xiao Fei. Prepare for an internal and external response. There are several individuals outside with unknown intentions, and it is certainly not good. In case of an emergency, please rouse Jiang Tongtong and Su Jiaya. Xiao Fei, who had been waiting for Li Fei and reflecting on numerous matters, sprang into action upon receiving his message. The individuals outside, after a brief discussion, suddenly retrieved a canister of gasoline from a nearby parked car, while one of them began to unlock the door. Observing this, Li Fei instructed Wang Fangyuan to record a video as evidence and stealthily approached the scene. The front door was locked from the outside, but there was a square hole in a large iron gate that allowed for locking from the inside. The individual quickly unlocked the door, and the group gently pushed it open, entering the courtyard with the gasoline. Li Fei, trailing behind the last person, swiftly incapacitated him with a decisive strike, leaving him on the ground. There were 4 intruders in total. One was already subdued by Li Fei, while the remaining 3 stealthily approached the door. One whispering to his accomplices, we will pour the gasoline at the door, ignite it, and make a hasty exit. Once the fire seals the door, those inside will have no means of escape. Just as one of them was about to open the gasoline can, the courtyard was suddenly illuminated, startling the trio carrying the canisters. At that moment, Li Fei closed the large door behind him, and the inner door swung open, revealing Xiao Fei and Jiang Tongtong emerging. Realizing they were surrounded, The three intruders attempted a desperate act, intending to pour and ignite the gasoline. However, as the one holding the can reached out, he suddenly felt a numbing sensation in his hand, rendering it useless. Li Fei advanced from the outside, while Xiao Fei and Zhang Tongtong moved in from within, each selecting an opponent to confront. The three assailants found themselves utterly outmatched and had no chance to resist. They were compelled to kneel in the courtyard at Li Fei's command. Li Fei inquired, "Who sent you to commit arson, and what was your purpose?" The three miscreants exchanged glances, promptly biting down on their collars. Despite Li Fei's quick reflexes, he could not prevent them from collapsing swiftly to the ground. Approaching them, he observed that they had bitten into a collar imbued with lethal cyanide, committing suicide. Li Fei furrowed his brow, pondering why such extreme measures had been taken. Suddenly, he recalled another individual in the courtyard who had been rendered unconscious and decided to interrogate him. After rousing the man and bringing him forth, the latter, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of his companions, understood their fate and attempted to follow suit. However, Li Fei had already removed the poison from his collar. Xiao Fei stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, was this directed at me or at Li Fei?" Recognizing the gravity of his situation, the man, feeling the pressure from the silver needles that Li Fei had inserted into him, divulged, "We were sent to eliminate Li Fei. We were paid 100,000. And to ensure the job was executed flawlessly, failure or disclosure meant immediate suicide, or else our families would face dire consequences." Before he could finish, a bullet struck him in the forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly. Li Fei looked up to see a figure vanish atop a nearby rooftop. Chapter 49. What's wrong with the Standing Committee? Step aside if you won't act. Li Fei was about to pursue, but was halted by Xiao Fei, who advised, "There's no need to chase. You want to catch up and might fall into another trap. Let us handle this scene first." The presence of a silenced rifle indicates they were well prepared. Heeding Xiao Fei's counsel, Li Fei called Lu Chaohui. Lu Chaohui arrived with the provincial inspection team, and, upon seeing the four corpses, gasped, "What on earth happened here?" Xiao Fei replied, "Someone paid $1 million to take Li Fei's life." Lu Chaohui questioned, "How could they know the boss resides here, despite our precautions?" Just then, Su Jiayao emerged from the house, kneeling suddenly, exclaiming, "It was me. I revealed to them where Brother Fei lives." Xiao Fei's eyes widened in anger. "You? Why would you do such a thing?" Su Jiayao sopet. "I didn't mean to. For the past few days, I felt someone tailing me every time I returned from the office. I tried to shake them off while cycling, but this afternoon, no matter how many circles I rode, I couldn't escape. I stopped, and the person approached, claiming they wanted to find Li Fei to discuss business, saying it was inconvenient in the office and easier at home. They even offered me 10,000, and I foolishly divulged the location of the courtyard. I never imagined they intended to kill Brother Fei." Jiang Tongtong attempted to confront Su Jiayao, but Li Fei restrained her, stating, "This isn't Su Jiao's fault. Since they set their sights on me, it was only a matter of time before they came knocking. I suspect that Songyun Gang is behind this, but we lack evidence to substantiate our claims." Xiao Fei inquired, "What does the Songyun Gang do? Why would they target you?" Li Fei remarked, "It is best for you not to know just yet. I will divulge the details once I have clarified the situation." Xiao Fei inquired, "I can remain uninformed for the time being, but how did you offend them?" Li Fei responded, "I struck the vice president of the chemical company located west of Yamming Lake. Furthermore, they suspect I secretly aided you after their defeat at the Standing Committee meeting earlier today, and they wish to eliminate me post-haste." Lu Chaohui commented, "I never anticipated that I Ching would not only be deep-rooted, but also quite treacherous." Li Fei instructed Lu Chaohui, "Please transport these deceased individuals to the hospital's morgue. We shall address the remaining matters tomorrow." Jiang Tongtong asked Su Jiayao, "Is the one who bribed you among these four deceased?" Su Jiayao opfim, "It is indeed the one who was shot." Xiao Fei queried Lu Chaohui, "How do you intend to handle this situation?" Lu Chaohui replied, "Though these were caused quite a commotion in this exclusive courtyard, they did not disturb the surrounding neighbors. The gunfire from the rooftop across the street was silenced, causing minimal noise. Therefore, I will keep this matter concealed for now and address it officially once I assume my position." Jiang Tongtong posed, Since they aim to eliminate Li Fei, why not simply shoot him from above, ensuring a swift execution? Why resort to arson? Isn't that an unnecessary complication? Xiao Fei countered. They are not foolish. A direct assassination carries unpredictable risks. Even with a guaranteed success rate, they would prefer alternative methods. A shooting incident is a major crime that would attract the attention of higher authorities. If the Ministry of Public Security or the Provincial Public Security Bureau were to classify it as a significant case, Yicheng would lose its autonomy, and the perpetrators would inevitably be exposed. Thus, they would not act lightly. As for their recent actions, the rationale is straightforward. They were compelled to silence their accomplices as one was about to disclose who had orchestrated this. Moreover, they harbor a sense of overconfidence, believing that even if they resorted to gunfire, we would remain tight-lipped about the incident, given that several individuals perished within our courtyard. Liu Chaohui concurred with this analysis, stating, "I will remove the bodies and ensure confidentiality through the Provincial Bureau. After a period, we will reassess the situation. Since they are confident we will cover this up, we shall play into their hands." Thus, the matter was resolved, leaving everything in Liu Chaohui's capable hands. The night passed without further incident. Upon the arrival of the next workday, Xiao Fei summoned Guo, saying, "Minister Guo, shortly, Liu Chaohui, Yulei Huang Tinghui, and Xing Yaowei will arrive. We are to announce the new appointments at the Municipal Public Security Bureau." This was originally Guo Jianhua's responsibility, and he had hoped to defer it, as the matters discussed at the Standing Committee meeting had not satisfied their faction. As long as Xiao Fei did not pursue the issue, he intended to leave it unresolved. However, he did not anticipate Xiao Fei's direct inquiry. By 10 in the morning, Liu Chaohui, Yulei Huang Tinghui, and Xing Yaowei had all reported to the organization department, forcing Guo Jianhua to update Xiao Fei. Without hesitation, Xiao Fei instructed Jiang Tongtong to drive them to the organization department, intending to accompany Guo Jianhua and the 4 individuals to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. However, despite their arrival, the Municipal Public Security Bureau was eerily quiet, lacking the atmosphere of a meeting. Xiao Fei inquired, "Minister Guo, did you not inform them in advance to convene the meeting?" Guo Jianhua awkwardly replied, "I forgot to notify them about the meeting." Xiao Fei understood that this was Guo Jianhua's way of opposing the appointment of personnel from the Municipal Bureau, deliberately putting her in a difficult position. Her expression turned icy. "You could forget such an important matter? I perceive you are attempting to undermine me. I will make it abundantly clear, if this occurs again, I will consider reassigning you from your role as the organizational minister. Once my decision is made, not even Zhao Hui Huang can intervene." This was the first time Xiao Fei had spoken with such authority, sending a shiver down Guo Jianhua's spine as he pondered. What background does Xiao Fei possess to dare speak this way? Nevertheless, Guo Jianhua knew he could not challenge Xiao Fei simply because he followed Yao Zheng's orders. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Reluctantly, he said, "I will have the Municipal Bureau office notify them immediately." Xiao Fei responded, "Hand me the documents. You may leave. Since you are unwilling to undertake this task, I shall handle it myself." Guo Jianhua found himself frozen, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Xiao Fei treated him as if he were invisible, proceeding directly to the bureau office. "Who is the head of the office?" A young woman, having seen Xiao Fei on the news, quickly approached and said, "Secretary Xiao, you are here. Our office director is currently reporting to Director Zhai. I will fetch him right away." Xiao Fei took a seat, while Liu Chaohui, Yulei Huang Tinghui, and Xing Yaowei stood in the office. Within 2 minutes, the office director and deputy director Zhai Fuyuan arrived hastily. Upon seeing Xiao Fei seated, Zhai Fuyuan quickly approached. "Secretary Xiao, you did not give us prior notice, and we have been somewhat inattentive." Xiao Fei instructed, "Notify all personnel at home to convene a meeting for all staff. The new members of your team have arrived, and I am here to announce their appointments." Zhai Fuyuan and the office director, Wang Zhaogui, hurriedly dispatched all office personnel to relay the message, with the office director personally making phone calls. Minutes later, Xiao Fei entered the conference room accompanied by Liu Chaohui, Yulei Huang Tinghui, and Xing Yaowei. Guo Jianhua dared not leave, following behind Xiao Fei with the documents, his face a mask of terror as he ascended the podium. Xiao Fei showed no regard for him. Minister Guo, did I not instruct you to return? What are you still doing here? Today's meeting is convened at my request. You have no role here. Leave the documents and you may go. The municipal bureau personnel were left bewildered, but Lu Chaowei, Yu Lei, Huang Tingwei, and Xing Yaowei understood perfectly. Guo Jianhua had sought to embarrass Secretary Qiao, yet now, Xiao Fei had elegantly countered his intentions, leaving him speechless. Lu Chaowei, in particular, was acutely aware that after the Standing Committee meeting yesterday, Xiao Fei had specifically informed Guo Jianhua to arrange for the four of them to report this morning. It was no wonder Xiao Fei was incensed. Guo Jianhua felt redundant in this setting. If he insisted on staying, he might face humiliation. Thus, he departed in a dejected manner. Xiao Fei picked up the documents left by Guo Jianhua on the podium and announced the commencement of the meeting. Seated at the podium, Zhai Fiyuan presided over the assembly. Comrades, we have convened you on short notice for an important meeting. Secretary Qiao from Municipal Committee has come to address us. Please join me in welcoming her. Due to the lack of prior arrangements for communication, Zhai Fiyuan could say little and thus relinquished the floor to Xiao Fei. Without hesitation, Xiao Fei spoke into the microphone. Comrades, today I am here representing the organization department of the Municipal Committee. Initially, I had arranged for the department to notify you of this meeting yesterday, but regrettably, my words seemed to carry no weight there, and they failed to inform you. Hence, we had to convene this meeting on short notice. The sole purpose of today's gathering is to announce the decisions made by the Provincial Public Security Department and the Standing Committee of the Municipal Committee. I hereby announce that, after deliberation, Comrade Lu Chaowei, Director of the Inspection Team of the Provincial Department, will concurrently serve as the Secretary of the Yicheng City Public Security Bureau and act as the Director, pending formal approval by the People's Congress. Comrade Jing Guojun has been assigned to another role. Comrade Yu Lei has been appointed as the Deputy Secretary and Political Commissar of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Comrade Huang Tingwei is now a member of the Bureau's Party Committee and serves as the Executive Deputy Director, while Comrade Xing Yaowei has also been appointed as a member of the Bureau's Party Committee, taking charge as the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team. It is unprecedented for a municipal secretary to personally announce such appointments of deputy-level officials. As Xiao Fei's words resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Both the elders on stage and the attendees below recognized that the situation wherein the Municipal Public Security Bureau had been under the control of Yao Zheng and his faction for the past 7 or 8 years had come to an end. The current Public Security Bureau of Yicheng City was now firmly under Xiao Fei's command, as evidenced by the newly appointed individuals. 2 were from the provincial department, and 2 had previously been sidelined by Yao Zheng's faction. Notably, Huang Tingwei, who had been maliciously reported and demoted after being slated for the position of deputy county head, was now directly appointed by Secretary Qiao. This indicated that the new secretary was not aligned with Yao Zheng. The mere act of ousting Guo Jianhua was testament to Secretary Qiao's boldness and decisiveness. Once the applause subsided, Xiao Fei continued. Although I have announced the personnel adjustments, there are 2 additional points I must address. Huang Tinghui's situation is unique. Previously, during his promotion to a deputy-level position, he was publicly scrutinized due to reports against him. However, following investigations by the Disciplinary Inspection and Supervision Committee, no issues were found. This time, although I have allowed him to assume his position early, the public notice from that previous promotion expired last year. Therefore, we will conduct a 7-day public notice period to ascertain whether Huang Tinghui has engaged in any misconduct during this interval. Should any further reports arise and be verified, not only will his appointment be revoked, but I, having taken an oath at the Standing Committee meeting, will willingly bear the responsibility of recommending him and accept organizational penalties. As Xiao Fei concluded her speech, someone raised a hand from the audience. Secretary Qiao, I see you're different from the others. May I report someone here on the spot? Is it possible for action to be taken? This statement astonished everyone. Was such a procedure even permissible? What was his intent? Chapter 50. Yao Zheng strikes back, laying traps and manipulating from the shadows upon witnessing an individual report a grievance. Xiao Fei remarked, very well, provided your allegations are substantiated. We shall ensure a fair resolution. regardless of who is involved. The individual who reported stood up and declared, "I am Zhang Haitao, the Deputy Chief of the Public Security Team. I wish to report our Public Security Bureau Party Committee member and Chief of the Public Security Team, Dong Qingyu, for accepting bribes and downgrading a criminal case to a mere public order issue, thus allowing the guilty party to evade punishment and causing the victim to suffer unjustly. I initially took on this case, which had reached a critical juncture, only for Dong Qingyu to forcibly take it from me. I did not anticipate his distortion of truth, resulting in the genuine victim being left in despair, ultimately leading them to take their own life along with their family. Upon hearing Zhang Haitao's public accusation, Dong Qingyu, filled with rage, retorted, "Zhang Haitao, you are speaking absolute nonsense. What you allege is entirely fictitious. Your public defamation of me constitutes a criminal act." Xiao Fei interjected, "Dong Qingyu, let us not be hasty. The truth will reveal itself upon investigation. Should Zhang Haitao turn out to be lying, I shall demand severe repercussions for him. This matter will be entrusted to our newly appointed bureau chief, Comrade Lu Chaohui from the Provincial Department Supervisory Team, who will determine the course of action. If it is ultimately proven that you have been wronged, I shall personally ensure your exoneration." Lu Chaohui promptly decided. The case mentioned by Zhang Haitao will be assigned to the Criminal Investigation Team for handling, with the Bureau's Discipline Inspection Team involved. The meeting was brief, lasting no more than half an hour before concluding. As Xiao Fei and Zhang Tongtong departed, Dong Qingyu swiftly returned his office to call Yao Zheng, pleading, "Mayor, I implore you to save me." Yao Zheng had just received a report from Guo Jianhua regarding Xiao Fei expelling him from the Public Security Bureau meeting. Although the reasons were not disclosed, habitually protective of his own, Yao Zheng directly reported this incident to Zhao Huiwang. No sooner had he finished his report than Dong Qingyu called again, seeking to lodge a complaint, asserting that Xiao Fei intended to resurrect old grievances against him to bolster her own power. Yao Zheng, already displeased with Xiao Fei's personnel adjustments within the Public Security Bureau, argued that her appointments were not in accordance with organizational procedures, and thus reported this again to Zhao Huiwang. Zhao Huiwang, reluctant to contact Xiao Fei directly, relayed the situation to the Provincial Organization Minister, Yu Qiangbei, suggesting he look into the matter. Yu Qiangbei, astute as he was, recognized Zhao Huiwang's intent to leverage his influence against Xiao Fei. Aware of Xiao Fei being the daughter of Xiao Dongliang, he refrained from overtly opposing her, having already given her a cold shoulder when she was appointed. Investigating whether Xiao Fei's appointments contravened organizational procedures was a serious matter. Should she indeed have violated them, consequences would ensue. Conversely, should she have acted within the bounds of procedure, instigating trouble for her could lead to severe repercussions, particularly if Xiao Dongliang bore a grudge, jeopardizing any future advancement in Yu Qiangbei's career. In order to provide a satisfactory answer to Zhao Huiwang, Yu Qiangbei directly called Xiao Fei, "Secretary Xiao, I have heard that there have been adjustments to the leadership team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau in Yicheng. Some have expressed concerns regarding the adherence to organizational procedures. Could you clarify this for me?" Xiao Fei anticipated this call. "Minister Yu, for matters concerning personnel adjustments at the City Bureau, it is best to inquire with Director Chung at the Provincial Department. The adjustments were proposed by the Provincial Department and approved by our Municipal Committee. There are no procedural issues. The only complication arose when all 5 candidates recommended during our secretary meeting were reported with substantial evidence, which led us to vote on the candidates proposed by the Provincial Department instead. I can arrange for someone to provide you with a copy of the meeting minutes and video from this committee session for your review." Yu Qiangbei replied with a smile, "That won't be necessary. I must inquire due to the feedback received, but as long as the procedure is correct, that suffices. Additionally, I must inform you that the report regarding the interchange of positions between Li Xiuchun and Yu Yunhai has been approved by the Provincial Committee. You may send someone to collect the document." Yu Qiangbei dutifully reported to Zhao Huiwang, ensuring no one was offended. Zhao Huiwang, upon hearing this, merely instructed his secretary to call Yao Zheng. "The leadership has expressed that you should refrain from reporting matters to the secretary without absolute certainty. Otherwise, It merely reflects your incompetence. Given the resources and authority at your disposal, if you cannot achieve results, do not lament in front of the leadership. This is the directive, and I am merely conveying it to you. Yao Zheng felt a bit frustrated, but recognized the futility of the situation. Unable to counter Qiao Fei directly, he sought an alternative approach. Yao Zheng was irked that Huang Tinghui not only remained unscathed but had been promoted. He summoned his loyal ally, Zhang Jianwei, the county party's secretary of Shanghai, to his office. After their clandestine discussion, Zhang Jianwei departed. This encounter caught the attention of L. Guangyao, who was conducting business at the municipal government. Upon returning to the municipal committee office, L. Guangyao immediately reported to Yu Yanhai. Yu Yanhai praised L. Guangyao. Xiao El, you handled this well. Keep up the good work, and I will recommend you for the position of deputy director of the municipal committee office. Yu Yanhai painted a promising picture for L. Guangyao, who was elated. After L. Guangyao left, Yu Yanhai went to Qiao Fei's office to relay the situation. Qiao Fei quickly grasped the implications. Since Yao Zheng intended to use Zhang Jianwei as a pawn, they would retaliate against Shanghai County, initiating the first step of encircling the cities from the countryside. Secretary Yu, the interchange of duties between you and Li Xiuchun has been approved. Moving forward, I encourage you to take bold responsibility in the municipal committee office. By the way, since you have been here for some time, do you know anyone trustworthy within the City Discipline Inspection Commission? Yu Yanhai remarked. The head of the 5th Investigation Office, Yu Guangming, is a distant relative of mine. He is an upright man, devoid of any factional allegiance. On several occasions, Yao Zheng attempted to persuade Lu Guoyang to have him reassigned, but Lu Guoyang skillfully evaded the issue. Although both Lu Guoyang and Yao Zheng were promoted by Zhao Huihuang and generally aligned in their views, Lu Guoyang harbored his own ambitions. He did not wish for the Municipal Disciplinary Committee to fall completely under Yao Zheng's control, as that would render him a mere puppet. Thus, Lu Guoyang played his own game, deliberately informing Yao Zheng that Yu Guangming had altered his stance, making a reassignment unnecessary. Qiao Fei instructed, "Find a way to bring Yu Guangming to my office, but ensure that no one sees him." After Yu Yanhai departed, Qiao Fei called Li Fei. "You must go to Shanghai County immediately, paying particular attention to those who have a good relationship with Huang Tinghui and his family." Li Fei, while discussing matters concerning Yicheng City with Dong Shichao, a genuine leader sent from Jinghai Group, stepped aside to take the call. Upon hearing Qiao Fei's request, he jested, "I shall heed my esteemed wife's command." Qiao Fei blushed slightly, retorting, "Stop with the flattery and focus on the task at hand." At the Shanghai County Public Security Bureau, Zhang Jing, the director of the Legal Affairs Office, was engrossed in a case when he was unexpectedly visited by Liang Yaohua, the head of the discipline inspection team, accompanied by 3 individuals. After Liang Yaohua entered the office, the 3 stood in a triangular formation beside Zhang Jing. One of them presented a document before him. "Please sign this. We are from the County Discipline Inspection Commission, and we kindly request that you accompany us." Zhang Jing was taken aback. He had diligently performed his duties, never engaging in any form of deceit. What error could warrant an invitation from the county commission? He inquired. "The commission is looking for me? What have I done wrong? Could you enlighten me?" The individual holding the document replied, "You will learn what you need to know when you arrive at the appropriate location. We will not inform you in advance. You are well aware of your actions." Zhang Jing found the situation sudden and peculiar, asking, "Is our bureau chief aware of this? Furthermore, your document only contains my name and position, with the rest left blank. Such a document does not comply with relevant regulations. I cannot sign it, nor will I accompany you." At that moment, another figure appeared at the door. Zhang Jing, "Do not assume that your knowledge of legal procedures will allow you to evade scrutiny. I am Zhou Lidong, the head of the 1st Supervisory Office of the Yicheng City Discipline Inspection Commission. You are implicated in deliberately fabricating wrongful convictions under the direction of your superiors, and you must clarify this matter for us." Zhang Jing, grasping the implications of the man's words, felt a sense of foreboding. "I am merely a section chief at the County Public Security Bureau. Surely, it is beyond the jurisdiction of the City Discipline Inspection Commission to intervene in my case. You are overestimating my significance." Zhou Lidong scoffed. This is the first time I have encountered someone bold enough to question the City Discipline Inspection Commission. I must inform you that our commission has dispatched a temporary inspection team to conduct a review in Huanghuai County. Based on the relevant materials provided by your county's commission, I possess the authority to investigate your alleged serious violations of discipline and law. Please accompany us. Initially, Zhang Jing harbored doubts about the county commission's intentions to take him away, but now he had come to trust his own judgment. His former superior and mentor, Huanghuai, had recently been promoted to the position of Executive Deputy Director at the Municipal Bureau with an additional special 7-day notice period. It was rumored that Secretary Qiao had personally vouched for Huanghuai. Should Huang face any allegations within this week, accompanied by substantial evidence, Secretary Qiao would willingly accept responsibility for any oversight in his appointment, particularly upon hearing the directive implying intentional fabrication of wrongful accusations. Zhang Jing comprehended the scheme. Someone sought to entrap Huanghuai in a plot against Secretary Qiao. However, Huang had just undergone scrutiny by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission less than 2 months prior, which had confirmed his integrity. How could such allegations resurface? It was evident that they were concocting baseless charges to coerce him into implicating Huang, thus creating trouble for Qiao. With this realization, Zhang Jing could not help but chuckle derisively. You are unlikely to achieve your goal with me. Zhou Lidong turned to his associates from the county commission and commanded, Why are you dilly-dallying? Take him away. The others promptly approached to seize Zhang Jing. At this juncture, he understood that resistance was futile and resigned himself to accompany them. As Zhang Jing was escorted downstairs, numerous onlookers in the courtyard observed him, some whispering among themselves. Zhang Jing is renowned for his incorruptibility. How could he be taken by the commission? Perhaps he is a double-faced individual? The commission members deliberately shouted to the crowd. The county commission is conducting an investigation. No one is permitted to approach. Zhang Jing realized this was a calculated attempt to tarnish his reputation. Suddenly, he spotted a close friend watching him with concern from a distance, which sparked an idea within him. He called out, You cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent person. If you think you can frame Huanghuai through me, you shall not succeed. The municipal commission has already cleared him of any wrongdoing. Even if it costs me my life, I will not yield to your coercion. In response, one of the commission officials swung a fist at Zhang Jing, exclaiming, What the hell are you shouting about? Zhang Jing's nose was instantly bloodied, the crimson fluid streaming down his face. Chapter 51, Striking in the Shadows. As the assault commenced, Zhang Jing lost a considerable amount of blood, a scene that his friend recorded on his mobile phone. However, Zhang Jing was quickly taken away. He was brought to a privately owned hotel located on the eastern ring road of the county, a covert interrogation site rented by the Shanghai County Discipline Inspection Commission. The owner of the hotel was Zhao Wenxian's younger brother, Zhao Wenli. The county commission had renovated several crucial rooms in this hotel, meticulously designed to meet interrogation standards and prevent any possibility of the detainees committing suicide, with all sharp corners softened. Zhang Jing's nosebleed had ceased, yet his shirt was stained red with blood, which had subsequently darkened to a brown hue. Zhang Jing found himself firmly seated in a chair, confronted by Zhou Lidong, who sat opposite him. Zhang Jing, do you comprehend the reason we have brought you here? Zhang Jing replied coldly. I firmly believe I have never committed any transgressions against the people. As a law enforcement officer, I hold the law in utmost reverence and would never dare to act with negligence. You have inexplicably brought me here. How could I possibly know your intentions? Zhou Lidong chuckled. Did you not proclaim this in the courtyard of your county bureau? From what I understand, it seems unlikely that anyone would dare to warn you. Moreover, even if someone were to inform you, who would possess the audacity to do so? Let us dispense with the trivialities. I possess a document regarding an incident that could have constituted a criminal case involving a public brawl. However, due to Huanghuai's intervention, you deliberately downgraded the case from a criminal to an administrative one during the proceedings. Huanghuai mentioned he received a bribe of 100,000 yuan from the involved party, and in return, you merely imposed a 5-day detention as an administrative penalty. You ought to confess to this matter. If you admit that Huanghuai coerced you into this, you may return to your duties. Should you remain obstinate, You risk dismissal and even potential criminal charges for negligence. Zhang Jing scoffed. The tactic of fabricating charges does not hold water with me. I'm fully aware of my own actions. I cannot fabricate what did not occur. Zhou Lidong, with a veneer of a smile, retorted, "If I assert that you are guilty, then you are guilty. Do not resist. You know the consequences of resistance." A strange tension enveloped the room as Zhang Jing noticed the interrogation monitor was turned off, cloaked in darkness. No wonder Zhou Lidong felt emboldened to threaten him so brazenly. They were operating under such pretense. Zhang Jing replied with a cold laugh. "You wish for me to falsely accuse others for your convenience. If I surmise correctly, you intend to employ torture against me. I am well acquainted with your methods. Whether you inflict physical torment or psychological distress, whether you subject me to extreme conditions or force me to hold my breath underwater, I assure you, I will not yield unless you grant me the option to end my own life with my shoelaces." Zhou Lidong and his associates exchanged astonished glances. It appeared Zhang Jing was remarkably aware of their tactics. Zhou Lidong and Zhao Wenxian looked at each other in disbelief. At that moment, a tattooed man approached. Addressing Zhang Jing, "Zhang Jing, I recognize your prowess. You have overseen many cases. You possess considerable integrity. However, have you considered the fate of your wife, Qiu Yuxian, who is indeed like a celestial being? Should you find yourself incarcerated, how many men would covet her? And your daughter, who has just entered junior high, resembles a fairy as well. If such a young girl were to be defiled, would you not regret it for the rest of your life?" Those who were astute recognized the times. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jing gritted his teeth and declared, "You may do as you please to me. But even the bandits of you adhered to the principle of sparing family from harm. Should you dare employ nefarious means against my loved ones, I swear that even in death, I shall not forgive you. You masquerade as members of the Discipline Inspection Commission, yet you resort to the very tactics of organized crime. We live in a society governed by law, not one where you can operate with impunity." The tattooed man, seemingly unconcerned, retorted, "I am not a part of the system." "Your words are futile," Zhang Jing countered. "Not a part of the system? Then what authority do you possess to interrogate someone like me who is within it? To threaten me so brazenly?" The man, filled with arrogance, replied, "Do not underestimate me for my lack of affiliation. At times, my words hold more weight than yours. I advise you to comply and sign the documents we have prepared. It would be unwise to jeopardize yourself for others." Zhang Jing responded coldly, "You may pressure me, but I will not sign. I hold respect only for the truth. What exists is real, and what is non-existent. You shall not find evidence for me to falsely accuse another. Let me make this clear. If any harm befalls me, you and those behind you, regardless of their rank or position, shall suffer even more grievously." The tattooed man sneered, "We have thoroughly investigated your background. We know every relative of yours. Do not think you can hide your true worth from us. You are merely a lowly official, daring to threaten us? I can assure you, you are but a pawn for others. I advise you to heed our counsel. We can guarantee your promotion to deputy director within 6 months. Should you refuse, we cannot assure the safety of your wife and daughter." Zhang Jing, a graduate of a police academy and a man of considerable stature, suddenly erupted with strength. He seized the tattooed man's throat, lifting him off the ground. The man, now frightened, stammered, "What are you doing?" With a forceful motion, Zhang Jing slammed the man to the ground, pressing a knee onto his abdomen. He then unleashed a flurry of slaps across the man's face, leaving it swollen and bruised. The tattooed man was left dazed by the assault. At that moment, Zhou Lidong interjected, "Zhang Jing, how can you resort to violence? This is the interrogation space of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Your actions are criminal." Zhang Jing retorted coldly, "Criminal? You acknowledge this is the space of the Discipline Inspection Commission? Yet this tattooed man has confessed he is not part of it. Why should I, a member of the system, be subjected to interrogation by someone outside of it? Why should I endure threats from him?" Zhou Lidong, unable to provide an explanation, reluctantly stated, "He is a temporary hire." Zhang Jing coldly inquired, "You employ individuals of dubious character within the city's Discipline Inspection Commission? I have long perceived the situation. From the moment I entered this room, you ceased monitoring. What manner of conduct is this? You, being a member of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, ought to comprehend the significance of surveillance. Your actions merely prepare the ground for coercive interrogation. I am ready for whatever you intend to do. You may commence at your discretion. Neither Zhou Lidong nor Zhao Wenxian had uttered a word when the tattooed man suddenly brandished a dagger from his waist, lunging towards Zhang Jing. Initially, Zhang Jing was oblivious to the presence of a weapon in the interrogation room. Upon noticing the glinting blade aimed at his abdomen, he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, resulting in a knife plunging directly into his arm, piercing the flesh and causing blood to flow freely. This shocking turn of events startled Zhou Lidong and Zhao Wenxian. They had summoned the tattooed man merely to intimidate Zhang Jing, never anticipating that he would be overpowered and receive a flurry of slaps. The tattooed man, unbound by bureaucratic constraints, cared little for the consequences and sought vengeance for his humiliation, intent on inflicting severe harm. Should Zhang Jing be fatally wounded, Zhou Lidong and Zhao Wenxian would find themselves in dire straits. In haste, Zhou Lidong seized the tattooed man and whispered urgently, "You must leave at once, the farther, the better." The tattooed man, unwilling to relent, retorted, "He struck me multiple times. I must make him pay." With that, he charged at Zhang Jing once more. The knife aimed again at his abdomen. Zhang Jing, quick-witted and agile, grasped the tattooed man's wrist, exerting force to break it. The dagger clattered to the floor, prompting Zhao Wenxian to swiftly retrieve it and conceal it from the tattooed man's sight. Despite having a broken arm, the tattooed man remained defiant, lunging at Zhang Jing again. Unyielding, Zhang Jing delivered a swift kick to the man's chest, fracturing 3 ribs in the process. Zhou Lidong recognized the severity of the situation. If the altercation persisted, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Together with Zhao Wenxian, he restrained the tattooed man, imploring, "Cease this commotion. If this continues, we shall find ourselves in a predicament. Remember the purpose for which your leader sent you." The tattooed man grimaced, "My ribs are broken. This constitutes a minor injury. Call an ambulance to take me to the hospital." Zhou Lidong promptly dialed for emergency services, requesting an ambulance to convey the tattooed man to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing tore a strip from his clothing to bind his wounded arm. After a brief interval, the paramedics arrived. A nurse, a doctor, and 2 emergency responders entered, carrying a stretcher. Upon hearing the knock, Zhao Wenxian opened the door. The paramedics inquired, "Is this the room?" Zhou Lidong affirmed, "Indeed, I called for help." Upon seeing the bloody Zhang Jing, the paramedics assumed he was the patient and attempted to assist him onto the stretcher. Zhou Lidong interjected, "The injured party is not him. It is the one over there." Although the tattooed man had fractured ribs, he was not bleeding, leaving the paramedics somewhat perplexed. "Isn't he the one who was injured? He is covered in blood." Zhou Lidong, accustomed to reprimanding others, erupted once more, asserting, "When I say it is him, it is him. I called 120. I dictate whom you save. There is no room for needless chatter." At that moment, a female nurse entered, recognizing Zhang Jing, her neighbor, and was about to speak when Zhang Jing shook his head to silence her. As Zhou Lidong, Zhao Wenxian, and the 2 paramedics lifted the tattooed man onto the stretcher, Zhang Jing seized the opportunity to discreetly slip a small object into the nurse's hand, swiftly shielding her with his body. The astute nurse immediately grasped the situation and quickly concealed the item in her pocket. Once the paramedics had carried the tattooed man away, Zhang Jing inquired, "What about my injury?" Zhou Lidong coldly retorted, "Your injury? You brought that upon yourself, attempting to evade responsibility through self-harm, which we have prevented." Zhang Jing lashed out. "What utter nonsense! I never expected to encounter such filth within our system. Do you genuinely believe this will compel me to sign anything? Not a chance." At that moment, Zhao Wenxian stepped outside, returning moments later with a smile, concealing a syringe in his sleeve. Seizing a moment of inattention, he plunged the needle into Zhang Jing's flesh. Zhang Jing felt darkness envelop him as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 52. Qiu Yuxian faces humiliation. Li Fei arrives to rescue Zhang Jing, succumbed to unconsciousness from the drug administered by Zhao Wenxian. Zhou Lidong inquired, "What did you inject him with?" Zhao Wenxian replied, "A sedative followed by a hallucinogen." Once he awakens, we shall interrogate him, ensuring he divulges whatever we desire and complies with our demands." Zhou Lidong gave a thumbs up in approval. Meanwhile, after the ambulance returned to the hospital, the female nurse hurriedly exited to call Zhang Jing's wife, Qiu Yuxian. "Sister-in-law, I need to tell you something. Come to the People's Hospital urgently. It concerns your brother Zhang Jing, and time is of the essence. I fear he may be in danger." Qiu Yuxian, employed at the County Natural Resources Bureau, sensed the urgency in the nurse's voice and promptly rode her electric bicycle to the hospital. Upon arriving at the emergency center, she found the nurse waiting at the entrance. Noticing the nurse's anxious demeanor, Qiu Yuxian asked Xiao Jing, "What has happened to my brother Zhang Jing?" The nurse, named Zhao Jing, glanced around cautiously before handing a small object to Qiu Yuxian. "This was secretly given to me by Zhang Jing. I do not know what it is, but I saw him covered in blood, and it surely indicates something serious. That place resembles one where the Discipline Inspection Commission conducts interrogations. Has my brother committed a transgression?" With a serious expression, Qiu Yuxian replied, "Impossible. You may not know, but I do. He is a man of principles, refusing favors from relatives or friends, and he certainly does not accept bribes. Why would the Discipline Inspection Commission involve him?" Suddenly, a thought struck Qiu Yuxian. Last night, Zhang Jing had mentioned in bed that his mentor, Huanghuai, had finally been promoted, personally recommended by the municipal party secretary. It is said that there is a 7-day notice period. If someone reports within this time frame with substantial evidence, not only Huanghuai will face repercussions, but even Xiao Fei could be implicated. Might it be that someone is intentionally setting a trap for Huanghuai due to his past relationship with Zhang Jing, who was once his mentor and a close confidant? Upon this realization, Qiu Yuxian said to Xiao Jing, "Let us keep this matter confidential. I will investigate the situation further." Upon returning home, Qiu Yuxian immediately consulted Zhang Jing's phone directory to obtain Huanghuai's number. She relayed the situation to him over the phone. Upon hearing the news, Huanghuai felt a sense of foreboding. Someone was indeed plotting against him, utilizing Zhang Jing to fabricate a trap. If the attack were solely directed at him, it would be one matter, but this could also involve Secretary Qiao. This situation necessitated a report to Secretary Qiao. Just as Qiu Yuxian concluded her call with Huanghuai, a knock resounded at her door. Upon opening it, she was met by several individuals. The leader stated, "How dare you return home during working hours? Are you attempting to conceal some evidence?" Qiu Yuxian had not yet had the chance to address the small object still on her person. Recognizing their ill intentions, she nonetheless proceeded to pour them tea. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly hide the small object within the tea box, burying it beneath the leaves, the leader then informed Qiu Yuxian, "There is no need for you to busy yourself. We have matters to discuss with you." Qiu Yuxian feigned ignorance, asking, "Are you from my husband's workplace?" The leader replied, "We are from the County Discipline Inspection Commission. Please accompany us." Qiu Yuxian inquired, "From the Discipline Inspection Commission? I am merely an ordinary staff member, with no involvement in finances or procedures. What do you want from me?" The intruder retorted, "There is no need for further discussion. You will understand once we arrive. Now, please come with us." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qiu Yuxian understood that these individuals intended not only to harm her husband, but also to target her. Having been married to Zhang Jing for nearly 18 years, she had cultivated a sense of justice and resilience, along with a firm temperament. Faced with their insistence to take her away, she locked the door and followed them. Upon meeting Xiao Fei, Huanghuai quickly reported the situation. Xiao Fei instructed Huanghuai to call Qiu Yuxian to inquire further, but he found that her phone was unreachable. A sense of unease washed over Xiao Fei. It was entirely possible that Qiu Yuxian had also been taken. Xiao Fei realized that someone was attempting to sabotage her, for they were exploiting her confidence in Huanghuai, betting on his supposed invulnerability to create a pitfall. If Zhang Jing and his wife were coerced into confessing against Huanghuai, she too would face consequences, particularly as she had made a solemn promise during the standing committee meeting. Consequently, Xiao Fei called Li Fei, asking, "Where are you now? Have you reached Huanghuai County?" At that moment, Li Fei was already gathering intelligence in Huanghuai County, but due to the lack of information, he was still a loss. Upon receiving Xiao Fei's call, he inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Xiao Fei then recounted Zhang Jing's situation to him. Li Fei replied, "Understood. I will do my utmost to locate Zhang Jing and Qiu Yushin promptly." At this moment, Li Fei found himself in the courtyard of the Huanghuai County Public Security Bureau. His initial intention was to gauge the situation and identify those who were close to Huang Tinghui before he could find a suitable individual to inquire. He received a call from Xiao Fei. Returning to his car parked outside the gate, he retrieved his laptop and began to browse the internet. Utilizing the mobile phone number of the Zhang Jing couple provided by Huang Tinghui to Xiao Fei, he employed his hacking skills to directly access the Unicom network system. He discovered several numbers that Zhang Jing frequently contacted, subsequently tracing these individuals' workplaces and names based on their phone numbers. Among them, he noted a particularly active number registered to a Zhang Yinshua, an officer at the Huanghuai County Public Security Bureau. With this lead, Li Fei closed his laptop and returned to the entrance of the bureau. The officer at the gate, recognizing Li Fei as a visitor to the county bureau, did not question him further and allowed him entry. Upon entering the building, Li Fei inquired of anyone he encountered, "Where can I find Zhang Yinshua?" A young police officer descending the stairs responded, "Fifth floor, room 501. Having already obtained Zhang Yinshua's mobile number from Zhang Jing's phone, Li Fei dialed it. However, Zhang Yinshua, preoccupied with concern over Zhang Jing's detention, dismissed the unfamiliar call without answering. Li Fei, undeterred, proceeded to room 501. Upon knocking, a young man opened the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Li Fei replied earnestly, "I need to see Zhang Yinshua urgently." The young man called into the room, "Zhang, someone is here looking for you. Says it's urgent." Zhang Yinshua, the deputy captain of the Public Security Bureau's security team, had been in the office with just the young officer, as 4 others were out on assignments. He stood up, having been distracted from his paperwork by the announcement. Li Fei recognized a man nearing 40 standing before him and confirmed, "You must be Comrade Zhang Yinshua. I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance." Zhang Yinshua, intrigued by the speaker's articulate Mandarin, looked at Li Fei with curiosity. "You're looking for me? May I ask who you are?" Li Fei glanced at the young man and then back at Zhang Yinshua, sensing the need for discretion in their conversation. Zhang Yinshua reassured him, "Feel free to speak. There are no outsiders here. He is my apprentice." Li Fei promptly stated, "I need to ask you if you know where Zhang Jing has been taken by the county's disciplinary committee." Taken aback by the inquiry, Zhang Yinshua replied, "I don't know where he has been taken. Why are you asking about Zhang Jing? Do you know him?" Li Fei, pressed for time, replied, "Let me be straightforward. I was sent by Secretary Chiao of the Municipal Committee and Deputy Director Huang Tinghui of the Municipal Bureau. Zhang Jing is in grave danger, and I must locate him swiftly, along with his wife, Qiu Yushin." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yinshua felt reassured and responded, "Please hold on a moment. I will inquire." He picked up the phone and dialed, "Director Wu, I would like to inquire about a matter. Do you know where the disciplinary committee has taken our officer, Zhang Jing?" Director Wu retorted, "What did you say?" "Zhang Jing has been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission. How come I was unaware of this?" "Captain Zhang, please hold on a moment. I shall inquire further. However, this matter must remain confidential. Were it not for our strong camaraderie, I would not dare to disclose any information to you. Please bear with me for a moment." After a few minutes, Director Wu called back, "Captain Zhang, I apologize, but I cannot gather any information. Nonetheless, I can share a piece of intelligence. There is a private hotel on the east side of Dongguan Road named Qingdong Hotel. You might want to check it out, but remember, do not let anyone know I was the one who informed you." Zhang Yinshua hung up the phone and relayed this address to Li Fei. "This is all I could find out. But I know that any location where the Discipline Inspection Commission interrogates individuals is heavily guarded. You might not be able to gain entry." Li Fei searched for Qingdong Hotel on his phone, but could not locate it. He then asked Zhang Yinshua, "Could you lead me to the hotel and then return afterward?" Zhang Yinshua replied, "That's no problem. You have a car, right?" Li Fei responded, "There's no time to waste. Let us go." Zhang Yinshua called out to the young man, "Lazy, come with me. You'll drive." After a brief journey, Zhang Yinshua brought Li Fei near the hotel and pointed out the building. Li Fei instructed Zhang Yinshua to return, wishing not to involve him further. Zhang Yinshua agreed, but did not stray far, opting to observe from a distance to see how Li Fei would manage to enter the hotel. Li Fei parked the car at a distance and approached the hotel on foot. Upon reaching the entrance, a guard spotted him and warned from afar, "Do not come here. We are not open to the public right now." It was impossible for Li Fei to enter directly, so he circled the hotel, which was set within a large, isolated compound, with buildings around it positioned 20 meters away. Behind the hotel stood a tall tree, surpassing the height of the 5-story building. A branch from this tree extended to the rooftop. Seizing the moment, Li Fei decided to take a risk. The hotel was located on the outskirts, with very few people around. He quickly climbed the tree, hoping to leap onto the rooftop using the branch. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew, causing the branch to shift away from the roof. After the wind subsided, the branch returned to its original position, and Li Fei seized the opportunity to jump. At that moment, another strong wind arose, nearly blowing him off the building. He managed to grasp the eaves of the rooftop and hoisted himself up. Though he had reached the rooftop, there was no way down. The only small opening was covered by a board. It was impractical to remove the board, as the location was near the staircase, and any noise would attract attention from below. Li Fei had no choice but to lie flat on the northern side of the rooftop and peek over the edge. He noticed that the glass of a window in the middle of the 5th floor had no steel bars and was half open. This revelation offered Li Fei an opportunity. He maneuvered to the area above this window and assessed the distance. The window was a meter below the rooftop. Li Fei, a man of audacity, executed a daring maneuver, suspending himself by his toes and descending headfirst until he grasped the window ledge with his hands. With a forceful twist of his body, he slipped through the glass. A startled scream echoed within as Li Fei landed on the ground. It turned out that this was a public restroom, devoid of security bars and with the window left ajar. To his astonishment, he had intruded into the ladies' restroom, startling a woman who had just finished her business. Fearing discovery, Li Fei swiftly incapacitated the woman by pressing on her acupoints, rendering her unconscious on the floor before exiting the restroom. As he traversed the corridor, he strained to discern any sounds emanating from the rooms, but silence enveloped him. With no audible clues, he resolved to inquire directly. The corridor yielded no one, prompting him to return to the ladies' restroom and rouse the unconscious woman. Upon opening her eyes and seeing the man who had entered from the window, she was too frightened to utter a sound. Li Fei addressed her, "I have a question for you. Which room are Zhang Jing and Qiu Yuxin confined in? I hope you will provide me with an answer." The woman, panic-stricken, stuttered, Who are you?" Li Fei replied, "If I were to disclose my identity, could you promise to keep it confidential? Should you reveal who I am, I shall be the first to ensure you are imprisoned." The woman nodded vigorously. "I understand the confidentiality regulations. I will certainly keep your secret." At that moment, Li Fei observed that the woman appeared to be in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful yet petite, measuring just over 1.60 meters. "First, tell me your name and position," he urged. The woman, trembling with fear, recognized the formidable nature of a man capable of such an entrance and, in a bid for survival, confessed, "My name is Fan Min, and I'm a staff member in the 4th office of the County Disciplinary Committee." Li Fei responded, "Very well, I trust your words. I shall now reveal my identity to you. Should you dare to expose me, as a member of the Disciplinary Committee, you should be aware of the consequences." From his inner pocket, he produced 2 credentials, one from the National Security and the other from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Upon seeing the title of director, Fan Min realized that this man held a position equivalent to that of the county party secretary or mayor, wielding far greater power than local officials. Not one to be foolish, Fan Min understood that since he had revealed his identity, she too should reciprocate. "The Qiu Yuxin you mentioned is under my supervision. She is currently being interrogated by our director." Li Fei insisted, "Tell me which room she is in, and then you may resume your business in the restroom without coming out." Fan Min's face flushed as she pointed out, "You see that room at the far west on the north side? That is the one." Following her indication, Li Fei pushed open the door to the specified room, only to witness a woman pinned to the ground by 2 men, one of whom had his foot pressing down on her head. Nearby, another man threatened, "Do you admit it or not? If you refuse to confess, we cannot guarantee what might happen to your daughter." Chapter 53. Zhang Jing and her husband are coerced. Li Fei intervenas. Li Fei immediately took out his phone to record the scene. The assailants, believing Fan Min had returned from the restroom, remained oblivious. Their focus solely on the woman on the floor. It was only when they sensed something amiss that they turned to discover Li Fei capturing the moment on video. A man approached and attempted to snatch Li Fei's phone. In a swift motion, Li Fei struck the would-be thief, sending him sprawling to the ground. With a deft twist of his foot against the assailant's knee, he dislocated it. Li Fei then advanced towards the two men who were restraining a woman, delivering blows that incapacitated them both. He swiftly pulled the woman to her feet and inquired, "Are you Qiu Yuxian's sister-in-law?" The beautiful face of Qiu Yuxian was bruised and swollen from the assault. Upon seeing her savior, she resembled a wronged child who had just spotted a parent, and she began to cry pitifully, "I am Qiu Yuxian. Your elder brother is on the third floor at the West End." Although she was unfamiliar with Li Fei, the fact that he had arrived and vanquished three men, along with addressing her as sister-in-law, assured her of his allegiance. To prompt his assistance in rescuing Zhang Jing, she readily divulged the information she possessed. This revelation had been intentionally provided by the three men interrogating her, meant to coerce her into compliance by implying that both she and her husband had been captured, and that if she did not obey, he would endure even greater torment. Li Fei unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the incapacitated trio, knowing that they had not activated the surveillance. Subsequently, he dislocated their arms and legs, and extracted their SIM cards, casting them into their own teacups. After glancing at the printed interrogation record that awaited only a signature, Li Fei tucked it away into his pocket, seized Qiu Yuxian, and locked the door behind them. Upon reaching the west end of the third floor, they encountered a man exiting a room. Without hesitation, Li Fei seized him and demanded, "Which room is Zhang Jing in?" The man, emboldened, retorted, "Who are you? How did you get in here? What do you want with Zhang Jing?" Li Fei scrutinized him momentarily, gauging his physique before swiftly striking an acupoint, rendering him immobile and mute. Li Fei's expertise in acupoint striking was a treasured family legacy, a unique skill forged from the amalgamation of martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine passed down through generations. The art of acupoint striking lies in the precise selection of pressure points, targeting vital areas with speed and accuracy, demanding not only precision but also mastery over force. It serves to control the flow of vital energy within a person. Failing to strike the correct point renders even the most skilled martial artist ineffective. The ancient wisdom states, "The essence of acupoint striking resides in the blood's flow. Timing and location are crucial. One must discern the flow of energy through the meridians with meticulous care. Any miscalculation can lead to dire consequences." Having subdued the man, Li Fei proceeded into the room he had exited, preparing his phone and activating the camera. His intention was to gather evidence. For if they dared to treat Qiu Yuxian in such a manner, they would undoubtedly show no mercy toward Zhang Jing. As I pushed open the door, I beheld Zhang Jing kneeling on the floor, lost in a daze. Two men were gripping his shoulders, while one was coaxing him to speak. "Are you aware that Huanghuai accepted a bribe of 100,000 yuan to influence you into overlooking the culpability of certain individuals, while ensuring that the innocent are held accountable? If you admit to this, we shall provide you with medication to restore your health. Should you refuse, your life will be forfeit. Picture your beautiful wife and lovely daughter. Once you are gone, they will belong to others. Sign here, and you shall be free to return home." With a feeble voice, Zhang Jing replied, "Whatever you wish me to do, I shall comply. I will sign." The man before him placed a pre-printed interrogation record on the table, and the two who restrained Zhang Jing hoisted him up, forcing him to lean over the table as they handed him a pen to sign. Perhaps the trio within the room, sensing the moment was ripe, were so focused on persuading Zhang Jing to sign that they failed to notice Li Fei and Qiu Yuxian had entered. They mistakenly believed it was merely the return of someone who had just exited, convinced that no outsiders could breach their fortified stronghold. Just as Zhang Jing grasped the pen to sign, Li Fei swiftly snatched the printed record from the table. It was then that the three men, Zhou Lidong, Zhao Wenxian, and Liang Yaohua, became aware of Li Fei and Qiu Yuxian's presence. Zhou Lidong, realizing his scheme was on the brink of success, was taken aback by the sudden theft of the document. "Who are you, and how did you get in?" he demanded. Li Fei glanced at the surveillance monitor, noting that it had been deliberately shut off to facilitate their coercive tactics. No longer inclined to be courteous, he took action against the three men. Being unaccustomed to physical exertion stood no chance against him. They quickly succumbed, lacking even the courage to resist. Li Fei employed a technique to dislocate their joints, rendering them incapacitated, and confiscated their mobile phone SIM cards, discarding them into a cup of water. He then lifted Zhang Jing onto his back and exited the interrogation room, instructing Qiu Yuxian to lock the door behind them. They dashed swiftly to the first floor. The individuals in the lobby were bewildered, inquiring, "What is going on here?" Before Li Fei could respond, Qiu Yuxian exclaimed, "This man is on the verge of death. What are you all doing?" Upon hearing this, the crowd in the lobby, noticing the bloodied and listless figure on Li Fei's back, assumed a grave incident had unfolded and dared not intervene. As Li Fei reached the entrance, a guard barred their exit. Enraged, Li Fei shouted, "Must you insist on letting someone die here?" The guard, unfazed by the outburst, retorted, "I don't care whether he lives or dies. You two are not staff members here, and taking him away is unacceptable. Put him down immediately, or we shall take action." Li Fei set Zhang Jing down gently, instructing Qiu Yuxian to tend to him, before confronting the guards in uniform. "Who dares to obstruct me? Your delay in my attempt to save this man constitutes a crime. Open the door." The guard, however, remained resolute, clutching the remote key tighter. Li Fei could not afford to waste any time here. If his evidence were to be compromised and intercepted by the Public Security Bureau of Shanghai County, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Li Fei sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the three guards and seizing the remote key from one of them, unlocking the main gate. He then hoisted Zhang Jing onto his back and fled once more. Upon reaching his vehicle, he placed Zhang Jing in the back seat, entrusting her care to Qiu Yuxian. Li Fei had initially intended to take Zhang Jing directly back to Yicheng, believing that once she was handed over to Lu Chaowei or Huang Tingwei, everything would be resolved. At that moment, Zhang Yinshuo approached with urgency, advising, "You must find a place to hide quickly. They have already alerted the Public Security Bureau. I received notice that the entire city is under martial law, with numerous disciplinary committee personnel being pursued and assaulted, and criminals absconding with those under investigation. If you delay any longer, you will be trapped within the city. I suggest you hasten eastward into the countryside. Even if they locate you, it will take them time, during which you can accomplish much. Please leave at once." At this juncture, Qiu Yuxian produced her house key and said to Zhang Yinshuo, "Brother Yinshuo, please hurry to my home. There is a box of tea leaves in the cabinet of my living room, which contains evidence that my brother Jing had sent back when he was taken by the disciplinary committee. You must find it and ensure it is transferred swiftly." Upon hearing of the evidence, Li Fei interjected, "There is no time. Let me propose this. We shall return home ourselves to ascertain what that evidence is, and I will find a way to transfer it. It is far too perilous for Captain Zhang to go. If he is captured, his future will be irrevocably shattered, and we will be left without any means to gather information." He continued, "Sister-in-law, guide us. We will return home swiftly and aim to relay the evidence before they arrive." Zhang Yinshuo, upon hearing Li Fei's plan, cautioned, "If you proceed this way, they will locate you quickly. It is exceedingly dangerous." Li Fei replied, "There is no alternative. I cannot place you in further jeopardy. Let's go." Following Qiu Yuxian's directions, Li Fei drove, arriving at Zhang Jing's residence within 10 minutes. Li Fei prioritized assessing Zhang Jing's condition, noting that she appeared merely sedated and not in immediate peril. He set aside these concerns for the moment and turned on his computer, uploading the video he had recorded to Qiao Fei and Lu Chaowei, accompanied by a brief explanation. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuxian rummaged through the tea box and retrieved a small device, which Li Fei recognized as a miniature recording device. After connecting it to his computer, he listened to the recording, which captured Zhou Lidong and Zhao Wenxian threatening Zhang Jing. He promptly uploaded this recording to Qiao Fei and Lu Chaowei as well. In addition, he photographed the interrogation transcript prepared in advance by Zhou Lidong and others regarding their questioning of Zhang Jing and Xiao Yuxian, sending those to Qiao Fei and Lu Chaohui as well. Having completed these tasks, Li Fei called Qiao Fei to succinctly report on the rescue of Zhang Jing and her husband, then stated, Secretary Qiao, I may soon be apprehended by the Public Security Bureau of Shanghai County, along with Zhang Jing and Xiao Yuxian. They will undoubtedly resort to coercive interrogation once more. Please expedite arrangements for our rescue. Qiao Fei had already received and viewed the video and recording sent by Li Fei. Suddenly hearing Li Fei's words on the phone ignited a spark of anger within him. They resorted to these measures solely to trouble me? Very well. Let us engage in their game. Rest assured, I shall handle matters on this end. After hanging up, Li Fei concealed all the videos on his phone and cleared the recording device belonging to Zhang Jing, replacing its contents with several songs. Once these tasks were completed, he instructed Xiao Yuxian to stow his laptop away in a place where it would remain undiscovered before attending to Zhang Jing's health. Li Fei produced silver needles and began to administer acupuncture to Zhang Jing, then retrieved a pill from his pocket. This antidote was a proprietary product developed by his family, carried for the purpose of counteracting poisons. He administered the pill to Zhang Jing, and soon after, Zhang Jing awoke from his stupor. Just as he regained consciousness, a loud knocking resounded at the door. Open up. Li Fei recognized their arrival and swiftly retrieved 2 pills from his medicine bottle, handing one each to Zhang Jing and Xiao Yuxian. If you sense any attempt to poison or inject you, swallow this at once. There is no time for further explanation. Xiao Yuxian tucked the pill into her pocket and rose to open the door. Meanwhile, Li Fei had already retracted the silver needles and concealed them. Upon opening the door, a swarm of police officers burst in, accompanied by a familiar figure, Tu Lei, the apprentice of Zhang Yinsuo. This revelation widened Xiao Yuxian's eyes in disbelief. You led them here? Tu Lei displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he declared, You are in league with Zhang Yinsuo. He has tipped you off and even contacted Director Wu of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Since you are not aligned with the city or county's discipline inspection committees, I am compelled to report you. Hand over that little device. Let's see what it contains. Zhang Jing shot an angry glare at Tu Lei, choosing to ignore him. Xiao Yuxian retorted, Tu Lei, you wretched sycophant. Your fate will not be a favorable one. Tu Lei remained defiant. What is wrong with aligning myself with the higher-ups? The error lies with you. Your failure to comply with the county party committee and the government will not afford you a good outcome. Li Fei Chocolat. Your name is Tu Lei, is it? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Those who lack discernment and bow to authority will find themselves expelled within 3 days. Tu Lei, brimming with arrogance, scoffed. You've reached this point and still dare to speak to me? Li Fei inquired. Where is your master, Tu Lei? Tu Lei replied smugly. He has been taken away by Director Zhou Lidong. With over 20 police officers present, Li Fei knew that engaging in confrontation was unwise. Regardless of whose orders the officers were following, any act of aggression against them would be deemed an assault on law enforcement. Li Fei, along with Zhang Jing and Xiao Yuxian, was handcuffed. With an air of indifference, he reassured the couple, You both have an inkling of the situation. Within 12 hours, you will likely be back. Do not fear. Seeing Li Fei's composed demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in Zhang Jing and Xiao Yuxian. Despite their uncertainty regarding how Li Fei had gained access to the hotel where the Discipline Inspection Commission was conducting their case, his formidable presence suggested that he was no ordinary individual. They exchanged a glance, silently encouraging one another, as the individual urged, Hold on, at most, it will be 12 hours. Meanwhile, after discussing the matter with Huanghuai in the office, Qiao Fei resolved to take action rather than passively endure the blows. Determined to transform her circumstances from passive to proactive. Once Huanghuai departed, Qiao Fei contacted Lu Guoyang, Secretary Lu. I wish to ask whether my position as a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection is of lesser significance than your role as the city's Discipline Inspection Secretary. Does your committee operate under the leadership of the same level party committee? Upon detecting the unusual tone in Qiao Fei's voice, Lu Guoyang realized something was amiss, undoubtedly. Members of the Discipline Inspection Commission had engaged in some dubious activities that Xiao Fei had caught wind of. Sensing her mounting fury, he hastily inquired, "Secretary Qiao, what has transpired?" "Our city's Discipline Inspection Commission certainly operates under the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee," Xiao Fei retorted coldly. "Is it permissible for the Discipline Inspection Commission under your leadership to resort to torture and coercion merely to fabricate evidence against Huang Tinghui for my discredit? Let me inform you that such petty schemes are both despicable and lowly. Are you so discontent that, within these 7 days, you have failed to unearth any scandal regarding Huang Tinghui to tarnish my reputation?" Lu Guoyang was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Fei was playing a game of righteous strategy. If members of the Discipline Inspection Commission acted independently to undermine her, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. He surmised that this scheme was orchestrated by Yao Zhang. He had previously shielded Yu Guangming to prevent Yao Zhang from circumventing him to issue direct commands to the commission. Yet, Yao Zhang persisted in his old methods. Although Lu Guoyang and Yao Zhang belonged to the same faction under Zhao Huiwang, he had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Yao Zhang's use of the city's Discipline Inspection Commission as a tool for personal vendettas over the past 2 years, yet felt powerless to voice his grievances. Now, with Xiao Fei confronting him, Lu Guoyang felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, if Yao Zhang is resorting to such tactics against Xiao Fei, why involve me? In an effort to absolve himself, Lu Guoyang quickly explained, "Secretary Qiao, what exactly has occurred? I am genuinely unaware. Please inform me so I may swiftly grasp the situation." Xiao Fei discerned that Lu Guoyang might indeed be oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Nonetheless, as the head of the commission, the accountability ultimately rested upon him. Given the blatant attempts to undermine her, Xiao Fei felt it necessary to exert pressure on Lu Guoyang. "Secretary Lu, because I previously stated in the Standing Committee meeting that if Huang Tinghui was reported within 7 days with solid evidence, I would bear joint responsibility for the recommendation. Someone has taken it upon themselves to target Huang Tinghui's former subordinates. They have not only resorted to torture, but have employed other vile methods, even administering prohibited substances to elicit evidence from Huang Tinghui's apprentices. You must understand their objectives." Lu Guoyang promptly responded, "Secretary Qiao, grant me half an hour to ascertain the details, and I shall report back to you immediately." Xiao Fei declared, "At present, Huang Tinghui's apprentices, his wife, and others have been taken away by the city and county discipline inspection commissions for the second time. This matter is far from simple, and those individuals are in considerable danger. I hereby make it unequivocally clear that should you attempt to ensnare me through such tactics, I shall not relent. Remember, I am not merely the secretary of the municipal committee. I am also a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection." Xiao Fei's words struck terror into Lu Guoyang's heart. Though he was aware of Xiao Fei's hidden cards, he had heard whispers of her extraordinary family background. Clearly, her ascension from above was not without merit. One could not rise without formidable skills or connections. While Yao Zhang insisted that Xiao Fei owed her advancement solely to her youth and beauty, Lu Guoyang found this notion utterly implausible. If Xiao Fei were to unleash her wrath, he might indeed become the scapegoat. She had asserted her dual roles, and should she truly engage in earnest, it was beyond his capacity to withstand. Lu Guoyang summoned his secretary. "You are to immediately notify all personnel of the commission to convene in the conference room. Anyone who fails to arrive within 10 minutes will be deemed to be engaged in casework without my authorization. Any cases not approved by the members of the commission are to be dealt with immediately. Those who proceed without proper sanction shall be dismissed forthwith." The secretary promptly issued an urgent notice from the office. 10 minutes later, Lu Guoyang entered the conference room. Observing the assembly, he instructed the office director, "Call the roll according to the attendance list and report on the absence of those who are not present." The roll call took several minutes, revealing that around 10 individuals were missing. Lu Guoyang inquired, "Please explain where these 10 individuals have gone and under whose approval they are engaged in casework." The office director, Zhang Weidong, approached Lu Guoyang discreetly and informed him, Director Zhou Lidong of the 6th Investigative Office has taken several personnel to Huanghuai County. Lu Guoyang replied, "Very well. The rest may disperse. I require the department heads to remain." Once the others had departed, Lu Guoyang pressed Zhang Weidong. "What is Zhou Lidong doing in Huanghuai County? Any casework requiring a descent to the county level must first receive my approval. How could he act without my knowledge?" Zhang Weidong, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly explained, "It was a direct call from Mayor Yao. I am unaware of the specifics." Lu Guoyang retorted angrily, "If the director of the commission is to take orders from Mayor Yao directly, what purpose does my role as secretary serve? Am I merely a figurehead? Do I not exist in their eyes? Anyone who believes they can follow directives from other municipal leaders henceforth should report to their offices. Our commission will not tolerate such insubordination." No one dared to voice an explanation regarding Zhou Lidong's mission in Huanghuai County. With Yao Zheng personally orchestrating matters on one side and Lu Guoyang's direct authority on the other, none were willing to disclose Zhou Lidong's activities, especially since some genuinely lacked knowledge of the situation. Faced with the silence, Lu Guoyang ordered Zhang Weidong to dial Zhou Lidong's number. However, after several attempts, he was unable to connect. Lu Guoyang's frustration escalated, not solely due to the pressure exerted by Qiao Fei, but also because he deemed Yao Zheng's actions excessively overreaching, directly commandeering the work of the commission and placing him in a precarious position. Should any incidents arise, as Qiao Fei alleged, involving torture or coercion, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility, and it seemed utterly unjust that he would be held accountable for matters of which he was completely uninformed. His dissatisfaction with Yao Zheng continued to grow. Lu Guoyang said, "Zhang Weidong, I have a task for you. Urgently find a way to notify Zhou Lidong to come back. If you cannot reach him, you must go and fetch him personally. Upon his return, let it be suspended for reflection. There must be strict punishment for such a lack of organization and discipline." Zhang Weidong, filled with trepidation, interceded on Zhou Lidong's behalf. "Secretary Lu, after all, he was sent by Mayor Yao. Is it appropriate to suspend him for reflection?" Lu Guoyang slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "What? Do you wish to oppose me as well? One Zhou Lidong is not enough. Let me remind you, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission is under my purview. No one can bypass me for direct orders. That would undermine our authority. They might as well serve as the Discipline Inspection Secretary themselves." Lu Guoyang's ire intensified. "Zhang Weidong, since you are unwilling to handle this matter, you may as well cease your duties. Let Deputy Director Huanghuai take care of it." Upon hearing this, Huanghuai quickly stood up. "Understood, Secretary. I will contact him right away. And if I cannot reach him, I will bring him back by any means necessary." Lu Guoyang nodded. "Very well, proceed with your task." Deputy Secretary Hong Qingzhu interjected. "Secretary Lu, this does not seem appropriate. Even if we suspend Zhang Weidong and Zhou Lidong, we should convene a meeting of the Discipline Inspection Commission to discuss this matter. Otherwise, it would appear as if you were making unilateral decisions." Upon hearing this, Lu Guoyang felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly aware of a crisis. When did he cease to hold sway within the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? However, Hong Qingzhu's words jolted him back to reality, reminding him that he had long been subservient to Yao Zheng and had thus lost his authority. Lu Guoyang replied, "Even if it is a personal proposal, let us convene a meeting this afternoon to formalize it." He then addressed Yu Guangming. "You are to go to Huanghuai County immediately and take over Zhou Lidong's responsibilities. Report to me promptly regarding any developments there. If any violations of regulations are discovered, take immediate action to halt them." Lu Guoyang felt dissatisfaction towards Hong Qingzhu, yet recognized that he was a protege of Yao Zheng. He recalled that the only person he could trust was Yu Guangming. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Lu Guoyang went directly to Qiao Fei's office to accurately report that Zhou Lidong's assignment to Huanghuai County was personally arranged by Yao Zheng. He also conveyed his decisions regarding Zhang Weidong and Zhou Lidong candidly. Qiao Fei noticed Lu Guoyang's evident displeasure and was about to subtly inquire further when his phone rang. Lu Guoyang did not conceal anything, informing Qiao Fei, "It's Mayor Yao." Without hesitation, he answered the call in her presence. "Mayor, is there something you need?" Qiao Fei overheard the voice on the other end. "Guoyang, I heard you're handling Zhou Lidong and Zhang Weidong. Lu Guoyang affirmed. Indeed, what of it? Yao Zheng's voice reflected anger. Zhou Lidong was dispatched by me. Now that you are aware, why proceed with this? Are you trying to embarrass me? Lu Guoyang retorted sharply. Mayor Yao, if you think the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission belongs to you, then report to the Provincial Committee and declare that Yicheng City does not require a Discipline Inspection Secretary. Henceforth, matters of the Commission shall be arranged by the Mayor. Yao Zheng sensed the shift in tone, bewildered by Lu Guoyang's audacity to speak to him in such a manner, and responded with fury. Lu Guoyang, what do you mean by that? Lu Guoyang was not polite. What do you mean by asking me? The people from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission are all listening to you. What have I become as the secretary of the commission? Just a decoration for the deaf? Yao Zheng was momentarily speechless. Lu Guoyang abruptly hung up the phone. He then turned to Qiao Fei and said, Secretary Qiao, from now on, I can only follow you. Qiao Fei looked at Lu Guoyang in astonishment, unable to utter a word. After a while, Qiao Fei asked, what is going on? Are there internal conflicts? If you align with me now, many will likely be dissatisfied. Lu Guoyang replied, I have suddenly awoken to the reality of today's events. Continuing to follow Yao Zheng will lead to irreparable consequences. He is far too audacious and self-serving. Secretary Qiao, you cannot leave me out. Qiao Fei chuckled. I cannot tolerate any impurities in my circle. However, if Secretary Lu truly wishes to reform, there may be a path forward, but I will need to observe your actions. Lu Guoyang resolutely declared, I understand, Secretary Qiao. Just watch me. He turned and left, returning to his office, and immediately instructed his secretary. Inform Xiao Liang that we must hasten to Huanghuai County at the earliest opportunity. In Xiao Fei's office, Jiang Tongtong reported, Secretary Qiao, Lu Guoyang has gone to Huanghuai County. Xiao Fei responded, very well. Then we need not go there ourselves. Let's see what Lu Guoyang achieves in Huanghuai County first. Wang Haiyang, who had already arrived in Huanghuai County, went directly to the County Discipline Inspection Office to inquire about Zhou Lidong's whereabouts. However, the staff at the County Discipline Office informed Wang Haiyang that they had not seen Zhou Lidong. Wang Haiyang, sensing the lack of regard the County Discipline Commission held for him, realized his insignificance at the municipal level. His low rank and absence of involvement in the case made it unsurprising that they looked down upon him. However, failing to complete the task assigned by Lu Guoyang would result in a loss of favor with his superiors and reflect poorly on his capabilities in front of Secretary Lu. Consequently, Wang Haiyang decided to invoke Lu Guoyang's name. Secretary Lu sent me here to find Zhou Lidong and inquire about the situation. I hope you can assist me in locating him. As Wang Haiyang was speaking, Zhao Taikwai, the driver for County Secretary Wei Liui, happened to arrive and overheard him. Zhao Taikwai had often driven Wei Liui to meetings at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and since Wang Haiyang had been responsible for logistics during many of those occasions, Zhao Taikwai was somewhat familiar with him. Director Wang, what brings you here? Finally encountering a familiar face, Wang Haiyang replied, Secretary Lu asked me to find Director Zhou Lidong. But the people in the office claim they do not know where he is. Could you please assist me, Brother Zhao? Zhao Taikwai then asked the office director, do you truly not know where Zhou Lidong has gone, or are you simply unwilling to disclose it? The office director's face flushed and, unable to admit ignorance, explained, I apologize, but I do not know the director you mentioned, nor am I aware of his duties. Without an introduction or proof of your identity, I cannot take the liberty of divulging information. You are aware of the Commission's strict discipline regarding confidentiality. If you wish to find Director Zhou Lidong, it would be best to call Secretary Zhao Wenxian of our Commission for assistance. Zhao Taikwai is a person of remarkable social dexterity, adept at navigating the complexities of human relationships, and he enjoys associating with individuals of all ranks, easily getting along with everyone. Whenever someone is in need, he is always eager to assist, and despite being merely a driver, he commands considerable respect from those around him. One day, Zhao Taikwai picked up his phone and called Zhao Wenxian, saying, Secretary Zhao, I would like to inquire about a matter. Someone has asked me to check on the whereabouts of Director Zhou Lidong. Zhao Wenxian hesitated to decline Zhao Taikwai, yet he wished to keep Zhou Lidong's specific location confidential. "Oh, you're asking about that? What do you need Director Zhou for? Share your concerns with me, and I shall pass along your message." Zhao Taikwai replied, "It's not for me. It's Director Wang from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission who has come, stating that Secretary Liu Guoyang sent him to meet with Director Zhou Lidong. Perhaps I should have Director Wang speak with you?" Zhao Wenxian inquired Director Wang. "I am not aware of any Director Wang at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission." Zhao Taikwai clarified, "It's Director Wang, not Wang, but Wang with 3 water radicals. Huanghuai, the Deputy Director of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission." Zhao Wenxian responded, him? Please hand the phone to him. I will speak with him." Zhao Taikwai passed the phone to Huanghuai, who said, "Secretary Zhao, this is Xiao Wang. Liu's secretary has sent me to find Director Zhou Lidong regarding an urgent matter. I would like to meet with him." Upon hearing that Huanghuai wished to meet Zhou Lidong, Zhao Wenxian expressed his reluctance. "I apologize, Xiao Wang, but Director Zhou is currently unavailable. Perhaps we can revisit this after matters here are concluded." Just as Huanghuai faced this refusal with disappointment, he heard someone speaking behind him. "Director Yu, what brings you here?" Turning around, he saw Yu Guangming, director of the 5th room of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, who quickly approached. "Director Yu, you have arrived." Yu Guangming asked, "Haiyang, have you located Zhou Lidong?" Huanghuai, feeling quite helpless, replied, "Director Zhou is in Shanghai County. But Secretary Zhao Wenxian is unwilling to disclose his location, and the office staff remain tight-lipped. I have yet to find him." Yu Guangming said, "Very well, accompany me. There is no need to search for Zhou Lidong anymore. Let us head to the Public Security Bureau to inquire about who took Zhang Jing away. If anything happens to Zhang Jing today, we shall hold accountable those responsible for handling the case." Yu Guangming, along with several others, descended the stairs with Huanghuai. Meanwhile, the office director immediately called Zhao Wenxian. "Secretary Zhao, Director Yu Guangming from the 5th room of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission has arrived, seeking to investigate who took Zhang Jing." Subsequently, the director relayed Yu Guangming's exact words to Zhao Wenxian. Zhao Taikwai, feeling slighted by Zhao Wenxian's lack of regard for him, suddenly noticed the arrival of Yu Guangming and the gravity of his remarks, which caused him to furrow his brow. Why does today feel so peculiar? He pondered. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission has sent people consecutively, all concerning Zhang Jing, yet their intentions seem to differ. Consequently, Zhao Taikwai called County Discipline Inspection Secretary Wei Liui to report the observations and discussions he had witnessed in the office. After the personnel from the county police station took Zhang Jing and his wife, Qiu Yuxian, along with Li Fei, they were not confined to the hotel on Donghuan Road, but were instead brought to the prestigious Zhuan Yanhong Hot Spring Hotel, located over 30 miles west of the city. This site was once renowned as the home of the famous Zhuan Yanhong winery, which has gradually fallen into decline in recent years. The expansive premises have since been repurposed into a cultural industry park, primarily focusing on leisure and entertainment, boasting an impressive area of 195 acres. Due to its distance from urban centers and towns, the locale enjoys a relative tranquility. Upon their arrival, Zhang Jing, Qiu Yuxian, and Li Fei were each detained in separate locations. Prior to Zhang Jing's arrival, Zhang Yinshua, betrayed by Tu Lei, had also been confined here by the county's disciplinary committee and police. Zhao Wenxian and Zhou Lidong were present, conducting interrogations of the 4 individuals. After receiving a call from the office director, Zhao Wenxian remarked to Zhou Lidong, "Director Zhou, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The Municipal Disciplinary Committee just sent Huanghuai to find you, and now Yu Guangming has arrived, specifically seeking Zhang Jing. They've made it clear that if anything happens to Zhang Jing today, the case handler will be the one held accountable. I can't help but feel that these newcomers harbor ill intentions." Zhou Lidong replied, "Then we must act swiftly. Before Yu Guangming locates Zhang Jing, we need to extract confessions from these 4 individuals by any means necessary. This is Mayor Yao's directive. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will recommend you for a position as the disciplinary secretary in another county, advancing you to the standing committee." Zhao Wenxian, having risen through the ranks from a grassroots worker with the guidance of Yao Zheng, viewed Yao's words as edicts. He then entered Zhang Jing's room and addressed him. In Shanghai County, you know who hold the power. Do you really think you can escape our grasp? You've been rescued once before, yet here you are again, captured. I advise you to submit. You cannot contend with Secretary Zhang Jianhui in the county. Have you not noticed how many in the county committee and government are his people? And if you look further afield, how many in the city are not aligned with Mayor Yao? Even if Huang Tinghui suddenly catches the eye of the new female secretary, what of it? His vice departmental position will last less than a week, and even that secretary may find herself embarrassed and forced to leave. If you wish to continue serving as the director of the legal office at the police station, you must heed our words and sign the interrogation records. Zhang Jing scoffed. Zhao Wenxian, you are merely a dog on a leash, biting at the behest of others. You dare not investigate true corrupt officials, yet you strike down those who serve with integrity. Do you not wish to accumulate even a modicum of virtue for your descendants? Zhao Wenxian slapped Zhang Jing, bound to the chair, across the face and retorted, "You stubborn fool, let me enlighten you. Good people do not live long, while evildoers may thrive for 1,000 years. I admit, I am no good man, but how could a principal director of the legal office like you ever withstand a villain like me? So many individuals aspire to hold the position of Deputy Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, yet only I, a humble farmer, have ascended to that role step by step, tasked with dealing with the so-called good people you speak of. How do you explain that?" Zhang Jing found himself at a loss for words in the face of such brazen deceit, ultimately exclaiming, "Evil deeds will surely meet retribution. It's not that retribution is absent, merely that the time has yet to come. Once the time arrives, retribution will be inevitable. Do not rejoice too soon." Zhao Wenxian, facing Zhang Jing, unleashed a flurry of slaps. "I curse your mother. I am eager to see whether your words are as resilient as my blows." Zhang Jing's face swelled from the blows, yet he remained defiant. "If you possess the courage, kill me. As long as I am alive, you shall not escape the clutches of the law." In an adjacent room, the county party secretary, Zhang Jianhui, was observing the surveillance footage. He grew displeased upon hearing Zhao Wenxian's rhetoric. Some matters can be done, but not spoken of. Zhao Wenxian has spoken of things he has not done. How can one intimidate in such a manner? Expedite the process and employ some methods. Do not linger idly here. Accompanying Zhang Jianhui in watching the footage was Huanghuai, the county police chief. Huanghuai had been appointed after Huang Tinghui was demoted and sent down from the provincial public security department. Upon assuming his position, Huanghuai pledged allegiance to Zhang Jianhui. And to test Huanghuai's loyalty, Zhang Jianhui arranged for him to handle 2 wrongful cases, even gifting him a sum of 1 million in cash, which Huanghuai accepted without hesitation. Thus, Zhang Jianhui felt reassured by Huanghuai, believing him to be a man willing to do anything for money. As long as he was of that ilk, Zhang Jianhui would draw him closer, ensuring his allegiance. Although Huanghuai had been in office for only a few months, Zhang Jianhui had already regarded him as a trusted confidant. After concluding his remarks, Zhang Jianhui stood up. "I shall go over there to observe how that medicine peddler is being interrogated. You keep an eye on things here." As soon as Zhang Jianhui departed, Huanghuai hurriedly copied the recorded footage onto his mobile device and uploaded it to the cloud. Once he had completed that segment, Huanghuai resumed watching the surveillance, witnessing Zhao Wenxian lift a solid wooden chair to strike Zhang Jing on the head. Chapter 56. The Backlash of Coercive Interrogation. Huanghuai was startled. If the blow landed, Zhang Jing would be finished. However, another individual intervened, preventing the chair from descending. Soon after, Zhao Wenxian exited briefly, returning with a syringe in hand, poised to inject Zhang Jing. Having already been injected once, Zhang Jing understood they intended to administer hallucinogenic drugs again. If he succumbed to their influence, he would speak uncontrollably and be coerced into signing confessions. In a desperate bid, Zhang Jing feigned surrender. "I will say whatever you wish. Just tell me what to say, and I shall comply." Zhao Wenxian seized upon this glimmer of hope. "Zhang Jing, have you truly come to your senses? Are you willing to admit your guilt? Will you sign?" Zhang Jing responded, "I am willing to sign, but you have bound my hands. I cannot do so. Please, release my arm." Zhao Wenxian convinced that Zhang Jing was entirely within his grasp, untied the ropes binding Zhang Jing's wrist, but only freed his right hand, allowing him to write while keeping the rest firmly bound. Zhang Jing shook his restrained right hand and said to Zhao Wenxian, "Please fetch the written record. I shall sign it." Zhao Wenxian, convinced that Zhang Jing had truly capitulated, turned to retrieve the already printed document. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jing discreetly extracted the pill given to him by Li Fei from his pocket and swiftly swallowed it. Upon returning, Zhao Wenxian placed the interrogation record before Zhang Jing and extended the pen to him. After perusing the document, Zhang Jing's fury ignited. The record was replete with unfounded accusations against Huanghuai, fabricated entirely from thin air. Once finished, he grasped the pen and inscribed his signature at the bottom. "I have reviewed the above record." Seeing this, Zhao Wenxian felt a glimmer of triumph, as such signatures were customary. As the director of the Legal Affairs Office, he was well versed in this protocol. Internally, Zhao Wenxian reveled in his perceived victory. "Aren't you tough? Yet here you are, signing under my duress." However, as he continued to read, his anger surged anew. Zhang Jing had swiftly added another line. "This is purely a frame-up." "Nonsense. Zhao Wenxian's coercive interrogation is intolerable. I refuse to comply." Zhang Jing. Witnessing Zhang Jing's signature, Zhao Wenxian's expectations shattered, and he retaliated with 2 resounding slaps to Zhang Jing's face. Subsequently, he seized a syringe and injected its contents into Zhang Jing's back. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhang Jing, yet he struggled to maintain consciousness, fully aware that he needed to feign unconsciousness. Seeing that Zhang Jing had not yet succumbed to slumber, Zhao Wenxian was perplexed until Zhang Jing's head drooped and he finally lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Huanghuai, observing from the adjacent room, recorded this segment from the surveillance footage. In another scene, Li Fei found himself escorted into a room by Zhou Lidong and a group of officers, his hands bound. Zhou Lidong commenced the interrogation. "Li Fei, are you not a drug dealer? What brings you to Huanghuai County?" Li Fei replied, "Huanghuai County boasts over 150,000 residents. The market is vast. Is it not permissible for me to expand my business here?" Zhou Lidong countered, "Your entrepreneurial pursuits are understandable. But why did you resort to violence in a place where the Discipline Inspection Commission operates? You left our personnel with dislocated joints. Had we not engaged a renowned traditional Chinese doctor for realignment, we would have been rendered incapacitated. Explain how you managed to enter that building." Li Fei chuckled. "I learned from Sun Wukong and transformed into a bee to slip inside." Zhou Lidong scolded, "Enough with your nonsense. If you could turn into a bee, why not transform and flee now? Why did you intervene to rescue Zhang Jing and Qiu Yuxian? What is your connection to them?" Li Fei responded, "I stumbled upon the scene and could not bear to witness your coercive tactics. I intervened to assist them. As for our relationship, I am inclined toward heroism. They are the victims, embodying the dynamic of rescuer and rescued. However, I did not know them prior to this." Zhou Lidong, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a sharp slap to Li Fei's face. However, the slap did not land on his face. Li Fei swiftly turned his head, and by chance, Zhou Lidong's hand struck the back of Li Fei's head, causing a jolt that resulted in a fracture of Zhou Lidong's fingers. In pain, Zhou Lidong cursed. "How dare you evade my strike? I will not let you off the hook." Li Fei retorted, "Zhou Lidong, do you have no shame? You strike me and employ torture, yet you allow me to turn my head? You might as well take a knife and sever my head from my body, so I can't move at all." Enraged, Zhou Lidong responded, "You dare say that? Well, this is what you brought upon yourself. I will ensure that you do not leave here alive. My mission is to eliminate you and provide a reason for the outside world. You've thoroughly provoked me, so prepare for my methods." He then commanded the individuals at the door, "Bring me the torture instruments. I intend to thoroughly torment this drug dealer today." Immediately, one of them brought over a powerful electric heater, directing hot air towards Li Fei, who was restrained in a chair. The heat scorched his face, making it painful to endure, and the brightness of the heater's light was blinding, forcing him to keep his eyes shut. Li Fei soon found himself drenched in sweat. Observing this, Zhou Lidong ordered, "Turn off the heat and bring in some cool air." The air conditioning in the room immediately began to blow cold air, causing Li Fei to feel a chill enveloping his body. This truly exemplified the sensation of being caught between fire and ice. Fortunately, as a former Special Forces soldier, Li Fei had endured such physical trials before and was able to withstand it. Seeing that Li Fei remained largely unresponsive while seated, Zhou Lidong repeated the cycle several times. Even though Li Fei was a man of exceptional training and resilience, he could not help but shiver under the relentless stimuli. Desperately, he circulated his inner energy to resist. Zhou Lidong, noticing that Li Fei seemed to have slipped into unconsciousness, tapped Li Fei's face with his uninjured hand. "Are you truly capable of enduring this?" Unexpectedly, Li Fei suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on Zhou Lidong's 3 fingers, severing them cleanly and spitting out the flesh and bone onto the floor. Zhou Lidong screamed in agony. "My fingers have been bitten off. Quick, kill this bastard." The 2 individuals accompanying Zhou Lidong were struck with terror upon seeing the severed fingers. Their backs drenched in sweat. "What are we to do now?" they wondered. Zhou Lidong shouted, "Kill him. First, inject him with the drug. Once he is unconscious, break his arms and legs for my revenge." The 2 disciplinary committee officials exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They thought, "If you're going to torment him like this, how can you still demean us in front of him, even if you are our superior? Does that justify your actions against us?" Feeling uncomfortable yet bound by hierarchy, they reluctantly complied, bringing over a syringe and preparing to inject it into Li Fei's body. Li Fei had already freed himself from the ropes that bound him. As a Special Forces operative and a scion of a martial arts lineage, he possessed an array of exceptional techniques for extricating himself from perilous situations. His apparent entrapment was merely a ruse to discern the intentions of his captors. Had he truly wished to escape, the cords would have posed no obstacle, and these individuals would have been easily vanquished. Li Fei retrieved a pill from his pocket, placing it in his mouth before inserting his wrist back into the bindings. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, Zhou Lidong attempted to take action. Yet both of his hands were incapacitated. His left hand had shattered upon striking Li Fei, while 3 fingers of his right hand had been severed at the second joint. In essence, Zhou Lidong's desire for retribution against Li Fei had rendered him powerless. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he struggled to gather the 3 severed fingers from the ground. To no avail. Frustrated, he vented his anger at his colleagues, exclaiming, "Are you both blind? Can't you assist me in bandaging my fingers? I must hurry to the hospital for reattachment. It will be too late otherwise." His colleagues, dissatisfied with Zhou Lidong's outburst yet too intimidated to retort, promptly contacted Hong Qingzhu, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Hong instructed, "First, take Zhou Lidong to the hospital. The interrogation can be delegated to others." The 2 colleagues assisted Zhou Lidong as they made their way to their vehicle, encountering Zhang Jianhui along the journey. Recognizing the head of Huanghuai County, they briefly explained the situation. Zhang Jianhui immediately contacted the director of the county hospital, requesting an ambulance to expedite Zhou Lidong's urgent medical care and reattachment of his fingers. Just as Zhou Lidong was departing, Yu Guangming and his companions, including Wang Haiyang, drove into the courtyard. Zhang Jianhui, having just sent Zhou Lidong to the hospital, was taken aback to see 2 vehicles from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission arriving, assuming they had come to assist Zhou Lidong, and quickly approached them. Yu Guangming and Wang Haiyang emerged from their vehicle. While Zhang Jianhui was familiar with Yu Guangming, he was not acquainted with Wang Haiyang, yet he greeted them nonetheless, saying, "Director, you're also here?" Aware of Yu Guangming's reputation for forthrightness, he inquired with underlying implications, having previously heard that he was not entirely compliant with Yao Zheng. Although he had since seemingly altered his stance, Yu Guangming extended a courteous handshake, replying, "Secretary Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Jianwei responded, "The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission is conducting an investigation, and I came to offer my support. It is unfortunate that Li Fei bit off 3 of Director Zhou's fingers. I have arranged for him to be taken to the hospital for reattachment. I am uncertain if they will succeed." Upon hearing this unexpected news, that Zhou Lidong had been rendered incapacitated by an interrogation subject, Yu Guangming remarked, Secretary Zhang. We are here to take over the investigation of this case. May we meet the individual who severed Director Zhou's fingers? Zhang Jianhui replied, As it happens, Director Zhou has just left, and there is no one to continue the interrogation. It would be inappropriate for the county's discipline committee to take charge. You may proceed. I will escort you to the room where Li Fei is detained. Yu Guangming and his companions followed Zhang Jianhui to the room where Li Fei was held, at which point they issued a dismissal to Zhang. Secretary Zhang, please tend to your other duties. We will report our findings to you once the interrogation is complete. Zhang Jianhui initially intended to witness the interrogation conducted by Yu Guangming. But to his dismay, he was asked to withdraw, leaving him with no choice but to depart with a sense of disappointment. Upon entering the room, Yu Guangming discovered Li Fei bound tightly to a chair, his head drooping lifelessly, resembling a corpse. Instead of rushing to him, they first retrieved their phones to document this scene, and only then approached Li Fei, giving him a gentle nudge. There was no response from Li Fei. Yu Guangming's gaze fell upon a syringe resting on the table nearby, a chill running through him. Zhou Lidong and his associates had resorted to unorthodox methods. How audacious of them! First, they needed to awaken Li Fei and inquire about the situation. Yu Guangming untied the ropes binding Li Fei and relocated him to a nearby sofa. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from the doorway. Who authorized you to release him? He intentionally harmed someone, biting off a finger. We need to take him for questioning. Chapter 57. The Undercover Game? Is there another layer to this bureau? Upon hearing that someone intended to take Li Fei away, Yu Guangming responded, Since this individual is under investigation by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, I shall clarify the situation before handing him over to you. The intruder hailed from the Huanghuai County Public Security Bureau, having been directed by Zhou Lidong to report the incident. He was aware that the local police were now under Zhang Jianhui's command and assumed that reporting the matter would ensure Zhang Jianhui would assist in dealing with Li Fei. The leading officer was Captain Shui Xiangjuan of the Criminal Investigation Team. Shui Xiangjuan asserted, in accordance with the principle of criminal priority, this individual is suspected of intentional harm, and we must take him into custody. Yu Guangming stood his ground. What evidence do you possess to substantiate that this person intentionally harmed someone? What if it was self-defense? I have stated that once I ascertain the facts, I will transfer him to you, but not at this moment. Please vacate the premises and do not interfere with the investigation of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Hui Xiangjun replied, I have already reported this matter to Secretary Zhang Jianhui of our county, and he has informed Mayor Yao of the city, who supports our handling of Li Fei. Yu Guangming scoffed, Do not attempt to persuade me with such claims. I find them implausible. Would the county party secretary intervene in a trivial matter? Would the mayor concern himself with it? I just encountered Secretary Zhang Jianhui, and he did not mention this issue to me. Seeing his argument falter, Shui Xiangjuan opted for a more forceful approach. If you refuse to hand Li Fei over to me, we will resort to stringent measures and take him by force. Yu Guangming challenged him. Do you dare? Shui Xiangjuan replied with bravado. What is there to fear? This is Huanghuai County. When a criminal case arises, it falls under our jurisdiction. Anyone obstructing the police in their duties, regardless of who they are, will face coercive measures. Yu Guangming inquired, Are you willing to confront the Discipline Inspection Commission? Shui Xiangjuan, unfazed, responded, You are the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, not the County Discipline Inspection Commission. At our level, even if issues arise, they merely pertain to the jurisdiction of the County Discipline Inspection, which is beyond your purview, is it not? Yu Guangming pressed, So, you intend to seize him for me? Shui Xiangjuan clarified, It is not a seizure. It is a lawful enforcement action. Yu Guangming retorted with a sardonic smile. What a commendable legal enforcement. If it were truly lawful, why do you object to us unbinding this individual? Is it customary to treat a subject with restraints? Was there an administration of hallucinogenic anesthetics to the parties involved? Shui Xiangjuan retorted, I am unaware of the circumstances you mention, and it is not our doing. We merely responded to a report to apprehend individuals. At that moment, Huanghuai, the head of the Huanghuai County Public Security Bureau, approached and said to Yu Guangming, Director Yu, may I have a word with you outside? Not recognizing Huanghuai, Yu inquired, Who are you? Before Huang could respond, Chui Xiangjuan confidently interjected. He is the chief of our county's public security bureau, Director Huang. Upon hearing this, Yu nodded slightly and instructed Huanghuai and others. No one is permitted to take anyone away until I return. Huang Kai and Yu then moved to a nearby pavilion and took a seat. Huang began, Director Yu. My suggestion is that you hand over Li Fei to Chui Xiangjuan, as this aligns with procedural regulations. Yu countered. Is this the opinion of your county bureau or your personal view? Huang replied. It is both the opinion of Shanghai County and my personal stance. I kindly ask you to concede. You pressed, why? Can you provide an explanation? Huang smiled. Just now, our county party secretary, Zhang Jianhui, conveyed this to me, stating that Mayor Yao Zheng shares this sentiment. What do you suggest I do? Therefore, I implore you to yield. However, I will not leave you in a passive position. If you trust me, may I add you on WeChat? Uncertain of Huang's true intentions, yet hesitant to decline the invitation from a bureau chief. You open the WeChat QR code for Huang to scan. After adding each other as friends, Huang shared videos of Zhao Wenxian coercing Zhang Jing and the incident between Zhou Lidong and Li Fei with you. After watching, you gazed at Huang in astonishment. Director Huang, what is the meaning of this? Huang explained, certain matters may be acted upon, but not spoken of. Some situations yield the best outcomes only when approached opportunely. I had heard of you before arriving in Shanghai County. You are the only incorruptible individual in the Yicheng City Discipline Inspection Commission. However, I advise you that persistent resistance will offer you no opportunity. Understand my meaning. Surrendering Li Fei is not necessarily a negative action. It may lead to unexpected surprises. Upon viewing the video Huang sent, you comprehended the implications. Hearing Huang's words, he suddenly smiled. Very well, I shall heed Director Huang's advice. Returning to the room where Li Fei was detained, Huang did not follow. You then instructed Huanghuai and the others. Let us hand over Li Fei to them. We shall check on Zhang Jing. Huanghuai appeared puzzled by Yu's abrupt change. Yu insisted, follow my instructions. With a wave of his hand, Chui Xiangjuan signaled for several officers to place handcuffs on Li Fei, escorting him away. Li Fei feigned unconsciousness, allowing them to handle him as they wished. Yu arrived at the room where Zhang Jing was being held, and at that moment, Zhao Wenxian kicked the unconscious Zhang, exclaiming, damn it. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Dream on. The anesthetic should have worn off, and the hallucinogen should be taking effect. Drag him up. I have questions to ask. Zhang Jing had just been brought up when one of his subordinates reported. Secretary Zhao. Yu Guangming from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission has arrived with his team, claiming they wish to attend our interrogation. Zhao Wenxian remained unfazed, responding, very well. Let them sit in. The personnel from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission are all aligned with Mayor Yao. We have no reason to be concerned. Upon Yu Guangming's entrance, Zhao Wenxian approached him with a handshake, inquiring, Director Yu, what brings you here? Yu Guangming, intentionally, replied, Director Zhou Lidong has sustained an injury. Mayor Yao and Secretary Liu have assigned me to take over his duties. However, since Li Fei has been taken away by the criminal police, I find myself with some spare time. Thus I thought I would come and observe Secretary Zhao's interrogation. Zhao Wenxian gestured for Yu Guangming to sit and enjoy some tea. Yu Guangming remarked, Secretary Zhao, why is this person still bound? He seems quite dazed. Hearing this, Zhao Wenxian felt compelled to accommodate Yu